My name is Sheng. I sat in a cold, iron chair at the police station, smelling like rot and sewage. My clothes were torn and bloody, and I felt like a skeleton. The police officers didn't believe me when I told them where I had been. I explained that 3 days ago, I was pulled out of this world and into a wasteland full of ruins and zombies. I told them I survived by drinking toilet water and eating old pet food, but they just thought I was crazy or on drugs. I wasn't crazy. I was terrified. I kept my eyes locked on the clock because I knew it was going to happen again. I begged them to let me stay in the interrogation room. I thought the police station was the safest place to be when the time came. I even spent my last bit of money on some biscuits and water, clutching my backpack like a lifeline. The officers called a mental hospital to take me away. When the doctors and nurses arrived with a straitjacket, I started to panic. I screamed for them to stay away, warning them that moving me during the transport could kill me. They didn't listen. 2 strong men grabbed my arms and tried to pin me down. I watched the clock hit exactly noon. In that final second, everything paused. Even though the nurses were holding on to me with all their strength, I felt the world shift. I disappeared right in front of their eyes, leaving behind nothing but an empty chair and the shocked faces of the men who thought I was just a madman. I felt my body turn inside out, like I was trapped in a spinning washing machine. When the dizziness cleared, I wasn't in the police station anymore. I was back in that nightmare. The air smelled of sulfur and rotting blood, and a toxic green mist made my lungs burn. I stood in a ruined city with giant metal towers and strange, glowing vines. I didn't have time to think. Instinct kicked in as a shadow crashed down where I had just been standing. It was a zombie, but it was fast and powerful, with blue skin and a pulsing, mutated brain. I knew I couldn't fight it, so I ran for my life. I scrambled through a broken bus and climbed into a high-air vent just as its claws slammed into the metal behind me. Hiding in the dark, I hugged my backpack. I had biscuits and water this time. I just had to survive for 3 days. While I was fighting to stay alive, the world I left behind was in chaos. The police and the government realized I hadn't been lying. They watched the security footage of me vanishing and called in the country's top scientists. They realized that my disappearance broke all the laws of physics. High-level leaders stepped in, declaring me a national asset. They turned the police station into a secret research base, waiting for my return. On the 3rd day, the scientists gathered around the empty chair. The air began to ripple like water, and a black hole opened up. They watched in shock as my body was reconstructed atom by atom, like a 3D print. One moment I was staring at a blood-red sunset in a dead world. The next, I was back under bright laboratory lights. I stood there, still chewing on a dry biscuit, holding my water bottle. I was exhausted and terrified, but as I looked at the powerful men and the advanced technology surrounding me, I realized everything had changed. I wasn't just a survivor anymore. I was the key to a new future. One moment, I was on a lonely skyscraper rooftop, watching a red sunset over a dead city. The next, I was back on Earth under bright lights, surrounded by people in hazmat suits. I collapsed to the floor, still clutching my water and biscuits. After a battery of medical tests proved I wasn't carrying any alien viruses, I was finally given a real meal. I ate the braised pork and rice like a starving man. After 3 days of hiding from monsters, it felt like a dream. I met with Qin Hao, the man in charge. I told him about the world I had seen, a place with floating cars and glass towers, now destroyed and filled with terrifying, fast zombies and giant beasts. He didn't think I was crazy. Instead, he explained that I was now a vital national asset. If I could bring back technology or samples from that ruins, it could change our country's future forever. I was terrified to go back, but this time, I wasn't going alone. The government gave me the best gear they had, a nanosuit that claws couldn't tear, a rifle, a combat knife, and a camera to record everything. They even gave me a small white mouse in a cage. Professor Jiang told me it was a test to see if other living things could survive the trip with me. If the mouse lived, we might be able to send more people. Standing on a special platform, surrounded by soldiers saluting me and scientists watching their screens, I felt the weight of my mission. I wasn't just a scared orphan anymore. I was an explorer. Qin Hao told me my only real job was to stay alive. As the clock hit noon and the familiar dizziness returned, I didn't fight it. I stepped into the void, ready to face the wasteland with the power of my nation behind me. I saluted the officers and scientists one last time before the world twisted and I vanished from the platform. When my vision cleared, I was back in the nightmare. The air was thick with the smell of rot, but I didn't panic. I knelt down, gripped my new rifle, and checked my gear. The first thing I saw broke my heart and terrified me. The little white mouse in the cage was gone. In its place was a crushed, bloody lump of flesh. It looked like an invisible giant had squeezed it to death. This was life rejection. It meant I was truly alone. The passage would kill anyone else who tried to follow me. I forced myself to breathe and focus. I had to survive. I heard a growl coming from a bedroom in the abandoned house. A zombie in torn pajamas stumbled out, its face half gone. I remembered what my instructor, Zhang Tai, taught me: be fast and strike the brain. I didn't want to use my gun because the noise would bring a whole horde down on me. Instead, I used my new alloy knife. When the zombie rushed me, I dodged and drove the blade deep into its skull. It felt like a puppet with its strings cut. I felt a surge of pride. For the first time, I had fought back and won. I spent the next hour making the house safe. I set up tripwire grenades at the door and pushed heavy furniture in the way. Once I had a secure shelter, I started my work for the scientists back home. I turned on my chest camera and began an autopsy on the zombie. Its skull was hard as rock, and its brain was filled with a black, jelly-like goo. While cutting into the head, my knife hit something hard. I pulled out a small, black crystal that glowed with a strange purple light. I knew this was a huge discovery. It might be the source of the zombie's power. I carefully bagged the crystal to bring home. Finally, I looked out the window at the dead city. Even in the ruins, I saw old holographic ads flickering in the mist. This world was once so advanced, and now it was just a graveyard. I filmed everything, knowing that every second of footage was a treasure for my country. He saw a suspended light rail, train hanging in midair. Though covered in rust and completely still, its sleek design was still impressive. He also noticed a patrol robot that looked like a drone, now lying in a flower bed by the road, smoke rising from its broken body. Chun Sheng carefully recorded everything, not missing a single detail. He filmed for 2 full hours. Only when his stomach growled in protest did he realize he was hungry. Sitting on the floor, Chun Sheng opened his backpack and took out a self-heating meal, braised beef with rice. As the heating pack activated, the familiar smell spread through the air, cutting through the stench of decay around him. Smells so good. He ate the steaming rice in big bites, chewing each mouthful slowly. With the country backing me up, things really are different now. Compared to the days when he had to eat moldy biscuits during his first journey, this felt like heaven. Night fell. The nights in this ruined world were even more terrifying than the days. The gray mist seemed thicker in the darkness, and from far away came eerie howls that made his skin crawl. Chun Sheng didn't dare turn on a light or start a fire. He crouched in a corner by the window, gripping his rifle tightly, eyes wide open. Thud! A dull sound suddenly broke the silence. Something had hit the window. Chun Sheng's heart jumped. He quickly raised his gun and peeked through a gap in the curtain. In the faint moonlight, he saw a shadow. It was a bird, or rather, a winged creature. About the size of an eagle, it had no feathers, only black scales covering its body. Its eyes glowed faint green, and its mouth was lined with sharp teeth as it clung to the glass, staring straight inside. Did it see me? A chill ran down Chun Sheng's spine. The windows of this building were made of a special material, extremely strong, which was why he dared to stay here. But the creature's eyes were filled with greed and hunger. Thud! 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 The flying beast began to slam its head and claws against the glass in a frenzy. Each impact made a dull sound, as if a heavy hammer were striking Chun Sheng's heart. He didn't dare to move, not even to breathe. He switched his action camera to night vision mode, recording everything. This is valuable information, the creature's aggression and sensing ability. He repeated the words in his mind, trying to use reason and duty to suppress his fear. The beast seemed to have an extremely sharp sense of smell or perception. It was certain that behind the thin, transparent barrier was a living being. Fortunately, the building materials in this world were indeed strong. The creature kept ramming the glass for half an hour, yet not a single appeared. At last, it seemed to lose patience. With a sharp, piercing cry, It flapped its wings and flew off into the dark night. Only after the shadow completely vanished did Chun Sheng realize that his whole body was drenched in sweat. That night, he kept his gun close, leaning against the wall, eyes wide open. In a world full of monsters, sleep was a luxury, and a dangerous one. The next morning, though there was no sunlight, the sky slowly brightened. With dark circles under his eyes, Chun Sheng ate a little to regain his strength. Today, he had a more important mission. Director Qin had ordered him to bring back an electronic device, and this empty house clearly couldn't provide it. He had to go out. Standing by the window, he looked down at the few wandering zombies and took a deep breath. Stick to the plan, he told himself. He remembered Instructor Zhang's last words. If you don't want to be surrounded, learn to create a diversion. Chun Sheng took out 2 grenades and pulled the safety pins. But he didn't throw them right away. He held them for a second. 1. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled the grenades toward a distant street. They traced a graceful arc through the air and landed beside an abandoned car a few hundred meters away. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions went off almost at the same time. Flames shot into the sky, and the deafening sound echoed through the silent city. The effect was immediate. Zombies wandering downstairs and the monsters hiding in the shadows of nearby buildings were all startled. Like sharks smelling blood, they rushed madly toward the source of the explosions. In just 2 minutes, the once dangerous street below became completely empty. Now's the time. Chun Sheng didn't dare to waste a second. He carried only a pistol, with a dagger and a long knife at his waist, and 3 grenades hanging from his belt, light and ready to move. A rifle would be too heavy and slow him down. He dashed out of the building like the wind. 10 minutes, he told himself. That was the time limit calculated by Blue Star's expert team, based on the zombies' speed and hearing range, the safest window to act. If he stayed longer than 10 minutes, the zombies might return, or something even worse might come. Chun Sheng sprinted down the street, scanning the shops on both sides. He couldn't read the signs, but he could guess from the displays. That's a clothing store. Useless. That's a restaurant. No good. Found it. At the end of the street, he spotted a shop with a blue neon sign. Through the broken window, he saw display tables filled with phones and tablets. That was it. Without hesitation, Chun Sheng rushed inside. But as soon as he entered, a strong rotten smell hit him. 5 zombies. They wore matching uniforms, probably the store's staff, now wandering aimlessly between the counters. The explosion had drawn away the ones outside, but these trapped inside hadn't left. When they saw Chun Sheng, they let out excited growls and moved toward him. Let's do this. Chun Sheng's eyes hardened. There was no way back. He raised his gun and fired. Bang! The nearest zombie's head burst, and it fell to the ground. Then he drew his long knife, a specially made alloy blade, sharp and deadly. Chun Sheng bent down quickly, dodging a zombie's attack, and swung his knife in return. A flash of cold light. A rotten head flew into the air. The remaining 3 zombies lunged at him together. Chun Sheng fought while retreating, using the counter as cover, switching between his knife and gun. The narrow space limited the zombies' numbers, but gave him room to move more freely. 2 minutes later, he kicked down the last zombie and drove his knife into its eye. Leaning against the counter, he gasped for breath, his arms trembling from exhaustion. But he couldn't rest. Time was running out. He began searching frantically through the counter. Most of the electronic devices were broken or smashed. Isn't there a single one still working? Then, beside a safe in the corner, he spotted a small black metal box. Scattered around it were some unknown parts. Chun Sheng pried open the box with his dagger. Inside lay a coin-sized chip. It looked old, its surface slightly worn, but its structure was intact. The intricate circuits on it were far beyond anything made on Earth. This is it. Overjoyed, Chun Sheng grabbed the chip and slipped it into his pocket. Mission complete. He checked the time. 7 minutes had passed. Time to go. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the shop and ran back the way he came. When he finally reached the safe house, panting, and pushed the sofa back against the door, he heard heavy footsteps and growls from below. The horde had returned. That was close. Chun Sheng collapsed to the floor, touching the cold chip in his pocket, a relieved smile spreading across his face. It had been worth it. For the next 2 days, he stayed quietly inside, never stepping out again. He organized the recordings from the past few days, documenting everything he had seen and heard, waiting for the moment of return. Until noon on the third day, just as Chun Sheng finished preparing his gear and was ready for transport, something unexpected happened. The ground began to shake violently, as if some enormous creature was drawing near. The earth trembled, like an ancient beast turning over deep beneath the surface. Chun Sheng had been checking the clips on his tactical vest, making final preparations for his return. Hearing the strange noise, he rushed to the window and yanked open the heavy curtains. The sight before him made his blood run cold. The sky had darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun, but a massive shadow falling rapidly from above. It was a flying creature the size of a small passenger plane. Its wings stretched dozens of meters wide, its body covered in black, metallic scales that glimmered faintly in the dim light. Its enormous mouth, wide enough to swallow a truck, was open, lined with rows of sharp, hooked teeth like the blades of a machine. Its target was the very building Chun Sheng was in. He didn't have time to think. His body moved on instinct. He leapt backward, curling up in midair, searching for cover. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the world, like the trumpet of the apocalypse. The once solid skyscraper crumbled like paper under the creature's impact. Steel and concrete shattered under its bite. Glass walls burst into countless sparkling shards that rained down like a storm. Half the floor was gone in an instant. The shockwave flung Chun Sheng like a rag doll, slamming him hard against the wall behind him. Cough! Cough! He felt as if his insides had shifted, a bitter taste rising in his throat. Struggling to lift his head, he saw that the living room had turned into a cliff edge. Broken steel bars jutted out, swaying in the fierce wind. The giant creature was chewing on chunks of concrete and metal, its throat rumbling like thunder. Run! I have to run. The instinct to survive overpowered his fear. The building was going to collapse. Ignoring the pain, Chun Sheng grabbed his fallen rifle and staggered toward the stairwell. By now, the entire skyscraper was in chaos, like a disturbed hornet's nest. Countless zombies lurking in the shadows were awakened by the loud noise. They roared and howled, surging out from every corner like a dark tide. Some lost their footing and fell from broken ledges, clawing helplessly in midair. Others threw themselves madly at the giant beast that had invaded their territory, trying in vain to tear through its tough scales. It was a chaotic battle between monsters, and Chun Sheng was nothing more than a speck of dust struggling to survive in the middle of it. He dashed into the stairwell, sliding his hand along the railing as he ran. A roar echoed. At the corner, 3 zombies suddenly lunged at him. "Get out of my way," Chun Sheng shouted, and his rifle spat out bursts of fire. At this distance, he didn't even need to aim. Bullets tore through the zombies' decayed bodies, splattering dark, foul-smelling blood across the walls. But he didn't stop to fight. Kicking aside the fallen corpses, he kept running down. The building was tilting, the walls creaking with a sharp, grating sound. He didn't know how long he had been running. His lungs burned as if they were on fire. At last, he burst out of the lobby and stumbled into the street filled with rubble. But the nightmare was far from over. A piercing screech came from the sky. The flying beast above seemed unsatisfied with its last bite of concrete. Its huge eyes, glowing faintly green, cut through the dust and locked onto Chun Sheng as he ran. Compared to the rotting zombies, this living, moving human was clearly a more tempting target. With a powerful flap of its wings, it created a violent gust, shaking off the zombies clinging to its body. Then, like a diving bomber, it swooped straight toward Chun Sheng. He glanced back, and his heart nearly stopped. The enormous shadow was growing rapidly, the foul wind from its wings whipping his hair. "Why me? Out of all these zombies, you just have to come after me." He kept running, glancing desperately at the tactical watch on his wrist. 10 minutes left until the teleportation. In this world, 10 minutes was more than enough time to die 100 times. Behind him, besides the flying beast, a pack of fast-moving mutant zombies was closing in. There was no way forward, enemies behind, and death looming above. This was a dead end. Fight! Chun Sheng clenched his teeth, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. If he couldn't escape, then he would take the enemy down with him. He reached for his waist, where his last 3 grenades hung. "Come on." Let's see if you can handle this. He spun around, pulled the pins, and threw all 3 grenades into the air. They traced 3 perfect arcs, flying straight toward the diving beast. Boom, boom, boom. 3 orange fireballs exploded in front of the creature. The deafening blasts sent shockwaves that flipped nearby abandoned cars. Chun Sheng was thrown to the ground, rolling several times before he managed to get up, covered in dust. He looked to the sky with hope, but the next moment, his heart sank completely. As the smoke cleared, the giant beast stood unharmed. Its dark scales bore only faint scorch marks. None had even fallen off. Such ordinary weapons were useless against a creature at the top of the food chain. Instead, the pain only enraged it. The beast let out a furious roar and sped up, its massive claws slicing through the air like the scythe of death, reaching for Chun Sheng's head. The pressure was suffocating. Chun Sheng closed his eyes in despair, his rifle slipping weakly from his hands. It was over. Everything was over. Before his country could rise again, he was about to become food for this monster. Just as the beast's claws were about to touch Chun Sheng's head, a hand suddenly reached out from a dark alley nearby. It was slender and pale, yet filled with surprising strength. The hand grabbed Chun Sheng's wrist and pulled hard. Whoosh! Chun Sheng felt his body lift as a powerful force yanked him sideways into the shadows. Bang! The beast's claws slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. The hard concrete ground shattered instantly, leaving a half-meter-deep crater. Fragments of stone flew in all directions, striking the walls at the alley's entrance with sharp, cracking sounds. Chun Sheng hit the ground heavily. Before he could react, a cold hand covered his mouth tightly. Shoo! A faint scent, mixed with the smell of machine oil and a strange floral fragrance, entered his nose. Chun Sheng's eyes widened, his heart pounding wildly, but he forced himself to stay silent. In the dim light filtering through the alley, he finally saw the person who had saved him. It was a girl. She looked about 17 or 18, yet something about her felt strangely out of place. She wore a dark purple, form-fitting suit made of a material that seemed part synthetic, part organic. Soft blue light flowed across its surface, outlining her graceful yet powerful figure. Her left arm was entirely mechanical. Beneath the silver metal shell, tiny hydraulic rods and gears moved precisely, and a faint glow hinted at a hidden energy blade not yet retracted. A half-covering visor hid her eyes, revealing only a small, straight nose and pale, tightly pressed lips. Her short silver hair gleamed sharply in the darkness. "Hey, human!" A storm of shock rose in Chun Sheng's heart. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with monsters and the undead, where he had long believed no living humans remained, someone had survived. And judging by her equipment, she wasn't just any survivor. She was a warrior armed with advanced technology. This discovery was astonishing, perhaps even more valuable than any data chip he could bring back. Outside the alley, the flying beast, having lost its prey, grew restless. It circled low, its massive wings knocking over streetlights with a screech of twisting metal. Rah! It roared in frustration, sniffing the air for a trace of its target. The girl pressed Chun Sheng firmly against the wall, her breathing so quiet it was almost inaudible. Red warning lights flickered across her visor as she analyzed the creature's movements. Chun Sheng dared not move, letting her hold him still. The action camera on his chest was still faithfully recording, capturing every moment in detail. Even at this life-or-death moment, he instinctively adjusted the angle to make sure every detail of the girl was clearly filmed. It was both his professional duty and a mission for his country. 5 long minutes passed. The giant beast finally seemed to lose patience, or perhaps its attention was drawn to a fiercer battle in the distance. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up a violent gust of wind, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the gray clouds. Only when the heavy pressure completely faded did the girl finally breathe out, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. She released her hand from Chun Sheng's chest, turned around, and the red light on her goggles shifted to a soft blue. "At you %, and?" The girl spoke. Her voice was cool and clear, with a faint electronic tone. But Chun Sheng couldn't understand a single word. It wasn't Chinese, English, or any language known on Earth. It was a complex, melodic language, filled with shifting tones and rhythm. Chun Sheng froze, staring at her in confusion. I don't understand what you're saying. He tried replying in Chinese, pointing to his ear and shaking his head. The girl paused, tilting her head slightly as if studying this strange man. She raised her mechanical left arm, and a faint beam of light scanned over Chun Sheng's body. Beep! A soft sound followed. She seemed to reach some conclusion, her eyes showing a trace of disappointment, or perhaps confusion. Shaking her head, she said nothing more and turned to walk deeper into the alley. After a few steps, she stopped, looked back at Chun Sheng, and extended her right hand, gesturing for him to follow. Chun Sheng hesitated. Follow her. This was a rare chance. If he could make contact with a survivor of this world, countless mysteries might be solved. He glanced at his watch. Less than 30 seconds until the transmission. Wait! Chun Sheng shouted, trying to catch up. The girl seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned around, raising her mechanical left hand as the energy cannon in her palm began to charge. At that moment, 12 hours. The countdown hit 0. Chun Sheng felt his vision blur as the space around him twisted in an instant. The girl's shocked expression, her glowing blue mechanical arm, the dark alley, everything collapsed and stretched, turning into countless streams of light. No! Chun Sheng reached out, trying to grab something, but caught only emptiness. The light from the teleportation platform faded. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His face was covered in dust and blood, and his tactical suit was torn, as if he had just escaped a deadly machine. Quick! Medical team! Qin Hao, who had been waiting, rushed forward and caught the staggering Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng, are you okay? Are you hurt? Qin Hao's voice trembled with worry. Elder Jiang and a group of experts in white coats hurried over, their faces tense. I'm fine. Chun Sheng waved off the stretcher. Ignoring the pain, he tore the action camera from his chest and shoved it into Qin Hao's hands. His eyes shone with a mix of excitement and shock. Chief Qin, there are people. Someone's there. His voice shook, hoarse from lack of air. In that world, there are living people. I saw them. The words hit the command center like thunder, leaving everyone frozen in disbelief. The noisy lab fell silent. Everyone stared at Chun Sheng, wide-eyed. Living people? Are you sure? Qin Hao gripped the camera tightly, his knuckles turning white. I'm sure. It was a girl. She saved me. Chun Sheng gestured wildly as he spoke. She was wearing some kind of high-tech suit. Her arm was mechanical. It could fire lasers. I couldn't understand her language, but I recorded everything. It's all in here. Half an hour later, inside the highest-level conference room of Base Zero, on the huge holographic screen, the video that Chun Sheng had brought back was playing. The footage had been enhanced with advanced technology, making it incredibly clear. In the video, a massive beast was crashing into skyscrapers, blocking out the sky. Chun Sheng was running desperately through the ruins. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Then, the image changed. In a dark alley, a silver-haired girl wearing a purple cyber suit appeared. Stop! Qin Hao gave the order, and the video froze. Dozens of top experts rushed toward the screen like hungry wolves spotting prey. My goodness, look at the material of that outfit. A materials scientist adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. That fluid-like shine, this isn't ordinary fabric. It seems to have some kind of biological activity, able to tighten and harden with the wearer's muscle movements. This is at least 50 years ahead of our current nanosuit technology. And that mechanical arm. A senior mechanical engineer pointed at the girl's left arm, his eyes full of excitement. The flexibility of those joints, the layout of the energy circuits. It's incredible. This completely breaks our existing theories on prosthetic design. If we could get a real sample, our exoskeleton technology could leap forward by an entire era. And here, look at her visor. Elder Jiang pointed to a corner of the screen, his expression serious. The data stream is blurry, but it's clearly performing some kind of real-time tactical analysis. That means their individual combat systems are already highly intelligent. The meeting room buzzed with astonishment and discussion. At first, they had thought that world was just a dead wasteland filled with remnants of advanced technology. But now, the appearance of the girl changed everything. That civilization wasn't completely destroyed. There were survivors, possibly with organized military power and social structure. That meant the nature of their mission had changed. It was no longer simple salvage work. It might become a first contact with another civilization. Where's the language expert? Can we figure out what she's saying? Qin Hao turned to ask. An elderly professor with graying hair shook his head, frowning deeply. It's very difficult, Director Qin. This language has a very unique syllable structure, completely different from Earth's languages. We need more samples, or find a corresponding writing chart. Qin Hao nodded and thought for a moment. First, back up this recording and mark it as top secret. Next, let's discuss other findings. Chen Sheng had already changed into clean clothes and sat at the end of the meeting table. He took out 2 sealed bags from his pocket. One contained a black crystal, and the other held an old, worn chip. This was taken from a zombie's brain. Chen Sheng explained briefly. And this was found in an electronics store. Soon, the expert's initial test report was ready. About this black crystal, a physicist held the report, looking confused. We detected that it contains a very intense and dense form of energy. It doesn't seem like a natural mineral, more like a biological crystal. Some experts believe it is the main power source for zombies. Removing it would make them lose energy. Others think it is a solidified form of dark matter, but we need more high-energy particle experiments to be sure. As for this chip, Professor Li, in charge of electronics, stood up, visibly excited. Qin Bureau, everyone. This chip looks old on the outside, but its internal structure is like a piece of art. Professor Li trembled as he pointed to the microscopic scan on the screen. This is a true photon chip. Its processing speed is theoretically over 1,000 times faster than our best current chips. It also has a very advanced sensory simulation algorithm pre-installed. What does that mean? Qin Hao asked. It means holography. Professor Li's voice rose. If we can this chip, our holographic projection technology will no longer be just light and shadow. It will create a deep, immersive experience, allowing users to feel touch, smell, and even pain as if it were real. If we apply this technology in the military, we can create fully realistic simulated battlefields, helping soldiers gain real combat experience without any danger to their lives. If applied in civilian fields, such as gaming, movies, education, this will be a trillion-dollar supermarket. We will completely dominate the future virtual reality industry and leave the White Eagle country behind. Still playing with VR glasses, the entire meeting room was in an uproar. Everyone realized that this small chip was a key to opening the future. Great. Excellent. Qin Hao suddenly pounded the table, his eyes shining brightly. He turned to Chen Sheng, full of praise and respect. Chen Sheng, you have made a great contribution. The value of this chip is priceless. Old Jiang suggests that all profits from commercial use of this technology should go to you personally. This is also the country's way of rewarding your brave exploration. Chen Sheng was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. He stood up, calm and firm. Director Qin, Old Jiang, I don't understand trillion-dollar markets. I only know that without that gun, without that bulletproof suit, I would have died long ago. My life is given by the country, and these things also belong to the country. I don't want money. If possible, I want all the profits to be donated to the military. Help our frontline soldiers get better equipment and give more compensation to the fallen comrades. That would be more meaningful than giving it to me. After these words, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Then, thunderous applause erupted. Qin Hao looked at the young soldier, his eyes slightly moist. This is the backbone of China. Night fell. The number 0 base was still brightly lit. Chen Sheng, exhausted, lay in the specially prepared rest room and fell into a deep sleep. The black crystal was placed in the most secure safe in the laboratory, surrounded by various monitoring devices. However, strange things happened. At 3 in the morning, just when everyone thought everything was normal, the space inside the laboratory where the safe was suddenly twisted violently. No alarms, no warning. A tiny wormhole appeared out of nowhere inside the safe. It looked like a greedy little mouth, instantly swallowing the glowing black crystal. Zzz. A crackling sound of electricity flashed. The next moment, the wormhole did not disappear. Instead, it began to expand rapidly. Originally the size of a fist, after swallowing the black crystal, it seemed to gain some kind of nourishment and quickly grew into an irregular oval-shaped glowing portal about 1.5 people wide. It floated in midair, emitting a faint blue light, stable and mysterious. Alert! Level 1 alarm. The shrill alarm instantly echoed throughout the base. All the lights turned red immediately, and fully armed Special Forces soldiers rushed out from every corner, aiming their guns at the laboratory. Qin Hao, wearing a military coat, hurried into the control room. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? No, not exactly. The on-duty scientist pointed at the monitor screen, looking pale, as if he had seen a ghost. It's the wormhole. It appeared on its own. And it ate the black crystal. Qin Hao stared fixedly at the stable blue portal on the screen, his mind stirred with shock. It ate the crystal? And then it grew bigger? Yes. Director Qin, this is unbelievable. A physicist who arrived overnight was holding his head, looking overwhelmed. We used to think the wormhole was just a natural space, but now it seems it might have some kind of activity, or perhaps the energy inside the black crystal is the key fuel that sustains and enlarges the wormhole. Does this mean we can control the size and stability of the wormhole by collecting black crystals? This speculation made everyone gasp in shock. If the wormhole can be upgraded, does that mean in the future, not only Chunsheng can travel through it? Could we transport tanks, armored vehicles, even entire armies? The next morning, Chunsheng was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. When he arrived at the laboratory and saw the stable wormhole floating in the air, he was stunned. Did I create this? More precisely, it was your trophy that created it. Qin Hao looked at him with a complex expression. Chunsheng, the situation has changed. The anomaly in the wormhole on your body has shown us more possibilities, but it also brings more unknown risks. Today, your task is very important. At this moment, Elder Bai's hologram appeared on the large screen in the meeting room. The old man's expression remained calm, but his eyes showed seriousness. Comrade Chunsheng. Hello, Commander. Chunsheng immediately stood straight and saluted. The intelligence you brought back yesterday is very important, Elder Bai said slowly. Since that world still has humans and the spark of civilization, we must try to make contact. Today, there are two main tasks. First, taking advantage of the expanded wormhole, we will equip you with heavier firepower. Your range of activity can be slightly increased. Second, search thoroughly for the mysterious girl. If you can't find her, look for the library, school, or any place that might have books. We need to understand their language. This is the first step to communication. As long as we can establish contact, even with just one sentence, it will be a big victory. Yes, I will complete the mission. In the next few hours, Chunsheng underwent hellish training again. Instructor Zhang Tai seemed to realize how serious the situation was and trained even more harshly. Close combat isn't for fighting, but to give you a chance to break free if that mechanical girl catches you. Fire. Be quick. Faster. The monsters in that world won't give you time to aim. Sweat soaked through his uniform. Chunsheng gritted his teeth, falling down again and again, only to get up repeatedly. Finally, it was noon. In front of the teleportation platform, Chunsheng was still fully armed, but this time, his equipment was more luxurious. Besides his standard Type 95 rifle, he carried a foldable mini submachine gun on his back and several special electromagnetic pulse grenades on his thigh, specifically prepared to deal with that mechanical girl. Of course, the cage holding the little white mouse was still hanging at his waist. This was an essential control experiment. Are you ready? Qin Hao asked. Always ready. Chunsheng took a deep breath, his gaze firm. 12 hours. Suddenly, the stable wormhole shone brightly, disappeared from the laboratory, and then appeared behind Chunsheng, instantly engulfing him. Post-apocalyptic world. This time, the teleportation point was not far from the alley where I had just left. The air was still thick and polluted, and faint roars could be heard in the distance. The first thing Chunsheng did after landing was not to look around, but to instinctively glance at the cage on his waist. He wanted to see if the upgraded wormhole could bring living creatures through. However, when he saw what was inside the cage, a cold shiver ran from his feet straight to his head, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy pit. Inside the cage, there was no bloody, torn flesh. The little white mouse had not disappeared. It was still there, but it had been neatly cut into 3 parts: the head, the chest, and the lower body. The cuts were smooth and even, as if made by the most precise laser surgical tool. Not a single drop of blood was spilled, because the blood vessels and tissues at the cut surfaces had been sealed instantly by some force. The mouse's head still looked terrified, eyes wide open, as if it had seen something indescribably frightening before dying. Chen Sheng's hands trembled violently. This was not an explosion or crushing. It was a precise cut, a cut governed by the rules of space. Looks like, even though the road is wider, only the dead can walk this path. Chen Sheng muttered to himself, a wave of indescribable sadness and fear rising in his heart. This was a cursed passage, and he was the only survivor, the only traveler. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear deep inside, and looked up at the dark, deep alley. That was the direction where the girl had disappeared. No matter who you are, whether you're human or ghost, Chen Sheng clenched his gun tightly. I must find you. He unlocked the cage, placed it in the corner, then picked up his miniature submachine gun and turned on the tactical flashlight. The beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the wall covered in moss and dirt. That was the place where the mysterious girl had vanished last time. Chen Sheng's pupils contracted slightly. There was something new on the wall. It was a series of fresh marks, recently carved. They were not made with a knife. The edges looked burnt and blackened by high heat, more like they had been burned away instantly by a powerful laser. Chen Sheng moved closer. These characters or symbols are extremely strange. They are made up of many complex geometric lines, looking like ancient hieroglyphs or detailed circuit diagrams. Each symbol has a cold, logical feeling, but is also confusing and hard to understand. Is this a message? Chen Sheng reached out and gently touched the uneven carvings. His fingertips felt a slight warmth. This suggests that the girl was here not long ago. Did she know she would return? Or is this a warning? Chen Sheng couldn't understand what it meant. He raised his action camera, adjusted the focus, and took pictures of the symbols from all angles. Click, click. The shutter sound echoed in the silence. While taking photos, Chen Sheng quietly spoke into the recorder. Director Qin, Old Jiang, I found new clues at the last evacuation site. There are some symbols on the wall that look like writing, probably left by that mysterious girl. I've recorded everything. When I get back, I want the language experts to decode it quickly. After finishing, Chen Sheng turned off his tactical flashlight. He looked around carefully. Outside the alley, he faintly heard the growls of zombies. They are hungry beasts searching for flesh. Chen Sheng tightened his grip on his gun, his eyes becoming cold and firm. Right now, his main goal isn't to worry about these unreadable symbols. It's to make money. Or rather, to gather energy. The upgrade of the wormhole needs black crystals, and black crystals grow inside those monsters' brains. Let's go. Time to get to work. Chen Sheng licked his cracked lips and darted out of the alley like a hunting leopard. On the street, a few zombies wandered around. They wore tattered clothes, some still showing signs of their former jobs. For example, one zombie dressed as a delivery person, dragging a broken leg and aimlessly hitting a fire hydrant on the roadside. Chen Sheng didn't shoot recklessly. Gunfire would attract more zombies, and that would be dangerous. He drew his special alloy Dao sword from his waist. The blade shimmered with a cold blue glow in the dim light. It was forged from the finest aerospace alloy used by the National Weapons Factory, sharp enough to cut through iron easily. Chen Sheng moved quietly, using abandoned vehicles as cover, silently approaching behind the zombie courier. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Suddenly, Chen Sheng lunged forward. He covered the zombie's mouth and nose with his left hand, and with his right hand, swung the long knife like lightning. Thud, a soft sound. The blade precisely cut into the zombie's neck, severing the spinal cord. The zombie had no chance to struggle. Its body went limp instantly, collapsing like rotten mud. Chen Sheng moved swiftly, without stopping. He crouched down and skillfully pried open the zombie's back of the head with a dagger. Inside a black, gel-like substance, he found a small black crystal about the size of a fingernail. First one, Chen Sheng threw the crystal into a sealed bag, his face cold. The killing continued. Second one. It was a middle-aged man in a suit, perhaps a respectable office worker in life. Now, it was crouched over a skeleton, gnawing on dried flesh and skin. Chen Sheng charged from the side, kicking its knee. A bone snapped. The zombie lost balance and fell to its knees. Chun Sheng drew his knife back and stabbed it fiercely into its eye socket, smashing its brain. Second one, third one, fourth one. As time passed, Chun Sheng's movements became more skilled and mechanical. He was like a precise killing machine in operation. Every swing of the knife, every stab, had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. No unnecessary movements, no extra emotions. Even the disgusting smell of decay seemed to fade into the background. 12th one. This was a female zombie, wearing a torn floral dress. Chun Sheng pressed her against the wall and stabbed his dagger into her temple. In that moment, her dull, grayish eyes stared at Chun Sheng as if seeking relief. Chun Sheng pulled out the dagger, drawing a string of black, foul blood. He gasped for breath and looked at the sealed bag containing the dozen or so black crystals that shimmered with a faint glow. Deep inside, a numb feeling rises that words cannot describe. Is this the end of the world? Chun Sheng wipes the blood from his face and leans against the wall to rest a little. This process of constantly taking life, even when facing monsters, still slowly erodes his nerves. He remembers Qin Hao's words. Only if the wormhole is big enough can the main forces come through. Only with a large army can we establish a safe zone here and truly use the resources to help China. Thinking of this, the confusion in Chun Sheng's eyes disappears, replaced by a firm flame. For the country, he whispers this, then slips the sealed bag deep into his tactical backpack. The hunting mission was more than completed. Next is to find the spark of civilization. Just as Chun Sheng turns to leave and his figure disappears around the street corner, on top of an abandoned billboard less than 50 meters away, a purple silhouette sits quietly. That mysterious girl with short silver hair and a mechanical limb. She hasn't left. Since Chun Sheng reappeared, she has been secretly watching this strange, primitive. Munan's left eye is covered with a tactical visor, now flickering with faint blue data streams. She is analyzing Chun Sheng. Target's vital signs are stable, adrenaline levels slightly high. Weapon system analysis. Basic chemical energy weapon, gun, high-density cold weapon, alloy knife. Fighting style. Efficient, cold, with basic tactical knowledge, but lacking auxiliary computing core. Munan tilts her head, a look of confusion on her delicate, porcelain-like face. This man is too strange. In an era long past the use of gunpowder weapons, the gun he holds, like a fire-starting stick, is practically an antique. It's something you'd only see in the Dark Age exhibit at a history museum. The loud, bang bang bang, sounds are frighteningly loud but terribly inefficient. And his way of killing zombies, using a knife to cut? In this age where a shock dagger can shatter molecular structures, he's still using the most primitive physical cutting method? Barbarian? Munan's mind suddenly thought of this word. However, the savage man was wearing a protective suit made of an unknown material, but with a very advanced design. There was also a small black box hanging on his chest, a sports camera. Although its structure was simple, the lens was surprisingly finely crafted. Where exactly did he come from? Munan's eye showed a hint of curiosity. She watched Chun Sheng's back as he walked away. His mechanical left arm slightly lifted, fingers gently tapping the air. Behind him, the thruster emitted a faint blue stream of gas. She moved quietly like a light cat, following him without making a sound. She wanted to see what this man, who carried primitive weapons but could easily hunt mutants, was planning to do. Chun Sheng didn't realize he had a tail behind him. He was following Bai Lao's instructions, searching the city for a building similar to a library. The city was incredibly large. Skyscrapers lined up, each towering into the sky, seeming to pierce the clouds. But most buildings had been damaged by war and time, looking very broken. After turning 2 blocks, he reached a relatively open square. In front of him stood a huge building. It was a sleek, silver-white tower with a streamlined shape. Even after the apocalypse, its exterior remained remarkably clean, without a speck of dust. The material and technology used were almost unbelievable. At the top of the tower, there was a large holographic projection ring. Although damaged, it still flickered with a few incomplete symbols. Chun Sheng couldn't understand them, but the shapes looked very much like an open book. This is the place, Chun Sheng thought happily. This sci-fi-style building, along with the symbol, was very likely the city's knowledge center. He carefully looked around. A few zombies wandered in the square, but they were far from the entrance. Chun Sheng crouched low and quickly moved through the abandoned vehicles, slipping into the building's first-floor lobby. The lobby was very spacious. The dome ceiling was dozens of meters high, and light shone through special light-guiding materials, making the interior not dark. There were no bookshelves, and no paper books. Countless transparent crystal pillars are arranged here, each containing faint points of light. Is this the future library? Chun Sheng was stunned by what he saw. He carefully approached a pillar. The surface of the pillar was smooth and mirror-like, with no buttons. As soon as his hand touched the pillar, a soft sound was heard. The points of light inside the pillar suddenly lit up, and countless data streams spun rapidly within the crystal. Next, a series of virtual books made of light and shadow floated in front of Chun Sheng. He reached out to grab them, but his hand passed through the images. Is this a hologram? He felt a bit disappointed. If it was just a hologram, he couldn't take it with him. The country needs real objects, things that can be analyzed and studied. At that moment, his eyes fell on a groove below the pillar. Inside, there was something that looked like a pair of glasses. Silver frame, lenses that appeared semi-transparent black, with a very futuristic design. Chun Sheng's mind moved. He picked up the glasses, which felt extremely light, as if they had no weight. Is this a reader? After looking around to confirm he was temporarily safe, he took a deep breath and put the glasses on. The moment he wore the glasses, the world changed. The dilapidated hall disappeared instantly. Instead, a lush, fragrant forest appeared. Sunshine shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brushed his face. Chun Sheng could even feel the warmth of the sunlight on his skin and smell the fresh scent of earth in the air. Wow! Chun Sheng was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. This was not just visual. Touch and smell were also simulated. Is this the holographic immersive technology that Qin Hao and others dream of? The scene began to shift. A gentle electronic voice sounded in his ears. Although Chun Sheng couldn't understand the language, the visuals were the best explanation. He saw tall buildings rising from the ground, flying cars zipping through the sky. He saw humans overcoming diseases, greatly extending their lifespans. He saw massive interstellar ships heading into deep space, colonizing Mars, and exploring the galaxy. This is a glorious and brilliant civilization. Powerful, confident, as if capable of anything. However, suddenly, the scene changes. The sky turns blood red. An unknown virus breaks out, and living creatures begin to mutate. Huge cracks spread through the city, and countless fierce monsters emerge from underground. The battle begins. Mechs are torn apart, and warships fall. The once glorious civilization collapses into ruins within just a few decades. Chun Sheng watches like an outsider, witnessing the rise and fall of a civilization from its peak to its depths. The grand sense of tragedy leaves him unable to focus for a long time. Such a pity. Chun Sheng takes off his glasses, with tears in the corner of his eyes. Back in reality, he still sees the cold ruins of the hall. All that just now feels like a dream. But these glasses are real. This thing must be brought back. Chun Sheng is so excited that his hands tremble. These glasses hold not only history, but also the technological achievements of this civilization. As long as he takes them back, Chinese scientists can reverse engineer countless advanced technologies. He quickly opens his tactical backpack and carefully places the glasses into a shockproof bag. Then he begins searching other columns. Fortunately, he finds 3 more similar glasses and several crystal chips that look like storage disks. Great haul. Chun Sheng stuffs all these treasures into his backpack, feeling a deep sense of achievement. Just as he is about to leave, beep. Warning. Intruder. Warning. A shrill alarm suddenly sounds in the hall. Red warning lights flash wildly. Chun Sheng's face changes drastically. He quickly raises his rifle. Who's there? Click, click, click. A wall in the corner of the hall suddenly flips over. A menacing-looking robot slides out. It has only an upper body. The lower body is a hovering device. Its 2 mechanical arms are not equipped with familiar gun barrels, but with 2 high-energy arc emitters. This is a security robot. Even battered and covered in rust, it still faithfully follows its last orders. Eliminate. Intruders. The robot emitted intermittent electronic sounds. Next moment. Zap. A blue electric arc snapped like a whip toward him. It was incredibly fast. Chun Sheng instinctively rolled to the side. Snap. The electric arc struck the crystal pillar he had just been standing on. The hard crystal pillar shattered instantly, debris flying everywhere. Wow! Chen Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. Its power was much stronger than his microblaster. He raised his gun and fired a burst at the robot. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets hit the robot's shell, sparks flying, making a sharp clinking sound. But they only left a few shallow white marks, causing no real damage. Bulletproof? Chen Sheng felt hopeless. How can I fight this? The robot seemed to get angry. Its two mechanical arms lit up at the same time, ready to strike. Chen Sheng clenched his teeth and reached for the grenade at his waist. This was his last card. Just then, at a critical moment, a purple figure leapt down from the second-floor railing like a ghost. Boom! She landed steadily between Chen Sheng and the robot, kneeling on one knee, causing the ground to in a circle. It was the mysterious girl who had been following him. Seeing the girl, the robot paused slightly. The girl stood up and walked toward the out-of-control robot with a blank expression. She didn't attack or dodge. She simply raised her left hand slowly, revealing a bracelet on her wrist that emitted a gentle glow. Recognition code: Alpha 001. Access level: highest. Moonin spoke coldly. The robot's red glowing electronic eyes scanned the bracelet. 1 second later, the red light went out, replaced by a compliant green light. Command: confirmed. Welcome back. Commander. The robot retracted its electric arc emitter and slowly withdrew into a hidden compartment in the wall. The alarm stopped abruptly. The hall returned to silence. Chen Sheng, holding the grenade, froze in place, still in the throwing stance. He looked at the slender figure, his throat dry. Is this what technology can do? A tough metal ball he couldn't move with all his strength was easily handled with a single sentence. The girl turned around. Behind her goggles, her eyes quietly looked at Chen Sheng. Their gazes met in the air. One was a fully armed Earth special soldier with a gun. The other was a wasteland native wearing cybernetic implants and controlling advanced technology. This scene was full of strong contrast and dramatic tension. Chen Sheng awkwardly put away his grenade, slung his submachine gun behind him, and raised his hands to show he meant no harm. Thank you, Chen Sheng said in Chinese, forcing an awkward smile. My name is Chen Sheng, from, very far away. He pointed to himself, then to the sky, trying to show the idea of another world. The girl tilted her head. She clearly didn't understand Chinese. She looked at Chen Sheng's funny movements, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. At UN%. She said something. Chen Sheng looked confused. Huh? What did you say? The girl sighed. It seemed she gave up on speaking and directly extended her mechanical left hand, making a follow me gesture. Then she turned and walked toward the deeper hall. Chen Sheng hesitated. Should he follow? What if it's a trap? What if she's taking him to a lab for experiments? But then, the faces of Lao Bai and Qin Hao appeared in his mind. Contact. Communication. Even just a word. Chen Sheng clenched his teeth. If he didn't take the risk, how could he get the reward? For the country, he was willing to try. Wait for me. Chen Sheng shouted and quickly followed. The wall next to the ticket machine suddenly cracked open, revealing a hidden elevator. The two of them stepped into the elevator. With a feeling of weightlessness, the elevator began to descend rapidly. Chen Sheng watched the numbers on the display screen jump constantly. 50 meters underground. 200 meters underground. 500 meters underground. Wow, so deep, Chen Sheng quietly marveled. Finally, the elevator doors opened. Chen Sheng felt as if she had traveled to another world. It was a huge underground space filled with a strong cyberpunk style. Everywhere were messy cables and pipes, and the walls were covered with various mechanical parts and weapons that Chen Sheng couldn't name. In the center was a large workbench, piled with glowing screens and assembled prosthetic limbs. The air smelled of machine oil and ozone. This was her home and her workshop. The girl walked to the workbench, took off her goggles, revealing her striking heterochromatic eyes. Her left eye was deep blue, and her right eye was her original amber color. She was stunningly beautiful. She rummaged through a messy drawer for a while and took out a small metal box. She opened the box, revealing 2 blue capsules inside. Moonin picked up one capsule and handed it to Chen Sheng. Eat it. She pointed at the capsule and then at Chen Sheng's mouth. Chen Sheng looked at the glowing capsule, feeling nervous. It looked like a battery. Can I eat this? Could it be poison? Or some kind of nanobomb control chip? Seeing Chun Sheng hesitating, Moonin frowned. She picked up the other capsule and directly put it in her mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. Then she opened her mouth to show she had eaten it and was still alive. She handed the remaining capsule to Chun Sheng again, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. If you want to eat, eat. If not, forget it. Chun Sheng forced a smile. At this point, if she wanted to kill him, it would just take a finger. There was no need for poison. Fine, I'll just die then. Chun Sheng tilted his head back and swallowed the capsule. Once inside, the capsule dissolved instantly. A cool sensation spread down his throat, followed by a slight stabbing pain deep in his brain. It's like countless tiny currents jumping between nerve synapses. Buzz. Chun Sheng shook his head, feeling as if a strange thin film had formed inside his ears. Now, can you understand me? A cold voice came through. No longer garbled sounds, but clear, well-spoken words, like they were directly translated into his mind. Chun Sheng suddenly looked up, shocked, and stared at Moon Nan. I can understand now. He blurted out. The girl raised an eyebrow, sitting in a chair, crossing her long legs, and examining Chun Sheng from head to toe. This is a neural link translator. It can temporarily build a language bridge. It only works for 24 hours. Her voice was pleasant, with a hint of laziness. Now, answer my questions. Her eyes suddenly sharpened. Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you have this long-extinct gunpowder weapon? Why are there no signs of radiation mutation on your body? A series of questions bombarded Chun Sheng like a rapid fire. His heart tightened. This was an interrogation. He absolutely must not reveal Earth's existence. If this world finds out there's a resource-rich, beautiful parallel world, who knows if they would start a cross-dimensional war just to survive? With their level of technology, Earth wouldn't stand a chance. Chun Sheng took a deep breath, showing a confused expression. I don't remember. When I woke up, I was in ruins, holding these things in my hands. All I have in my mind is the instinct to survive. Everything else is blank. Chun Sheng activated his acting skills, covering his head with both hands, looking pained. The girl squinted, staring intently at Chun Sheng's subtle expressions. She clearly didn't believe him. Amnesia? Such a tired, old excuse. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled. But she had scanned him and confirmed that Chun Sheng's brain showed no signs of being implanted with a chip. Moreover, although his equipment was outdated, his eyes were clear, unlike a vicious, desperate wanderer. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. The girl didn't press further. In this apocalyptic world, everyone has secrets. As long as he doesn't pose a threat to her, she's too lazy to get involved. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a loud stomach growl suddenly broke the silence, sounding very out of place. Chun Sheng blushed and covered his stomach. He had been outside for most of the day, fighting intensely, and was now very hungry. The girl paused for a moment. Then a playful smile appeared on her face. Hungry, she casually grabbed a dark piece of food from the table and threw it to Chun Sheng. Eat it. Chun Sheng looked at it and saw it was a hard, coal-like biscuit with a strong, unpleasant smell. What is this? He asked, frowning. High-protein compressed biscuit, she replied calmly. Made from mutant insect and worm powder. One piece can last a day. Ugh. Chun Sheng almost gagged. Mutant bugs? Is this really food? I won't eat this, he said firmly, placing the biscuit back on the table with a look of disgust. It's good to have something to eat, even if it's not perfect, he thought. The girl rolled her eyes, thinking he was being too picky. Chun Sheng ignored her teasing. He took off his backpack and unzipped it. Let me show you what real food looks like. He pulled out 2 red instant noodle bowls, beef-flavored. He also took out a small portable water heater. The girl leaned in curiously. What's that? A new kind of explosive? Seeing the bright red paper bowl, she instinctively thought it was some kind of weapon. Watch this. Chun Sheng smiled mysteriously. He tore open the package and poured in the seasoning. As the sauce packet was squeezed out, a faint aroma of oily spices filled the air. The girl sniffed the air. Then Chun Sheng poured boiling water into the bowl and covered it. 3 minutes. Those 3 long minutes. As steam rose, the rich, powerful smell of braised beef instantly filled the entire basement, bursting out with a force that seemed to the soul. In this post-apocalyptic world filled with decay, oil, and the smell of insects, This rich aroma filled with artificial flavors, fats, and carbohydrates was almost like a biochemical weapon of temptation. The girl froze in surprise. Her pupils widened instantly, and her throat involuntarily swallowed. Glug! That was the sound of her unintentional gulp. She stared tightly at the steaming paper bucket, as if it were a rare treasure. What? What does it smell like? The girl's voice trembled. There was no record of this smell in her genetic memory. It was so delicious. It was so tempting it made her want to cry. Chun Sheng lifted the lid, and steam rose up. He picked up a forkful of noodles, blew on them, and asked with a smile, "Want to try some?" He looked at Moon Nan, who was already staring blankly, and asked happily. The girl nodded desperately, her short silver hair flying with her movement, completely losing her previous cool goddess image. Right now, she looked like a hungry kitten waiting to be fed. Here, Chun Sheng handed her the instant noodles. She snatched them eagerly, ignoring how hot they were, and started eating quickly. Huff huff. So hot. So tasty. Delicious. The chewy noodles and rich broth instantly conquered her taste buds. She gobbled them up without chewing much, swallowing them directly. Even when her eyes watered from the heat, she refused to stop eating. In less than 2 minutes, the entire bowl of noodles, including the soup, was finished, not a drop of oil left. Burp. Moon Nan let out a loud burp without caring about her image, slumping into her chair with a look of pure happiness. This is divine food, she muttered softly. Then she suddenly sat upright, her eyes fixed intensely on Chun Sheng's backpack. Do you have more? She reached out confidently, asking for more. Chun Sheng smiled. The fish was hooked. In this resource-scarce world, technology might not be valuable, but delicious food was priceless. Yes, I do. Chun Sheng slowly took out a bottle of cola, twisted open the cap, and heard the fizzing sound of bubbles releasing. Let's make a deal. Chun Sheng took a sip of cola, enjoying the fizzy sensation bursting in his mouth. A deal? The girl's eyes sharpened. What do you want? I'll give you food, instant noodles, sausage, canned goods, chocolate, even real meat. Chun Sheng's voice was tempting. And you, give me technology. I need chips, holographic tech, advanced materials, or historical data from your world. One piece of technology for a good meal. What do you think? This is a good deal, right? The girl was silent. She looked at the black bubbling liquid in Chun Sheng's hand and remembered the taste of beef noodles lingering in her mouth. Is it a good deal? Those broken chips are just trash everywhere. But this delicious food is a rare luxury that money can't buy. This is simply too good a deal. Deal. The girl slapped the table and agreed generously. My name is Moon Nan, a senior mechanic. She introduced herself seriously for the first time. I'm Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng also extended his hand. Here, take this as a deposit. He handed her the half-drunk cola. Moonin took the cola carefully and took a small sip. The sharp bubbles and sweet, rich flavor immediately hit her brain. Tastes great. Moonin squinted, showing a look of bliss. I read in ancient books that 1,000 years ago, during the Golden Age, there was a drink called Happy Watered. I never thought I'd get to drink it in my lifetime. Hearing this, Chun Sheng's heart suddenly jolted. 1,000 years ago? The Golden Age? It seems the history of this world is more broken than I thought. And Earth might just be a reflection of their world from 1,000 years ago. Their hands clasped firmly in the air. You want technology? Moonin stood in front of her workbench, a confident smile on her face. She turned around and tapped a few times on what looked like an ordinary metal wall. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the dull sound of gears meshing, the wall slowly slid open from both sides. A small hidden storage room was revealed behind it. Come in and pick what you want, country bumpkin, Moonin said casually, waving her hand. Chun Sheng took a deep breath and stepped inside. The next second, his eyes widened instantly, pupils contracting sharply, almost stopping his breath. This wasn't just a storage room. It was like an undiscovered treasure of technology. On the shelves, there were all kinds of strange items Chun Sheng had never seen before. There were tiny drones floating in midair, glowing faint blue even when turned off. There were uniquely shaped exoskeleton suits, some damaged, but their sleek design and precise hydraulic parts still showed a kind of powerful beauty. In the corner, there were even a few laser gun-like weapons, with lenses that sparkled like diamonds. Are these all defective products? Chun Sheng asked, trembling as he pointed at the pile. If these items were on Earth, just one could drive top scientists crazy. Of course, Moonan said nonchalantly, leaning against the doorframe, playing with a metal nut. The anti-gravity module of that drone is burnt out and can't be fixed. The neural link of that exoskeleton is short-circuited. Wearing it would make you paralyzed. As for those energy guns, the power cores are long gone. They're too light, even to nuts. She said this with a look of disgust. In this terrible place, these things can't be eaten or drunk. If I weren't here to take some parts to fix my arm, I would have thrown them away as trash long ago. Chen Sheng swallowed hard. What a waste. It was such a waste. He fought to hold back the urge to clear out everything here, trying to stay calm. His backpack was limited, and he didn't bring much food. Moonan, Chen Sheng turned around, looking at her sincerely. I don't have much food left now, just enough for a few days. Can we postpone the deal for now? Next time I return from my hometown, I will bring you a whole box of instant noodles, and something even tastier than noodles. Moonan raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flashing in her mismatched eyes. Something tastier than noodles? Are you sure you're not joking? Chen Sheng patted his chest to assure her. I promise I'm not joking. In our place, there's also a magic device called self-heating hot pot. No fire, no electricity needed. Just a little cold water, and you can enjoy boiling spicy beef, crispy lotus root slices, and soft potatoes. As Chen Sheng described it, Moonan's throat started to feel uncomfortably moist again. Deal, she decisively agreed, even more eager than Chen Sheng. You can pick whatever trash you want from that warehouse, but on one condition. You have to bring that hot pot next time. No problem. Chen Sheng smiled triumphantly. He took out a box of self-heating hot pot from his backpack, prepared for emergencies. To show my sincerity, I'll let you try this first. But I have a condition. Chen Sheng shook the box in his hand. While eating, tell me about this world. I want to know what exactly has happened here. Then what happened? He couldn't help asking. Then, Moonan's eyes darkened, and he stopped eating with his chopsticks. Then, we encountered another civilization. Nobody knows their name. They only call themselves the divine race. Our fleet was like little kids with water guns challenging fully armed special forces. In just one encounter, our ocean fleet was completely destroyed. Then, they released a virus onto our planet. Moonan took a deep breath, his voice turning cold and sharp. Code name, Extinction. It's not just a virus, but also a genetic lock. It quickly infected 90% of living creatures worldwide. Humans turned into zombies, animals into strange beasts. The scariest part is that this virus locked our mental limits. Due to the virus's radiation, even surviving scientists became dull-minded, with no creativity left. We can no longer develop advanced technology, only patch up old inventions. That's why, after more than 100 years, we haven't fought back. Instead, we live like rats. After hearing this, Chen Sheng was silent for a long time. A deep sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. It turns out that the so-called end of the world isn't just natural disasters, but also human-made. It's an attack from advanced civilization on lower civilizations. What exactly is this so-called divine race capable of? If Earth were discovered by them? Chen Sheng didn't dare to think further. Cold sweat soaked his back. So, how did you survive? Chen Sheng asked. Moonan shrugged and kept eating hot pot. Just lucky. The virus mutated during transmission, and a few humans developed antibodies. We survivors are called orphans. Although we don't turn into zombies, our birth rate is very low, and we're always at risk of being eaten by monsters. That's why I was so surprised to see you. Moonan looked up and stared deeply at Chen Sheng. Your genes are very pure, with no traces of any viruses. It's like from the golden age before that virus outbreak. Chen Sheng felt a tightness in his chest and said nothing. He silently remembered every word Moonan said. This is not only the history of this world, but also a heavy warning for Earth. Being backward really means getting beaten, and being beaten to extinction. Over the next 3 days, Chen Sheng acted like a curious student, always following Moonan. He needed to learn everything about this world. Not just big history, but also small daily details. Because he knew that in the future, if the country wanted to develop here, these everyday knowledge would be the most valuable survival guide. Although Moonan was sharp-tongued, he was almost open about everything when it came to food. Look at that. Munan pointed to a moss emitting a faint purple glow in the corner of the ruins. That's called glow moss. Don't touch it. Its spores contain strong nerve toxins. Breathing in a little can cause hallucinations, making you think you're a mushroom. Then you just stand there waiting to die. Qinshen quickly wrote it down in his notebook and took a photo. And that, Munan pointed at a gray cloud floating in the distant sky. That's acid rain cloud. It moves very fast, and because it contains high concentrations of industrial waste acid, if it hits you, your clothes will be ruined in less than 10 minutes. If the cloud turns dark red, find shelter quickly. Even if it means crawling into a sewer, it's better than staying outside. This is purified water tablets. Munan threw Chunsheng a small pill. Most surface water in this world can't be drunk. It's contaminated with heavy metals hundreds of times over the limit. If you want water, you must filter it with this or find deep underground water. Remember, don't trust any water that looks clear. The clearer it is, the more toxic it might be. Besides that, Munan also taught Chunsheng how to identify mutated beast droppings to judge territory boundaries, how to use discarded electronic parts to make simple alarm devices, how to track zombie movement to predict the zombie tide. All these skills are blood and tears experiences Munan gained from over 10 years of fighting in this. Chunsheng felt like he had found a treasure. He even used a memory card to record the entire explanation given by Munan. This will become a required lesson for future Special Forces team members. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, noon on the fourth day was approaching. According to the usual schedule, Chunsheng was about to leave. He had already packed his bag. Inside were the spoils of this trip. A mechanical left arm discarded by Munan, with some worn joints, but a fully intact core circuit board, making it very valuable for research. A pair of tactical goggles with night vision, thermal imaging, and basic tactical analysis functions. The holographic glasses he took from the library, and dozens of heavy black crystals. I'm leaving now. Chunsheng slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood at the exit of the basement. Munan held the last half bottle of cola, feeling a bit reluctant. Are you really leaving? When will you come back next time? And don't forget my hot pot. Chunsheng smiled. Don't worry, I won't forget. Maybe. In about 3 days, he checked the time. 11:50, 10 minutes left. I'll see you out. Munan stood up and put on her combat suit. The two walked out of the underground shelter and returned to the ruined street above ground. Chunsheng chose a relatively open square as the teleportation point. Right here, he stopped. Munan, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. If it weren't for you, I might have already been eaten by that flying beast. Munan turned her head away and snorted. Stop being so sentimental. I only say that because of the hot pot. Just then, roar. A sharp, piercing roar broke the farewell atmosphere. A small, cheetah-sized mutated creature leapt out from the nearby ruins. It had no fur, its red muscles exposed, and 2 long tails with sharp bone spines at the tips. This was a small mutant beast called the twin-tailed hunter. It was very fast and extremely fierce. Watch out, Munan shouted, and her energy cannon instantly charged. Don't move. Let me handle this. Chunsheng shouted loudly, stopping Munan. He glanced at the time. 5 minutes left. This is a great chance for real combat practice. He wanted to test the fighting skills he had learned from Munan these days, as well as the power of his tactical goggles. Chunsheng put on the goggles, and his view changed instantly. The red thermal image outlined the shape of the strange beast, and a simple data analysis appeared beside it. Target, fast-moving object, weak point prediction, abdomen, throat. Chunsheng took a deep breath, raised his Type 95 rifle, and with his left hand, held a high-explosive grenade. Come on, beast! The strange beast roared and lunged at him, moving as fast as a red lightning bolt. Chunsheng calmly rolled to the side, avoiding the deadly attack. Bang! 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 He fired while rolling, hitting the beast's side abdomen precisely, causing a spray of blood. The beast, in pain, became even more frantic, swinging its tail. The 2 tails swung like steel whips toward Chunsheng. He didn't resist directly, but used the surrounding cover to move skillfully. He stopped behind a broken stone pillar, unlocked the grenade's safety. 3, 2, 1. Just as the beast circled around the pillar, Chunsheng released his grip and threw the grenade. Boom. The explosion nearby knocked the beast to the ground. Its abdomen was blown open, spilling internal organs everywhere. Without hesitation, Chun Sheng rushed forward, drew a metal-long knife, and stabbed it fiercely into the beast's throat. The fight was over. Clean and quick. Moonin watched from the side, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not bad, Savage. You're improving quickly, Chun Sheng panted, wiping sweat from his face. He skillfully cut open the beast's brain and took out a large black crystal, much bigger than a zombie's brain. This piece looks good, he smiled, glanced at his watch. 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Chun Sheng stood straight, tidied his gear. Moonan, goodbye. He waved goodbye to Moonan, waiting for that familiar feeling of dizziness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was exactly noon. The time had come. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged. The ruins were still ruins, and the gray sky still looked heavy. The familiar blue light did not appear, and he did not feel himself being pulled away. Chun Sheng's smile froze on his face. His heartbeat skipped a beat. What was happening? Why was there no teleportation? Could he have misremembered the time? Impossible. His tactical watch was specially made, with an error margin of no more than 0.01 seconds. Could it be the wrong location? Also unlikely. It was right nearby last time. A wave of intense panic flooded his mind, quickly overwhelming Chun Sheng's reason. How could this happen? How could this be? His face turned pale, and cold sweat soaked his back instantly. Could he not go back? Was he abandoned in this? Or was the teleportation system malfunctioning? If so, then he might be stuck here forever, turning into a skeleton among the ruins. What's wrong with you? Moonin noticed Chun Sheng's abnormal behavior. She looked at his terrified expression and asked with confusion, Aren't you leaving? Why are you still here? Chun Sheng opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. His throat felt blocked by something. That fear of the unknown, homesickness, and despair over the failed mission intertwined, almost breaking him. Meanwhile, on Earth, Number 0 Temporary Research Command Center. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Qin Hao stared fixedly at the teleportation platform, his eyes bloodshot. Old Jiang tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, his knuckles turning white from the force. The countdown on the big screen had already reached 0. 12 hours and 5 minutes. That familiar blue portal did not light up. Chun Sheng had not returned. What's going on? Tech team, check it for me. Qin Hao suddenly slammed the table, his voice hoarse as he shouted. Report. Energy monitoring shows that the wormhole is in an extremely unstable fluctuation state. The technician's voice was trembling with emotion. It might be the energy backlash from the black crystal, causing the portal to close temporarily. Temporarily? How long? I don't know. It could be a few hours, or it could be forever. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's hearts felt heavy. Chun Sheng was not just a soldier. He was the only hope, the bridge connecting two worlds. If he couldn't return, all their efforts would be in vain. More importantly, they would lose a hero. Don't panic. At this moment, the always silent White Lao stood up. His voice, though old, carried a steady, calming strength. White Lao looked around with a firm gaze. The only thing we can do now is wait, believe in Chun Sheng, and trust our research team. Increase energy monitoring of the wormhole, and once there's a chance, guide the coordinates immediately, back in the apocalyptic world. Chun Sheng sat on the ground, arms wrapped around his head, eyes empty. The feeling of being abandoned by the world almost made him break down. Hey, Savage! A mechanical hand gently patted his shoulder. Moonin squatted in front of him, her eyes showing rare concern. Although I don't know what trouble you're in, but sitting here is a dead end. Your heartbeat is fast, your blood pressure is high, you're scared. Chun Sheng looked up at Moonan. I'm not afraid of death. His voice was hoarse. I'm afraid that I may never return to that place with blue skies, white clouds, braised pork, and someone waiting for me. I still have tasks unfinished, promises unfulfilled. Moonan was silent for a moment. She reached out and pulled Chun Sheng up. If you can't go back, then live first. Let's go, back to my base. Your arm is injured. That beast just now tore your protective suit. Chun Sheng looked down and saw a deep wound on his left arm, blood seeping out. Just now, I was so nervous that I forgot the pain. Okay. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and forced himself to stand up. Fear is useless. As long as I am alive, there is hope. Back at the underground base, Moonin opened a transparent, sci-fi-looking pod. Lie down. Chen Sheng obeyed and lay inside. As the hatch closed, a gentle green light scanned his body. Then, a cool mist sprayed onto his wound. Chen Sheng was surprised to see that the fierce wound was healing visibly fast. Muscle tissue regenerated, and the skin closed up. In just 10 minutes, the wound was reduced to a faint pink scar. Is this real flesh and bones? Chen Sheng was once again amazed by the medical technology of this world. If this technology could be brought back, it would save many soldiers' lives. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up with renewed determination. I can't die? Absolutely cannot die. With so many good tools in hand, even if I have to crawl, I will crawl back. On the 4th day, Chen Sheng was still trapped in this world, but he was no longer as panicked as yesterday. He began to organize his thoughts, trying to analyze why he couldn't teleport. He took out a large piece of black crystal taken from the brain of the two-tailed hunter. Moonan, what do you call this thing? Moonan glanced and casually said, Black crystal. This is the source of those mutants' mutations and their power. About a few decades ago, the last scientific institute developed a device called the Black Crystal Converter, which can turn this into pure electrical energy. Most of the energy in my base now comes from this. Besides being used as batteries, it has no other purpose. Chen Sheng's mind moved. Only Blue Star knows that black crystal can expand wormholes. It seems there is a knowledge gap between the two worlds. He didn't tell Mu Nin the truth, just silently stored the black crystal away. Maybe, because the wormhole devoured the black crystal brought last time, causing energy overload or a change in quality. That's why he stayed an extra day? If that is the case, then as soon as the energy stabilizes or reaches a certain threshold, he can go back. This idea gave Chen Sheng new hope. Time once again returned to noon. In the basement, a man and a woman have been together for 4 days. In this apocalyptic world where death is always possible, the suspension bridge effect is amplified infinitely. Mu Nin looked at Chen Sheng, who was organizing equipment, with a complicated expression. Although this man has no powerful prosthetic limbs or clever helper brains, his resilience, his dedication to his hometown, and his skill in making instant noodles all made her long cold mechanical heart beat a little again. Chen Sheng, Mu Nin suddenly spoke. Huh. Chen Sheng looked up. Mu Nin stepped forward and stood in front of him, less than 10 centimeters apart. Chen Sheng could even smell a faint oil scent and a unique subtle fragrance from her. She tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Chen Sheng's neck, and clumsily pressed her cool yet soft lips against his. Chen Sheng's mind went blank. He widened his eyes, feeling the touch of her lips. It was a little sweet, like cola, a little spicy like hot pot, and a little heart-fluttering. He instinctively reached out to hold Mu Nan's waist. But just as their lips touched, and the romantic atmosphere reached its peak, buzz, the space behind Chen Sheng suddenly twisted violently. A huge blue vortex appeared out of nowhere. A powerful suction force erupted instantly. Wow! Chen Sheng could only shout in surprise. He was in as if pulled by a toilet, instantly drawn into a wormhole. Chen Sheng, Mu Nan was startled by this sudden change, instinctively reaching out to grab him. But she missed. That man, along with the wormhole, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Only Mu Nan was left standing there, touching her lips, looking confused. Is this the power of a kiss? Just one kiss and it's gone. Earth, command post no. 24 hours have passed. Everyone was already feeling hopeless. Even Qin Hao was beginning to write a eulogy for Chen Sheng in his mind. At that moment, on the teleportation platform, the normally dull monitoring device suddenly emitted a loud, sharp beeping sound. Energy reaction. High energy reaction. The wormhole is opening. Everyone suddenly looked up. They saw a blue light flash on the teleportation platform. A figure staggered out of the light. Ouch! Chen Sheng sat down the ground, clutching his backpack tightly. I'm back. I'm back. Chen Sheng looked at the familiar faces around him, at the bright overhead lights, and smelled the disinfectant in the air. He had never felt such closeness before. Chen Sheng, Qin Hao was the first to rush over, pulling him up and hugging him tightly. You little guy, you scared me to death. This tough man's voice was actually a little choked with emotion. Old Jiang, Old Bai, and all the researchers gathered around. Applause, cheers, and tears filled the underground base. You're back. You're back. Old Bai held Chun Sheng's hand, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Report to the leader. Chun Sheng wiped his face and stood at attention. I have fulfilled my mission. I brought back good things. For the next half hour, Chun Sheng recounted his 4 days of experience, as if pouring out beans from a jar. When he showed the mechanical arm, the holographic glasses, and dozens of black crystals, the entire meeting room erupted in excitement. Oh my, the transmission structure of this mechanical arm. It's simply a genius design. Holographic glasses? Truly immersive experience? My goodness, if we reverse engineer this, our simulation training system will be unbeatable. And these black crystals. So many. When Chun Sheng mentioned the extinction plan and the God race, everyone's faces grew serious. This was not just wealth, but a warning. Finally, Chun Sheng mentioned the little white mouse. This time, although I stayed an extra day, I found that as the wormhole devours the black crystals, its stability seems to be increasing. Although the little white mouse still died, its body was better preserved than last time. This shows that as long as there is enough energy, the wormhole can eventually be opened with a living creature. This conclusion gave everyone hope. Great. That's wonderful. Qin Hao waved his hand confidently. Immediately, he ordered, set up a special team. Fully analyze the technology we brought back. Send all these black crystals to feed the wormhole. We must do everything we can to open this vital link between two worlds. Chun Sheng stood in the middle of the crowd, watching everyone busy and excited. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on his face. These 4 days of intense moments, 4 days of life and death struggle. It was worth it. But he instinctively touched his lips. There still seemed to be a faint taste of cola. Munan, he silently repeated this name in his mind. Wait for me. Next time, I will definitely bring hot pot to see you. The first rays of morning sunlight seeped through the cracks in the disguised dome above the base, casting dappled light on the huge underground space. The air was filled with a unique smell of ozone and high-energy particles rubbing together, mixed with the low hum of machinery, creating a symphony of the heavy industrial era. Chun Sheng stood there, gazing at the breathtaking miracle before him. The irregular light ring, which could only allow 1.5 people to pass, had undergone a dramatic change. It had expanded. It became a giant circular portal with a diameter of 5 meters. The deep blue light curtain resembled a vast ocean, flowing slowly within the large metal ring, occasionally rippling with golden waves, like the breathing of a giant beast in the deep sea. Absolutely spectacular. Qin Hao, standing beside Chun Sheng, held a cigarette that he hadn't yet lit, his voice trembling slightly. 5 meters. That means we can send in armored vehicles, even light tanks. His eyes burned with passion, an eager desire for power and a thirst to conquer the unknown world. Chun Sheng nodded, his gaze equally deep. Last night, I felt the black crystal being swallowed faster. I didn't expect that when I woke up, it had given us such a big surprise. Not far away, more than 10 scientific experts in white protective suits were busy around a glowing door. Various precise instruments made ticking sounds, and dazzling data streams flickered on the holographic screens. Have the activity test results come out? Old Bai, leaning on his cane, looked energetic despite his age and asked loudly. A young researcher ran over holding a report, with a look of excitement and confusion. Old Bai, the data is strange. The stability of the space structure has increased by 300%. Theoretically, not only inanimate objects, but also complex organic life forms should be able to withstand this transmission pressure. But the researcher hesitated, glancing at the cage around Chun Sheng's waist. Inside was the small white mouse they caught recently. However, we just tried throwing a rabbit in. When its front half touched the light screen, its vital signs instantly disappeared. The strange space-cutting rules still exist, but they seem to have become gentler. Old Bai sighed, his brows furrowed. It seems only Comrade Chun Sheng is special. The key to this world is still in his hands alone. There are 6 hours until the next transmission. Chun Sheng didn't waste time feeling sentimental. He turned and headed to the training ground of the base. There, The top instructors in the army were waiting for him. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of body collisions echoed in the training hall. Chun Sheng, shirtless, sweat streaming down his muscular body, each muscle like forged steel. Opposite him was instructor Zhang Tai, wearing a black tactical vest, holding two heavy fighting targets. Use strength. Have you not eaten? Zhang Tai shouted loudly, rushing forward and smashing the targets into Chun Sheng's chest. Chun Sheng's eyes sharpened, his steps slightly off, and his body swayed like a toppled doll. He relaxed his strength. He turned around. A fierce whip kick, with the sound of wind breaking, struck Zhang Tai's vulnerable spot with force. A sharp sound rang out. Zhang Tielian took 3 steps back, his arm feeling slightly numb, but he wore a satisfied smile on his face. Good kid. That move, the divine dragon swing's tail, is pretty interesting. Looks like all that training over there with the zombies wasn't wasted. The two stopped fighting and sat on a bench nearby to rest. The service soldier handed them 2 bottles of energy drinks and towels. Zhang Tielian tilted his head back and took a big sip, then looked at the scars on Chun Sheng's body that hadn't fully healed yet. His expression grew a bit complicated. I heard. You met a girl over there? Zhang Tielian nudged Chun Sheng with his elbow, wearing a teasing smile that all men understand. Is she a high-tech robot girl? How's it going? Did you have some kind of cross-species love story? Chun Sheng was momentarily stunned, his hand stopping mid-swipe to wipe sweat. In his mind, he saw Mu Nan's delicate yet cold face, and the kiss that smelled like cola. But he quickly shook his head, his eyes becoming clear and firm again. No. Instructor Zhang, don't joke with me. Chun Sheng unscrewed the bottle cap, looked at the clear liquid inside, and spoke calmly, as if talking about someone else's story. Over there, I am the only Chinese person. Every step I take carries the hope of 1.4 billion people. Every bite I eat, every bullet I use, even this bottle of water I'm drinking now, it's all provided by the country. He turned to look at Zhang Tielian, his eyes burning. Without the country, I would have died during the first zombie wave. Without the country, I would have starved to death in the ruins long ago. At this critical moment, love and romance are too much of a luxury. My life now isn't just mine, it belongs to the country. I want to focus all my energy on bringing back the technology from that world, on making our homeland stronger. His words weren't loud or passionate, even a bit flat, but every word felt like a nail hammered into the ground. Zhang Tielian put away his playful smile. He looked at this young man, who was more than 10 years younger than him, and suddenly felt a bit choked up. This is a soldier of China. This is the backbone of the nation. Good. Zhang Tiezhong patted Chun Sheng the shoulder, almost making him fall down from the force. With your words, I really respect you, brother, but don't be too tense yourself. You're human, not a machine. Sometimes relaxing and keeping a healthy mind helps us do better in our tasks. Chun Sheng smiled, but didn't reply. They both stayed silent for a moment, their eyes fixed on the invisible sky above the base. Chun Sheng, tell me, why are we working so hard? What's the point? Zhang Tiezhong suddenly asked. Chun Sheng thought for a moment and asked back. Instructor, what do you think? Zhang Tiezhong grinned, showing his white teeth. Before, I thought it was just to protect our home and country, so the neighbors from the White Eagle country wouldn't bully us. But after hearing the intelligence you brought back about that divine race and their plan to wipe out high civilizations, his eyes sharpened like a blade. I think our view is too narrow. Our enemies are no longer just a few clowns on Earth. Our goal should be the stars and the vast universe. We need to become so strong that when that so-called divine race dares to attack Earth, we can cut off their claws. Chun Sheng was deeply moved. That was exactly what he was thinking. Instructor, what are your plans for the future? Chun Sheng asked. Zhang Tiezhong pointed to the Equipment Research Center not far away. I heard the scientists there are reverse engineering the mechanical arm you brought back. If they really can make that kind of personal exoskeleton armor. Zhang Tiezhong stood up, stretched his neck, and made a cracking sound. I'm a bit older now, but I still have a lot of strength. I want to apply to be among the first armored soldiers. If that day really comes, I want to see that world too, to help share your burden. Can't let you fight alone over there, right? Chun Sheng looked at Zhang Tiezhong's broad back, feeling a warm wave in his heart. All right. Chun Sheng also stood up. I will do my best to bring back more technology. Let's work together to make China a powerful nation that no one dares to challenge. The time is around 11:30 a.m. At the core of Base Zero, the atmosphere is very tense. All unrelated personnel have left, leaving only the main operation team and security forces. Chen Sheng stands on the teleportation platform. This time, he is not alone. Behind him, there is a heavily modified black steel beast. It is a third-generation armored vehicle called Fighter. The vehicle has added composite reactive armor, enough to withstand heavy machine gun fire. On top, there is a remote-controlled weapon station equipped with a 12.7mm machine gun and a 35mm automatic grenade launcher. Inside, the vehicle is packed with supplies, compressed food, water purification devices, medical kits, solar generators, and even some boxes of instant noodles and hot pot ingredients for trading. This is a product of China's military industry, the strongest support from the country for Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng, this vehicle has been specially modified. All electronic parts are protected against EMP, electromagnetic pulse. Qin Hao pats the door, his eyes full of pride. As long as you don't turn on the active radar, it's just a piece of metal, and the 2 boxes in the trunk are a special gift for you. Qin Hao lowers his voice, speaking mysteriously. They contain 2 sets of dragon-scale personal body armor, still in development, 3 times stronger than what you're wearing now. Remember, come back alive. Chen Sheng nods heavily, opens the door, and jumps into the driver's seat. The moment he grips the steering wheel, the heavy metal feel makes him feel safe. Attention all units. Countdown. 10 minutes. The broadcast announces the countdown. Chen Sheng takes a deep breath and starts the vehicle. The engine roars low, like a fierce tiger about to pounce. The wormhole, 5 meters wide, is just enough for this fighter to pass through. Everyone holds their breath. This is a high-stakes gamble. If the vehicle can get through, Chen Sheng's survival skills in that world will increase exponentially. And this also means that transporting heavy equipment in the future becomes possible. 10, 9, 8. Chen Sheng stepped on the accelerator, and the tires screeched, sending blue smoke into the air. 3, 2, 1. Teleport. Chen Sheng suddenly released the brake, and the armored vehicle sped toward the glowing blue portal like an arrow shot from a bow. However, the expected dizziness did not happen. The expected feeling of space pulling did not happen. Squeak. Chen Sheng instinctively pressed the brake. The armored vehicle stopped less than half a meter from the portal. The tires left long black marks on the ground. Suddenly, the air became eerily silent. Chen Sheng was stunned. He looked at the slowly spinning portal in front of him, then at his intact hands. No reaction? What's going on? Qin Hao's voice crackled over the communication channel, clearly anxious. Report. No space wave response detected. The wormhole is in silent mode. It rejected the teleport request. There was a flurry of frantic reports from the technical team. Chen Sheng pushed open the car door and jumped out. He reached out to touch the glowing barrier. His hand passed through it, as if through a cool mist. There was no obstacle, no sign of teleportation. He was still on Earth. Failed? Chen Sheng's heart sank instantly. Could it be that the wormhole grew larger and lost its teleporting ability? Or did he lose that special qualification? If so, all previous efforts and sacrifices would be meaningless. Don't panic. Old Bai's voice rang out again, calming everyone. Data team, analyze the residual energy of the black crystal immediately. After 10 minutes, an urgent analysis report was placed before everyone. It's not a failure. A gray-haired space physicist pushed up his glasses, eyes shining with excitement. Commander, Chen Sheng, based on our model calculations, this might be good news. Good news? Qin Hao frowned. Yes. The expert pointed to a curve on the holographic screen. As the wormhole devoured a large amount of black crystal, its energy density increased rapidly. This increase is not only seen in the widening of the passage, but also in the strengthening of the time anchor point. In simple terms, although the flow of time on both sides hasn't changed, Comrade Chen Sheng's stay in both worlds has been extended. Previously, he had to teleport at noon every day, with a fixed stay time. Now, because of sufficient energy, the wormhole might enter a charging cooling cycle. In other words, the expert paused and drew a conclusion. Comrade Chen Sheng may need to stay longer on Earth, perhaps 2 or 3 days. until the wormhole completes the next phase alignment. Similarly, the next time he visits that world, his stay will also be longer. Hearing this explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the path isn't cut off, it's fine. That's good. That's good. Qin Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If we can't leave, then we keep practicing. Keep preparing. This vehicle isn't perfect enough yet. Add 2 more drone launch nests. Check the supplies again and replace those that aren't suitable for storage. Although the teleportation failed, it gave China more time to prepare. Since heaven has given us this buffer, we must make the most of it. Chen Sheng got out of the vehicle and looked at the quiet light gate. If he can't leave for now, he will do something more meaningful. Old bye, Director Qin. Chen Sheng turned to look at the 2 leaders. I heard there has been a breakthrough in holographic technology research. Old bye smiled and nodded. Just about to tell you that, since we're not leaving today, why not be a test subject? Let's see what kind of results we get from the glasses you brought back. On the other side of the base, a highly secretive laboratory door slowly opened. Inside, there was no complex machinery. Only a futuristic silver helmet resting quietly on a testing platform. It was the result of the nation's collective effort, involving over 1,000 top scientists working day and night. The first-generation holographic simulation combat helmet, codenamed Sky Eye. In the laboratory, the lighting was soft. Chen Sheng held a silver helmet, feeling its cold, smooth surface. This is our first prototype after reverse engineering that holographic glasses. Professor Li, who was in charge of the project, had dark circles under his eyes, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although it's still a bit bulky compared to the original, we've restored about 80% of the neural link sensitivity and sensory realism. Chen Sheng, give it a try. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and put the helmet on his head. Click. As the strap locked into place, his vision went dark. Then, system starting. Neural link establishing. A slight dizziness hit him. In the next moment, a bright light appeared. Chen Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and found himself no longer in the lab, but standing in a desolate desert. Strong winds howled, blowing up yellow sand that stung his face with a real pain. The air was dry and hot, and he could feel the dryness in his throat when he inhaled. Chen Sheng was shocked as he reached out and grabbed some sand from the ground. The rough texture slipped through his fingers, feeling incredibly real and frightening. Roar! A loud roar came from afar. A huge mutated sandworm burst out of the ground, its mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging at him. Chen Sheng instinctively reached for his gun at his waist. He felt a weight in his hand. A familiar Type 95 rifle appeared out of nowhere, feeling just like the real one. The weight, texture, even the smell of gun oil. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Sheng pulled the trigger, the recoil making his shoulders numb. The bullets hit the sandworm, splattering green goo, and a foul smell quickly filled the air. 10 minutes later, Chen Sheng took off the helmet, sweating heavily, his face pale, but his eyes were full of amazement. It's so real. If I didn't have the memories from that side, I wouldn't even be able to tell what's real and what's virtual. If this technology were used for military training, it could produce countless soldiers with real combat experience. The experiment was a huge success. Qin Hao excitedly patted his thigh. This is only the first step. According to our plan, we will launch a simplified civilian version of the product. This requires a platform, a cover story. Qin Hao looked at Chen Sheng seriously and said, with approval from the highest authorities, we will establish a high-tech company in your name. The name will be Huaxia Shengshi Technology Company, Limited. We will release the second-generation holographic simulation product, codenamed Deep Dive Gaming Pod. This product will be sold worldwide, but the core technology will always stay with us. Just one day later, Huaxia Shengshi Technology's first product, the Deep Dive Type 1 Gaming Pod, quietly appeared on the official website. There was no launch event, no advertising blitz. Just a simple line of description. Want to experience the real second world? If you dare, come try. Limited to 1,000 units, priced at 500,000 renminbi each. For ordinary people, this price is extremely high. But for wealthy enthusiasts seeking the best experience, it's just a number. As expected, in less than a second after going online, all 1,000 gaming pods sold out instantly. A huge sum of 500 million renminbi, after taxes, was directly transferred into Chen Sheng's personal account. Looking at the long string of zeros on his mobile banking app, Chun Sheng felt a bit stunned. He had never seen so much money in his life. Chun Sheng, take it, Old Bai said earnestly. This is what you deserve. You're working hard over there, and the country won't let you suffer material hardship. Plus, the operating costs and research expenses of the company are all covered by the state. This money is just your pocket money. Pocket money? 500 million as pocket money. Chun Sheng forced a smile. He looked at the numbers, but what came to mind were his comrades guarding the borders, children in impoverished mountain areas longing to read, and scientists dedicating their lives to research. Money, to him, was really just a number. In the end times, a loaf of bread is worth more than a ton of gold. Commander, Chun Sheng looked up, his eyes clear. I can't accept this money. I eat well and dress well at the base. Taking this money feels wrong. What do you plan to do now? Qin Hao asked. Chun Sheng took out his phone and started to operate it. Leave me $1 million, just in case I retire someday and need to get married, he joked, then quickly tapped to transfer money. Remaining 499,999,000. Donate 100 million to the Military Research Department to give our soldiers better equipment. Donate 100 million to the Fund for Families of Martyrs who sacrificed for the country. Donate 100 million to Han Hong's Charity Foundation to help those affected by disasters. The remaining 199,999,000, all to the Hope Project. I want children in the mountains to have holographic teaching devices. He finished the operation. Looking at the balance returning to a modest 1 million, Chun Sheng sighed in relief, feeling like a big weight had been lifted from his heart. Now I feel at ease. Qin Hao and Old Bai exchanged a meaningful look, both seeing the emotion in each other's eyes. This is their hero. Facing a huge sum of money, he remained unwavering. His heart was always for his family and country. Good. Well done. Old Bai nodded heavily. The country will remember your efforts, and the people will remember your name. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, a storm was brewing. The next day, a courier truck from SF Express delivered large black wooden boxes to buyers across the country. In a luxury villa in the city of Magic Capital, Wang Sikong, a top young millionaire and a well-known game streamer. At this moment, he was facing the camera with a look of disdain. Brothers, today we're unboxing something really impressive, a 50,000 yuan gaming pod, made by Shengshi Technology. Honestly, I don't believe it. Everyone knows how VR tech is these days, right? Still needing a coffin-like pod? Just a gimmick, definitely a gimmick. I'll say this. If this thing is just a pixelated VR, I'll eat this pod on the spot. The live chat was flooded with comments. Principal Wang is so generous. Waiting to see you eat the pod. Domestic tech? Haha, just another money grab. 50,000 for a coffin? I don't understand the world of the rich. While complaining, Wang Sikin directed the workers to open the wooden box. It revealed a sleek, sci-fi-looking silver game capsule. Hey, it looks pretty good. Wang Sikin touched the capsule, feeling its cold metal surface, which made him slightly less dismissive. All right, I'll try it for you guys. He lay inside, and the door slowly closed. The live stream screen instantly switched to the first-person view from the game capsule. The game started. The title was simple, Dawn Project, no loading bar, no logo. The screen went black, then suddenly lit up. Wang Sikin opened his eyes and found himself standing on a ruined street. The sky was gray, buildings in the distance had collapsed, and there was a foul smell in the air. Whoa! He instinctively cursed. He looked at his hand, noticing the clear details of his palm. He stomped his foot, feeling the ground shake through his body. Is this a game? Or did I teleport? The comments in the live chat disappeared instantly. All viewers were stunned. The graphics? The lighting? This wasn't just a game. It looked like a movie. No, it looked like real footage. Roar. While Wang Sikin was still stunned, a zombie suddenly jumped out of a trash can nearby. Its rotting face, pus-filled eyes, just inches away. Ah! Wang Sikin let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The overwhelming sense of death and deep fear from his soul made him lose his composure instantly. He turned to run, but slipped and fell flat on his face. The pain in his knees was reduced, but still clear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It really hurts. Help. There's a ghost. The zombie lunged at him and bit his neck. Blood sprayed out. Wang Sikin only felt his neck go cold, Then his vision turned blood red. You have died. Choose to revive or exit. The game capsule door suddenly opened. Wang Sikhen scrambled out, soaked in cold sweat, even with some suspicious wetness in his pants. He sat on the ground, gasping heavily, his eyes full of fear, but mostly a sense of relief and excitement after surviving. Brothers, Wang Sikhen tremblingly spoke to the camera. This is the real game. 50,000? This thing is worth 500,000. This is so exciting. So thrilling. I take back what I said earlier. Shengshi technology is awesome. Chinese technology is amazing. It wasn't just Wang Sikhen. At the same time, hundreds of streamers across the internet who had received the product were acting out similar scenes. Some cried from fear, some wet their pants, and others shouted loudly with excitement. But without exception, no one claimed it was a scam anymore. The whole internet was buzzing. Wow, the graphics are amazing. I want to buy it. Even if I have to sell a kidney, I will buy it. This is what the metaverse should be. Others are just trash. That zombie looks so real. I feel weak just watching through the screen. Please mass produce it. We want to play. The official website of Shengshi Technology was overwhelmed, crashing dozens of times. Countless orders flooded in like snowflakes. People went crazy. Behind all this excitement, only a few knew that this was more than just a game. It was a rehearsal for an upcoming, cross-dimensional war. Base 0, confidential meeting room. On the holographic screen, scenes played of streamers being chased and crying out in the game by zombies. Several generals and scientists sat together, looking serious, but with a faint, almost imperceptible smile in their eyes. The effect is even better than expected. Qin Hao pointed at the screen and said, "These players are very adaptable. Although they were scared at first, they quickly started to fight back. Look at this player called Long Outyin. He died 3 times, but on the 4th try, he learned to use the terrain to trap the zombie's neck, then smashed its head with a brick." Chen Sheng sat nearby, confused. "Director Qin, I don't understand. Why are we pushing this technology to the public so quickly and turning it into a game? This is technology related to national secrets." Old Bai smiled slightly, turned around, and looked at Chen Sheng. "Chen Sheng, how many zombies do you think you can kill alone in that world?" Chen Sheng was silent. "Even if you have the best equipment, you're still just one person. You will get tired, get hurt, and you still need to gather supplies and search for technology. You can't do everything by yourself." Old Bai pressed a button, and the scene on the screen changed. It showed a humanoid robot that the Academy of Sciences was urgently developing, codenamed Pioneer. It has flexible joints, a strong alloy frame, and can carry various weapons. "This is the second big gift we want to give you, a battle robot. But right now, AI technology can't handle such complex battlefield environments. The robots need humans to control them. We can't send millions of soldiers there, and the wormhole can't handle it either. But," Old Bai's voice grew more confident, with a grand strategic tone, "we can send signals instead, as long as we set up signal stations there and connect the quantum communications of both worlds. Then, every gaming pod here becomes a cockpit. Every player becomes a remote-controlled robot warrior. They think they are just playing a game, but actually, they are controlling robots, fighting fiercely in another world for you. They're not afraid of death because they can come back if they die. They are full of energy and can work in shifts 24 hours a day. This is the 4th calamity." Chen Sheng's eyes widened, and he trembled at the crazy yet genius plan. Turning millions of players into his undead army? This is simply too wild. "As long as this plan succeeds," Qin Hao added, "you won't be fighting alone anymore. With your command, millions of robots will surge like a tide, clearing all obstacles for you. Right now, scientists across the country have gone 3 days and nights without sleep, working hard to solve the delay in quantum communication. Your task is to find advanced communication technology blueprints or ready-made equipment there to speed up this process." Chen Sheng suddenly stood up and saluted. "Properly. Promised to complete the mission." At this moment, he no longer felt lonely, because he knew that behind him, there was not only the country but also millions of passionate players. The next day at noon, the wormhole opened again. This time, the energy fluctuations finally stabilized and reached the threshold for teleportation. Chen Sheng sat in a heavily armed fighter jeep. He wore sunglasses, held the steering wheel, and had a confident smile on his face. In the front passenger seat, there was a small white mouse cage that he never left without. In the back seat, there were hot pot ingredients and instant noodles ordered from Munan. Of course, there was also a more important mission goal. Let's go. Chen Sheng stepped on the accelerator fully. The steel beast roared, and the exhaust pipe shot out blue flames. Boom! The fighter vehicle turned into a streak of black lightning, rushing into the huge blue light gate. This time, there were no obstacles. The vehicle disappeared instantly into the light curtain. The end of the world, I am back. Munan, hot pot is coming. The dizziness was stronger than ever before. It felt as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing Chen Sheng's internal organs tightly, then throwing him high into the air. Boom! With a dull crash, the heavily armed, fighter, third-generation vehicle slammed onto the hard concrete ground. The shock absorption system emitted a mournful cry but stubbornly held up this heavy steel giant. Chen Sheng hadn't even fully recovered from the disorienting crossing. A disgusting, almost tangible stench of decay seeped through the cracks in the window, fiercely assaulting his nose. He suddenly opened his eyes. The next second, his scalp exploded, and cold sweat poured down like a waterfall from his forehead. A classic curse escaped his lips. This was not the alley he left from last time. This was a huge open square. And above the square, a dense mass of zombies, like a black tide. Tens of thousands. They may have been wandering aimlessly or engaging in some confusing group behavior. But at this moment, all the zombies stopped moving. Tens of thousands of dull, hollow, dead-looking eyes turned sharply to stare at the black steel monster that appeared out of nowhere, and at the humans sitting in the driver's seat, who exuded a tempting, living aura. Silence. The deathly silence lasted less than a second. Roar! Next, a deafening scream erupted. It was a roar from the tide of corpses, like a bursting dam, charged madly toward Chen Sheng in the center of the square, bringing destruction and chaos. And outside the horde, Chen Sheng saw an even more hopeless scene. Dozens of huge, strange beasts. They looked like giant wolves with their fur peeled off, but had bony spikes and two heads. These predators, which were originally hunting zombies, also stopped and greedily sniffed the fresh smell of blood and flesh in the air. To them, Chen Sheng, this monk figure, was much more attractive than the rotting zombies. Wormhole, Chen Sheng cursed as he quickly executed his tactical move. At this moment, his mind was terrifyingly calm. This was the instinct drilled into him through countless life and death training. He sharply turned the steering wheel with his left hand, and with his right hand, slammed the gear into maximum speed. His foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom, the engine of the mighty third-generation vehicle roared fiercely, like an ancient beast awakening. The 12-cylinder diesel engine unleashed terrifying torque, causing the wheels to skid violently on the ground and kick up clouds of dust. If you want to die, then try the taste of Chinese-made power. Chen Sheng's eyes flashed with cold light. The heavy bumper at the front of the vehicle, packed with unstoppable force, crashed into the approaching zombie horde. Bang, 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 bang. It was like a bowling ball hitting a pile of pins. But this time, instead of pins, it splattered limbs, broken arms, and black blood. Those fragile zombies, in front of the armored vehicle weighing several tons, were like paper, immediately shattered and crushed into mud. The windshield was instantly covered with blood and gore. The windshield wipers swung wildly, scraping dark red fan-shaped streaks. Not enough. There were too many zombies, their dense bodies even blocking the wheels from turning. Chen Sheng suddenly pressed the red button on the control panel. Remote weapon station, activate. The protective panel on the roof opened. A 12.7mm heavy machine gun and a 35mm automatic grenade launcher rose up. The fire control radar instantly locked onto the dense targets ahead. Bang, 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 bang. Flames spat out. At this moment, death arrived. The large-caliber machine gun bullets, with terrifying force, easily tore through the zombies' bodies. Each shot could hit 3 or 4 zombies at once, like skewered candied fruit, exploding them. Boom, boom, boom. The grenade launcher also started to unleash its power. Explosions echoed among the horde, flames shot into the sky, and limbs flew everywhere. The originally tight circle of zombies, like a metal barrel, was forcibly torn open by this fierce firepower. Whoa! Dozens of medium-sized mutant creatures on the outskirts finally couldn't hold back. They moved quickly, stepping on zombie heads as if walking on flat ground, rushing toward the armored vehicle. They were so fast they even dodged the machine gun fire. Bang! One mutant creature forcefully rammed into the side door of the vehicle. The car shook violently, and a shallow scratch appeared on the tough composite armor. These creatures are really strong. Chen Sheng steadied the steering wheel, glancing at the side mirror. A few more mutants tried to jump onto the roof, aiming to destroy the weapon station. Trying to break my car? Haven't asked the government yet. Chen Sheng sneered, reaching into his tactical vest and pulling out several strange-looking silver spheres. These were a new piece of equipment given to him by the Qin Bureau before departure. High-frequency electromagnetic pulse shock grenades, EMPS. They were designed specifically for these kinds of creatures with advanced nervous systems. He rolled down a small window, pulled the ring, and casually threw one out. Let's see how you like this. 3 grenades arced beautifully through the air, landing precisely in the densest part of the mutant swarm. Sizzle buzz. No fiery explosion followed. A sudden flash of bright blue and white light streaked across the sky, followed by visible ripples in the air spreading outward. The fierce monsters that had been attacking suddenly seemed to lose their strength. They let out sharp, painful screams, twitched violently, foamed at the mouth, and fell heavily to the ground like broken kites. An intense electromagnetic pulse instantly disabled their nervous systems. Even just for a few seconds, that was enough. Goodbye, everyone. Chen Sheng seized the moment as the armored vehicle roared over the twitching monsters. The sound of bones cracking under the wheels was chilling. Finally, the view ahead opened up. The armored vehicle burst out like a wild bull escaping from a cage, covered in blood and smoke, breaking free from the deadly trap. In the rearview mirror, the crowd of bodies on the square still raged in helpless fury, but they were getting farther away. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Close call. If it weren't for this vehicle, I'd be done for today. He gently patted the steering wheel, eyes full of gratitude. Thanks, old buddy. Truly a tough piece of steel, just like our country's iron will. At this moment, he felt incredibly lucky to have a powerful industrial nation backing him. If it had been just a single soldier, even a top soldier like him, facing such a large-scale attack, there would be no way out. This is the power of industry, the victory of a well-organized system. The armored vehicle stopped under an abandoned overpass. After confirming the area was temporarily safe, Chen Sheng didn't rush to clean the blood off the vehicle or check for damage. His eyes were fixed tightly on the front passenger seat. There, 2 specially made shockproof cages covered with black cloth were placed. This was the core of the mission. It was also the answer many scientists had been eagerly awaiting. Chen Sheng's hands trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, as if preparing to face his destiny. Must survive. I must survive. He silently repeated in his mind, then suddenly lifted the first black cloth. Inside the cage was a small white rabbit. It was lying quietly at the bottom of the cage. Its once snowy white fur was still shiny, and there were no visible injuries on its body. It looked like it was sleeping. Chen Sheng reached his finger through the cage bars and gently touched its body. It still had warmth. That was the residual warmth of life. But there was no heartbeat, no breathing. The stiff feeling from the touch made Chen Sheng's heart suddenly feel cold. Is it not working? Although the body was intact and not cut into pieces like last time, it still meant the teleportation failed. The little white rabbit's brain nerves seemed to have suffered a devastating during the crossing, leading to brain death. Chen Sheng clenched his teeth and looked at the second cage. That was his last hope. If this little white mouse also died, it would mean that live transfer was still an unsolvable dead end. The country's development plan would be delayed indefinitely. He, Chen Sheng, might become a lonely ghost forever traveling between 2 worlds. He tremblingly lifted the black cloth covering the second cage. The light inside was dim. In the corner, a small, grayish creature curled up into a ball. It was completely still. Chen Sheng's heart suddenly clenched, a wave of despair rising. Is it dead too? He unwillingly reached out and gently tapped the cage. Ding! A clear metallic sound rang out. And then, a miracle happened. The small, grayish creature suddenly moved. Next, a tiny pink paw stretched out, scratching its ear. The little white mouse slowly lifted its head. Its two small, black eyes looked at Chun Sheng with confusion, and its whiskers trembled slightly. Squeak! It made a faint sound. Though it looked weak and unsteady on its feet, it was alive. Not only alive, but moving and making sounds. Wow! At that moment, Chun Sheng's cheers were even louder than the previous chaos of the dead. He was so excited he almost hugged the cage and kissed it. Alive! It's alive! Success! We did it! Chun Sheng happily took out a bottle of clean water and some breadcrumbs from his backpack, carefully placing them into the cage. Eat! Quickly eat! Eat more! You're now a national treasure, more precious than a giant panda. The little white mouse sniffed the food and slowly started to nibble. Seeing this, Chun Sheng's eyes welled up with emotion. This tiny mouse proved that the rules of the wormhole could be broken. As long as there is enough black crystal and energy, live teleportation is no longer forbidden. This means that someday in the future, comrades might come to help him. Maybe he can bring survivors from this world back to Earth. The barrier between the two worlds finally opened a real gap. Calming his excited feelings, Chun Sheng started the warrior vehicle again. Following the route in his memory, he navigated through the ruined city. Although most roads were destroyed, thanks to the vehicle's strong off-road ability, he reached Moon Nan's hideout before dark. To avoid attracting attention, Chun Sheng drove into a hidden underground parking lot, camouflaging the car with some abandoned billboards and dust covers. He only carried a large tactical backpack and held the white mouse cage in his hand, heading toward the familiar subway entrance. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded on the secret door. It was their agreed secret signal. After a moment, the door slowly opened. Moon Nan stood at the entrance, still holding her energy pistol, watching cautiously outside. When she saw Chun Sheng, a faint light flickered in her unusual colored eyes, but she quickly masked it. I thought you were dead. Moon Nan put away her gun, her tone still cold, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I said I would come back. Chun Sheng smiled and entered the shelter. They stood face to face. Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet, even a little awkward. Last time they parted, that sudden kiss and Chun Sheng being pulled into the wormhole had become their unspoken secret. Cough, cough. Chun Sheng broke the silence first. Here, he took out a box of neural connection translation capsules from his pocket. Moon Nan took a capsule, skillfully removed one, and handed it to Chun Sheng. The two of them instinctively swallowed their capsules. As the familiar cool sensation spread through their minds, the language barrier disappeared again. How have you been these days? Chun Sheng asked casually while taking off his heavy backpack. Same as always. Moon Nan leaned against the workbench, crossed her arms, and looked around Chun Sheng to make sure he was whole before casually speaking. Fixing equipment, killing zombies, then waiting for you to bring back food. Her last words were quieter, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Don't worry, I'll bring enough this time. Chun Sheng unzipped his backpack. Clatter. A pile of colorful packaging fell out. Instant noodles, sausages, canned food, chocolates, self-heating rice. These industrial foods, common on Earth, are precious delicacies in this world. Moon Nan's eyes widened instantly. She could no longer keep her cool and pounced like a little greedy cat, picking up a bag of chips and examining it. What is this? Is this better than instant noodles? That's chips, crispy and fragrant, Chun Sheng explained with a smile. While organizing supplies, they chatted casually. Though the conversation was a bit awkward, the warm feeling of reunion slowly flowed in this cold underground room. At that moment, Moon Nan noticed the cage in the corner of the table. What is this? She leaned in closer, eyes wide. A mouse? A live mouse. In this radiation-polluted post-apocalyptic world, most creatures had mutated. A small white mouse, still in its original form, and so, clean, was rarer than dinosaurs. Can we eat this? Moon Nan turned her head, looking at Chun Sheng with anticipation. I heard people used to enjoy roasted field mice. They taste pretty good, Chun Sheng replied with a twitch of his mouth. Why is this girl always thinking about food? I definitely can't eat that. Chun Sheng quickly shields the cage with his body, looking serious. This is my treasure, used for experiments. And it's a little white mouse, meant for scientific research. It's full of Smartness. Not tasty at all. When she heard she couldn't eat it, Moonan's eyes dimmed instantly, looking a bit sad. Oh, okay then. Since I can't eat it, I'll just keep it. She poked the cage with her finger, looking at the trembling little mouse inside, muttering, "You're lucky I don't eat mice." Chun Sheng sighed in relief. To distract Moonan, he pulled out his ultimate trick. "Moonan, do you remember what I promised you last time?" Chun Sheng took out a red box from the bottom of his backpack. A self-heating hot pot. As soon as she heard those words, Moonan's eyes lit up again, even brighter than when she saw the mouse. Really brought it, of course. 10 minutes later, the hot pot was bubbling with red oil, steam rising. The rich, spicy aroma, bold and intense, once again filled the simple basement. Moonan couldn't wait to pick up a slice of lotus root and put it in her mouth. Crunch. The crispy texture, combined with the flavorful broth, exploded in her mouth instantly. Moonan closed her eyes, showing an exaggerated look of happiness. "This is so delicious. Is this what it feels like to be alive?" She ate eagerly, not caring about her image. Her lips turned red from the spice, but she couldn't stop. Chun Sheng watched her satisfied expression, feeling a sense of achievement. In this hopeless world, being able to bring happiness with a meal is a kind of healing. But happiness is always fleeting. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to get serious. Chun Sheng put down his chopsticks, his face turning serious. "Moonan, besides bringing food this time, I have an important task. I want to find something. Quantum-level communication signal transmission device," Chun Sheng said slowly and clearly. "Or something similar, capable of long-distance, high-power signal transmission." Moonan was stunned. She put down her soda, her eyes becoming a bit strange. "What do you want that for?" "I need it." The air in the basement froze for a few seconds because of Chun Sheng's words. Moonan wiped the corner of her mouth, her gaze deep and complicated. Signal transmission devices. That used to be a strategic resource. She stood up and walked to the shelves filled with old parts, her fingers gently touching the cold metal. After the disaster, the global communication networks broke down long ago. Most base stations were destroyed, and satellites became space junk. "The kind of device you're looking for, I definitely don't have it here." Chun Sheng felt a pang of disappointment, though he had expected it. But then, Moonan turned around and looked at Chun Sheng. "I saw something in a damaged city archive once. In the center of that city, there's a science museum. Long ago, they displayed an old communication prototype from over 100 years ago." She paused, her tone becoming a bit emotional. Although it's 100 years old, at that time, it already met the minimum system level of communication standards. Minimum system level? Chun Sheng quickly caught on to this unfamiliar term. "What does that mean?" Moonan took a small electronic board and drew a simple spiral galaxy diagram on it. "Let me give you an example. Do you know about galaxies?" Chun Sheng nodded. "In our universe view, a galaxy is a huge collection of star systems, and the so-called minimum system level communication means the signal strength and are enough to cover a small galaxy like the solar system. Even in a post-apocalyptic environment full of radiation interference, its effective transmission distance can easily the atmosphere and even connect to debris in lunar orbit." Listening to Moonan's explanation, Chun Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, covering a solar system level, breaking through the atmosphere. This is exactly the technology China urgently needs. Earth's quantum communication is still in the early stages. If we can get this prototype, even just the wreckage and blueprints, it will greatly improve Earth's communication technology. This is the key to whether the fourth calamity plan can succeed. If we can send signals back to Earth, millions of players could control the robot army to arrive. Chun Sheng stood up excitedly, placing both hands on Moonan's shoulders. "Take me there. I must get it." However, in response to Chun Sheng's eager request, Moonan coldly brushed his hand away. No, his refusal was firm and decisive, leaving no room for argument. "Why?" Chun Sheng asked anxiously. "Because it's suicide." Moonan sat back in his chair, picked up the half-empty bottle of cola, and spoke calmly, as if commenting on the weather. "Do you know where the Science Museum is?" "Downtown." "Do you know whose territory that is?" Moonan raised. "Level 2 zombies. And not just one or two, but hundreds. Those things are much stronger than the ordinary zombies outside. Their skin is as hard as steel plates. They move as fast as cheetahs, and some have evolved abilities like spitting acid or bone spikes. Apart from them, there's also the Beast Lord who rules that area. Just the two of us? We wouldn't even be enough to scratch them. Moonin shook his head, eyes full of warning. Plus, the Science Museum has many well-preserved pre-war supplies, so it's a popular place for survivors to mine for resources. In this world, sometimes the living are more terrifying than the dead. Risking your life for a few broken parts isn't worth it. Chun Sheng fell silent. He knew Mu Nan was telling the truth, but he had no other options. His homeland was waiting behind him, countless scientists working late into the night, and the entire Fourth Calamity plan was stuck at this point. If he didn't try, how could he face himself when he returned? Chun Sheng took a deep breath and pulled out his last trump card from his backpack. It was a bag of white rabbit candies and a can of luncheon meat. He gently placed these two items in front of Mu Nan. I know it's very dangerous. I don't want you to take risks either. So, you just need to help me draw a detailed map, marking the approximate location and safe routes. The rest, I will handle myself. These are my thank you gifts. Mu Nan looked at the white rabbit candies on the table, then at Chun Sheng's determined eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Bright, passionate, full of a kind of belief she couldn't understand. Was he willing to risk his life for a broken machine? Is that the obsession of a person from Huaxiao? Mu Nan's heart was struggling fiercely. Her reason told her to refuse him and let him give up. That would be best for him. But her gaze fell again on the canned luncheon meat. It was meat. Real meat. And if this man really died at the Science Museum, who would bring her hot pot? Who would bring her cola? It's not just about food. It's about a long-term meal ticket. Sigh. Mu Nan sighed deeply, feeling a bit annoyed as she grabbed her silver short hair. I've really lost to you. She snatched the candies from the table, tore open the package, and put them in her mouth. The rich milk aroma instantly calmed her restless mood. I will draw the map for you. But Mu Nan raised her head, her eyes turning sharp. I want to go too. You want to go? Chun Sheng was a bit surprised. Of course. Mu Nan glared at him. With your skills, even if you have that iron vehicle, you'd just be delivering food inside. I know that place better, and my mechanical arm can hack their security system. And most importantly, she huffed proudly, if you die, who will buy next week's hot pot for me? Chun Sheng was stunned for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Deal. Next week, hot pot is on me. With their decision made, the two didn't rush to leave immediately. In this world, reckless people's graves are already 3 meters high. For the entire next day, the underground shelter became a temporary command center. Mu Nan gathered all the information she had previously collected about the Science Museum. A holographic map floated above the work table, marked densely with red dots and green lines. Here is the main entrance, and we absolutely cannot go there. Mu Nan pointed to a large red area on the map. At least 500 zombies gather there, and the terrain is open. If we get surrounded, we can't escape. We should go this way, she said, pointing to an unremarkable ventilation shaft on the side. This was a freight passage back in the day, connected to the underground drainage system. It's a bit dirty, but relatively safe. Chun Sheng carefully noted every detail. He needed to plan the route and prepare equipment. He took down the heavy machine gun from the warrior vehicle and, using tools from Mu Nan's workshop, modified it into a portable heavy fire support platform. Mu Nan upgraded her mechanical arm. She removed several high-capacity batteries to power her energy cannon. At the same time, she made some simple trap devices and bait grenades. These bait grenades contain a concentrated plasma scent mixture, Mu Nan explained. When thrown at the right moment, they can attract zombies away, giving us time to escape. The two worked together smoothly, like experienced comrades. That day, although busy, Chun Sheng felt a rare sense of security. On the third morning, gray fog covered the city. Chun Sheng and Mu Nan, fully armed, quietly approached the outskirts of the Science Museum. This was a reconnaissance mission to confirm the distribution of zombies and the movements of strange creatures. They crouched on the top floor of an abandoned building, using binoculars to observe the Science Museum 2 kilometers away. It was a huge, spherical building, once perhaps full of a futuristic vibe, now looking like a damaged eyeball, staring fixedly at the sky. The surface was covered with large mutated vines, black leaves swaying in the wind, like countless ghostly hands. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. A fierce gunfire erupted from the direction of the museum square. Someone, Chen Sheng, adjusted the focus of his binoculars. 3 survivors wearing tattered exoskeleton armor form a defensive triangle, desperately trying to break out. They hold advanced weapons that shoot blue energy beams. Each shot can turn ordinary zombies into ashes. "Those are scavengers," Munan whispered. "They're here to find things too. However, their situation is not good." Suddenly, several tall figures rush out from the horde. They are level 2 zombies. They stand nearly 3 meters tall, with muscular bodies and skin that looks metallic blue-gray. Roar! One level 2 zombie charges forward through the energy beam, forcing its way to the survivors. The energy hits its chest, only burning a layer of skin, unable to the tough outer layer. One survivor hasn't even had time to change the magazine when the level 2 zombie grabs him. Its terrifying strength instantly deforms the exoskeleton armor. With a sickening bone-breaking sound, the survivor is torn in half like a rag doll. Blood sprays like a rainstorm. The remaining 2 survivors are terrified, and their formation collapses instantly. But they can't outrun those monsters. In less than a minute, this well-equipped small team is wiped out. Chen Sheng lowers his binoculars, his palms sweaty. Is this the strength of a level 2 zombie? Even energy weapons can't? Then his Type 95 rifle is just like a burning stick? Did you see that? Munan's voice trembles slightly. This is what we have to face. Their weak spots are only the back of the head and the eyes. Other parts are almost bulletproof. Chen Sheng takes a deep breath, suppressing his shock. I saw it. But the more dangerous they are, the more it shows that the things inside haven't been taken away. His eyes are not retreating, but becoming sharper. Can we up that level 2 zombie? Munan hesitates. High explosive grenades should work, but we need a precise hit. That's easy. Chen Sheng clenches his fists. Tomorrow, we'll face these big guys. Day 4. The moment that decides fate has arrived. Before dawn, both of them were ready. Check your gear. Ammo is full. Energy is at maximum. Neural responses are normal. Munan mounted a flashy heavy motorcycle. This is her ride, a modified magnetic levitation bike. It's not as tough as a tank, but it's fast and very agile. Chen Sheng, remember our plan. Munan put on her helmet, and her voice came through the communication channel. You'll lead the attack and draw fire. I'll sneak in to get the item. Once I get it, I'll retreat immediately. No fighting to the end. Understood. Chen Sheng sat in the driver's seat of the tank-like vehicle, clutching a small white mouse cage. He had to carry it everywhere. It was the most important token. Let's go? With the roar of the engine, 2 streaks, one black, one silver, shot out of the underground garage. On the street, scattered zombies were attracted by the noise. Before they could turn, they were hit and thrown aside. They moved like 2 sharp blades, heading straight to the city center. The closer they got to the science museum, the denser the zombies became. Now's the time. Seeing the huge crowd of zombies ahead, Chen Sheng shouted loudly. The grenade launcher on the tank's roof started firing. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions cleared a bloody path. Chen Sheng didn't head straight for the main entrance. Instead, he sharply turned, leading a large group of zombies around to one side of the square. Kids, Grandpa's here. He wildly honked the horn and even turned on the powerful searchlight on the roof. This bold act instantly angered the monsters in the square. Even a few wandering level 2 zombies were attracted and started chasing the tank, heavy steps pounding behind. Munan, now's your chance. Just as most of the firepower was drawn away by Chen Sheng, Munan, on her motorcycle, shot out from the shadows on the side like a silver ghost. Using the bike's high maneuverability, she dodged between the ruins, avoiding a few lone monsters, and headed straight for the hidden cargo passage entrance. I'm in. Munan's voice came through the communicator, slightly hurried. Be careful. While responding, Chen Sheng also had to deal with the enemies behind him. A level 2 zombie chased after him and punched the back of the warrior's vehicle. Bang! The heavy vehicle was pushed sideways by half a meter. That was a strong punch. Chen Sheng didn't dare to slow down. He quickly threw a high explosive grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded under the level 2 zombie's feet. It wasn't killed, but the powerful blast made it stumble. Chen Sheng took the chance to speed up and put more distance between them. He circled around the square, trying to avoid attacks and keep an eye on Munan's movements. It felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. Every second seemed as long as a century. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The communication channel was filled with static noise. Chen Sheng's heart sank. Munan, please respond if you hear me. Munan. Just as he was about to lose patience and rush in, he heard her voice. Zzz, cough cough. I got it. Munan's voice finally came through, filled with heavy breathing and background gunfire. I've got the blueprints and the core components. But I triggered the alarm. Inside, it's full of those things. Come get me. I'm at the side door. Hold on. Chen Sheng's eyes reddened. He suddenly turned the vehicle around, no longer avoiding, but charging like a mad bull toward the side door of the Science Museum. The door was tightly shut. Open it. The warrior's vehicle crashed at full speed. Boom. The heavy metal door was forcefully knocked open. Moonin was leaning against the wall, holding an energy gun and firing wildly. In front of her, 3 huge level 2 zombies were closing in. Get in the car. Chen Sheng performed a perfect drift, aligning the passenger door with Munan. Without hesitation, she rolled into the vehicle. Let's go, she shouted, clutching a black metal box tightly. Inside was the hope of 2 worlds. Chen Sheng pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the warrior's vehicle roared as it broke through the encirclement. Behind them, countless monsters roared and howled in frustration. The wind howled past their ears. Both of them looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. And there was also a hint of wild joy. We did it. Chen Sheng's hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Yes, we did. Moonin wiped the blood from her face and smiled brightly. 4 hot pot. 4. The country. Inside the underground shelter, dim emergency lights cast mottled shadows on the walls. The air smelled of engine oil and old metal. Chen Sheng sat at the workbench, holding a small metal ring in his hands. His hands trembled a little. This wasn't fear, but excitement, like the physical shivering after witnessing a miracle. The ring was a deep silver gray, with no seams on its surface, as if made from a single piece of liquid metal poured together. In the center of the ring, a faint blue glow flowed slowly, like a trapped nebula. Is this the core component? Chen Sheng's voice was a little hoarse. He looked up at Mu Nin sitting across from him. Mu Nin was wiping her tools with a clean cloth, and she nodded in response. That's right. She put down her tools and walked over to Chen Sheng, gently pointing at the ring with her fingertip. This is the infinite loop nuclear reaction ring, code name Heart of Eternity. It's the power source for that galaxy-level communicator. Chen Sheng took a deep breath, feeling the faint warmth from his fingertips. How much energy does it have? Moonin shrugged casually, as if talking about something trivial. Not much, just enough to run a medium-sized city at full power for 50 years, or to keep that communicator broadcasting deep space nonstop for 200 years. Clang. Chen Sheng's tweezers dropped onto the table. He suddenly turned his head, staring fiercely at Mu Nan, eyes nearly bulging out. How many? 200 years? This wasn't just a battery. It was a tiny, portable, nearly unlimited nuclear power plant. Chen Sheng's mind started to race quickly. If he took this thing back to Earth, China's energy crisis would be completely solved. Aircraft carriers wouldn't need frequent resupply. Electromagnetic cannons and laser weapons would have unlimited ammunition. Even future Moon and Mars missions could be brought forward by half a century because of this small ring. Baby, this is truly priceless. Chen Sheng carefully placed the ring into a special lead-lined radiation-proof box. His movements were gentle, like caressing the face of a first love. With this, plus the communication blueprints, the hardware foundation of the 4th Calamity plan is fully solidified. Chen Sheng silently calculated in his mind. This adventure, even if it almost fed him to zombies, was worth it. It was so worth it. After finishing the important tasks, someone's stomach started to growl unluckily. Gurgle. In this quiet basement, the sound was especially loud. Moonin touched her stomach and looked at Chen Sheng with a bit of embarrassment. Her eyes looked like a kitten waiting to be fed. The hot pot was finished yesterday. She licked her lips regretfully. It's okay. Today we'll try something different. Chen Sheng smiled mysteriously. He took out 2 rectangular boxes from his backpack. The packaging showed tempting pictures. Bright red slices of meat, fresh green garlic sprouts. What is this? Moonan leaned over, sniffing twice. Reheated pork belly rice. Chen Sheng tore open the package and skillfully operated. In our hometown, this is called the ultimate rice companion. After about 10 minutes, as the white steam from the vents gradually subsided, a strong aroma suddenly exploded in the basement. It was a rich scent of oil mixed with bean paste and sweet sauce, intensified by high heat. Intense, full-bodied, captivating. Moonan's throat was rolling wildly, her eyes fixed on the lunchbox. Time to eat. Chen Sheng lifted the lid. Inside, glossy white rice was topped with shiny slices of pork belly. The meat curled into a lantern shape, with a mix of fat and lean, bright red in color. Next to it, a few pieces of green garlic sprouts and red peppers decorated the dish. Is this rice? Moonan scooped a spoonful of white rice, not rushing to eat the meat first, but carefully observing the grains. In this world, pure rice is already a legend. Only the leaders of the great powers can eat it. She cautiously put a piece into her mouth. Soft and sticky, with a sweet aftertaste. That was the simplest joy brought by carbohydrates. Next, she picked up a piece of braised pork. Took a bite. The oil burst in her mouth, with a rich aroma, salty flavor, and a hint of spiciness, layered together. Wow! Moonan suddenly widened her eyes. Two clear tears unexpectedly streamed from the corners of her eyes. Chen Sheng was startled. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? Moonan shook her head desperately, her mouth full of food, mumbling vaguely. No, it's not. It's just too delicious. Ugh. The synthetic paste I used to eat was just pig food. Is this real meat? Is this real rice? She cried while eating heartily. Her frantic eating made people both laugh and feel sad. Chen Sheng silently watched her. He took half of the meat from his bowl and handed it to Moonan. Eat slowly, enough for everyone. In this end of the world, the collapse of civilization was not just a technological regression. It was also the loss of dignity in life. Even a hot meal became a luxury, which was so sad. Chen Sheng clenched the spoon in his hand. He became more determined to protect Earth. He absolutely couldn't let China turn into this kind of on Earth. 11 hours and 58 minutes. The afternoon sun was a bit blinding, shining through the cracks in the ruins onto the ground. The warrior vehicle was quietly parked at the corner of the last teleportation square. Although there had been a fierce battle here, the new zombies hadn't filled the area yet, so it was relatively quiet. Chen Sheng sat in the driver's seat, glanced at his tactical watch on his wrist. 2 minutes left. He felt a little nervous. Although experts guessed that the energy of the wormhole might increase, extending the stay, it was only a guess. What if that guess was wrong? What if the wormhole still opens on time? He must be prepared for both possibilities. In the back seat of the car, all the loot he planned to take back was already packed. Nuclear reaction rings, communication blueprints, several high-quality alien crystal cores, and that small white mouse still lively and jumping. Hopefully, I can go back. Chen Sheng whispered to himself. Although there is Moon Nan and advanced technology here, this place is not truly home. The air here carries a strong sense of danger. 12 hours. The second hand resets to 0. Chen Sheng instinctively grips the steering wheel and holds his breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. The wind still blows, and the ruins remain silent. The blue glowing door behind Chen Sheng did not appear. There are no signs of any space fluctuations. Phew. Chen Sheng exhales deeply, slumping back into the seat. His mood is complicated. There's a hint of sadness about not being able to return, but also a sense of relief from confirming his guess. Looks like the experts were right. The wormhole really has upgraded. Since it swallowed so much black crystal this time, I might have to stay here for a few days, or even longer. Since he can't go back for now, he needs to find a way to survive better. When he returned to the basement, Moonin had just woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw Chen Sheng coming back with his bag, showing no surprise. It was as if she had already expected this outcome. Didn't make it? She yawned and stretched, her tight combat suit outlining her graceful figure. Yeah. Chen Sheng put down his backpack, looking a bit helpless and shrugging. Looks like he'll have to stay with her for a while. Moonan's lips curled slightly, revealing a subtle, secret smile. Staying is fine, but the food expenses will be extra. But soon, her expression turned serious. She walked up to Chen Sheng and looked him over carefully. If you're going to stay long-term, there's one problem we need to solve. What problem? Chunsheng asked. Moon pointed to the side of her neck. There is a slightly raised patch of skin, beneath which something seems to be hidden. ID chip. In this world, survivors are also ranked. People without chips are called savages or meat pigs. If you are spotted by patrols from other groups or try to enter any large settlement for trading, a scanner will detect that you don't have a chip. Mo Nin made a gesture as if to wipe his neck. At worst, you'll be captured and made a. At best, you'll be shot on the spot or sent to a lab for dissection. You've been hiding these past few days and haven't been caught. That's good luck. But you can't hide underground forever. Chunsheng felt a chill. He had indeed overlooked this issue before. Although the social system has collapsed, a new order, however strange, still exists. To stay here long-term, gather intelligence, and collect technology, you must integrate into this system. So what should I do? Should I get one too? Chunsheng asked. Official channels definitely won't work. You have no birth records or genetic files. Mo Nin turned and walked toward the equipment rack, picking up a black cloak and tossing it to Chunsheng. You can only go to the black market. That's where everything is sold, including fake identities. Put this on to cover your face. Bring your gun. And some hard currency. Hard currency. Chunsheng looked puzzled. It means food. Mo Nin pointed to the compressed biscuits left in Chunsheng's backpack. That stuff is more valuable than gold there. At 2 p.m., 2 motorcycles sped through the ruins. Mo Nin took Chunsheng to the sports center in the city center. From afar, Chunsheng was stunned by what he saw. The once grand stadium had been turned into a huge military fortress. A 20-meter-high concrete wall completely surrounded the sports center. The wall was covered with barbed, electrified wire, and many dried zombie bodies hung on it. Below the wall, countless zombies wandered aimlessly. They longed for the flesh inside, but couldn't cross the line. In the sky, several flying monsters with wingspans over 5 meters tried to swoop down. Just as they approached above the wall, ZZZZ. The automatic turrets on top of the wall instantly activated. Several red laser beams precisely hit the monsters' wings and heads. The monsters let out sharp screams and fell with black smoke. Before hitting the ground, they were swarmed by the crowd of corpses below, tearing them into pieces. Such strong defense. Chunsheng secretly marveled. If this automatic laser defense system could be brought back to Earth, it would greatly ease the pressure on border defenses. Come this way. Moon Nin led Chunsheng around the front gate to a hidden side passage. It was a dried-up sewage channel, clearly cleaned and turned into a secret black market entrance. At the end of the passage was a heavy explosion-proof door. 2 fully armed guards stood at the door. They wore exoskeleton armor with hydraulic assistance, holding futuristic-looking electromagnetic pulse rifles. Even their masks shimmered with red data streams. Seeing Chunsheng and Moon Nin approach, the guards immediately raised their guns. Stop! Who are you? The electronic synthesized voice was cold and intimidating. Moon Nin stepped forward, skillfully showing a tattoo mark on his wrist. Old customer, here to buy supplies. The guards scanned the tattoo, confirmed it, and lowered their guns. But their eyes quickly fell on Chunsheng, especially on the black Type 95 rifle behind him. The dark gun body, wooden foregrip, and the iconic magazine. To guards used to energy and electromagnetic weapons, it looked like a primitive person holding a stone axe. Huh. One guard couldn't hold back and chuckled. Buddy, where did you steal that from? Gunpowder-powered weapon. Will that thing even pierce a mutant rat's hide? The other guard also looked amused. This is so old-fashioned. Such an antique. It's probably too short to even be a fire-starting stick. Faced with their teasing, Chunsheng remained calm. He didn't explain anything, just gave a cold glance to the two of them. The fierce aura from surviving a sea of corpses and blood made the 2 guards stop laughing suddenly. They felt like they were being watched by a fierce beast, and a chill ran down their spines. All right, go inside. The guards no longer hesitated and opened the explosion-proof door. Walking through the long corridor, the view suddenly opened up. The underground parking lot had been turned into a large market. Although underground, it was not as dark and damp as expected. The ceiling was covered with various fluorescent lights, illuminating the entire square like daytime. The air was filled with the smells of grilled meat, sweat, alcohol, and cheap perfume. Loud noises, shouting, bargaining, everything was lively. Fresh mutated lizard meat. Just killed. Only 2 energy cells. recycle old batteries. High prices paid. Beautiful lady, check out this laser dagger. Your best self-defense tool. This was the territory controlled by the Wasteland Army organization. Although chaotic, it was the only place in this dead city with a bit of life. Chen Sheng walked among the crowd, constantly scanning the stalls around him. The items here amazed him. There were biological sprays that could stop bleeding instantly. There were night vision glasses that could see several kilometers in the dark. There were even simple personal flying backpacks. Most of these were second-hand or cobbled-together defective products. But the technology behind them still shocked Chen Sheng. If I could clear this place out, Chen Sheng licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. This wasn't just a black market. It was a springboard for Earth's technological leap. But for now, his main task was to confirm his identity. Mu Nan took Chen Sheng directly to a small, inconspicuous clinic in a corner of the black market. The sign was a neon-lit prosthetic arm, with the words, Old John's Modification Shop. As they pushed the door open, a strong smell of disinfectant hit them. An old man with white hair and wearing multifunctional goggles was working on a mechanical arm. Old John, you're back. Mu Nan knocked on the counter. The old man looked up, and his mechanical left eye moved slightly, making a sizzling focusing sound. Hey, it's young Miss Mu Nan. What are you here to fix this time? Did your arm break again? It's not about fixing something. Mu Nan pushed Chen Sheng forward. Get him an identity chip, one that's clean, with no background. Old John examined Chen Sheng, his gaze lingering on his healthy skin for a long time. Smooth and tender. You're this old and still haven't had a chip implanted? Are you a young master who ran out of the forest? Although he teased, he didn't ask too many questions. In this world, the first rule for survival is not to ask questions you shouldn't. All right, 200 credits, or equivalent supplies. Old John stretched out two thin fingers. Chen Sheng glanced at Mu Nan. Mu Nan nodded. Chen Sheng took a small package from his pocket and placed it on the counter. It was a compressed biscuit. Military grade, high calorie, chocolate flavored. Is this enough? Old John casually picked up the package. But when he read the words on it and smelled the faint chocolate scent through the wrapping, his hand trembled. This is. He suddenly tore a small opening and took a deep breath. The pure, radiation-free, sugar and oil-rich aroma made his mechanical eye light up a little. Is this pre-war military rations? And it's so well preserved. In this world, most food is synthetic starch blocks and mutated beast meat. Such high-sugar, high-calorie processed food is a luxury. Usually, only important people eat it on their birthdays. Enough. More than enough? Old John, like a protective dog, quickly stuffed the biscuit into his chest, afraid Chen Sheng might change his mind. With this quality, not just an identity chip, if I gave you a full mechanical upgrade, it would be enough for a down payment. His eyes on Chen Sheng changed completely. From seeing a fat sheep, he now saw a treasure. Sit quickly. I'll get it ready for you. The surgery was simple. Old John took out a device similar to a syringe gun and gently pricked Chen Sheng on the side of his neck. Zing! A slight pain was felt. Done. Old John handed over a mirror. This is your civilian ID under the Wasteland Army, numbered 9527. As long as you don't enter the core area, no one will check you. With the identity secured, Chen Sheng let out a sigh of relief. The two of them left the clinic. Mu Nan then took Chen Sheng to a small stall selling electronic products. Boss, 2 pairs of the latest communication wristbands, please, military grade, with good encryption. Mu Nan skillfully selected, finally choosing a black metal wristband. When paying, Chen Sheng took the lead again. This time, he used half a packet of instant noodle seasoning powder. The shopkeeper tasted the salty, savory powder and was so excited he almost knelt before Chen Sheng. This flavor is seafood. I can taste the ocean. Chen Sheng held the wristband and tried it on. The screen lit up, showing a simple and clear interface. This device can not only make calls, but also track your location in real time, and even scan nearby life signs, Mu Nan explained. Its communication range covers the entire city, and it has a built-in relay function. As long as there are other wristbands in the city, the signal won't break. Chen Sheng felt secretly pleased. This is basically a simplified version of a solo combat tool. No satellites needed, no base stations, self-organizing network. If equipped on special forces, it would be almost invincible in behind enemy lines operations. Buy it. Chen Sheng waved his hand and bought several more pairs, planning to take them back to the research institute for disassembly and study. Just as they were leaving loaded with goods, a group of people blocked their way. Leading them was a bald man with a face full of flesh. He wore a modified heavy-powered armor, holding a chainsaw sword, with a thick gold chain around his neck. That rough, gangster-meets-bandit look was overwhelming. Hey, isn't that Mu Nan, the beautiful lady? The bald man's cloudy eyes roamed recklessly over Mu Nan, exuding a disgusting, lecherous aura. I heard you've been making a lot of money lately, so, do you have money to buy things, or do you owe me money? When Mu Nan saw this person, her face instantly darkened. She instinctively clenched her energy gun at her waist. Kuelong, I've already paid back what I owed you. What you're talking about is the principal, Kuelong chuckled, showing a row of uneven yellow teeth. And there's interest too. Interest is compounded, you know. But, he stepped forward, reaching out to touch Mu Nan's face. If you're willing to keep my brother company, we can settle the interest with a favor. The little followers around them burst into laughter and whistled. They spread out in a fan shape, trapping Chen Sheng and Mu Nan in the middle. This was outright robbery. In this lawless black market, strength is everything. Mu Nan was trembling with anger. You're dreaming. Then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Kuelong's face changed, and he waved his hand. Leave the man badly beaten, and throw him out to feed the zombies. Take the woman away, and tonight, let the brothers enjoy themselves. Just as Kuelong's men were about to act, Chen Sheng, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Mu Nan. He didn't draw his gun, nor did he show fighting stance. His expression was as calm as still water, even with a hint of disdain. Wait, Chen Sheng spoke calmly. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. Kuelong was momentarily stunned, glancing sideways at the man in the cloak. Oh, little pretty boy wants to be a hero? Look at yourself in the mirror before talking. Do you even qualify? Chen Sheng ignored his mockery and simply asked. She said she owes you money. I want to know how much in total. Tell me clearly once, and I'll pay it for her. Kuelong burst into loud laughter, as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. Ha, this kid's got a big mouth. All right, you want to pay it back? Kuelong extended a hand, speaking fiercely. 5,000 credit points, or 50 kilograms of top-grade beast meat. Can you produce that? If not, get out of here. That was an astronomical price. Normally, a regular survivor wouldn't be able to save up this much even after a year of hard work. The people watching nearby started whispering. That kid is doomed, trying to show off. Mu Nan is in big trouble now. Kuei Wolf has his eyes on her. He'll either kill him or skin him alive. However, Chen Sheng just nodded slightly. Can I pay with food? Of course. As long as it's pure, non-radioactive food, I'll take it all. Kuei Wolf scoffed dismissively. He didn't believe this kid could actually produce that much. All right, wait and see. Chen Sheng turned around and quickly walked out of the crowd. Ha. He ran away. Sure enough, he's a coward, leaving the woman behind and running off. He's not a real man. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Mu Nan's face turned pale. She watched Chen Sheng's back as he left, her heart sinking. Could it be? He really ran away? No, he wouldn't. But just 2 minutes later, that familiar figure returned. Chen Sheng was back, carrying a white woven bag on his shoulder. It was one of the supplies he kept in the trunk of the warrior's vehicle. A 10-kilogram bag of wuchang rice. Chen Sheng strode confidently to Kuei Wolf. Bang! He slammed the bag of rice onto the ground at Kuei Wolf's feet. Dust flew everywhere. This is 10 kilograms of pure rice, unopened. Is that enough? The entire scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that bag. The words, wuchang rice, were printed on it. Though they didn't recognize the characters, the white grains visible through the transparent window pierced everyone's eyes deeply. Is that rice? Real, plump grains, white as pearls, rice like that? In this world, what they saw was not just rice. It was white gold. Diamonds. Kuei Wolf's laughter caught in his throat. He trembled as he squatted down, slicing open the bag with a dagger. Clatter. The snow-white rice spilled out. The fresh scent of rice instantly shattered his mental defenses. Really? It's true. Kuelong's hands trembled. This 10 kilograms of rice, if sold in the upper district, could fetch at least tens of thousands of credit points. It might even buy more advanced evolution potions. The crowd around them went completely crazy. Greed, jealousy, shock, countless emotions mixed in the air. That little white face they mocked had casually thrown out a mountain of gold. Where did this rich person come from? Chun Sheng ignored the burning gazes around him. He quickly grabbed Munan's hand, who was still stunned. Let's go. Munan was pulled along and staggered as they ran outside. Are you crazy? Munan finally reacted, voice trembling. You exposed that bag of rice. We'll die. If we don't expose it, we can't leave either, Chun Sheng said calmly. While they're still shocked, run quickly. The two rushed out of the black market, jumping into a hidden Mingshi vehicle and motorcycle. Boom! The engine roared. Just as they burst through the sports center gates, Kuelong's furious roar came from behind. Chase them. Catch that kid. He's a fat sheep. A super fat sheep. He must have more good stuff on him. Kuelong reacted quickly. Someone who could casually throw out 10 kilograms of rice must be a walking treasure trove. Virum. Dozens of modified off-road vehicles and motorcycles, like a pack of bloodhounds smelling prey, charged out of the sports center. Dust and smoke billowed, killing intent in the air. A life-and-death chase began in this ruined city. Chun Sheng glanced at the smoke filling the rearview mirror, a cold smile curling on his lips. Trying to chase me? Let's see if your junk cars or my mighty vehicle are faster. Suddenly the steering wheel and the Mingshi vehicle smashed through a broken wall, rushing into a narrow alley. Hold on tight. The race has started. The engine roared, a mechanical cry nearing its limit. The bodies of the 3 generations of warriors shook violently, with every part enduring pressures beyond design limits. Chun Sheng tightly gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed straight ahead. In the rearview mirror, dust and smoke billowed. Dozens of heavily modified off-road vehicles and hoverbikes chased fiercely, like mad dogs biting relentlessly. Bang! 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 The machine gun turret on the roof kept firing flames backward, but on the bumpy road, hitting targets was almost impossible. Stop that car. Immediately pull over, hand over the supplies. Or you'll regret it. A loud, angry shout came from the loudspeaker, mixed with crackling electrical noise, sounding very harsh. Go to. Chun Sheng spat, and suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply to the right, causing the vehicle to drift almost sideways through a sharp turn. Whoosh! Boom! A bright red laser beam streaked past the left side of the warrior vehicle, hitting an abandoned building nearby. The concrete wall instantly melted, creating a large hole, with rebar glowing red and dripping like wax. Is this a laser weapon? Chun Sheng glanced in the rearview mirror, still feeling scared. This high-energy directed weapon has no trajectory. It hits wherever aimed. If he hadn't practiced extreme driving skills on Earth, the warrior vehicle would have been turned into scrap metal long ago. Since you all like energy weapons so much, then try this. Chun Sheng controlled the steering with one hand, while reaching into his tactical vest with the other to pull out 2 electromagnetic pulse grenades. Pull the pin. Countdown. Take this. He threw them out of the window behind him. The 2 grenades exploded directly above the pursuing convoy. Crackle! Blue and white arcs of electricity burst out instantly, like a wild storm of lightning. But what happened next made Chun Sheng's eyes nearly pop out. The pursuing vehicles didn't shut down as he expected. Instead, their surfaces suddenly lit up with a faint blue glow. It was like soap bubbles, but incredibly tough, a transparent shield. The electromagnetic pulse hit the shield, causing ripples, but then vanished as if into thin air, like a mud cow sinking into the sea. SHT, Chun Sheng couldn't help but curse. Energy shields? These bandits actually have such high-tech black gadgets? He was frantically pressing the accelerator while loudly questioning Mu Nen sitting in the passenger seat. Big sister, you're really unfair. Why didn't you tell me this important information earlier? Can this thing even block electromagnetic pulses? Mu Nan was shooting backward with her energy gun and blinking innocently. You didn't ask me. And this is a new device recently equipped by the Wild Army, called the Absolute Domain Type 1 Personal Shield Generator. Although it's a vehicle version, the principle is the same. It's designed to defend against energy impacts and physical projectiles. Chun Sheng felt a sharp pain in his teeth. If you didn't ask, you shouldn't mention it now, right? Stop talking. How do we break through? At this rate, my car will be destroyed. The rear armor of the brave vehicle was already scorched and pitted by laser burns, and the warning lights flickered wildly like a disco. Moonin glanced at the pursuing vehicle behind. It was a heavily modified hovercar with the thickest shield. This is a bit troublesome. Moonin put away her gun and suddenly pressed her left hand against her mechanical arm. Dot. With a precise mechanical clicking, a small hidden compartment opened at her wrist. A strange-looking black dart, shaped like a Mitsubishi cone, shot out. The dart was engraved with complex golden patterns, flashing with a dangerous glow. Watch this. Moonin took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with a cold look. She suddenly leaned out of the car window, and her right arm moved with force. The hydraulic booster inside her mechanical arm released a huge burst of energy. Go! The black dart transformed into a streak of light too fast for the eye to catch, heading straight for the front of the wolf-shaped vehicle. Ding! A sharp, almost piercing metallic collision sound rang out. The dart was not deflected by the shield. Instead, it sliced through the blue light membrane as if hot knives through butter. Then it forcefully embedded itself in the center of the car's front hood. Buzz! The stable blue shield suddenly trembled violently. Then, like a flickering faulty light bulb, it flashed a few times before completely going out. Emonin shouted loudly. Without her reminder, Chen Sheng had already pressed the trigger of the machine gun tower. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Without the shield protection, the hovercar instantly became a moving target. The 12.7mm armor-piercing bullets easily tore through its shell. Boom! Kuelong's car burst into flames, black smoke billowing out, forcing it to slow down and stop by the roadside. Other pursuing vehicles, seeing their leader stopped, hurriedly slowed down and avoided. Good chance. Chen Sheng stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The brave vehicle sped away with a strong wind, quickly gaining distance and disappearing into the complex ruins of the streets. Kuelong crawled out of the smoking car, face covered in black ash, looking very embarrassed. He watched the brave vehicle leave in the distance, trembling with anger. Good-for-nothings. All good-for-nothings. He pulled out a laser pistol from his waist and shot at a subordinate who hadn't managed to stop in time. Sizzle. The subordinate's head was instantly burned through, and he fell dead. The nearby gang members trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. Find them. Dig 3 feet underground to find those 2 scoundrels, that bag of rice. And the equipment on that man. I want everything. Kuelong's eyes burned with greed and madness. He knew this was no longer just a personal grudge. That bag of rice meant huge wealth. It might even determine whether he could advance further in the Wasteland Army. Let's go. Back to the base. Kuelong jumped onto a well-maintained motorcycle and turned around. This matter was too big. He had to report to his superiors. On the other side of the city, inside a fortress converted from an abandoned military base. In front of a large holographic sand table stood a middle-aged man dressed in dark red military uniform. He had a scar across his nose, making him look especially fierce. This man was the third in command of the Wasteland Army, Major Rosen. What did you say? Rosen turned around, staring fiercely at Kuelong kneeling on the ground. His voice was deep and hoarse, like 2 rusty iron plates rubbing. 10 kilograms. Of pure rice? Yes, sir. Kuelong lowered his head, afraid to look directly into Rosen's eyes. That's true. He openly showed it in the black market, and many people saw it. Plus, that man was driving a heavily armed vehicle we've never seen before. The firepower was intense, and our shields were broken. Rosen squinted, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Interesting. In this wasteland, the only places that can produce so much pure food are either the hidden large settlements or the legendary Eden survivors. If we can catch this fat sheep and force him to reveal his food source. A faint, terrifying red glow flickered in Rosen's eyes. It was a sign of extreme desire for power and resources. Let's go. Take me to see the commander. This matter had already gone beyond his control. 10 minutes later, deep inside the base, in a very luxurious room, the supreme leader of the Wasteland Army, Xia Ho-che, sat on a sofa covered with mutated tiger fur, swirling a cup of murky red wine. He appeared to be a refined old man, with white hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. But everyone knew he was the cruelest, most cold-blooded butcher in the city. After hearing Rosen's report, Xia Ho-che was not as excited as Rosen. He still sipped his wine gracefully, his expression calm as water. 10 kilograms of rice. Haha. He chuckled softly, and put down his glass. Your vision is still too shallow. Someone who can casually produce 10 kilograms of rice. Does he only have rice? He might have seeds, water purification equipment, or even a complete ecological cycle system. Xiaohoche stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the silent city. That is the foundation for rebuilding civilization. It is also the last piece of the puzzle for us to dominate this wasteland. He suddenly turned around, his refined demeanor vanishing instantly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of dominance. Send my orders. Search the entire city. Deploy all drones. Block all entrances and exits. Even if it means turning the city upside down. Catch that man alive. Anyone who dares to steal even a grain of rice, I will throw them into the corpse pit to feed the dogs. Yes. Roshen and Kualong responded in unison, their eyes full of excitement. Meanwhile, at Munan's place, the atmosphere was heavy, as if it could drip water. Chen Sheng and Mu Nan were packing supplies as quickly as possible. Although they had narrowly escaped this time, they both knew that their location might already be exposed. The revenge of the Wasteland Army would come like a storm very soon. This place is doomed, Mu Nan said, stuffing energy blocks into his backpack and sighing. Kuelong is a dog, very sharp-nosed. As long as we show up in the black market, finding this place is just a matter of time. Chen Sheng was dismantling a simple generator and nodded upon hearing this. I was careless. I shouldn't have been so showy. No, it's not entirely your fault. Moonin shook his head. If we don't take that bag of rice, we can't leave the black market at all. But Chen Sheng paused his work, his eyes becoming sharp. Since we've made enemies, we need to find a way to deal with it. Munan, tell me about this Wasteland Army. How many cards do they have? Munan thought for a moment and pulled up some data. The Wasteland Army is the biggest armed force in this area. About 220 core fighters, all enhanced with genetics or mechanical modifications. Their equipment is very advanced. About 300 laser rifles, 5 heavy energy cannons, 10 armored vehicles with shields, and dozens of hover bikes that can fly low. Listening to this data, Chen Sheng's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. More than 200 enhanced soldiers, plus energy weapons and shielded vehicles. This strength was like a reinforced special forces unit. Even with his own strength and a powerful vehicle, he was no match. We need to gather more people, Chen Sheng thought silently. I must go back quickly and report the situation here to Lao Bai. See if Earth can provide some targeted weapons. Even a few single-soldier cloud bombs or anti-tank missiles would be enough to give those guys a hard time. Chen Sheng suddenly remembered something and took out a black dart from his pocket, the one Mu Nen had previously recovered. By the way, what's this called that you just used? Why did it break that turtle shell so easily? Mu Nen took the dart carefully and wiped it gently. It's called Broken Edge. It's a small gadget I developed myself. A hint of pride flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Do you know how energy shields work? It uses a high-frequency magnetic field to control ionized particles, forming a layer of high-energy particle film. And this dart's tip is coated with a special phase-reversal resonance coating. When it touches the shield, it releases a disturbance wave that is completely opposite to the shield's frequency. It's like two opposite water currents colliding, creating a huge bubble effect instantly. Although it can only overload the shield for a few seconds, that's enough to destroy the shield generator. Chen Sheng was stunned. He didn't fully understand the physics, but he grasped the main idea. This thing is a special tool designed to counter energy shields. That's amazing. If you can give me the formula for this coating, I'll take it back for our scientists to study. Maybe we can make armor-piercing rounds that specifically target shields. Munan smiled and handed the dart to Chen Sheng. Here, this is for you. Making this is quite complicated, so I only have a few, but I remember the formula in my head. When we get to a safe place, I'll write it down for you. After packing everything up, the two of them set out again on their escape. This time, they didn't circle around the city but headed straight out of the urban area into the wilderness. The city was no longer safe. Enemy spies from the rebel army were everywhere. Only the wilderness, covered with mutated creatures and radioactive dust, was outside their jurisdiction. The rugged vehicle jolted across the rough terrain. Outside the window, there were withered trees eroded by sandstorms and occasional large animal bones. Where are we going? Chen Sheng asked. To my brother's place. Munan looked out the window, her eyes softening a bit. That is my backup safe house, and also my brother's laboratory. You have a brother? Chen Sheng was a bit surprised. Yes, my biological brother. Munan smiled helplessly. He's a. About an hour later. Ahead, a region surrounded by dense mutated bushes appeared. Through the gaps in the bushes, a dilapidated farmyard could be faintly seen. It looked ordinary, even a bit deserted. Chen Sheng had a sudden feeling that made his hair stand on end. Stop the car, Munan whispered sharply. Chen Sheng immediately pressed the brakes. He carefully looked around and quickly noticed something was wrong. On the open ground around the yard, there were many bodies scattered. Some were zombies, others were strange creatures, and none of them were whole. Some were cut into pieces, some looked scorched by high-voltage electricity, and others had many bullet holes. This, Chen Sheng swallowed hard. Is this place a slaughterhouse? What shocked him even more was that on the wall around the yard, every few meters, there was a small black insect about the size of a palm. Could it be? Tiny drones. And on either side of the seemingly broken wooden door stood two giant steel figures, each about 3 meters tall. They were completely black, with sharp lines, and their arms carried 6-barreled Gatling guns. On their backs, they had 2 miniature missile launchers. Their cold electronic eyes flickered red, locking tightly onto the armored vehicle. Is this a robot? Chen Sheng's pupils shrank suddenly. Such high-level combat robots, in terms of craftsmanship and firepower, far exceeded any model he had seen on Earth. Even more advanced than the equipment of the previous military forces. Could a simple farmyard really have such advanced gear? Don't be nervous. Munan opened the car door and stepped out. She didn't approach, but stood about 50 meters from the gate, shouting into the air. Skybright, it's me. I'm your sister. If you dare to use that broken laser on me again, I'll write about you wetting the bed as a big poster and put it all over the city. Silence. After a few seconds, zing, the electronic eyes of the 2 steel giants instantly turned a gentle green. The insects on the wall also flew up, circled in the air once, then landed again. Click. The wooden door of the small yard slowly opened. Come in. A slightly childish but somewhat lazy voice of a young boy came from the loudspeaker. Big sister, can you use a different way to threaten next time? This trick has been used 100 times. I'm immune now. Chen Sheng carefully drove his car into the yard. As he passed by the 2 steel giants, he could even feel the cold air emitted from their icy gun barrels. These robots, Chen Sheng couldn't help asking. Too powerful. Where did you find this kind of product? Munan rolled her eyes. Not found. My weird little brother made it out of scrap metal. Entering the main house of the yard, Chen Sheng saw the legendary. A boy who looked only 16 or 17 sat among a pile of messy electronic parts. He wore a white coat covered in oil stains, his hair messy like a chicken coop, and wore a large multifunctional goggles that was bigger than his face. This is Mu Tianming, Munan introduced. My brother, he's 16 this year. Chen Sheng looked at this thin boy and couldn't connect him with those terrifying killing machines outside. Hello. Chen Sheng reached out his hand proactively. Mu Tianming didn't shake hands, but pushed up his goggles. His curious and scrutinizing eyes scanned Chen Sheng as if with X-ray vision. Bone density is 30% higher than normal, muscle fiber strength is 3 times that of ordinary people, and Mu Tianming leaned in to smell Chen Sheng. You have a kind of smell that doesn't belong to this world. Very clean, without the rotten smell of radiation dust. Chen Sheng was surprised. This kid's observation skills are really sharp. Who are you? My sister never brings men home. Mu Tianming crossed his arms, looking at Chen Sheng with a cautious expression. Are you her kept boy? Cough, cough. Chen Sheng almost choked on his saliva. Don't talk nonsense. Munan slapped the back of his brother's head. This is Chen Sheng, my partner. Partner? Mu Tianming rubbed his head, looking doubtful. Forget it. With your little savings, do you even need a partner? His gaze fell on the rifle Chen Sheng placed on the table. This gun. Mu Tianming's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new toy. He grabbed the rifle and skillfully disassembled it. The design is classic, gas-operated automatic. But, he frowned, the power is too weak, and the muzzle velocity isn't enough. In this world full of mutated creatures, this thing is just a toy. After saying that, he searched through a pile of parts on the table. He picked up a small crystal about the size of a fingernail and a few coils. His fingers moved quickly, and within 2 minutes, he attached the crystal and coils to the underside of the rifle's barrel. Done. Mu Tianming tossed the gun back to Chen Sheng. I added a simple, high-energy particle accelerator to it. Although it only works once, this bullet now has enough to pierce 3 layers of energy shields from the mutated soldiers. Chen Sheng was completely stunned. Him modifying a weapon? And adding a particle accelerator to a gunpowder weapon? Is this something a carbon-based life form can do? If they bring him back to Earth, wouldn't China's technological progress skyrocket like a rocket launch? In the following days, Chen Sheng told Mu Tianming about the problems they faced. When he heard that his sister had gotten involved with the Desert Army, Mu Tianming's face turned pale with fear. Big sister, are you crazy? Is the Desert Army easy to mess with? They have heavy weapons. It's over, it's over. This place isn't safe anymore. Seeing his panicked younger brother, Chen Sheng smiled. He took out his last secret weapon from his backpack. A bucket of spicy beef noodles. Don't worry, Chen Sheng said as he boiled water. As long as you help us improve our gear, the Desert Army isn't so scary. The moment the boiling water poured into the noodle bucket, that familiar, strong aroma once again took over his soul. Mu Tianming sniffed twice, his eyes widened instantly. What? What is that smell? This smells so good. When he took his first sip of hot soup and ate his first noodle, this genius boy's intelligence instantly vanished, turning him into a total foodie. Wow, delicious, brother. From now on, you're my real brother. Is it just the Desert Army? Bring it on. As long as you feed me, I can even build a giant robot for you. Watching his brother eat so eagerly, Chen Sheng and Mu Nen exchanged smiles. Sure enough, there's nothing a bucket of instant noodles can't fix. If there is, then 2 buckets. In the next 2 days, the small farmyard turned into a temporary weapons factory. With Mu Tianming joining, Chen Sheng and Mu Nan's equipment was fully upgraded. Chen Sheng's armored vehicle was fitted with reactive armor, and the machine gun turret on top was replaced with a dual high-energy pulse cannon. Mu Nan's mechanical arm was heavily modified into a multi-purpose tool capable of cutting, welding, and hacking. Meanwhile, Mu Tianming was busy setting traps and defensive measures. He wanted to turn this place into a steel hedgehog before the Desert Army arrived. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, it was the 5th day since Chen Sheng arrived in this world. It was noon. The sun hung high, scorching the wasteland until it twisted and warped. Chen Sheng stood in the yard, glancing at his watch. 11 hours and 58 minutes. This time, that familiar feeling of being locked in space finally returned. The air began to tremble slightly, and the surrounding lights started to look a bit unreal. I'm leaving now. Chen Sheng turned around and spoke to Mu Nan and Mu Tianming. I'm really going this time. Mu Nan's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, but she quickly hid it. Let's go. Hurry up. No more wasting food here. Although she said that, she still shoved a hard drive into Chen Sheng's hand. This is the blueprint of the broken blade, and some weapon data Tianming organized these days. Hope it helps you. Mu Tianming looked very reluctant, almost on the verge of tears. Brother, when will you come next time? Make sure to bring instant noodles. And cola. And ham sausages. Don't worry, plenty of it. Chen Sheng smiled and ruffled his messy hair. Next time, I'll bring you a real feast. A blue light door slowly opened behind Chen Sheng. That familiar energy fluctuation arrived as expected. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and jumped onto the warrior vehicle. Take care. He saluted the 2 of them. Then, with a foot on the accelerator, the warrior vehicle sped into the light door. The glow flickered, and both person and vehicle disappeared instantly into the air. The wormhole slowly closed, and everything returned to calm, as if no one had ever been here. In the underground laboratory of the small home yard, screens were flashing with frantic code. Mu Tianming, holding the last plastic fork, licked the remaining braised beef noodle soup from the corner of his mouth, still feeling unsatisfied. Although he had promised that cheap brother-in-law not to investigate further, as a genius with super high IQ, curiosity was almost unbearable, like a cat scratching. Humph, you say you'll leave just like that. I want to see where you can go. Mu Tianming pushed up his thick protective glasses and quickly tapped on the holographic keyboard. Compound Eye System, activate. Nanobee Swarm, lock-on mode, turn on optical camouflage, high above in the thousands of meters. A tiny mechanical insect, no larger than a fly and completely black, is calmly hovering in the airflow. This is Mu Tianming's proud creation, and he calls it his, God's eye. Its compound eye lens is tightly focused on a speeding military jeep below. On the screen, data streams flow like a waterfall. Speed 120, engine overheating, all normal. Mu Tianming suddenly stops chewing his fork, jumps up from his chair, and almost presses his face against the screen. In the center of the screen, right in front of the jeep, the space appears to be like glass melted by high heat, twisting violently. Space curvature abnormal. Gravitational wave peak exceeds limit. This can't be. Mu Tianming's voice sharpens from shock. Under his gaze, a blue light portal suddenly tears through the atmosphere. It's not an optical illusion. It's a real, physical phenomenon. An interdimensional wormhole. The boy's pupils shrink rapidly, and his breathing becomes quick, as if he just ran 1,000 meters. Then, the jeep speeds straight into the light portal without slowing down. A flash of light. Space closes. The vast plain is empty, as if nothing happened. Disappeared, completely gone. No residual heat, no signs of matter destruction. Mu Tianming slumps into his chair, his mind blank. He didn't come from another settlement. Is he an alien? Or from the future, while this young genius is immersed in the shock of unknown technology? The heavily modified military jeep, just a second ago, was roaring across the land. The engine's roar still echoes in his ears. The smell of burnt rubber from the tires rubbing against gravel hasn't faded. But now, the vehicle is gone. On Mu Tianming's retina, the steel beast rushes into the void. Then, like a drop of water merging into the sea, it completely disappears. No explosion, no wreckage. Not even the airflow is disturbed. Mu Tianming's expression freezes. He was still holding a plastic fork used for eating instant noodles, but suddenly it fell with a snap onto the dusty work table. This isn't logical. The boy's voice trembled, like a groan when his worldview collapsed. He suddenly lunged at the holographic screen, fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard, trying to retrieve all the data from that moment. Data streams poured down like a waterfall. Thermal imaging showed that the vehicle's heat source disappeared in 0.01 seconds. The gravitational wave detector indicated a tiny, yet extremely deep gravity well at that coordinate point. Space folding? Or quantum teleportation? Mu Tianming grabbed his messy hair, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly turned around, staring intently at his sister standing behind him, wearing thick protective glasses. Moonin was leaning against the wall, holding a modified laser gun. Her expression was very calm. So calm that Mu Tianming felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Big sister, did you know this all along? Mu Tianming's voice rose slightly, with a hint of questioning. Moonin didn't answer immediately. She lowered her eyelids, looking at the ground in front of her feet, where a mutated beetle was crawling. I don't know the details. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. But I'm not blind, and I'm not stupid. She raised her head, her gaze crossing her brother, looking at the empty wilderness. Since I first saw him, something has been off. Mu Tianming was stunned. He had never seen his sister show this kind of expression, like a drowning person in despair clutching at an imaginary straw. What's off? The boy asked urgently, eager to get an answer from his sister. Moonin took a deep breath, as if trying to exhale the long-held, murky air inside her. Do you remember that day? I met him among a group of zombies. He's too clean. Moonan's eyes became distant, as if lost in memory. That kind of cleanliness isn't something you can wash away with a bath. It's the cleanliness of skin not soaked in radiation dust, the cleanliness of someone who has lived in a good environment for a long time. Mo Tianming nodded thoughtfully. As a scientific genius, he immediately understood his sister's meaning. In this wasteland world, even the nobles in the refuge carry a smell of decay. That is the smell of death. And those waters, Moonan continued, her tone growing more serious. Pure water, with no impurities or strange odors. Even the largest Eden settlement can't produce this level of drinking water. And those rice grains, each one is full and clear, with no mutations. Tianming, do you think there's anywhere else in this world that can grow such crops? Tianming fell silent. His mind raced, ruling out one possibility after another. No, on this land destroyed by nuclear war and viruses, such pure land simply does not exist. Unless that pure land isn't on this earth at all. So, you suspected this all along. Tianming's voice was a bit dry. I was just guessing. Munan smiled bitterly, slipping her pistol back into her holster. Who would believe it? Time travel? Visitors from another world? This kind of story, which only exists in sci-fi before disasters, is happening right before our eyes. She walked to the control panel, looking at the looping footage on the screen. But now, it's no longer just a guess. It's a fact. Tianming bit his lip. Suddenly, he reached out and paused the screen. It was a frozen moment. A deep blue light tore through space, forming a swirling vortex. Sis, look at this. Tianming pointed at the edge of the vortex. The space curvature here is negative. This means it's not just teleportation. It could be a wormhole. A stable, controllable wormhole. Munan's pupils shrank suddenly. Even if she didn't understand physics, she knew the importance of stable and controllable. You mean he can come back? And it's happened a few times before. Munan's voice trembled slightly. That's theoretically possible. Mu Tianming pushed up his goggles, his eyes shining with excitement. If he can come back, then maybe we can go too. As soon as he said that, the air inside the underground bunker seemed to freeze instantly. Go back. Leave this place. Leave this filled with zombies, radiation, mutated beasts, and violence. Go to a world with clean water, full grains, and fresh air. The temptation was too strong. It was so great that any survivor in the wasteland would go crazy for it. Munan's heart started pounding hard. Should we take a chance? Mu Tianming turned around and stared at his sister. Hold him hostage when he returns next time. Or beg him. Take us with you, sis. I've had enough of the synthetic ointments here. I can't stand hearing the howling outside every night anymore. Munan looked at her brother's young but tired face. Her heart suddenly ached. As the older sister, her only wish was for her brother to survive. If only they could go to that world. But in the next second, her reason cooled her fiery hope like a cold splash of water. No, Munan said firmly. Why? Mu Tianming shouted in confusion. Because we don't know what that world is like. Munan's eyes grew sharp again, returning to her wild warrior's stance. What's on the other side of the wormhole? Is it paradise? Or another? Can that passage really get us through? What if only he can go? What if we get torn apart when we go in? A series of questions hit Mu Tianming like heavy blows to the head. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Yes, the unknown is the greatest fear. And besides, our situation isn't safe right now. Munan pointed to the top of her head. The soldiers from the Wild Army will find us soon. We've offended the Wolf Clan and even destroyed their vehicle. They won't let this go easily. Before Chen Sheng returns, we must survive. The intense excitement in Mu Tianming's eyes gradually cooled, replaced by a deep sense of calculation. You're right. Right now, we are not qualified to negotiate with him. We need to prove our worth. The young man sat back at the control station, his hands moving quickly. If he wants technology, I will give him technology. I will make the high-energy particle accelerator smaller. I will upgrade these nano-drones. When he comes back next time, he will realize he can't do without us. Only when we are irreplaceable can we earn that ticket. Meanwhile, Earth. A top-secret military base in China, 300 meters underground. In a large teleportation hall, alarms blared sharply and urgently. Red warning lights spun wildly, turning the entire space into a sea of blood red. Energy readings are off the charts. Space threshold has exceeded the critical point. Here it comes. The target is about to emerge from the wormhole. The operator's voice over the broadcast was tense and shaky. Everyone held their breath. Old Bai leaned on his cane, standing behind the explosion-proof glass. His cloudy old eyes sparkled with sharpness. Colonel Chin Hao clenched his fists around his rifle, his palms sweaty. Boom! A dull explosion sounded as if space itself was crying out. In the center of the hall, the teleportation platform burst with a blue light, like a supernova explosion. A shockwave rolled out, knocking nearby instruments askew. The light faded. The battered jeep, scarred and battered, crashed heavily onto the specially designed shock-absorbing floor. It was still emitting white smoke. The armor was scorched black from laser burns, and the bulletproof glass was shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Chen Sheng, Chin Hao shouted loudly, rushing forward regardless of everything. The medical team followed closely, carrying a stretcher, oxygen tanks, and a first aid kit. The car door was pushed open with difficulty. Cough, cough. Chun Sheng rolled out of the driver's seat, coughing heavily. He took off his helmet, his face covered in black dust, looking very messy. But he smiled. A very bright smile. I'm back. He looked at the familiar faces around him, at the simple but orderly machines, and at the air, which smelled of machine oil but felt very comforting. This was the smell of home. Quick, check his health. Old Bai trembled as he came over, voice choked with emotion. You kid, how long were you gone? A full 5 days. We all thought the passage had collapsed. Chun Sheng waved his hand to show he was fine. He struggled to stand up and carefully took out a hard drive from his pocket. Old Bai, Captain Sheen. I didn't embarrass our country. The things I brought back are enough to make our technology 50 years ahead. 3 days later, in a military-industrial park in western China. This place had been marked as a top-secret military zone. Chun Sheng stood in front of a large window, looking down at the busy production line below. It was a spectacular sight of industry. Countless precise robotic arms danced in the air, sparks flying like bright fireworks. On the assembly line, silver metal shells were taking shape. They had smooth lines, joint structures that looked like those of living creatures, and a core that glowed faint blue. This is the first-generation cloud robot. Old Bai, standing behind him, spoke proudly. Based on the AI algorithm you brought back, we finished upgrading the production line in just 3 days. These robots will carry out the Dawn project. They are also the foundation for China's rise in this chaotic world. Chun Sheng turned to look at the old man who had dedicated his life to the country. Old Bai, that's not all. I've also handed over the Eternal Heart data to the Nuclear Physics Institute. As soon as that galaxy-level communication device is built and the Eternal Heart is installed as the energy core, the fourth calamity plan can be fully launched. Chun Sheng's eyes sparkled with ambition. By then, it won't just be Chinese players. Players around the world will become our soldiers. They will use these robots to arrive in the wasteland, loot resources for us, and help rebuild civilization. Old Bai nodded, and the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes seemed to relax. This is a powerful national tool. By the way, Chun Sheng. Old Bai seemed to remember something and pointed outside the door. There is a project about disabled veterans that has already made progress. Go take a look. The scene there is even more shocking than here, at the Military District General Hospital, the top rehabilitation center. The atmosphere here has always been tense. Most of the people living here are young, in their early 20s. They once fought enemies on the border, saved people from floods and fires. But now, they have lost arms, legs, or even their eyesight. They are heroes, but they are also like eagles with broken wings, fallen by fate. However, today, the place is filled with laughter and joy, even loud crying. When Chun Sheng entered the rehabilitation hall, he saw a scene he would never forget. A young soldier who had lost both arms was standing in front of a table. His sleeves were no longer empty. Instead, he had 2 silver-black mechanical arms that looked very futuristic. They weren't clumsy hooks or fake limbs. They were real mechanical arms, with every finger and joint working. Try it, Xiao Wang, the doctor beside him encouraged. The soldier took a deep breath, sweat beading on his forehead. He focused his mind. Gee, a faint motor sound came from the mechanical arm. The fingers of the arm slowly opened and closed, moving with his thoughts. That long-lost feeling of controlling his body, like an electric current, surged through his nerves into his brain. He trembled, reached out, and picked up a sewing needle from the table. He was steady as a mountain. Then he picked up a red brick. "Ha!" he shouted softly. The mechanical arm suddenly exerted force. The red brick was crushed into powder instantly. My hand. Xiao Wang looked at his mechanical hand, tears streaming down his face. "My hand is back, class leader. My hand is back." He turned around, hugged his teammate, and cried like a child. It wasn't just him. In another corner of the hall, a former top, wearing a strange-looking protective visor, stood at the shooting station. That was a holographic tactical visor, developed with post-apocalyptic technology. Report. Clear view. Wind correction completed automatically. Target locked. Bang. A gunshot. 2,000 meters away, the target's red flag rose. Right in the middle of the forehead. They took off the visor, and his once blurry eye, damaged from injury, now shone brightly. This thing is amazing. With this, not just 2,000 meters, even 3,000 meters, I can hit a mosquito's wing. Chen Sheng watched this scene, feeling a warm wave in his heart. This is the true meaning of technology. It's not just about killing. It's about redemption. These heroes, who once thought they could only spend their lives in wheelchairs, are now reborn. And they are stronger than before. Mechanical arms gave them superhuman strength and stability. Tactical visors gave them eagle-like vision. A prototype called Mechanical Special Forces was quietly being born in this rehabilitation room. But, as the saying goes, the tree wishes to be still, but the wind won't stop. The rise of Shengshi technology was like a deep water bomb, stirring up huge waves on the calm international surface. The Dawn project hadn't been publicly tested yet, but the bundled, immersive gaming pods, during Chen Sheng's absence, sold out the second batch of 10,000 units in just one day. The praise was 100%. Is this a gaming pod? It's more like a medical pod. My insomnia is gone. Sleeping inside for an hour restores my energy as much as 3 hours outside. This is black technology. It's future tech. Online praise flooded in like a tide. But this wave also attracted sharks from the deep sea. In Chen Sheng's office, the phone kept ringing. Mr. Chen, the embassy of the White Eagle country has sent a message. The secretary, holding a document, entered with a worried look. Also, the Samsung Group from Bangtu country and Sony from Jayapenji country. They all want to have a video call with you. Chen Sheng sneered, sat in his large boss chair, and lit a cigarette. Put them through. I want to see what these bandits want to say. The big projection screen lit up. The screen was divided into 3 parts. The representative from the White Eagle country was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, named Smith. He sat in a luxurious office, with the stars and stripes flag behind him, nostrils flaring, eyes full of arrogance. Mr. Chen, I am Smith. Let's get straight to the point. We are very interested in your gaming pod technology. Name your price. We want to buy Shengshi technology completely. Or you can transfer the patent technology to us for free. In return, we can give you a green card, making you a noble citizen of the White Eagle country. His tone sounded like he was offering charity to a beggar. Before Chen Sheng could speak, the representative from Bangtu country, Park Young-hee, interrupted eagerly. Mr. Chen, according to our historians from North Bangtu country, the theory behind this neural connection technology actually originates from our Bangtu country. If you agree to cooperate, we won't pursue your infringement. The representative from Jayapenji country, Yamada Koichi, smiled slyly, showing yellow teeth. Chen-san, a good bird chooses a good tree to rest on. The Chinese market is too small, and their technological foundation is too weak. Only by working with our great Japan Empire can your technology truly flourish. Hearing these shameless words, Chen Sheng almost burst out laughing. He flicked the ash off his cigarette, leaned slightly forward, and his eyes, hardened by battles in the wasteland, revealed a chilling, killing intent. Are you finished? The 3 representatives froze. Once you're done, get out. Chen Sheng exhaled a smoke ring, his voice cold as a blade. What? What did you say? Smith's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed the table. Do you dare to refuse? Do you know who you're talking to? We are the White Eagle Nation, the beacon of the world. If you don't cooperate, we will impose sanctions. We will block your chips, freeze your overseas assets. And don't think your technology is so impressive. Smith showed a fierce look. Our scientists in the White Eagle Nation are the smartest in the world. Just one day? No, half a day. We will your broken game pod. By then, your technology will be worthless trash. Chen Sheng stood up, hands on the table, his face almost pressed against the camera. Sanctions? Go ahead and sanction me. As for cracking, Chen Sheng sneered and raised a. Listen carefully, bandits. Don't say you'll need a day, even if you have 100 years, even 1,000 years. You won't be able to even one line of my code, because this is a dimension crush. After speaking, he cut off the signal directly. At the moment the screen went dark, you could still hear the furious roars of those 3 people. Across the ocean, in the White Eagle Nation, underground Pentagon laboratory. The air was thick with impatience and a high concentration of ozone smell. Smith stood with a grim face behind the explosion-proof glass. His tie was loosened, and the gentlemanly image he maintained during the video conference was gone. Still no results? He roared into the microphone, spitting saliva onto the glass. Inside the lab, A dozen scientists in top protective suits were sweating profusely. On the operating table in front of them lay a Shengshi game pod, recently smuggled in at a high price from the black market. This machine, hailed as epic-making, was now torn apart. The shell was forcibly cut open with a laser cutter, revealing complex internal circuits. Mr. Smith, this defies the laws of physics, Chief Scientist Dr. Zora trembled as she took off her glasses, her usually wise eyes now filled with fear and confusion. What's going on? Smith forcefully extinguished his cigar. We tried to read its core chip. Dr. Zora pointed to the strange, snowflake-like symbols on the screen. But its structure is not binary at all, not even any known computer language. It seems to have a life of its own. When we attempted to it forcibly, before Dr. Zora finished, suddenly, beep. An ear-piercing alarm sounded loudly in the lab. On the operating table, the black core chip emitted a strange red glow. Warning: unauthorized intrusion detected. Self-destruct program activated. A cold electronic voice announced a countdown to destruction in standard Chinese. Run! Dr. Zora shouted desperately. But it was too late. There was no explosion. No flames. The chip, like a piece of ice dropped into boiling water, instantly melted into a pool of silver liquid. Then, this liquid seemed to be highly corrosive, spreading wildly along the circuits. The motherboard, memory, and even the supercomputer probes connected to it. Any electronic component touched by this liquid instantly turned into a pile of smoking scrap metal. Sizzle! The lights in the lab flickered and then went completely dark. Valuable, multi-million-dollar precision instruments were ruined. That gaming pod also turned into a shapeless mixture of plastic and metal. Smith stared blankly at everything before him. His hands trembled. Is this the from technological disparity? He remembered Chen Sheng flipping me in the video, and the words that made him furious. Give you 100 years, and you still won't it. It wasn't arrogance. It was stating the truth. Smith slumped into his chair, pale as paper. It's over. We lost. We've already been left behind by a century at the starting line. The spotlight was as bright as daylight, illuminating the stage clearly. Below, hundreds of reporters from around the world had their cameras ready. They looked like sharks smelling blood, their eyes shining with excitement and cunning. May I ask, does Shengshi Technology's refusal to cooperate with the international community mean that China wants to control technology? A Western reporter with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke first, sharply. There are rumors that this technology involves human experiments. Does it violate human rights agreements? Another reporter, wearing an oversized hat, followed quickly. White Eagle country has announced full sanctions against Shengshi Technology. How does the Chinese government respond? Faced with these fierce questions, the man on stage, dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, remained calm and steady. He was Bai Lao, a respected expert in China's tech industry and a senior military advisor. He didn't need a script. He just stood quietly, like a tall mountain, unshaken by wind or rain. When the noise below slightly calmed, Bai Lao slowly lifted his head and looked over the crowd. His gaze was calm, but carried a powerful pressure that made it hard to look directly at him. Monopoly? The old man chuckled softly, his voice echoing through the microphone, reaching millions of viewers worldwide. When you use chips to threaten us, why don't you talk about monopoly? When you block lithography technology, why don't you talk about sharing technology? The crowd was silent. The reporters who asked questions blushed, opened their mouths, but couldn't speak. Bai Lao put away his smile, his expression becoming very serious. He pointed a finger and gently tapped the table. Regarding Shengshi Technology, I will only announce 3 things. First, his voice suddenly grew louder, like a loud bell. Shengshi Technology is not an ordinary private company. It is a state-controlled enterprise at the highest strategic level. Every technology it develops represents China's national will. The audience was stunned. Everyone was shocked. A game company elevated to a national strategic level? What does this mean? It means provoking it is like provoking the dragon's sensitive spot in China. Second, Old Bai didn't give everyone time to react and continued. Regarding the sanctions imposed by the White Eagle country, we welcome them. But I also want to remind some people, the world today is no longer the world 100 years ago, where others could do as they pleased. any unreasonable sanctions against Shengshi technology will be seen by China as a declaration of war. We will take all necessary measures to respond equally or even more strongly. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. In front of the TV, countless Chinese people felt their blood boil, eager to cheer and applaud. Third, Old Bai's tone suddenly softened, but his sneer was even more obvious. About hacking technology. I heard some people dismantle the machine and ended up destroying their own labs. Western reporters below looked at each other, embarrassed, and wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Although this matter was top secret, it was no longer a secret in the circle. Here, I want to repeat what Comrade Chen Sheng said. Old Bai pointed a finger at the camera. 100 years. Even if we give you 100 years. You can only stand outside and look up at our back, because this is not a gap in technology. This is a gap in civilization. After speaking, Old Bai turned and left. Only a tall silhouette remained, and the entire scene fell into dead silence. At that moment, the whole world heard the low hum of the awakening of the Eastern Dragon. That voice was saying, the times have changed. That night after the press conference, the official website of the Dawn Project suddenly posted an announcement. No fancy promotional videos. Only a line of blood red, warlike characters. First closed beta test officially begins. Quota, 100 people. Mission goal, explore the new world, survive. Warning, this game is extremely, with 100% pain simulation, severe death penalties, and weak psychological resilience should not apply. In an instant, the servers nearly crashed from the surge of visitors. Millions of players eagerly clicked the apply button, but the screening process was very strict. This beta test didn't consider money or appearance. It only looked at two things. 1. Very high physical fitness and quick reflexes. 2. Absolute loyalty and obedience. After layers of selection by a super AI, 100 acceptance letters were sent to these special players' email inboxes. Among them were retired Special Forces soldiers, extreme sports enthusiasts, top professional esports players, and even a few carefully approved prisoners serving time but eager to prove themselves. In a luxury apartment in Shanghai, Crazy Blade, Yi Liangchun was boredly moving his mouse. As a former world FPS champion, he had lost interest in current games. They felt fake, too soft, no real challenge. Suddenly, a ding sound. A black email popped up on his computer screen. Congratulations. You have been selected for the first test of Dawn Project. Please enter the game pod within 10 minutes. Connection will begin shortly. Yi Liangchun's eyes lit up instantly. He flipped and jumped into the black game pod he had just bought, which looked like a coffin. The hatch slowly closed. Nutrient fluid was injected. Darkness fell. Neural connection establishing. Uploading consciousness. Target location, Station 001, Western China Underground Base. Good luck, Commander. A strong feeling of weightlessness hit him. Yi Liangchun felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his body, racing through a colorful space-time tunnel. When Yi Liangchun opened his eyes again, he did not see the expected game CG scenes. Nor did he see a face customization system. What he saw was a huge, industrial-style metal workshop. Above him were several stories of gantry cranes. Around him were dense wires and robotic arms. Where am I? He instinctively wanted to speak. But he found his voice was not human, but a cold electronic synthetic sound. System self-check in progress. Visual module functioning normally. Power module functioning normally. Weapon system not installed. Yi Liangchun looked down at his body. There is no skin, no blood vessels. Only a silver-white metal shell, streamlined mechanical limbs, and a core emitting a faint blue glow on his chest. Wow. Even the experienced champion couldn't help but curse aloud. The graphics. The lighting effects. He raised his hand, watching the reflection of his metal fingers under the light. He tried to make a fist. The feeling of metal clashing, the sensation of power flowing through hydraulic rods. It feels so real. Almost more real than real life. Welcome to Dawn Project. A familiar voice sounded above his head. Yi Liangchun looked up. He saw Chen Sheng standing on a high platform. Chen Sheng, dressed in a sharp black coat, looked down sharply at the 100 robots that had just awakened below. In his view, each robot's head had a green ID label. ID, Fierce Blade, ID, I love eating tomatoes, ID, Battle Royale. Seeing these diverse names, Chun Sheng's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Surrounding him was the noisy roar of machinery. It was the sound of heavy loaders moving supplies. Chun Sheng sat inside the cab, his hand stroking the cold steering wheel. But his mind drifted back to the meeting room from 24 hours ago. That was the most secret underground bunker in the capital. Smoke filled the air. Old Bai sat at the head, his silver hair shining under the lights. It was right after a press conference. The old man's face showed exhaustion, but his eyes were sharper than an eagle's. We can't follow the old ways. Old Bai's voice was hoarse, but firm with resolve. The fourth disaster plan, start immediately. Code name, Dawn. The meeting room fell into complete silence. Everyone knows the importance of this statement. It means that China must use the whole country's strength to complete a seemingly impossible industrial miracle in the shortest time. So, the order was given. That night, China was sleepless. Hundreds of top scientists were urgently called back. They stared at the blueprint brought back by Chun Sheng, the galaxy-level communication device. It was a complex design, like a mysterious ancient script. Along with the detailed drawings sent by Mu Tianming, countless data flickered wildly in supercomputers. Dozens of world-class factories stopped all their current orders. Over 1,000 skilled workers worked through the night at machine tools. Sparks flew everywhere. It was the most brilliant fireworks of industrial civilization. In just one day, 24 hours, that galaxy-level communication device, which normally would take months to craft carefully, miraculously stood in the assembly workshop at Zero Base. It was silver-white, shining with a futuristic glow. This was the ultimate speed of China. At first, Chun Sheng was worried. He looked at the highly precise machine, frowning. Can we really ensure its stability with such a short build time? He raised concerns during the meeting. If the communication device fails during transmission, those 100 expensive Dawn robots could get lost in space-time chaos. That would mean billions in losses. Old Bai listened quietly, then slowly stood up. He walked to the large window, looking out at the busy base. Chun Sheng. His voice was soft but heavy, like a mountain. In a time when our country faces an unknown future, money is just paper. As long as we can give you even a tiny chance of success. If those 100 robots are all destroyed, we can rebuild them. But if you are left alone and helpless out there, it would be a tragedy for our civilization. Old Bai turned around, his eyes burning as he looked at Chun Sheng. Go, carry the nation's will, and tear a hole in the sky of that world. These words still echoed in Chun Sheng's mind. Like a loud bell, deafening. Chun Sheng suddenly snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath and expelled the dirty air from his lungs. That's right. With the help of these 100 robots, there are now 100 top-tier players with invincible bodies. What can that so-called Wasteland Army organization really do? He is confident that he can build a strong steel base in the harsh wasteland world. Thinking of this, Chun Sheng opened the communication channel. It was connected to the internal lines of 100 holographic game pods. I am Chun Sheng. His voice was calm and strong. The mission briefing has been issued. This is not a drill and not an ordinary online game. This is a war. A wave of restless excitement immediately spread through the communication channel. It was excitement. 100 carefully selected elite players were lying comfortably in their game pods, eager and ready. Don't worry, Commander. My big sword has been craving action for a long time. Finally, I get to see a real other world. I've been practicing my shooting for 3 months for this day. Post-apocalyptic base building? I know this. I built the Forbidden City in Minecraft. Listening to these energetic voices, Chun Sheng's tight lips slightly curved upward. This was the strength he needed. This time, he was not coming back empty-handed. That mysterious wormhole was like a greedy giant beast. Chun Sheng fed it several tons of high-purity black crystals he collected from the wasteland world. The effect was immediate. The narrow passage that could only fit one person now expanded into a huge vortex. Its diameter was 3 meters, big enough for a heavy vehicle to pass through. So this time, Chun Sheng was no longer walking. He sat in the driver's seat, patting the seat beneath him. The leather felt smooth, but couldn't hide the cold hardness of steel underneath. This was a heavily modified heavy-duty truck. Its original form was a military truck, but under the hands of the crazy scientists at Zero Base, it had become a steel giant. The entire body was covered with tank-reactive armor. The tires were replaced with solid, explosion-proof special rubber. The engine was upgraded with the latest small nuclear battery pack. In a world lacking energy, this vehicle is like a fortress that never stops moving. Are you ready? Chen Sheng turned his head to look at the front passenger seat. There was no one sitting there. Instead, there was a small monkey. It was only half a meter tall, wearing a tiny special space suit, with a silver metal collar around its neck. That collar was a life sign monitor. The little monkey was curious, holding the seatbelt, with eyes showing a hint of confusion. It was a specially trained test subject, very obedient. When Chen Sheng spoke, the monkey turned its head, made two squeaking sounds, and nodded very human-like. Chen Sheng's heart suddenly clenched. He reached out, through his thick gloves, and gently patted the monkey's head. This was a cruel experiment. Although wormholes could pass through inorganic matter, they were still forbidden for most carbon-based life forms, except for people like Chen Sheng with genetic enhancements. This little monkey was a scout, and also a sacrifice. Hope I can get you through alive, Chen Sheng whispered softly. Then, his eyes became firm again. Let's go. With a command, the vehicle roared. The steel giant let out a deafening roar. The engine roared, and the tires screeched, releasing a strong white smoke. The truck shot forward like an arrow toward the dark, deep vortex, followed closely by 100 Black Dawn generation robots. They moved in perfect unison, each step causing the ground to shake. This was a silent army of steel. In an instant, the huge convoy disappeared into the darkness, gone from sight. Outside the base, on the observation deck, Old Bai and Colonel Chin Hao stood side by side, their eyes fixed tightly on the slowly shrinking wormhole. Chin Hao's palms were sweaty. Old Bai, do you really think this will work? His voice trembled a little. This was the first large-scale cross-dimensional teleportation in human history. The risks were impossible to predict. Old Bai said nothing. He just watched quietly until the last bit of light disappeared into the darkness. After a long moment, the old man slowly took off his glasses and wiped the moisture from his eyes. It will work, no matter what, because we have no other choice now. Post-apocalyptic world. The sky remains a dull, gray, silent shade. Inside a farmer's small courtyard basement, Mu Tianming was dozing off at the table, drool spilling everywhere. On the table, several screens flickered with a faint blue light. These were drone surveillance images. Since Chen Sheng left, Mu Tianming has been the most loyal watcher here. He monitored the wormhole's fluctuations day and night, afraid to miss any signal. Suddenly, beep, 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 an urgent, sharp alarm sounded suddenly. It was a warning from the energy detector, showing a sudden spike. Mu Tianming, like a cat with its tail stepped on, suddenly jumped up from his chair. Wow, it's exploding. It's exploding. He hurriedly rushed to the screen, watching the rapidly rising energy curve. In the next second, he turned and ran to a simple military bed nearby. Sister, wake up! Mu Tianming desperately shook Mu Nan, who was sleeping. She's coming. Chen Sheng is back. Mu Nan suddenly opened her eyes. As a wilderness hunter, her instinct made her reach for her laser pistol under the pillow the moment she woke. But hearing her brother's words, the anger in her eyes instantly turned into surprise. Really? Mu Nan rolled out of bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and followed Mu Tianming to the monitor. On the screen, the previously silent wormhole was now trembling violently, like a beating heart. Then, the dark vortex began to expand wildly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, until it became a giant black mouth capable of swallowing everything. This energy reaction. Mu Tianming stared at the data bouncing on the screen, pupils shrinking sharply. His fingers flew across the keyboard, trying to analyze this huge energy. No, this doesn't look like a single-person teleportation. This level of space distortion. It's almost like trying to move a mountain. Before the words finished, the scene on the screen suddenly changed. Boom! A loud explosion, and even through the screen and thick soil layers, the brother and sister felt the ground beneath them shake. They saw a huge object rushing out of a black whirlpool. It was completely black, with a fierce-looking head like a beast, and massive wheels crushing the rocks on the ground. Is that a truck? Mu Tianming opened his mouth wide, almost dropping his chin to the ground. In this wasteland world, vehicles are extremely rare resources. Most are cobbled together from scrap metal. But this vehicle in front of them had smooth lines, thick armor, and radiated a sense of brutal beauty called industrial aesthetics. Is this what Chen Sheng brought back? Moonin covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. But the shock was just beginning. After the steel giant stopped, the wormhole did not close. Black figures, like ghosts, emerged from the whirlpool. 1, 2, 10, 50. They had human shapes, but metallic skeletons. Each robot's eyes shimmered with a faint blue light. That was dawn, until the 100th robot stepped out of the wormhole and lined up neatly around the truck. Mu Tianming couldn't hold back anymore. Wow. He jumped up excitedly and hugged his sister tightly. Sister, did you see that? That's a robot army. 100 units. Exactly 100. Mu Tianming's voice became sharp from excitement. The craftsmanship, the flexibility of their joints. They are like works of art. With these, what are we afraid of, the Wasteland Army? Even if that so-called leader of the Wasteland Army comes personally, he'd have to kneel and surrender. Although Mu Nan was also stunned by this scene, she was calmer than her brother. She took a deep breath, forcing down her turbulent emotions. She turned to look at her excited, red-faced brother and spoke seriously. Tianming, stay calm. Remember what we talked about? No matter what you see, act as if nothing is happening. Don't ask about these robots' origins, and don't try to dismantle them. We just need to cooperate with him. Hearing this, Mu Tianming quickly nodded eagerly. Got it. Don't worry, sister. I'll even sew my mouth shut and not say a word. Brother Chen Sheng is my hero. Whatever he says, I believe it. On the surface, the wind and sand swirl around. Chen Sheng pushed open the car door and jumped down from the tall driver's seat. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his body swayed slightly. The dizziness from crossing the wormhole, even with his enhanced body, was hard to ignore. But he didn't focus on the robots right now. Instead, he moved to the passenger side and opened the door. Little one, Chen Sheng softly called. No response. The small monkey still sat in its seat, the seatbelt tightly holding its tiny body. Its eyes were open, but they had lost their sparkle. They looked dull and gray. In its hand, it still clutched a candy Chen Sheng had given it. Chen Sheng reached out to check its breath. It was cold. No sign of breathing. His hand froze in midair, then he sighed helplessly. Is it still not enough? Although he was mentally prepared, seeing this scene still made his heart feel bitter. The little monkey's body had completely collapsed at the last moment of crossing the wormhole. This proved that, for now, the wormhole pathway was still deadly for large creatures. Rest in peace. Chen Sheng gently took the little monkey's body and dug a small grave in the nearby desert. He placed the same candy on the grave. After finishing everything, Chen Sheng stood up, dusted off his hands. When he turned around, the compassion in his eyes had vanished. In its place was the coldness and resolve of a commander, because behind him, 100 players were waiting for orders. Chen Sheng activated the full-spectrum communication. Everyone, stand by in place. Do not move or fire unless given specific orders. Maintain alertness. 100 robots all stand at attention. Understood. Got it. Although the players are excited, the immersive holographic experience creates a serious and tense atmosphere. After organizing these new recruits, Chen Sheng strides toward the small farmyard gate. There, Mu Nan and Mu Tianming have been waiting for a while. Seeing Chen Sheng approach, Mu Tianming's eyes light up, as if he's seen his father. Brother Chen Sheng, Mu Tianming tries to rush forward for a big hug, but is stopped by Mu Nan. Mu Nan looks at Chen Sheng with a complex expression. There's respect, gratitude, and a hint of deep caution. How many secrets does this man still hide? You're back. Mu Nan tries to keep his voice calm. Chen Sheng nods and shows his usual gentle smile. I'm back, and I kept my promise. He turns to point at the impressive steel formation behind him. Let me introduce you. This is what I brought back from my hometown. 100 of the best fighters. Mu Nan and Mu Tianming exchange a surprised look, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Chen Sheng continues. But their situation is a bit special. They don't have the so-called artificial intelligence systems. Their brains are directly connected to the control terminal in my hometown. In other words, behind each robot, there is a real person controlling it remotely. Chen Sheng pauses, trying to explain in a simple way. My people from my hometown are quite lively. They see this as a special mission or maybe a game. So, in the days ahead, I want you to act in a play. Treat them as hired warriors from another world, and you will be the ones giving the orders. The guides, after hearing this explanation, Mu Nan and Mu Tianming instantly understand. No problem. Mu Nan nodded with a slight smile. Since we're here to help fight the wild army, we're brothers in life and death. Even if they treat this as a game, as long as we can defeat the enemy, I will stay with them until the end. After reaching this agreement, Chun Sheng took the two siblings to the front of the 100 robots. At this moment, the group of players was trying to stand straight, but their restless electronic eyes revealed their curiosity. Everyone, gather up, Chun Sheng ordered. The players immediately became more alert. Chun Sheng stood at the front of the team, looking serious. He began to recount the battle plan that the experts from the White Old and the staff department had made overnight back on Earth. Warriors, our situation isn't very good. This is the territory of the Wild Army, a dangerous wasteland. Our top priority now is survival. Chun Sheng raised one finger. First, we need an unbreakable base. His gaze swept over everyone. Players with construction experience, civil engineering background, or rich experience in building games, step forward. Clatter. Suddenly, 20 robots stepped forward in unison. They held their heads high, their electronic eyes shining with confidence. Very good. Chun Sheng nodded in satisfaction. You are the construction team. These 20 brothers include some from famous architecture schools, top structural engineers, and even a few veteran experts from the Construction Maniac game. Chun Sheng pointed to the small farmyard behind him. I've uploaded the terrain map of this area to you. The only task is this. Build a defensive fortress around this yard. If you need more materials, ask Mu Tianming. Feel free to design the plans as you like. I want this place to be so secure that not even a fly can get in. The 20 construction players immediately cheered. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. We've been itching to do this. Watch me give this place a fancy upgrade. I'm going to build a great wall. No one should stop me. After organizing the construction team, Chun Sheng looked at the remaining people. Players with scouting, searching, and outdoor survival skills stepped forward. 30 robots stepped out. You are the exploration team. Your goal is the abandoned city nearby. Search for useful high-tech parts, energy cores, and rare metals. Mr. Mu Tianming will use the materials you bring back to make stronger laser weapons. Understood. The 30 players clenched their fists, eager to rush into the ruins and gather supplies. Finally, Chun Sheng looked at the remaining 50 people. Among them were retired special forces, tactical experts, and professional esports players. You are the combat team, responsible for guarding and defending the base. I want you to use the terrain to set up a small battlefield with firepower, lay mines, build watchtowers, create crossfire points. Be as sneaky as you can. Turn this place into the enemy's graveyard. Yes, the 50 combat players shouted fiercely. Just as Chun Sheng finished assigning all the tasks and was about to take a breather, suddenly, a bright red mechanical hand silently reached out from behind him. It moved very fast. Its angle was tricky. As a special forces soldier, Chun Sheng's instincts immediately kicked in. He spun around to block. But the owner of that hand clearly knew him well. A fake move threw Chun Sheng off balance, followed by a perfect grab. Bang! The world spun. Chun Sheng felt his shoulders sink, and he was thrown hard to the ground. He tasted a mouthful of sand. Ooh! Mu Nan reacted the fastest, raising his laser gun and aiming at the attacker. A few nearby players also quickly surrounded him. It was a very flashy red-painted robot. It stood there, hands on hips, laughing loudly. Huh? Chun Sheng, you little rascal, you haven't trained for a few days, and you're already out of shape. Hearing this voice, Chun Sheng's initial attack stance froze instantly. He lay on the ground, looking at the red robot. His face changed from surprise to happiness. Captain Zhang, he never expected to hear that voice here. Zhang Tai, the tough instructor who once trained him hard in the muddy fields. The red robot reached out and helped Chun Sheng to stand up. Surprised, Zhang Tai's voice was full of pride. This name list didn't include me at first. The office folks said I was too old and couldn't keep up with the young ones. I wasn't happy about that right away. Zhang Tai waved his mechanical arm. I went straight to Old Bai's office and slammed the table, making a firm promise. I told them Chun Sheng was alone and needed my help. I had to watch over him. If anyone tried to stop me, I'd get angry with them. Hearing his loud voice, Chun Sheng's eyes welled up a little. He knew Zhang Tai was risking his pride just to help him. Thanks, instructor, Chun Sheng whispered. Thanks? Don't be silly. Zhang Tai patted Chun Sheng's back hard, almost making him cough blood. Hurry up and get to work. With me here, these new soldiers won't cause trouble. With Zhang Tai, the veteran, in charge, Chun Sheng finally felt at ease. He turned around and introduced to Mu Nan and Mu Tianming. This is Zhang Tai, my fighting teacher, and one of the strongest soldiers here. Mu Nan looked at the red robot, a hint of respect in his eyes. Though it was just a metal machine, the brave spirit shining from inside was undeniable. Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. Mu Nan nodded slightly. Zhang Tai's electronic eyes examined Mu Nan and then looked at Chun Sheng. Suddenly, he let out a meaningful, mischievous smile. Wow, this girl is pretty good. Her gaze is fierce, her figure is nice, and standing next to you. TSK. Chun Sheng, it seems you're living quite comfortably here. Chun Sheng's face instantly darkened. Lieutenant Zhang, get to the point. Mu Nan's face unusually flushed, and he awkwardly looked away. Zhang Tai chuckled loudly and waved his hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hey, you there, the one moving bricks. Hurry up with your actions. Everyone, get moving. Over the next 3 days, these 72 hours completely changed the way people saw this wasteland. The small farmyard seemed to turn into a huge construction site. No, it was more like a carefully built hive. The 100 tireless robots looked like busy worker bees. During the day, it was a lively construction scene. At night, it was a glowing steel furnace. The players in the infrastructure team went all out. Using the nanosynthesis materials provided by Mu Tianming and combining real-world building physics, they built a city from scratch on flat ground. The exploration team was busy too. They swept through nearby abandoned cities like locusts, bringing back loads of parts. Mu Tianming was the busiest of all. He was constantly troubled and amused by the wild ideas of these players. I want to add an automatic machine gun tower here. It needs to be powerful. Engineer Mu. The energy shield here needs to be expanded. Can I add a flamethrower to my mechanical arm? Please. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, as the last rays of sunlight fell on the desert, a towering steel fortress was fully revealed to everyone. The once dilapidated farmyard was gone. In its place stood a 10-meter-high alloy city wall. The wall was covered with black reactive armor, with automatic sentry towers every 5 meters, their dark gun barrels exuding a cold threat. At each corner, for massive energy shield generators stood tall. A faint blue light curtain, like an inverted giant bowl, covered the entire base. Above the wall, teams of robots armed with laser weapons patrolled back and forth. Their steps were steady, their eyes sharp. This was the authority of the 4th calamity. Mu Nan stood below the wall, gazing at this miraculous structure, speechless for a long time. Where is that small courtyard that could be swallowed by wind and sand at any moment? It has become a strong, unbreakable fortress. 3 days, Mu Nan muttered to herself. Only 3 days. This is almost a miracle. Mu Nan stood beneath a 10-meter-high alloy city wall, looking up with a dazed expression. Her hand pressed against the cold, piercing wall, and the hard sensation at her fingertips told her this was real, not a dream. Just 3 days. The small farmyard that could have been buried by wind and sand has completely disappeared. In its place stands a steel fortress full of aggressive beauty. Energy towers at each corner emit a faint blue glow. Under the thin protective light curtain, even the wind and sand are kept out. Big sister, pinch me. Mu Tianming stood beside his sister, his voice trembling. His hands, usually covered in grease, nervously fidgeted with his clothes. Mu Nan turned to look at her brother's helpless appearance, a bitter yet happy smile on her face. Does it hurt? She didn't hit him, just asked softly. Mu Tianming nodded hard, his eyes turning red. It hurts. The wind on my face really hurts. But sister, I think we're dreaming. Such a strong defense system. If the big shots in the inner city built it, they'd probably have to peel their skin off. The boy's eyes shone brighter and brighter. As a mechanic, he knew better than anyone how valuable this base was. Those patrol towers, those precisely fitted armor plates, they all represented a level of industrial civilization that made him look up in admiration. Moonin took a deep breath, exhaling the cloudy air from her lungs. She looked at the figure standing at the top of the wall, facing the wind. Chen Sheng. His name was no longer just a partner to her. Tianming, some things are better left unsaid. Moonin lowered her voice, her tone more serious than ever. Mu Tianming paused slightly, then nodded again. I understand. No matter which world Brother Chen Sheng comes from, whether he is a god or an alien, as long as he can help us survive, I am willing to sell my soul to him. The brother and sister exchange a determined look, each seeing a firm resolve in the other's eyes. On the city wall, with a wide view, Chen Sheng leans on the railing with both hands, looking down at the busy scene below. The robot players are like tireless worker ants, reinforcing the base for the final time. In the distance, endless wasteland stretches out, a dull mix of yellow and gray, like the color of death. Hey, kid, a rough voice sounds nearby. A red robot strides over, each step making a heavy sound on the metal floor. It is Zhang Tai, once a strict drill instructor. Now he controls this steel body, mimicking Chen Sheng's gaze into the distance. What's up, instructor? Chen Sheng asks calmly without turning around. Zhang Tai pauses, his glowing red electronic eyes flickering slightly. These kids are doing well. He points to the robots below, busy moving supplies. They haven't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Yet they've created this miracle. Such dedication, even in our old days, would be top tier. Chen Sheng smiles. Of course, he replies. Anyone chosen for this 100-man list is a top soldier, a master in their field. Zhang Tai nods, then shifts his tone. But, Chen Sheng, I need to warn you about something. Chen Sheng turns to look at Zhang Tai's cold metal face. Go ahead. Zhang Tai's voice lowers slightly. People's hearts are hard to read, especially when they're from 2 different worlds. These kids are still excited, treating this as a game, maybe a bit too seriously. He taps the railing with his huge mechanical finger. But what happens over time? This world may be harsh, but it's also full of temptation, power, killing, even that thrill of breaking the rules. Can you guarantee that after they see true lawlessness in the wasteland, they will still keep their discipline? What if someone has bad intentions and tries to become a dictator here, breaking free from your control? This is a very realistic and sharp question. Chen Sheng listened, but his smile did not fade. Instead, it grew deeper. He turned around, leaning against the railing, and looked calmly at Zhang Tai. Coach, I understand your worries, but you forgot one thing. These bodies are the result of our military technology. Zhang Tai was slightly surprised. What do you mean? Chen Sheng raised a finger and gently tapped his temple. This batch of Qin T 800 robots has their core chips embedded with the highest level of basic logic from the factory. This is not just an operating system. It's also a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Zhang Tai's electronic eyes flashed. You mean? Chen Sheng nodded, his tone cold and unquestionable. Self-destruct programs, enforced disconnection commands. White Lao and I hold the only highest authority. As soon as I give a thought, any robot can instantly shut down or turn into scrap metal, and the player controlling the robot will be immediately disconnected and forever lose the chance to log in again. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Moreover, in reality, White Lao's people are right next door. If someone betrays, the moment they go offline, they will face a military court. Treason is an unforgivable death sentence in any era. Zhang Tai exhaled deeply. That was the sound of a high-speed cooling fan. Good kid, you're ruthless and decisive. No wonder I trained you. This is called planning ahead. Zhang Tai reached out and patted Chen Sheng heavily on the shoulder. With your words, I can rest assured, old man. As long as this sword is in your hand, this steel army is our most powerful weapon. While the two were talking, a deep humming engine sound faintly came from the distant sandstorm. Chen Sheng's eyes sharpened, instantly alert. He raised his binoculars and looked toward the sound. On the horizon, a long dust cloud rose. A convoy of 10 hover cars was rushing toward the base at high speed. The cars looked fierce, decorated with bones and graffiti, giving off a wild, bandit-like vibe. Leading the group was a muscular man with a shaved head. One of his eyes was replaced with a mechanical prosthetic, and he had a large, ugly scar across his face. This was Kuei Lang. He was the former leader of the Wasteland military squad that once hunted Chen Sheng and Mu Nan in the black market, forcing them to hide in a wormhole. Is that Kuei Lang? Mu Nan's voice crackled over the communication channel, trembling with anger. She stood on the other side of the city wall, her laser gun locked onto the front car. Yes, it's him. Chen Sheng lowered his binoculars, a cold smile on his face. It seems our noise attracted this very sharp-sensed dog. As he spoke, the convoy was now 500 meters from the base. A screeching brake sound echoed. The 10 hover cars stopped side by side, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Kuei Lang jumped down from his vehicle. He looked at the towering steel fortress before him, and the shock in his single eye was quickly replaced by greed. My goodness, what? What is this? Kuei Lang licked his cracked lips, his throat moving violently. As a mid-level officer of the Wasteland Army, he had seen many gathering places and even visited the outskirts of the inner city. But this base, with its seamless metal texture and oppressive defenses, looked like something out of a myth or legend. Boss, is this place really built by that kid named Chun? A subordinate beside him swallowed nervously, greedily staring at the energy tower on the wall. Who cares how he made it? Kuei Lang's eyes flashed with fierce anger. Since it's on my territory, it belongs to me. He strode forward loudly, shouting at Chen Sheng on the city wall. Hey up there, Chen Sheng. I know it's you. Stop hiding and come out now. Chen Sheng looked down at this troublemaker calmly. He didn't speak, just watched him perform. Seeing Chen Sheng ignore him, Kuei Lang became even more arrogant. He waved his energy pistol, pointing at the grand base. Chen Sheng, I think you're talented. Just open the gate and surrender peacefully. Hand everything over here. I can recommend you to the leader. Then, you'll get whatever you want. Women, food, weapons, territory. Even, I can make you my second in command. Brothers working together and enjoying life. Below the wall, Mu Nan tightly gripped her gun, her knuckles white. She looked at Chen Sheng with worry. In this world with scarce resources but advanced technology, Kuei Lang's offer was a huge temptation for Chen Sheng. She was afraid. Afraid Chen Sheng might be tempted. But in the next second, Chen Sheng's voice came through the loudspeaker, clear and steady across the wasteland. Kuei Lang. His tone was calm, without any emotion. Are you still not awake? Let me be your second in command. Chen Sheng chuckled softly, a sneer in his voice. Do you even deserve that? Kuei Lang's face instantly turned pale. His single eye flickered with a fierce, predatory light. No one in this area had ever dared to speak to him like this. You're shameless, Kuei Lang roared. Refuse a toast and take a penalty. Since you want to die, I'll help you. He suddenly turned around and rushed back to his vehicle. From the trunk, he pulled out a strange-looking heavy weapon. It was a portable plasma cannon. The wide barrel shimmered with dangerous purple light, and the humming of energy gathering made people's skin crawl. Blast this turtle shell open for me. Kuei Lang raised his plasma cannon and aimed at the city gate. However, just 1 second before he pulled the trigger, Chen Sheng on the wall simply raised his right hand and then sharply swung it downward. Attack! These 2 words sounded like a death sentence. Boom! A loud explosion. On the wall, a red figure fell like a meteor. It was Zhang Tai. He adjusted his posture in midair, and the alloy great blade in his hand reflected a dazzling cold light in the sunlight. From a height of over 10 meters, it was as easy as walking on flat ground for him. Bang! Zhang Tai crashed heavily in front of Kuei Lang's convoy, creating 2 deep pits on the ground. Dust and smoke rose everywhere. What the heck is that? Kuei Lang's men were terrified, quickly drawing laser weapons from their belts, trying to focus fire on this red monster. Dare to die? Zhang Tai roared angrily. He paid no attention to those insignificant soldiers. His legs suddenly surged with power, like an out-of-control tank, rushing straight toward Kuei Lang. Meanwhile, on the wall, puff, 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 a few very faint gunshots. They were suppressed laser rifles. Several camouflaged robot players were calmly lying at the battlements, like the most composed hunters. In reality, they were top snipers from special forces. At 500 meters, it was no different from shooting at close range for them. Next second, those soldiers who had just raised their guns didn't even have time to scream. Each of them had a blackened bullet hole in the center of their foreheads. 1 shot, 1 kill. Perfect aim. The once arrogant 10-man team was now reduced to just Kuei Lang alone. Kuei Lang was completely stunned. He stared blankly at his fallen subordinates, his mind blank. What? What kind of shooting technique is this? Is this still Chen Sheng, who only knew how to use primitive gunpowder rifles? Your turn now. A loud shout exploded in his ears. Kuei-Long suddenly turned around. That red steel death god had already charged right in front of him. The alloy great blade, with a tearing scream through the air, swung down directly. This strike was powerful enough to split a tank in half. Ah! Kuei-Long let out a desperate scream. His survival instinct prompted a final action. He suddenly pressed a metal disc at his waist. Buzz! A faint yellow energy shield instantly appeared, wrapping around him. This was a personal energy shield. Only high-ranking soldiers in the army could have such a life-saving device. Clang! Zhang Tai's huge blade struck the shield heavily, sparking bright flashes. The strong recoil made Zhang Tai's arm tingle slightly. Huh! Zhang Tai made a small surprised sound, and a hint of shock flashed in his red electronic eyes. Is this the energy shield that kid mentioned? Interesting. Inside the shield, Kuei-Long saw his attack blocked and immediately showed a fierce, wild smile. Huh! Useless. This is advanced civilization technology. With you broken down scrap metal, you can't break it at all. When I recover, I will definitely. His words were cut off mid-sentence, because he saw the chest armor of the red robot suddenly slide open. A shining blue-tipped spike missile slowly emerged. Zhang Tai looked at Kuei-Long inside the shield, and it seemed as if the metal face was showing a mocking smile. Can't break it? The thing I like most in my life is smashing your fancy turtle shells. Go to. Zhang Tai suddenly slapped his chest. Whoosh. That spike missile shot out instantly. This was a special blade made with a formula provided by Mu Nan, designed specifically to counter energy fields. Pop. A soft sound. The tiny missile, like a hot knife through butter, easily pierced through Kuei-Long's proud energy shield. Then, the shield flickered twice and shattered like a soap bubble. Kuei-Long's wild smile froze instantly. Fear flooded over him like a tide. No, Pop. Without the shield's protection, Zhang Tai's great blade had no obstacle. A flash of cold light. A fierce head suddenly rose into the sky. Blood splattered on the dry desert ground, quickly absorbed by the eager earth. Zhang Tai sheathed his sword, looked at the headless corpse on the ground, and spat disdainfully. Too much talk. Half an hour later, inside the base's meeting room, an electronic map, taken from the Kuei Wolf vehicle, was projected onto the table. Seated around the table were Chen Sheng, the Mu siblings, Zhang Tai, and two special robots. One robot was tall and slender, with deep eyes, codenamed Tian Su, and was actually Senior War Zone Advisor Wang Zong. The other was large and muscular, carrying two heavy swords, codenamed War Wolf, and was actually the three-time Army King Blue Zantian. Single soldier energy shield. Chen Sheng played with a metal disc taken from Kuei Wolf's body, his eyes shining with excitement. You saw the shield's defense power. If we can master this technology and produce it in large quantities. Mu Tianming nodded eagerly, his eyes shining. Just give me time. I can figure out how it works. Then, each of us will have one. Even against large enemy forces, we'll have a fighting chance. Chen Sheng nodded and handed the shield device to Mu Tianming. Then, his gaze fell on the map. Kuei Wolf is dead. The enemy army will notice soon. Instead of waiting passively, it's better to strike first. Commander Wang, what do you think? Wang Zong looked at the map, drawing a circle around a group of buildings. Sports Center. According to the intel from Miss Mu Nan, this is the enemy's headquarters in this area. Kuei Wolf was just a minor player. If we don't take out this target, we can never develop peacefully. Wang Zong raised his head, his electronic eyes flickering with intelligence. My suggestion is to act tonight. While they're still unaware, send a small elite team to infiltrate. We don't need a full-scale battle. Our goal is to scout their troop deployment and create chaos. If we can destroy their ammunition depot or energy center, that would be even better. Chen Sheng looked toward the other side at Lan Zhantian. Lan Soldier King, are you ready to lead the team? Any issues? Lan Zhantian grinned, showing a row of metal fangs. I guarantee the mission will be completed. I'm best at sneaking in and causing trouble. Chen Sheng nodded and made the final decision. All right. Tonight's operation, Lan Zhantian will be the team leader. I, along with instructor Zhang Tai and Mu Nan, will form a 4-person team. The rest will stay at the base under Officer Wang's command. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Night fell. Before departure, Chen Sheng was organizing his gear when Mu Tianming suddenly pulled him aside secretly. Brother Chen Sheng, Mu Tianming took out a sealed metal box from his pocket and carefully handed it over. This, for you. Chen Sheng suspiciously took the box and opened it. Inside was a pale gold potion, shimmering under the dim light. What is this? Chen Sheng's pupils slightly contracted. Mu Tianming instinctively touched his empty sleeve, his expression complex. This is called the Broken Lock Potion. It's a modified version of the gene enhancement drug. Chen Sheng was shocked. Years ago, Mu Nen brought back some original potions. To protect his brother, Mu Nen injected himself with one, which caused his genes to collapse, forcing him to amputate to save his life. I've been studying it all these years. Mu Tianming looked at the potion with a mix of fear and passion. I improved the formula, neutralizing the violent factors inside. Basically, it can break the human gene lock, giving the host unlimited potential for evolution. But Mu Tianming looked directly at Chen Sheng. This is just a theory. I haven't tested it on humans. Brother Chen Sheng, this thing is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. I'm giving it to you as a last resort. If, at the moment of life and death, you might try it. But as long as there's a slim chance, never use it lightly. Listening to the boy's many warnings and instructions, Chen Sheng felt the box in his hands grow heavy. This was not just a medicine. It was the result of Mu Tianming trading his sister's arm, and it represented his complete trust in Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and carefully put the box into his pocket, close to his body. His heart was already filled with turmoil. Gene enhancement. Unlimited evolution. If brought back to Earth and handed over to the National Biological Research Institute, what kind of scientific revolution could it trigger? Don't worry, Tianming. Chen Sheng patted the boy's shoulder. I won't do anything reckless. This thing is more precious than you think. He had already made up his mind. He would not use this medicine lightly. He planned to take it back to Earth and give it to Old Bai and the real experts to analyze and understand. That would be the greatest contribution to the country. Half an hour later, the base gate slowly opened. Four modified hover cars floated quietly in the air. They were trophies from the Wolf Squad, now repainted by Mu Tianming. The military marks had been removed. Chen Sheng, Zhang Tai, Lan Zhantian, and Mu Nan, all fully armed, they jumped into the cars. The night wind howled. Chen Sheng lowered his tactical visor, hiding the cold light in his eyes. Let's go, Virum. The engines emitted a faint blue flame. The four cars shot through the night like four black lightning bolts, tearing through the darkness toward the city that looked like a giant beast lurking in the shadows. That was the sports center, and it was their hunting ground tonight. Late at night, the wind had stopped. A disgusting smell of decay filled the air. It was the stench of a decomposing corpse, mixed with the scent of rust and dry dust. Chen Sheng crouched at the edge of the top floor of an abandoned office building, using a military telescope to bring distant scenes closer. In his view was a large, oval-shaped building, the city's sports center. Once, it was a place of cheers and glory, a symbol of human entertainment and civilization. Now it was an island surrounded by death. All right, Blue War Sky was lying beside Chen Sheng, and his glowing blue electronic eyes showed data streams rapidly moving. He was scanning the situation below. This isn't a stronghold. It's more like a beehive, Blue War Sky muttered softly, his voice coming through the speaker with a cold, mechanical tone. Chen Sheng lowered his binoculars, looking serious. Did you see everything clearly? Blue War Sky nodded and extended his armored arm, pointing at the dark mass below. It's worse than we thought. Within 500 meters of the wall, there are moving hordes of zombies. Thermal imaging shows at least 3,000 of them. And also, he paused, enlarging the image and projecting it onto the ground in front of Chen Sheng. Look here and here. These large red dots are second-level mutant creatures called claw breakers. Over there are some quick-moving ones, called hunters, which are second-level mutated zombies. They haven't attacked the sports center. Instead, they're wandering around the perimeter. It's like they're guard dogs protecting the area. Mu Nen squatted nearby, watching the holographic projection under the faint moonlight, her face pale. She tightened her cloak and spoke with a trembling voice. How did the wild army manage this? These monsters have no reason or intelligence. Why are they acting as natural barriers? Chunsheng squinted, his eyes deep. Maybe some kind of sound wave or lure. But that's not important. What matters is, this barrier protects them, but also traps them. As soon as we find a way to break through, these hungry beasts will become nightmares for the wild army. Zhang Tai, tall and red-skinned, remained silent. Suddenly, he twisted his neck with a clicking metallic sound. If we can't force our way through, then we have to outsmart them. Chun, we need to improve our plan. Blue War Sky immediately took over, his tactical skills as a soldier king shining at this moment. My suggestion is to use these monsters. If we can damage the outer wall of the sports center, destroy the laser anti-aircraft guns and sound wave disruptors placed on the walls, then the horde of zombies outside will flood in like a flood. At that time, everything inside will be chaos. Who will notice us? Chunsheng nodded, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. This trick of luring the tiger to swallow the wolf is quite ruthless. But how to get inside is a problem. Direct definitely won't work. Before we reach the base of the wall, we'll be torn apart by their firepower. He turned his head, scanning Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian. Finally, his gaze settled on their metallic-looking bodies. So, we need to put on a show, a self-sacrifice act. Munan seemed to guess what he was thinking and suddenly looked up. You mean? Chunsheng smirked coldly. In this world, what is the most valuable? Not gold, not cash. It's combat ability, high technology. He pointed at Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian. Two well-preserved military robots with high tactical value. For the greedy leader of the Wasteland Army, this is an irresistible temptation. Us, pretending to be desperate survivors, seeking shelter or trying to trade for food. We will offer these two powerless robots to them. Zhang Tai's electronic eyes widened instantly, and he let out a strange cry. What? Make me pretend to be a dead body, and drag me in like a dead pig. I won't do it. That's too embarrassing. Chunsheng patted Zhang Tai's heavy armor, speaking in a soothing yet commanding tone. Commander, great plans don't mind small details. This is also to get as close as possible to the core area. Once inside, in their warehouse or inner territory, you can come back to life. At that moment, it will be like Sun Wukong sneaking into Princess Iron Fan's stomach. Chaos and upheaval. Zhang Tai finally sighed helplessly. All right, I'll do as you say. Right now, my skin is like iron. If I were my real body, I'd kick your. The plan was finalized. In the eyes of the four people, a fierce determination burned. This was not just an infiltration. It was a daring dance on the edge of danger. The night grew darker. The entrance to the underground black market at the sports center was inside an abandoned subway station. The guards here were strict, with searchlights sweeping back and forth. Huff, huff. Chunsheng panted, sweat covering his forehead. But half of his sweat was from exhaustion, and the other half was fake. He and Mu Nan were dragging two carts, struggling to move over the rocky road. On the carts, there were Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian. To look real, the two robots had all their indicator lights turned off, and some mud and oil were painted on their armor. They looked like two scrap metal pieces just dug out from ruins. But even so, their sleek industrial lines and intimidating shapes couldn't hide their fierce past. Stop right there. A loud shout rang out. Bright beams of light instantly shone into their faces. What are you doing? At the black market entrance, four guards raised laser rifles, their dark barrels aimed at Chunsheng and Mu Nan. Don't shoot. Chunsheng immediately released the carts and raised his hands high. His face was full of fear and humility, and he was trembling slightly. His acting was good enough to win an Oscar. Please, officers, don't shoot. We are survivors seeking refuge. We have something good, something very valuable for the leader. Mu Nan quickly raised his hands too, showing a pitiful expression at the right moment. A guard, looking like a young leader, suspiciously stepped forward. He roughly searched the two, making sure they weren't carrying heavy weapons, then looked at the two carts. When the bright flashlight shone on Zhang Tai's red armor, the guard's eyes widened instantly. This is... He couldn't help but reach out and touch the cold metal surface. That feeling, that craftsmanship. It was definitely not the junk assembled from scrap outside. Military-grade combat robot. Note: all explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language. The young leader gasped sharply and suddenly turned to stare at Chen Sheng. Where did you get this thing? Chen Sheng swallowed nervously and replied hesitantly. It was dug out from the ruins of an old military base. We can't repair it, and we don't have the energy to activate it. I heard the leader of the Desert Army really likes high-tech gadgets like this. We were just thinking, maybe we could trade these 2 metal lumps for a safe place to stay or a hot meal. The greed in the young leader's eyes instantly exploded. He knew very well how valuable this was. If these 2 robots could be fixed, even if only half of their functions were restored, they would be powerful weapons. That would be a huge achievement. You're smart. The young leader put away his gun, a fierce smile on his face. Wait and see. I'm going to report this right now. Not long after, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from deep inside the corridor. Dozens of well-armed Desert Army soldiers rushed out. Leading them was a man wearing heavy exoskeleton armor, with a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, they confiscated the only 2 pistols Chen Sheng and Mu Nan had for self-defense. Then, several technicians circled around Zhang Tai and Lan Zhongyan, scanning them with various instruments. Report, one technician shouted excitedly. The main structure is intact. The core chip is dormant but not destroyed. As long as we have enough energy and parts, it can be fully repaired. Hearing this, all the Desert Army guards' eyes lit up. Their expressions were like hungry wolves spotting a big piece of meat. Take them away. The leader waved his hand. Bring them to see Commander Xiaohou. Drag these 2 treasures to warehouse number 1 on the 3rd underground level. Assign someone to guard them. Chen Sheng lowered his head, looking seemingly scared. But in the shadows where no one could see, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The fish had taken the bait. Inside the sports center, this place was like another world. Outside was, but inside was paradise. Soft lighting, clean carpets, and even a faint scent of incense filled the air. Chen Sheng and Mu Nan were taken to a very luxurious office. In front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, an old man was standing. He was dressed neatly in a military uniform, with his hair carefully combed and holding a glass of red wine. This was Xiahou Che. He was the leader of the Desert Army organization. If not for the occasional fierce look in his eyes, he would seem like a kind old neighbor. Sit down, sit quickly. Xiahou Che turned around, smiling kindly. He didn't act superior, but seemed to be welcoming guests from afar. 2 young people, you must be tired from the journey. Bring tea. Chen Sheng and Mu Nan sat nervously on the leather sofa. They still looked surprised and a little scared. Thank you, Commander, Chen Sheng stammered. Xiahou Che took a sip of wine, glanced at both of them, and finally looked at Chen Sheng's face. I've heard about you. You brought 2 very good ancient relics. Very good, very good. Young people, you have made great contributions to the survivors of this city. Xiahou Che stood up, walked to the window, pointing at the darkness outside. His voice suddenly became passionate, like giving a speech. Look at this world. Order has collapsed, morals have fallen. Only the Desert Army, are still holding on to the last dignity of humanity. I built this shelter, took in countless homeless and pitiful people. I gave them food, safety, and hope to survive. All I do is for the future of mankind. Chen Sheng lowered his head, seeming to listen carefully. But inside, he was almost ready to. Shelter? That's slavery. Treating survivors as laborers, cannon fodder, or even bait to attract zombies. Is this what they call the future of humanity? Brilliant leadership. Chen Sheng looked up, full of admiration. We've heard of your great name and have always wanted to join you. As long as we can follow you, we're willing to do anything. Xiahou Che was very pleased with Chen Sheng's attitude. He turned around, and the smile on his face suddenly faded a bit, his eyes becoming sharp. Since he was here to seek help, he needed to show sincerity. Those 2 robots are indeed good equipment. But he stared intensely into Chen Sheng's eyes, his tone becoming more aggressive. Xiahou Che recognized Chen Sheng as the mysterious person who casually threw out 10 kilograms of rice at the black market that day. He didn't expect that Chen Sheng would walk into his trap and bring 2 old-fashioned robots. I know that places capable of making such advanced robots probably have other supplies too. Like food. Like energy blocks. Tell me, what else are you hiding? Hand it all over. As long as you do so without holding back. Xiahou Che suddenly moved closer to Chen Sheng. his voice becoming very tempting. I can make you my deputy. Give you a team of 100 people. In this base, no one except me will dare to bother you. You can have your own woman, your own room, and even eat meat every day. This kind of tempting offer is really skillful. Chun Sheng pretended to be overwhelmed with joy. He trembled with excitement, almost wanting to stand up and kneel. Really? Is this true? You, the leader, are not lying to me? I am willing. I am 100% willing. That ruin really has a warehouse full of compressed biscuits, canned food, and other foods that this era doesn't have. But there are too many. We too can't carry it all. I've hidden the coordinates in my mind. As soon as you give me a convoy, I will take you there tomorrow morning. Hearing about a warehouse full of compressed biscuits, canned food, and grains, Xiaohao's breathing grew noticeably heavier. In this apocalyptic world, food is life and power. His greed almost overflowed, but he quickly masked it. Good. Very good. Xiaohoche laughed loudly and patted Chun Sheng's shoulder. I knew you were a talented person. Tonight, you can rest here. Tomorrow morning, we leave early. After speaking, he waved to the guards outside. Take these two distinguished guests to the lounge. Give them the best rooms. Make sure their safety is protected. Understand? Yes. Chun Sheng and Mu Nin gratefully stepped back. However, the moment the door closed, Xiaohao's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by coldness and murderous intent. He made a gesture to his trusted aide, signaling to cut his throat. Send 10 elite guards with exoskeletons and heavy shields to stand at their door. Not even a fly should get out. Once we get the location of the supplies tomorrow, kill the men, give the women to the brothers for fun, then chop them up and feed them to the zombies. Understood. On the third underground level, warehouse number 1. It was filled with all kinds of scrap metal, and the air smelled of machine oil and metal cutting. Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian were casually thrown onto a large metal work table. Several mechanics in greasy overalls were pointing and talking around them. Wow, this armor plate is really thick. A chubby mechanic wearing goggles tapped Zhang Tai's chest with a wrench. I've never seen this model before. It probably came from the old city laboratory. Another thin mechanic held a high-frequency laser cutter. Stop talking nonsense. The commander ordered us to open it up and check the core inside. If we can take out that energy cell, we'll be rich. Let's get to work. The thin mechanic grinned fiercely and pressed the switch on the cutter. Zzz. A dazzling blue light lit up, and the high temperature distorted the air. He slowly moved the blade toward Zhang Tai's neck connection. Just 1 centimeter from Zhang Tai's armor. Suddenly, the previously silent red robot's dull electronic eyes flashed brightly. Red light blazed. Like a demon awakening, it opened its eyes. Who dares to move me? A loud roar exploded like thunder in the warehouse. The skinny mechanic was so scared that his hand trembled, almost dropping the cutting tool. Before he could react further, a huge red iron hand shot out like lightning. Snap! A sharp sound. The skinny man's neck was directly squeezed, and he was thrown like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the wall and dying instantly. Is he coming back to life? The chubby mechanic was so frightened he nearly fainted, turning around to run. Next to him, Blue Sky Tian also sat up. He didn't say a word, not even making a sound. He casually grabbed a thick metal pipe nearby and threw it forcefully. Whoosh! The pipe whistled through the air, accurately piercing the chubby man's back and pinning him to the ground. Enemy attack. A few guards at the warehouse door finally reacted, raising their guns in panic. But facing 2T-800 robots with special soldier awareness and incredible defense, their resistance looked so silly. Bang bang bang. Bullets hit the armor, sparking, but hardly dented the surface. Zhang Tai jumped down from the workbench, smashing a floor tile as he landed. He picked up the high-frequency cutting tool dropped by the skinny man, then casually grabbed a riot shield. Old Blue, time to work. Blue Sky Tian was even more direct. He found several heavy Gatling guns and a few boxes of high-explosive grenades in the corner of the warehouse. He strapped 2 Gatling guns to his arms, with belts full of ammunition on his back. At this moment, he was like a moving fortress of firepower. Quick and decisive, Blue Sky Tian said coldly. The two of them moved like they were in a different world, quickly clearing out everyone inside the warehouse. Then Zhang Tai grabbed a guard captain who was still gasping for breath, lifting him like a chicken. Speak. Where are the two captured people kept? If you don't tell me, I'll put you in the meat grinder. The guard captain looked at the terrifying metal face so close, and his pants instantly wetted. In the VIP area on the top floor. Suite 1. Don't kill me. Please. Zhang Taisui casually broke his neck. Thanks. Top floor. Suite 1. Chun Sheng and Mu Nin sat inside, looking like they were resting, but their nerves were tight. Outside the door, 10 fully armed elite guards stood like 10 towers, blocking the entrance completely. Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion came from downstairs. Immediately, the entire building trembled. Piercing alarm sirens blared loudly. What's going on? The guards outside became chaotic. Before they could figure out what was happening, the elevator at the end of the corridor opened with a ding. 2 steel figures stepped out. Delivery has arrived. Zhang Taisui laughed loudly, swinging a high-frequency cutting blade that looked like a deadly fan. Splat! The 2 guards at the front had no chance to react. They and their shields were cut in half. Open fire. It's those robots. The remaining guards panicked and pulled their triggers. Intense laser beams shot at Zhang Taisui and Lan Zhantian. But Lan Zhantian faced the fire directly, and his Gatling guns on his arms roared. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A storm of metal swept through the corridor. Those so-called exoskeleton shields were fragile under close-range machine gun fire, like paper. In just 10 seconds, no one was left standing in the corridor. Clang. The door was kicked open. Chen Sheng. Let's go. Zhang Taisui, covered in blood, others' blood, and oil, shouted from the doorway. Chun Sheng and Mu Nin didn't hesitate, rushing out of the room. They grabbed a few laser rifles and grenades from the guards' bodies. Follow Plan B, Chun Sheng shouted loudly, his gaze cold and terrifying. Coach, Old Lan, you're responsible for making the biggest noise on this floor and holding back their main force. I'll go to the city wall to deal with those anti-aircraft guns. Mu Nin, you go to the base of the wall and plant the explosives. Meet at the side door on the west side in 10 minutes. Understood. The 4 quickly dispersed. The entire sports center was in chaos. Xiaohoche was furious in his office, smashing a costly red wine glass in anger. Trash. All of you are useless. Kill them. Tear them apart. Except for that man, who needs to be alive to give us the coordinates. Everyone else, cut into pieces and feed to the dogs. However, the situation was already out of control. Zhang Tai and Blue Battle Sky, 2 robots with strong defenses and terrifying firepower, stubbornly blocked the staircase entrance, holding back hundreds of enemy soldiers. But the cost was heavy. Zhang Tai's left arm was hit by a rocket, the armor shattered, exposing the wires inside, sparks flying. Blue Battle Sky's Gatling gun barrel was glowing red, and his armor was riddled with holes. Still, they refused to retreat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Sheng moved like a nimble cat, climbing and jumping on the building's outer wall. His target was the 12 laser anti-aircraft guns hanging at the top of the wall. Suddenly, a sharp screech sounded in the sky. Several mutated vultures with wings over 3 meters wide, attracted by the smell of blood, broke through the weak defense net and swooped toward Chun Sheng. Get away! Chun Sheng ran at high speed, suddenly turning around and firing. He precisely shot one vulture in the head, but he was also scratched on the shoulder by another vulture's sharp claws, blood flowing freely. Clenching his teeth, Chun Sheng endured the pain. He ran to an anti-aircraft gun and directly stuffed a high-explosive grenade into the barrel. Boom! A burst of fire shot into the sky. He kept running and destroying as he went. When the last anti-aircraft gun was turned into scrap metal, the flying monsters circling above finally found a way to vent. Countless strange birds, like a dark cloud, pressed down and rushed into the crowd inside the sports center. Screams echoed one after another. Meanwhile, Mu Nin was crouched in the shadow of the wall. Her hands trembled slightly as she carefully placed black discs on the load-bearing pillars. These were He-4 high-explosive particle bombs, Mu Tianming's masterpiece. Once detonated, this section of the wall would collapse instantly. The thousands of zombies outside would flood in immediately. Done. Mu Nin finished placing the last disc and turned to run wildly. 10 minutes later, on the west side, the side door, a heavily armored transport vehicle, just stolen, was making a deep rumbling sound. Zhang Tai and Blue War Sky were covered in smoke, almost helping each other as they rushed out. Zhang Tai had lost one arm, and Blue War Sky's half of his head was cut off, exposing the sizzling chips inside. Hurry, get on the vehicle. Chen Sheng, covered in blood, opened the door and protected the two as they got in. Moonin also rushed over from the other side and jumped into the driver's seat. Hold on tight, the armored vehicle roared as it sped out of the gate. But ahead, a dense group of enemy heavy fire units had already surrounded them. Dozens of tanks blocked the way, countless guns aimed at them. Now's the time, Chen Sheng shouted loudly at Moonan. Detonate. Create a gap. Let's break out. Moonan clenched her teeth tightly, took out a red remote detonator from her pocket. She pressed the red button with force. Chen Sheng, Zhang Tai, and Blue War Sky all held their breath, waiting for the deafening explosion. They waited for the wall to collapse, for the tide of enemies to flood in, for their chance to escape in chaos. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the wind was still blowing. In the distance, gunfire and screams continued. The wall, however, remained completely still. No explosion, no fire, only deadly silence. Moonan's face suddenly turned pale, colorless. She frantically pressed the button again and again. Click, click, click. The crisp mechanical sound echoed inside the vehicle like a countdown to death. What's going on? Moonan's voice trembled with tears. No response. Why isn't it working? Chen Sheng's heart sank to the bottom. He looked out the window. In the distance, a few enemy technicians stood next to the explosives, holding some kind of device, with mocking smiles on their faces. That was a signal jammer and a top-level military full-spectrum interference device. We've been discovered. Chen Sheng's voice was dry and frightening. Our detonation signal has been cut off. Meanwhile, the tank group ahead begins to slowly approach. The gun barrels turn and lock onto this lonely armored vehicle. Despair. Like a black tide, it quickly engulfs everyone inside the car. The road is cut off. Inside the heavy armored vehicle, the alarm sounds like a deadly spell, screaming wildly. Beep, 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 signal lost. Detonation failed. The red warning lights cast a pale glow on Moonan's face, making it look as white as paper. She desperately presses the remote control in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force, almost digging into her flesh. It's useless. Chen Sheng stares fixedly out the window. Through the bulletproof glass, he clearly sees a few tech soldiers on the distant wall, holding signal-jamming guns and smirking. It looks like a hunter watching prey struggle in its final moments. Ahead, more than 10 main battle tanks are slowly turning their turrets, their dark barrels filled with a deadly aura, locking onto the lonely armored vehicle. It's over. Moonan's hands hang limply, and the remote slips from her grasp. Even with wings, it's hard to fly in this situation. In this moment of silent despair, suddenly, two faint mechanical clicking sounds come from the back of the vehicle. Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian exchange a glance. In their electronic eyes, the once dull glow caused by battle now burns with an unprecedented intensity. No words needed, not even tactical gestures. Their years of camaraderie create a silent understanding, a shared instinct only soldiers understand. Click. The door lock is forcibly opened from inside. What are you doing? Chen Sheng turns sharply, pupils shrinking. He sees the two battered T-800 robots jump out of the speeding armored vehicle. Zhang Tai, Lan Zhantian, come back. Chen Sheng's shout is heart-wrenching. He reaches out to grab them, but only catches a faint smell of burnt metal in the air. Outside the vehicle, the wind howls fiercely. Two giant steel machines landed steadily on the sandy ground, kicking up clouds of dust. They did not look back. Instead, they bravely charged forward, facing the gunfire of several tanks. Through the communication headset came Zhang Tai's rough but smiling voice. Young Chen, stop yelling. It's not a big deal. Don't make it seem like life or death. Chen Sheng quickly took control of the vehicle, trying to turn around and go back. Are you crazy? That's a tank group. Your energy won't last long now. Get in the car. Let's think of a way together. In the headset, Lan Zhantian's voice was calm but firm, inspiring determination. Chen Sheng, this is an order. Keep driving. Don't look back. Chen Sheng's hands trembled violently on the steering wheel, and his eyes turned red instantly. With orders. I didn't tell you to sacrifice yourselves, Zhang Tai chuckled, his most heroic laugh in his life. Qin Sheng, haven't you understood yet? We are data, but if this body explodes, it's just a disconnection and reconnection. But you're different, Zhang Tai paused, his tone suddenly very serious. You are immortal. You are the only hope for the country. The blueprints and ideas about the future you carry are worth 1,000 times more than our 2 broken lives. Lan Zhantian continued, his voice deep and strong. Qin Sheng, remember, for China, for the world we are protecting together, even if it means destroying a mechanical shell, or if we have to fill it with flesh and blood, we will stand in front of you without hesitation. Go. The last word exploded like thunder in Qin Sheng's ears. Tears finally burst from his eyes. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums bled. He knew he could not turn back. If he did, he would truly betray the sacrifice of these 2 old soldiers. Go. Qin Sheng squeezed out this word from his throat and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The armored vehicle let out a mournful cry as it sped wildly away from the battlefield. In the rearview mirror, those 2 steel figures had already charged into the enemy lines. Come on, you guys, Zhang Tai, with only one arm left, raised his already dull-edged alloy combat knife high. He was like a mad tiger charging into a flock of sheep, leaping onto a tank turret. Open fire for Grandpa, what a terrifying force. In overload mode, the mechanical arm unleashed power beyond its limits, forcefully ripping off the tank's hatch. Next, he shoved a high-explosive grenade inside. Boom! A burst of bright flames shot into the sky. Meanwhile, Lan Zhantian transformed into a ghost on the battlefield. Using his damaged body, he moved between tanks, drawing all the enemy fire. Focus fire. Keep firing at me. The commander of the enemy army roared frantically through the communicator. Countless bullets and shells rained down like a storm on the 2 of them. Metal parts flew everywhere. Armor plates shattered. Their bodies were torn to pieces, exposing the sizzling wiring inside. Old Lan, it's about time. Zhang Tai leaned against the track of a wrecked tank, his legs already blown off. But he still smiled. Lan Zhantian dragged his half-body over and stood in front of Zhang Tai, shielding him from the final wave of gunfire. That's enough? Both of them activated the self-destruct program of their core energy sources at the same time. Beep. Energy core overload 100%, 200%, 500%. A blinding white light burst out from the 2 battered mechanical bodies. It shone brighter than the sun. For China, boom, a deafening explosion instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. The miniature hydrogen fuel cells inside the 2 T-800s detonated simultaneously, releasing power comparable to a small tactical nuclear bomb. A terrifying shockwave swept everything away. Not only were more than a dozen tanks overturned and melted, but even the sturdy wall of the sports center in the distance collapsed in an instant, along with the explosives previously placed by Mu Nan, triggering a chain reaction. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rises into the sky. The smoke and dust cover the sun. The wall has fallen. At that moment, thousands of zombies and strange creatures, long starving in the darkness, finally found a way to vent their anger. Roar, the horde of monsters rushes like a black flood through the gap into the sports center. The once strong military base is instantly turned into a hellish place. Screams, gunfire, and beastly roars mix together. In the chaos, a specially modified command vehicle, protected by dozens of brave soldiers, breaks through the chaos and escapes hurriedly through a side door. Inside the vehicle, Xia Hoche is covered in dirt and tears, his once neat military uniform torn apart. He looks back at his burning stronghold, with blood tears in his cold eyes. That was his hard work for 10 years. All the supplies, all the weapons, all the slaves. It's all gone. Qin Sheng. Xia Hao's fingers dig deep into the leather seat, his nails breaking without him noticing. No matter who you are, no matter where you hide, I, Xia Hoche, swear to the heavens, I will tear you into pieces, crush you into dust. Endless hatred and resentment grow wildly in this old man's heart. On the wasteland, an armored vehicle travels alone in the night. Inside, everything is silent as death. The sad atmosphere feels heavy enough to drip water. Mu Nan sits in the passenger seat, secretly wiping tears. She looks at the expressionless man beside her, wanting to comfort him but unsure what to say. Chen Sheng. After a long while, Moonin cautiously reaches out and gently places her hand on Chen Sheng's cold hand. They did it for us. Don't be too sad. Chen Sheng doesn't speak. His gaze is fixed on the endless darkness ahead, his eyes hollow and frightening. But gradually, that emptiness begins to fade. In its place, a new strength and coldness appear. That look no longer resembles a survivor new to the wasteland. It was as if he were a true warrior, burdened with deep hatred. I am fine. Chen Sheng's voice was hoarse but steady. He reached back and held Mu Nan's hand gently, giving it a light pat. They didn't die. They just went home. And we still have a mission to complete. As long as I am alive, as long as this flag is still flying in this world, their sacrifice will never be in vain. In the real world, a top-secret underground base. Beep, beep, beep. At the moment Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian self-destructed. Two military-grade VR connection pods suddenly sounded an ear-piercing red alert. Heart rate exceeds 180. Blood pressure rising rapidly. Brainwaves showing abnormal peaks. Quick! Disconnect. Now! The medical team leader shouted in panic. Several medical staff hurried forward and forcibly pulled the emergency brake. Hiss! The air valve opened. The hatch slowly lifted. Zhang Tai twitched all over and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned purple, veins bulged on his neck, as if he had just gone through a fierce fight. Next to him, Lan Zhantian was also in pain. He let out a muffled groan and immediately fainted. Get a stretcher. Quickly. Check vital signs. After emergency rescue efforts, the doctors were shocked to find that although both men's bodies had remained still inside the pods, Zhang Tai's arms showed severe muscle tears and broken bones. Lan Zhantian's internal organs also suffered varying degrees of shock damage. This is the cost of holographic synchronization. When the mind endures beyond-limit shocks in the virtual world, the brain mistakenly believes the body is truly injured, causing real physical reactions. This phenomenon is called phantom pain becoming physical. Half an hour later, in the intensive care ward, Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian had plaster on their hands and bandages wrapped around their bodies, lying weakly in bed. The door to the ward was pushed open. Bai Lao and Qin Hao strode in. These two generals, who usually remain calm even when facing great danger, now look anxious and worried. How are you? Are you okay? Old Bai walks to the bed, looking at the two brave soldiers with concern and trembling with emotion. Zhang Tai grins, his face pale, but his eyes still bright. Commander, I'm fine. It's just that this game was a bit intense, like I got really beaten up. Qin Hao salutes seriously. Stop joking. Doctor said you almost had a brain injury. What exactly happened? Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian stop smiling. They tell everything about their experience in the strange world, from sneaking in, to being surrounded, to the final self-sacrifice to cover the escape. After hearing their story, the room falls into silence. Old Bai's eyes turn moist. He slowly takes off his military cap, bows deeply to the two on the bed. You did well. You are truly brave. The country will not forget your efforts. After speaking, Old Bai takes out two beautiful red boxes from his pocket. He opens them. Inside are two shiny first-class medals, sparkling under the light. This was approved by the organization. You deserve it. Zhang Tai looks at the medals, his hands trembling slightly. But he quickly lifts his head, with worry in his eyes. Commander, we accept the medals. But Chen Sheng is still over there. That wild army organization is very powerful, and Xia Ho Che is a madman. Chen Sheng alone is really in danger. Old Bai's eyes become sharp. He looks out the window, as if he can see the distant wasteland. I believe in him. That young man managed to build a base in such a short time and brought back so many technologies. He has extraordinary resilience. And Old Bai turns to look at the two. Thanks to friends like you paving the way for him, he will never fall. In this post-apocalyptic world, 2 days have passed. At Dawn Base, a huge change has already happened here. On the tall Alloy City wall, automatic sentry towers patrol day and night. Inside the base, 98 machine players are controlling various construction machines, working eagerly to expand the area. Chen Sheng stands at the highest point of the wall, looking down at everything. His injuries have healed. The external wounds are gone. and the emotional scars have also formed a hard shell, becoming his strongest armor. It's been 2 days. Chen Sheng glances at the device on his wrist. According to the usual pattern, the wormhole should have appeared by now. But now, the blue vortex still shows no sign of movement. It seems that consuming a lot of black crystals really changed my body. Chen Sheng touches his chest. He can feel a strange energy flowing inside him. That is the power of the black crystal, helping him adapt to the rules of this world, and the time he can stay here is getting longer. This is good news, because it means he can bring back more things. Chen Sheng turns to look at the warehouse behind him. That is the biggest gain from this mission. A mountain of black crystals, weighing several tons. Various high-tech products scavenged from the ruins of the sports center. There are even a few small nuclear fusion reactors, damaged but with intact cores. And dozens of laser rifles and high-energy batteries that Mu Tianming has been working on overnight these past few days. Next time I go back, Chen Sheng's eyes shine with excitement. China's technology level is really about to take off. Energy crisis, material shortages, weapon gaps. All of these will become history. Just then, a machine player responsible for reconnaissance hurriedly runs onto the wall. Report, Commander. Drone detected a high-energy reaction. 10 kilometers south of the base, a lot of smoke and dust has been spotted. It's the Wasteland Army. Chen Sheng's eyes narrow sharply. He immediately takes the binoculars. At the far end of his vision, a huge mechanized army is rushing forward wildly. Hundreds of soldiers armed with laser weapons. Dozens of modified armored vehicles. And at the very center of the team, 3 sci-fi-looking heavy tanks floating about half a meter above the ground. Electromagnetic tanks. This top-tier land combat weapon was surprisingly brought out by Xiahou Che. He was standing beside the turret on the lead vehicle, his face fierce as he looked over. Coming so quickly, Chen Sheng lowered his binoculars, a cold smile on his face. Perfect. I was just about to find you, but you came to me instead. This time, old grudges and new ones will be settled together. Gather. At Chen Sheng's command, alarms blared inside the base. 98 machine players immediately put down their tools and picked up their weapons. They quickly assembled and boarded the already upgraded armored vehicles. Everyone's eyes burned with the fire of revenge. Although they were ordinary players, the sacrifices of Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian had already spread. This was more than just a game. It was the blood feud of comrades. Chen Sheng strode into the weapons workshop. Mu Tianming was sweating profusely as he adjusted a huge, oddly shaped turret. Tianming, where's what I asked for? Chen Sheng asked straightforwardly. Mu Tianming wiped the oil from his face and pointed at the big thing. Here, electromagnetic railgun, prototype. But, Brother Chen Sheng, there's a big problem. Mu Tianming looked bitter. This thing isn't finished yet, and it's too heavy to move. Plus, its range is only 5 kilometers. While powerful, it only works if the enemy enters this trap. 5 kilometers. Chen Sheng pondered for a moment, a look of determination in his eyes. That's enough. As long as the power is strong enough, distance doesn't matter. I'll lure them in. Mu Tianming was shocked. No, that's too dangerous. That's an electromagnetic tank. One shot could vaporize you. Chen Sheng shook his head and patted the cold barrel of the big gun. This is the only way. Our regular firepower can't break through the electromagnetic tank's shield. We have to rely on this. After saying that, Chen Sheng turned to leave. Wait, Mu Tianming suddenly called out to him. The young boy took out a long, rectangular metal box from under the workbench. He opened it. Inside lay a long sword emitting a faint purple glow. The handle was a complex mechanical structure, and the blade was not solid but a beam of high-energy plasma confined by a strong magnetic field. Is this a plasma combat sword? Chen Sheng's pupils shrank. It's a prototype. Mu Tianming solemnly handed the sword to Chen Sheng. The battery lasts only 10 minutes. But within those 10 minutes, it can cut through the hardest alloys in the world. Chen Sheng, come back alive. Chen Sheng took the combat sword, feeling the intense energy waves. Don't worry, I'm tough. On the wasteland, 2 armies faced each other. One side was a well-equipped, revenge-driven desert army. The other was Chun Xing's team of 98 machine players willing to risk everything. Chen Sheng, Xiahou's voice came through a loudspeaker, filled with frantic rage. You ruined my hard work. Today, I will skin you and make you suffer. Chen Sheng stood at the front, holding the unused combat sword. He looked coldly at Xiahou Che and raised a, "Old dog, why are you shouting? Come bite me if you dare." This contemptuous challenge instantly drove Xiahou Che into madness. Kill them. Kill them all. Boom. 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 3 electromagnetic tanks fired simultaneously. Blue electromagnetic shells tore through the air and exploded on Chen Sheng's position. Several armored vehicles were turned into scrap metal, and over a dozen machine players were blown into pieces. Retreat. Pull back quickly. Chen Sheng didn't fight to the end, but immediately ordered a retreat. But in Xiahou's eyes, this was a defeat. Trying to run? No way. Chase. Full speed ahead. The desert army charged like mad dogs. Chen Sheng led his team, fighting while retreating. He kept a careful distance, not letting the enemy catch up completely, but also not losing sight of them. He was using his life as bait. Step by step, he was leading this greedy beast into a trap of death. 3 kilometers left. 2 kilometers left. On the communication channel, Mu Tianming's voice trembled. Brother Chen Sheng, we're almost there. But they've locked onto you. At the 5-kilometer mark from the base, Chen Sheng suddenly stopped. He turned around. At that moment, the electromagnetic tank in the lead glowed with a blinding blue light at its cannon's tip, aimed straight at him. A warning of death screamed in Chen Sheng's mind. Go down. Xiahou Che shouted with wild laughter. But just a second before the tank fired, 5 kilometers away, on the wall of Dawn Base, Mu Tianming pulled down the firing lever of the railgun. Take this. A sharp orange beam, too fast for the eye to follow, cut through the distance in an instant. It was a supersonic judgment. Boom. The proud electromagnetic tank didn't even have time to raise its shield. It was struck as if by a giant hammer from the heavens. The turret was blown off completely, and the body broke apart mid-air, turning into a massive fireball. The shockwave threw Xiahou Che to the ground. Chen Sheng stood before the flames and slowly drew his plasma blade. A violet light flared out, humming in the wind and sand. The hunt had begun. Mu Tianming fired several more rounds from the railgun, destroying all of the enemy's electromagnetic tanks. Even so, many mechanical soldiers fell under the tank's treads. The enemy fought back, launching several electromagnetic shells that blasted countless holes into the base walls. After firing the last shot, Mu Tianming's cannon collapsed. The railgun was ruined. He cursed under his breath and quickly retreated just before it burst into flames and exploded. All around, the sounds of battle filled the air, mechanical fighters wielding laser weapons, the cries of the enemy forces, and the roar of explosions. Through the smoke and dust, Xiahou Che, protected by his energy shield and advanced exoskeleton armor, barely managed to survive. When Xiahou Che saw Chen Sheng, he looked at him with anger as if he were seeing a murderer. He raised a laser weapon and fired at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng looked at him with disdain and immediately activated the exoskeleton armor hidden under his clothes, opening an energy shield to block the attack. This exoskeleton armor was built by Mu Tianming over the past few days, using parts collected by machine players who went out to gather materials. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce fight. Because Xiahou Che lives a dangerous life every day, he has much more fighting experience than Chen Sheng and had the upper hand. Plus, Xiahou Che had already taken gene-enhancing medicine, making his body much stronger than normal. This was the main reason he survived an electromagnetic cannon blast. During the fight, Chen Sheng was injured in many ways, big and small. In a careless moment, Xiahou Che's exoskeleton armor hit Chen Sheng with a punch, breaking all his bones. His plasma sword slipped from his hand, and he was in a life-threatening situation. The remaining machine players saw Chen Sheng in trouble and quickly stepped in front of him, trying to buy him time to escape. Xiahou Che picked up Chen Sheng's fallen plasma sword, and his fighting power surged again. Facing machine players with no fighting experience, he cut through them easily. Soon, all the machine players blocking Chen Sheng were badly injured and disconnected. In the real world, players from different regions all opened their game pods. They had suffered some injuries, but compared to Zhang Tai and Lan Zhangdian, they were doing much better. Soon, many black-clad people stormed into their homes and took them to the hospital. Back in the apocalyptic world, all the machine players fell down, leaving only Chen Sheng standing. Moonin saw Chen Sheng in danger and couldn't stay calm. He drove a cyber motorcycle out of the base at top speed, trying to help Chen Sheng. But it was too late, because Xiahou Che was already in front of Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng's face was pale. As he recalled everything that had happened in this world, he wondered if it was like a flickering lantern. Suddenly, he remembered the gene-enhancing drug developed by Mu Tianming. If he was going to die here, what was the point of carrying the gene drug? Determined, Chen Sheng took out the gene-enhancing drug he kept and, without hesitation, injected it into his body. At the moment the gene medicine was injected into the body, Chen Sheng suddenly felt his whole body boiling with blood, and his heart expanded greatly. In an instant, Chen Sheng's eyes turned golden, and he suddenly sensed that Xiaohao's movements were slow. His own previous bone injuries had completely healed. Chen Sheng quickly dodged a deadly strike and regained the upper hand in the fight. Xiahou Che was in disbelief and roared angrily, questioning Chen Sheng about what he had injected himself with, wondering why it was more powerful than his own gene medicine. Xiahou Che stepped back and kept firing his laser weapon, but Chen Sheng avoided all shots. Like a ghost, Chen Sheng easily appeared behind Xiahou Che, twisted his arm, and snatched his plasma sword. He then cut through Xiaohao's body with a single strike. After killing Xiahou Che, Chen Sheng saw about a dozen members of the Desert Army wearing exoskeleton armor and dozens of ordinary soldiers. Thanks to the gene medicine, Chen Sheng's body and mind were in a berserk state, and he easily killed them all. The battlefield was very bloody. Moonin arrived and saw the scene of Chen Sheng's slaughter. He was so shocked he couldn't speak and kept his distance. After a long while, Chen Sheng regained his senses. Looking at the scattered, fallen robots, he said, "I have avenged you." Thus, Chen Sheng side and the Desert Army's side fought fiercely. Chen Sheng managed to win, which meant they would take control of the city in the future. Boom, an orange beam of light cut through the sky again. The air was filled with a choking smell of ozone. It was the smell of burnt air caused by high-energy electromagnetic shells rubbing against the air. 5 kilometers away, the second electromagnetic tank was hit by this judgment from the sky. Along with 3 armored vehicles nearby, it instantly turned into a bright fireball. "Come on, die for me." On the wall of the Dawn base, Mu Tianming looked crazy, gripping the hot control stick tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, a sign of overusing his mental strength. Bang! The third shot. This was the last one. The last electromagnetic tank, which tried to turn its turret to fight back, was shattered in despair. A huge shockwave swept across the wasteland, causing the desert soldiers within dozens of meters to bleed from their orifices. However, this also used up the last of the prototype's lifespan. Zzz. The massive gun turret base emitted a harsh metal twisting sound. Blue sparks wildly flickered along the barrel. Not good. Overloaded. Mu Tianming's face changed dramatically as numerous red warning windows popped up on his tablet. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Just as he threw himself behind cover. Boom! The electromagnetic railgun, which held the hope of the base, exploded into countless pieces with a loud bang. Flames shot into the sky. Mu Tianming, covered in dirt and ashes, crawled up and looked at the pile of wreckage, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The materials still aren't enough. If only we had that kind of high-strength alloy. Even if we could fire 2 more shots, it would be worth it. Although the electromagnetic tank was completely destroyed, the battle was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning to become even more brutal. Before dying, the electromagnetic tank fired a few more shells. Boom, boom. The base's walls suffered heavy damage. The once strong alloy defenses now had several large gaps. One section of the wall even collapsed, exposing the fragile buildings inside the base. Kill! The infantry of the Wild Army surged forward like a tide. Though they lost heavy firepower, their numbers still gave them a clear advantage. For the base. For Boss Chen Sheng, destroy these NPCs. 98 machine players showed no sign of retreat. They held laser rifles and took cover behind broken walls, fighting desperately. Laser beams crisscrossed through the smoke and dust, forming a deadly web. Every second, a machine player fell. Every second, Wild Army soldiers screamed as they turned into corpses. This was a slaughterhouse-style battle. In the middle of the battlefield, smoke filled the air. Where the explosion of several electromagnetic tanks had occurred, the ground had turned into high-temperature glass. All life should have been wiped out in that blast. However, cough, cough, cough. A violent cough came from among the burning wreckage. A hand covered in blackened armor suddenly pushed away a steel plate pressing down on someone. Xiaohoche, the leader of this wasteland army, was still alive. He staggered to his feet. His high-tech soldier exoskeleton armor was badly damaged, sparking in several places. In front of him, a faint blue energy shield was slowly fading away. This was the most advanced personal defense system from the old era. If not for this life-saving shield, that last attack would have turned him to ash. Chun, Sheng, Xiaohoche roared angrily toward the sky. His face was blackened by smoke, but his eyes burned red like ghost flames. It was extreme anger mixed with deep fear. Just a little more, just a tiny bit, and he would have died. He had ruled this wasteland for 20 years, but today he had never been so helpless. All his resources and heavy weapons were gone. And all of this was because of that young kid who suddenly appeared. I will eat your flesh. Drink your blood. Through the smoke, Xiaohoche saw Chun Sheng standing nearby. He recognized that figure even if it turned to dust. Die. Xiaohoche raised his arm. The laser pulse gun mounted on his exoskeleton armor instantly charged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 deadly red beams shot in a V-shape toward Chun Sheng's head and heart. Chun Sheng stood still, his expression cold. He didn't dodge the deadly attack. Just as the lasers were about to hit, a faint yellow glow suddenly appeared beneath the tattered, makeshift-looking clothes on Chun Sheng. It was an energy shield. Zzz. The lasers struck the shield, causing ripples, then vanished without a trace. What? Xiaohoche's pupils shrank sharply. Energy shield? How can you have such advanced equipment? Chun Sheng slowly tore off his scorched jacket. Revealed was a strange-looking exoskeleton armor. This armor was not sleek like Xiaohoche's, nor did it have a polished industrial look. It looked rough and rugged. Some parts are welded with tank armor plates, while others are exposed with various colored wires. Even at the joints, you can see hydraulic rods taken from abandoned robots. It looks like a bunch of junk pieced together by a junk collector, but this junk blocks his attacks. Thanks to Mu Tianming, Chun Sheng said. He moved his wrist, and his plasma combat knife emitted a low hum. The purple blade looked especially strange in the dust. Though it's ugly, it works well. Xiaohoche, your end has come. Arrogant kid. Xiaohoche threw away his overheated laser gun and drew a high-frequency, vibrating battle axe from behind. Think you can fight me just because you found some junk? When I was killing, you were still nursing in your mother's belly. Boom. Xiaohoche's thrusters suddenly fired. He shot forward like a missile, with terrifying energy, rushing toward Chun Sheng. He was moving too fast. Chun Sheng only saw a flash before the huge axe swung down with the power to split mountains and rocks. Block it. Chun Sheng instinctively raised his plasma combat knife to defend. Clang. A loud crash echoed. Sparks flew everywhere. Chun Sheng felt an unstoppable force coming from his arm. He was knocked back 10 meters, sliding on the ground, and leaving 2 deep gouges with his feet. Beep, beep, beep. Left arm hydraulic system overload. Armor damaged by 15%. Inside his helmet, Mu Tianming's simple operating system issued an alarm. Such great strength. Chun Sheng was surprised. This was not just the power of the exoskeleton. Xiaohoche's own physical strength was also incredible. Before Chun Sheng could steady himself, Xiaohoche launched a second attack. This time, it wasn't brute force but a smooth, flowing combo, sweeping, knee strikes, elbow hits. Xiaohoche looked like a precise killing machine, each move aimed at vital points, with no wasted motion. Although Chun Sheng had an exoskeleton and a plasma combat knife, he was a complete novice in fighting skills. He could only awkwardly defend himself. Too slow, too slow. Xiaohoche attacked wildly while sneering. Your reaction is like an old lady's. You have all the gear, but are useless. Bang. Xiaohoche seized a flaw in Chun Sheng's defense and delivered a powerful whip kick to his side. Even with a shield to buffer, Chun Sheng heard his ribs break. The intense pain made his vision go dark. Did you see that? Xiaohoche didn't chase after him, but stood there with a contemptuous look. He pointed to his temple. This is the difference. 10 years ago, I injected the Strength God Type 2 Gene Enhancement Serum. My bones are 3 times denser than normal, and my reaction speed is twice as fast. Plus 20 years of fighting and bloodshed. You think you can beat me? Dream on. This is the real reason he survived the shockwave from the electromagnetic cannon. It's not just about equipment. His body has long surpassed human limits. Chen Sheng, enduring the pain, crawled up from the ground. His mouth was filled with a rusty, bloody taste. Gene serum, huh? Chen Sheng wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes growing fiercer. So what? Come again. He charged forward again. This time, Chen Sheng completely abandoned his defenses. Relying on his energy shield, he fought back with a hit-and-run style. As his plasma sword swung wildly, Xiahou Che had to temporarily retreat. You're asking for it. Xiahou Che's murderous intent surged. He saw through Chen Sheng's plan. Just as Chen Sheng's sword stabbed into empty air, Xiahou Che didn't retreat, but moved in closer. Suddenly, a sharp titanium alloy spike popped out from his exoskeleton armor arm. Puff! This spike pierced precisely through the gap in Chen Sheng's armor on his left shoulder, sinking deep into flesh and blood. Ah! Chen Sheng cried out in pain, his movements faltering. Die! Xiahou Che seized the moment. With his massive mechanical iron fist, he struck Chen Sheng's chest with overwhelming force. This time, not only his ribs. Chen Sheng felt as if all his bones were breaking apart in that moment. His exoskeleton chest armor caved in. A huge impact threw him into the air. His plasma combat knife flew out of his hand and stuck into the ground far away. Bang! Chen Sheng fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He tried to move, but he felt sharp pain throughout his limbs and bones. He couldn't move. He was completely immobilized. Despair flooded over him like a rising tide. However, in Chen Sheng's eyes, that attack was moving as slowly as a snail. He did not retreat, but moved forward. He slightly shifted his body. Shoo! The glowing blade brushed past his nose. A hair's breadth away. What? Xiahou Che was shocked. Before he could react further, Chen Sheng was already close to him. Too slow. Chen Sheng's voice was calm and steady. He raised his hand and casually placed it on Xiahou Che's wrist holding the sword. A sharp sound. It was the sound of the exoskeleton armor and the bones inside being crushed. Ah! Xiahou Che screamed in pain, dropping his plasma sword. Chen Sheng caught the sword with his other hand. This smooth, flowing movement was so fast that Xiahou Che couldn't react in time. What? What kind of strange thing did you use? Xiahou Che, clutching his broken arm, backed away in terror. How can it be stronger than my mighty god? Why? Chen Sheng did not answer. He just quietly looked at the sword in his hand, the golden pupils reflecting Xiahou Che's twisted face. Because I am fighting to stay alive. Because I am fighting to protect. And you are just fighting to kill. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xiahou Che completely broke down. He pulled out a spare laser pistol and frantically fired at Chen Sheng. Pew! 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 Laser beams rained down like a storm. Chen Sheng's figure moved. He left the afterimage in place. He dodged left, right, and charged forward. All the laser beams hit nothing but empty air. He moved like a ghost, crossing more than 10 meters in an instant and appearing behind Xiahou Che. It's over. Chen Sheng's voice sounded right next to Xiahou Che's ear. Xiahou Che's whole body froze. He tried to turn around, but his vision began to spin and rise. His head had left his body. A burst of red mist shot upward. His headless body swayed, then fell heavily to the ground. A once great warlord, the leader of the Wild Army, had fallen. The commander is dead. The dozen guards in exoskeleton armor and the remaining soldiers of the Wild Army were all stunned. Their invincible leader, Xiahou Che, had been defeated in an instant. Get him! Avenge the commander! Someone shouted, and the desperate fighters charged forward with red eyes. Chen Sheng turned around. In his golden eyes, the last trace of reason was being swallowed by uncontrollable fury. The side effects of the genetic serum had begun to appear. He was losing control. Everyone must fall. Chen Sheng growled and rushed into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. The purple energy blade flashed, cutting through the enemies with unstoppable force. No fancy moves, only pure speed and power. One strike, two halves. One punch, one defeat. It was a one-sided battle. Even the elite soldiers in heavy exoskeletons couldn't withstand a single from Chen Sheng, who had unlocked his genetic power. In just 3 minutes, no enemy was left standing on the battlefield. Then came the roar of engines. Mu Nen rode a heavy motorcycle with a cyberpunk design, shooting out of the base like an arrow. Chen Sheng, hold on. I'm coming. Tears filled her eyes. When she saw Chen Sheng fall earlier, her heart nearly broke. Even knowing she might not survive, she couldn't just watch him face that monster alone. But when she reached the edge of the battlefield, she froze completely. The motorcycle screeched to a stop, leaving a long mark on the ground. The scene before her made her stomach churn violently. This is not a battlefield. It is simply a slaughterhouse. Bodies lay everywhere, none of them whole. Blood stained every inch of the ground. In the middle of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a blood-soaked figure stood quietly. He held a purple sword still dripping with blood. His back looked lonely and frightening. Chen Sheng, Mu Nen tentatively called out, her voice trembling. The figure slowly turned around. Mu Nen gasped sharply. What kind of eyes were those? Pure gold pupils, without any focus, full of cruelty and coldness. Like a beast ready to attack. Chen Sheng looked at Mu Nen for a few seconds. Just as Mu Nen was about to be overwhelmed by his killing aura, the golden color in Chen Sheng's eyes suddenly faded. Black replaced the gold in his pupils. The fierce energy seemed to dissolve like a tide. Thud! Chen Sheng's sword fell to the ground. He swayed as if drained of all strength, kneeling on one knee. Chen Sheng, Mu Nen shouted in surprise, dropping her motorcycle and rushing over. She supported the unsteady Chen Sheng, noticing his body was hot like a furnace, with tiny beads of blood seeping from beneath his skin. That was a side effect of overusing his genes. I'm fine. Chen Sheng weakly waved his hand, his voice hoarse. He looked up, his gaze passing over the battlefield filled with fallen soldiers, settling on the wreckage of broken machines and players. The robot that hugged Xia Hoche's leg for him, the brother who blocked a blade for him. A trace of sadness flickered in Chen Sheng's eyes. He struggled to stand straight, solemnly saluting the scrap metal. Brothers, revenge is ours. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying away the smell of blood and dispersing the smoke of war. In the distance, on the eastern horizon, a faint streak of dawn was slowly rising. Dawn had truly arrived. Chen Sheng looked at the rising sun, then at Xia Hoche's body at his feet. He took a deep breath and declared to the wasteland, starting today, this city belongs to him, and it belongs to China. The world in Chen Sheng's eyes began to spin wildly. The golden light in his pupils quickly faded, replaced by endless darkness. It felt like his soul was being drained, leaving him weak. A sharp ringing sound filled his ears, like 1,000 cicadas crying inside his head. His heart pounded hard, each beat causing a sharp pain as if torn apart. This was the backlash from forcibly unlocking the gene lock. Like an overworked engine running at full speed, it broke down after using up all its fuel. Chen Sheng, just before losing consciousness completely, he heard Mu Nan's desperate cry. Then his body went stiff and fell backward. He hit the ground heavily, kicking up dust and blood. A cloud of dust rose. Chen Sheng, wake up. Don't scare me. Mu Nan almost threw herself onto Chen Sheng. Her hands trembled as she gently touched his face. It was burning hot. The high temperature could almost burn a person. Under Chen Sheng's skin, the bulging blood vessels turned a strange purple red, as if they might burst at any moment. What's wrong with him? Mu Nan turned her head and shouted at Mu Tianming, who had just arrived, her voice trembling with tears. Mu Tianming dropped his toolbox and rushed over to open Chen Sheng's eyelids for a quick look. Pupils are dilated, body temperature is too high, and his heart rate is frighteningly fast. Mu Tianming's face turned pale instantly. It's that medicine. The side effects are kicking in. Hurry. Take him back to the base. We must get him into the medical pod to cool down immediately. Otherwise, his organs will cook. Mu Nan didn't hesitate at all. She clenched her teeth and with great strength, carried Chen Sheng on her back. Hold on. Please, hold on. She ran wildly through the ruins. Tears were blown away by the wind behind her. Lihue Base. Underground Level 2, Medical Room. The air here was filled with the smell of disinfectant and machine oil. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the life monitor echoed sharply in the closed room. Chunsheng lay inside a pale blue medical pod. Countless tubes were connected to his body, delivering nutrients and sedatives to keep him alive. A thin layer of frost had formed on the transparent cover because of the low temperature inside. Moonin stood beside the pod, staring through the glass at the unconscious man inside. Her eyes were red and swollen. She had clearly been crying. But now, what filled her gaze was not sadness, but deep fear. Fear of losing him. All readings are stabilizing. Mu Tianming looked at the data flashing on the screen and let out a long breath of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and slumped into a chair. His life is saved. His physical strength is unbelievable. If an ordinary person had taken that dose of lockbreaker, their genes would have collapsed completely. When she heard the words "his life is saved," Moonan's tense body finally relaxed. But right after that, anger surged up inside her. She turned sharply and glared at her younger brother. "Why did you give him that stuff?" Mu Tianming froze for a moment and looked up at her. "Sis, what are you talking about?" Moonan stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and pulled him close. The woman who was usually gentle now looked like a furious lioness. "I'm asking you, why did you give him that gene serum? You knew it hadn't been tested. You knew it could kill him. Did you want him to die?" Mu Tianming didn't resist as she shook him. There was a trace of bitterness in his eyes, but also a calmness and cold reason far beyond his age. "Sis, calm down." He gently took her hand and lowered it. "If I hadn't given it to him, he would have died yesterday." Moonan froze. Mu Tianming stood up and pointed at the man covered in wounds inside the pod. "You saw how strong Xiahou Che was. He's a monster enhanced by a perfect-grade gene serum, and he was wearing top-level combat armor. Brother Chinsheng only has a flesh-and-blood body and a ragged exoskeleton I pieced together. If he doesn't fight hard, if he doesn't break the genetic lock, what can he use to win? Will he just headbutt his way through?" Mu Tianming's voice was deep and sharp, hitting straight to the heart. "In this end of the world, surviving is the only truth. That medicine had big side effects, but at least it gave him a chance to live. Proof that I was right to bet on it. And he was right to bet on it too." Moonan opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but the words caught in her throat and wouldn't come out. She looked at the sleeping man inside the medical pod, tears spilling over again. Yes, this is the end of the world. No choices. Only life or death. "I'm sorry." Moonan squatted weakly on the ground, hugging her knees and crying loudly. "I'm just too scared." Mu Tianming sighed. He walked over and gently put his arm around his sister's shoulders. "I understand, sister. I'm scared too." Time passed painfully. A whole day and night. Moonan didn't leave the medical room for a moment. She was like a statue, standing by the medical pod, not daring to blink. Until the early morning of the next day. Sunlight shone through the ventilation, casting mottled light and shadow. All the data inside the medical pod finally stabilized. Click, the sound of pressure relief valves releasing air. The hatch slowly opened. Chunsheng's eyelashes fluttered a few times. The terrible pain as if crushed by a heavy truck was gone, replaced by extreme weakness and hunger. He slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was the familiar ceiling. "Am I still alive?" Chunsheng's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper. He tried to move his fingers, stiff but controllable. It seemed that his big gamble had paid off. Chunsheng turned his head, and immediately saw Moonan sleeping by the bed. She was restless, her brows furrowed, clutching Chunsheng's clothes tightly. Her once fair face was now streaked with dust and tears. He looked so tired and so pitiful. A warm feeling flowed through Chunsheng's heart. In this cold world, it's nice that someone still cares for him. He struggled to lift his hand, wanting to brush away a stray lock of hair from her forehead. His fingertips just touched her hair. Suddenly, Moonan jolted as if electrocuted, waking up abruptly. "Who's there?" She immediately looked up, her eyes full of caution. But when she saw the smiling eyes looking at her, all her wariness turned into great joy. "Chunsheng, you're awake. You finally woke up." Moonan was so excited she couldn't speak clearly. She wanted to rush over and hug him, but was afraid of hurting his recently recovered body. Her confused and hesitant look was adorable. Tianming, come quickly. Brother Chunsheng is awake." Soon, hurried footsteps approached. Mu Tianming ran in with big dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Chunsheng sitting up, the usually calm young boy couldn't help but tear up. "Brother Chunsheng, you scared me to death." Chen Sheng looked at the brother and sister, showing a weak but bright smile. Sorry, made you worry, but is there any food? I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. An hour later, after finishing 10 servings of compressed biscuits and canned food, Chen Sheng finally felt alive again. He was helped by Mu Nan and Mu Tianming to the top of the base's wall. At this moment, the Dawn base was no longer peaceful. Roar, howl, outside the wall, countless zombies and mutated beasts formed a gray sea, surrounding the base completely. This was the aftermath of the big battle 2 days ago, which attracted the tide of corpses. There are about 5,000 of them, Mu Tianming said, pointing below with a serious face. Last night, I quickly made a few simple automatic gun towers and more than 10 self-destructing robots. We managed to hold the situation and didn't let them rush in. But Mu Tianming paused, looking at the huge dark shapes on the distant horizon. That kind of secondary mutant is increasing more and more. With our current firepower, we can only hold out for 3 more days. Chen Sheng leaned against the wall, looking at the sea of corpses below. His eyes were calm. No fear, no anxiety. Instead, there was a sense of peace, as if he was about to go on a long journey. 3 days, Chen Sheng whispered softly. He turned his head and looked at the brother and sister. How long have I been here? Mu Tianming hesitated for a moment, then quickly calculated in his mind. Since you appeared with those 100 robots, until now, exactly 7 days. 7 days. Chen Sheng nodded, his gaze deep. His intuition was always accurate. The energy fluctuations from the black crystal inside him were growing more intense, as if responding to something. That was a call from time and space. Tomorrow, Chen Sheng suddenly said. Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. Mu Nan and Mu Tianming looked at each other, both surprised. Chen Sheng, are you saying? Mu Nan's voice trembled slightly. Chen Sheng looked at her and nodded seriously. I'm going home. Although he had known this day would come for a long time, when he heard Chen Sheng say it himself, Mu Nan still felt as if her heart was painfully squeezed. It felt empty. Is it really so soon? She lowered her head, afraid Chen Sheng would see her disappointment. Chen Sheng patted her shoulder. This is a good thing. I have to go back. He turned around and looked at Mu Tianming, his tone serious. Tianming, don't just stand there. If we're leaving, we can't go empty-handed. Open the warehouse. I want to fill that heavy truck. Blueprints and prototype of the high-energy laser generator. This box contains high-purity black crystal, which is key to the energy source. And this set of exoskeleton servo motor diagrams. One box after another, representing the world's most advanced technology, carefully packed into a heavily modified heavy-duty truck. This truck was originally used by the military to transport tanks. It has very thick armor and strong power. Now, it carries the hope of 2 worlds. Chen Sheng was also busy. He found a large lead box, carefully placed the plasma sword inside. These physical items are more convincing than any drawings. Brother Chen Sheng, the truck is full. At noon the next day, at 11:30, Mu Tianming ran over, holding a list. Besides the necessary weapons and supplies, all the remaining space is filled, if you can understand these things. The boy's eyes sparkled with hope. Chen Sheng took the list, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Good job. He folded the list and put it in his pocket. Then he looked at the brother and sister standing nearby. The moment of parting had arrived. The sun was blazing. The truck's engine had warmed up and was making a deep roar. Chen Sheng stood at the door, looking at the 2 in front of him. Listen, after I leave, the noise from this vehicle will definitely attract more zombies. It might even attract other survivor groups. This base can't be stayed in. Chen Sheng took out a map from his pocket, circled the location. This is an underground air raid shelter I found earlier. It's hidden and easy to defend. Take the remaining supplies and move there immediately. Hide. Don't come out. Don't reveal yourselves. Mu Nan tightly held Chen Sheng's hand, her knuckles turning white. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to cry. Will you come back? She asked softly, carefully, as if afraid of breaking a fragile dream. After going through so much, sacrificing 100 comrades, and suffering serious injuries, an ordinary person might never want to return to this. Mu Tianming also nervously watched Chen Sheng. If Chen Sheng doesn't come back, the brother and sister will remain lost in this end-of-the-world chaos. Chen Sheng looked at Mu Nan's eyes, full of hope and fear. He gently reached out and wiped away a tear from her cheek. His movements were soft but firm. Chun Sheng pointed to the ruins behind him and then to the ground beneath his feet. There's still unfinished business here. Zombies here haven't all been killed. And he smiled, his eyes shining like stars. Wait for me. Within 10 days at most, I will definitely return. Bang! The heavy car door closed, cutting off 2 worlds. Buzz boom. Chun Sheng pressed the accelerator. The heavy truck roared like a steel beast, charging out of the base gate. Roar! The zombie horde outside instantly boiled over. Countless zombies rushed forward, trying to stop the steel monster. Anyone who blocks me will die. Chun Sheng's eyes flashed with coldness as he activated the vehicle's meat grinder system. The giant scoop and spinning blades at the front spun wildly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The truck carved a bloody path through the sea of zombies. 11:58, 11:59. Chun Sheng stared tightly at the device on his wrist. Just as the second hand ticked past the last mark, pointing to 12 o'clock exactly, the air in front of him suddenly rippled like water waves. Then, a huge, glowing blue vortex appeared out of nowhere. That was a wormhole. That was the way home. Goodbye, Wasteland. We'll meet again soon. Chun Sheng took a deep breath, slammed the accelerator to the floor. The heavy truck let out a deafening roar, full of unstoppable momentum, and crashed into the blue vortex. The light swallowed everything. The real world. China, a top-secret base in the northwest. Inside a huge underground hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Hundreds of top scientists, engineers, and fully armed soldiers had been here for 2 days and nights. No one spoke. No one left. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately kept quiet. In the center of the hall, the large quantum teleportation device remained silent. Only a few red indicator lights flickered alone. Old Bai sat at the control table, holding a cigarette that had long since gone out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face showed clear signs of exhaustion and aging. Since that day, when Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian were badly injured and pulled out, bringing back the news that the other world was extremely dangerous, the old general's heart had been on edge. 2 days now, Old Bai muttered hoarsely. That kid, can he really come back? If it was an ordinary mission, even if it was life-threatening, he would trust the soldier's ability. But this was a different world, where zombies roamed and monsters were everywhere. And according to intelligence, Chun Sheng went alone to fight against the so-called Wasteland Army organization. This task was simply impossible to complete. Commander, you should rest for a while. Qin Hao came over with a cup of hot water, softly advising. His condition wasn't much better, dark circles under his eyes, and a bit of stubble showing. I'm not tired. Old Bai waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the silent teleportation device. If he doesn't come back, how can I sleep? He's carrying the fate of the country on his shoulders. Qin Hao sighed and stopped persuading. He turned around, looking at the scientists behind him, all of whom had red eyes from staying up too long. Everyone was reaching their limit. A feeling called despair was quietly spreading among the crowd. General Qin, the energy level is still 0, a technician reported tremblingly. There are no signs of the wormhole opening. Could it be? Comrade Chun Sheng has already. Shut up! Qin Hao sharply cut him off. Live to see people, die to see corpses. As long as the final second hasn't come, no one is allowed to give up. Although he said that, Qin Hao's hand was trembling slightly. Could it be that heaven truly intends to destroy us? Is the hope for China's revival about to be lost? Time passed second by second. The air in the hall seemed frozen. Despair felt like an invisible hand choking everyone's throats. Just when everyone's hearts sank to the bottom, and some couldn't help but start to cry softly, suddenly, beep, a sharp alarm pierced the silence instantly. On the big screen, the normally steady energy curve suddenly soared to its peak. A red warning light flashed wildly. Energy reaction. High energy reaction. Space fluctuation exceeds critical point. A wormhole. It's a wormhole. The wormhole has opened. The operator's frantic shouts sounded like heavenly music at this moment. What? Old Bai suddenly stood up, so forcefully that he even knocked over a chair. Qin Hao rushed to the front, staring intently at the portal. In the center of the originally empty metal ring, blue light suddenly burst out. It looked like a tear in space. Then, a roaring engine sound came, as if from an ancient beast, echoing from deep within the light. Rumble. Everyone held their breath and watched. A huge, black front of a vehicle broke through the light curtain. It was a heavy-duty truck. Its armor was covered with scratches and bullet holes. Its tires were stained with black blood and flesh. The windshield was shattered into a spiderweb pattern. It looked like a warrior emerging from, battered and scarred, but triumphant. Screech, the harsh sound of brakes. The truck stopped steadily in the center of the hall. Silence. It lasted for a full 3 seconds. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Until, click, the deformed door of the truck was pushed open. A foot in worn military boots stepped onto the ground. Then, Chun Sheng's figure appeared. He wore a blood-stained tactical vest, wrapped in bandages, with a tired face, but his eyes shone brightly and intensely. He stood beside the car, looking at the familiar faces around him and the blinking instruments. A slow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and gave a standard military salute to Lao Bai and Qin Hao on the platform. Reporting to the leader, mission accomplished. I'm back. This voice was like a splash of cold water poured into boiling oil. Wow. The entire hall instantly erupted. He's back. He's really back. Qin Sheng didn't die? The hero has returned. Hooray. Long live China. Cheers, shouts, and tears mixed together, forming a wave of happiness. Countless people rushed forward. Those usually serious scientists now jumped and cheered like children. The tough soldiers also couldn't hold back their tears of joy. They ran to Chun Sheng, lifted him high, and threw him into the air. Chun Sheng, Chun Sheng, Chun Sheng. His name was called over and over again. This was a tribute to a hero. On the platform, Lao Bai watched this scene. His body shook, and tears finally fell from the corners of his eyes. They were tears of overwhelming joy. Good boy, good boy. He turned his head and looked at Qin Hao, who was also wiping tears, his voice trembling. Old Qin, our nation's backbone has held on. Qin Hao nodded heavily. Yes, may heaven bless China. After a round of cheers at zero base, Lao Bai and Chun Sheng talked. Soon after, Qin Hao, along with 100 players who had already arrived at the base, came over. Everyone stood solemnly, saluting, and then the 100 players lined up in front of Chun Sheng to salute. Some of the players said they never expected that the game they played was not just a game, but a real war and exploration that affected the fate of the country. They even joked that if they had known the truth earlier, they would have put in all their effort to build rapidly, instead of lazily killing zombies during their free time. Chun Sheng said it was okay. Soon after, a grand meeting was held at Base Zero. Chun Sheng stood on the main stage, telling everyone about his battle with Xiahou Che, the leader of the Wild Army. When he spoke about the moments of danger, Elder Bai and the others gasped in shock, nervously worrying for him. If Chun Sheng hadn't been standing there safe and sound, they would have thought he had faced certain death. When they heard that Chun Sheng had injected the gene serum from the post-apocalyptic world, everyone became excited. The biologists, in particular, looked at him as if he were a priceless treasure. After the speech, the biologists immediately took Chun Sheng to the lab for blood tests. They surrounded him, observing carefully and asking all kinds of questions. Chun Sheng answered each question patiently. Soon, the test results came out. His blood showed the activation of various anti-disease factors. The biologists declared that with these samples, they could cultivate these factors, making cancer a thing of the past in Huaxia and increasing the average lifespan by at least 20 years. Even more astonishing, they discovered that Chun Sheng's genes had limitless potential for evolution. After leaving the biology lab, Chun Sheng went through a series of physical tests. With one punch, he shattered a 10-centimeter thick stone wall and easily lifted 2 tons, leaving the soldiers speechless. Elder Bai handed Chun Sheng a new type of smartphone, which had already entered mass production and was now available to the public. This high-tech phone, named Model Name, could maintain Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections over 5 kilometers, featured a borderless holographic screen, and had many futuristic designs. The development of this phone was thanks to Chun Sheng. Without the chip he had brought back from the post-apocalyptic world, such advanced technology would have been impossible. Elder Bai also revealed that the research team had created a translation chip that could be implanted near the ear. With it, Chun Sheng would no longer need to take translation neural agents every time he traveled to the other world. He could now communicate freely with its inhabitants. Moreover, the translation chip contained all languages and speech patterns of Blue Star, automatically translating spoken words into the listener's language. In response, Old Bai thanked all the people of China. Chen Sheng was modest and said that without China's help, he wouldn't know how he would have died. He credited the entire nation for his survival, not just himself. Additionally, Old Bai took Chen Sheng to the weapons research area. Dozens of soldiers were wearing exoskeleton armor, and their fighting ability had clearly improved. Old Bai said that once the wormhole could allow living creatures to pass through, China's army would go to the end of world. At that time, no enemy would be able to defeat China. One day passed. The next day, Chen Sheng visited Zhang Tai and Blue Battle Sky at the hospital. Zhang Tai introduced a former comrade, named for the story, to Chen Sheng as a sparring partner. After the visit, Chen Sheng returned to Zero Base to train with Zhang Tai's comrade. However, Chen Sheng's punch sent the other person to the hospital. Old Bai and Qin Hao were very surprised and realized that even special soldiers were not qualified to be Chen Sheng's sparring partners. They then called in a special soldier wearing exoskeleton armor to train with him. The opponent couldn't last 5 rounds and was also sent to the hospital by Chen Sheng's punch. Chen Sheng felt awkward. After injecting gene medicine to increase his body strength, he still couldn't control his power well. After 2 failures, Old Bai smiled faintly and called in the top special soldier, who controlled a robot for sparring with Chen Sheng. This soldier could barely keep up with Chen Sheng's strength. In the hospital, Zhang Tai watched his comrades being carried in. The others lay on nearby beds, and Zhang Tai fell into deep thought. Soon, another comrade was brought into the hospital. Zhang Tai felt somewhat relieved that his own injuries had not yet fully healed. The next day, during training, staff kept throwing black crystals into the wormhole to let it swallow them. Chen Sheng had a vague feeling that the wormhole was rapidly upgrading. He thought that next time he returned, medium-sized creatures might survive. The cheers at Zero Base gradually died down, but the atmosphere still carried a sense of relief and excitement after surviving the crisis. Old Bai slowly walked down from the platform. This veteran general, who had dedicated his life to the country, was now walking with shaky steps but looked very determined. He approached Chen Sheng, examining the young man covered in wounds. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a rare treasure or a child who had been wronged by others. "Just come back." White Lao's voice trembled slightly, and after many words, he finally said these 4 words. He reached out his rough, calloused hand and gave Chen Sheng a firm pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, country." Chen Sheng straightened his back. Although his bandaged hand was holding a salute, his posture was still correct and strong. "This is what I should do, Commander." Just then, a series of synchronized footsteps sounded from the side. Step, step, step. The sound was deep and powerful, like a war drum beating. Qin Hao led 100 soldiers dressed in special combat uniforms, marching forward confidently. They were not ordinary soldiers. They were the players who had fought alongside Chen Sheng in the end-of-world scenario. Their faces showed excitement, admiration, and a hint of disbelief. "All of you are here," Qin Hao shouted loudly. "Salute the hero." Whoosh! All 100 soldiers raised their right hands at the same time. Their movements were so coordinated that they looked like one person. Chen Sheng looked at these familiar yet strange faces, feeling a warm wave in his heart. In that world, they were just obedient robots, sometimes mischievous, iron fools. But here, they were real comrades with flesh and blood. "Comrade Chen Sheng," a young soldier stepped forward eagerly, eyes shining. "I'm the excavator little prince." "I never thought. That game was real." He scratched his head, looking a bit shy. "If I had known this was related to the country's future, I wouldn't have lazily driven my excavator to chase rabbits." Another soldier nearby chuckled and added, "Yeah, I'm brick moving number 1. If I had known every brick was so important, I would have worked harder, running 5 kilometers to move them. Even if my hands get sore, I'd build more walls." A kind smile spread through the crowd. Chen Sheng also smiled. He looked at these lovely soldiers and said seriously, "It's okay. You've already done very well. If it weren't for you, that base wouldn't have been built. And those zombies, you fought them off shot by shot. You are heroes too." 2 hours later, in the large conference room at Base Zero, the room was brightly lit. On the huge holographic screen, various data and video clips brought back by Chun Sheng were displayed. Below, top experts from different fields and military leaders filled the seats. Even the highest government officials were listening remotely through encrypted lines. Chun Sheng stood at the podium, still somewhat weak, but his voice was clear and strong. He began to tell the story of his life-and-death battle with the leader of the Wasteland Army, Xia Hoche. When we moved the electromagnetic tank to the designated spot, Mu Tianming opened fire. Xia Hoche was not dead. His personal shield blocked the deadly. He was too fast. My exoskeleton armor couldn't keep up with his pace. As Chun Sheng spoke, the audience gasped from time to time. When they heard that Chun Sheng was knocked out, and Xia Hoche raised his sword to behead him, Old Bai tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, his knuckles turning white from the force. Even though Chun Sheng was standing safely on stage now, the tense, immersive feeling made everyone break out in cold sweat. This is too dangerous. Qin Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That Xia Hao's combat ability is beyond human limits. If our special forces faced him, they probably wouldn't even last a single encounter. Chun Sheng nodded, his eyes deepening. Yes, in desperate situations, I had no choice. I injected that broken lock gene serum. As soon as he said this, the conference room fell silent. Everyone's eyes, like searchlights, focused on Chun Sheng, especially the biologists and medical experts sitting in the front rows. Their eyes lit up instantly. It was a kind of fanatic look, as if they saw a divine being descending, like a traveler who had been starving for 3 days suddenly seeing a feast. Gene serum? Does such a thing really exist? Breaking human limits directly? That's a forbidden zone in theory. An elderly professor with white hair was so excited that his beard was trembling. He almost wanted to rush onto the stage to dissect Chun Sheng right now. Chun Sheng looked at the experts and couldn't help but shrink back. This feeling was like being a small sheep surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. As soon as the meeting ended, Chun Sheng hadn't even had a sip of water before he was kidnapped by a group of biologists with glowing green eyes to the highest-level biological lab. Quick, draw blood, full body scan, MRI, X-ray, all arranged. I want to know the condition of every cell in his body. Chun Sheng lay helplessly on the examination bed, letting the white coats do their tests. Faced with their rapid-fire questions, he patiently answered each one. How did you feel at the time? Was it painful? Very painful. It felt like lava was flowing through my veins. And afterward, did you notice any changes in your vision or hearing? Yes, I saw things in slow motion, and I could hear distant heartbeat sounds. After a few hours, a very detailed test report was ready. In the lab, a burst of cheers erupted, loud enough to shake the roof. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. The lead old professor held the report, tears of excitement in his eyes. Look here. His blood has activated a brand new disease-fighting factor. This factor's activity is 10,000 times stronger than the best antibiotics we know. What does this mean? The old professor looked around, his voice trembling. It means that if we can successfully grow this factor, cancer, AIDS, leukemia, these deadly diseases will become history. The average lifespan of the Chinese people could increase by at least 20 years, or even more. The crowd was thrilled. Moreover, another expert in gene sequencing shouted excitedly. Look at this. His genetic code is undergoing a healthy reorganization. This evolution hasn't stopped. It's like a key opening the door to the human genetic treasure house. Unlimited possibilities. This is truly unlimited potential. If we can unlock this secret, humanity will enter a new era of life evolution. Listening to these experts, Chun Sheng felt a bit dazed. It turns out that not only did that injection save his life, but it might also save the lives of thousands or even millions of people. Is this the power of science and technology? After leaving the biological laboratory, Chun Sheng was taken to the physical fitness testing center. Come on, comrade Chun Sheng, use your full strength to punch this. Qin Hao pointed to a special testing wall ahead. It was a thick granite slab, about 10 centimeters, with a precise force sensor behind it. Chun Sheng moved his wrist. Although his body hadn't fully recovered, he could feel a strong energy inside him. Okay, he took a deep breath. No running start, no gathering strength. He simply threw a punch. Boom! A loud crash. Debris flew everywhere. The tough granite slab was shattered into powder by Chen Sheng's punch. The entire testing hall seemed to shake slightly. The numbers on the force sensor jumped wildly, finally stopping at an astonishing figure. The soldier recording the data dropped his pen. A punch. 2 tons? Is this even human? Qin Hao's eyes widened, his mouth opening as if to fit an egg. 10 centimeters of granite. Even anti-material rifles might not be able to break through it, right? The next tests were even more shocking. Squatting with 2 tons. Running 100 meters in 3 seconds. Jumping 5 meters vertically. These results completely changed everyone's understanding of what a human can do. Monster. Qin Hao swallowed hard and muttered to himself. This is basically a humanoid Gundam in disguise. After the tests, Elder Bai called Chen Sheng to his office. The old man's face was full of an uncontrollable smile. He took out a delicate silver box from his drawer and handed it to Chen Sheng. Take a look at this. Chen Sheng opened the box. Inside was a highly futuristic-looking phone. It had no borders, looking like a piece of transparent crystal glass. What is this? This is Heaven's Dawn #1. Old Bai introduced with pride. This is the groundbreaking phone we developed using the chip technology you first brought back, combined with our own industrial system. He explained, it has a holographic display and no physical buttons. The most impressive part is its communication technology. He pointed to the phone. It doesn't need cell towers. Using a special quantum entanglement method, it can connect within 5 kilometers without delay, even in remote mountains or underground. As long as 2 phones are nearby, they can talk and share data. Plus, its processing speed is 100 times faster than the fastest phones on the market. Chen Sheng held the phone, unable to put it down. This is the result of technology giving back to reality. And there's more, Bai Lao added. Bai Lao took out a tiny chip, about the size of a rice grain. This is the Sky Tower translation chip. Before, you had to drink that unpleasant medicine every time you went somewhere, which was troublesome and burdened your nerves. This chip can be implanted just behind your ear. It stores all the language databases of Blue Star and has a powerful AI learning ability. As soon as you hear someone speak, it translates into a language you understand within 0.01 seconds and sends it directly to your auditory nerve. Similarly, when you speak, it converts your words into the other person's language and transmits it through bone conduction. With this, you won't have any language barriers anymore. Chen Sheng took the chip, feeling very grateful. Thank you, Commander. This is so useful. Bai Lao waved his hand, his eyes full of kindness. Don't thank me. You should thank yourself. If it weren't for your efforts up front, we old folks wouldn't have been able to develop these things. Chen Sheng, on behalf of all the Chinese people, I thank you. Chen Sheng quickly shook his head. Commander, you're being too kind. If it weren't for the full support of the country and the tireless work of these scientists, I would have died over there long ago. This is our shared achievement. After leaving the office, Old Bai took Chen Sheng to the weapons development area. This is a large indoor training field. Dozens of fully armed soldiers are practicing combat drills. Their equipment caught Chen Sheng's eye. They are not wearing ordinary bulletproof vests anymore. Instead, they wear metal-like individual exoskeleton armor. Although it's not as advanced as Xia Ho Che's Top Gear, it's much better than the old, worn-out suit Chen Sheng used to wear. This is the first-generation Great Wall exoskeleton, Old Bai said, pointing at the soldiers. Based on the data you brought back, we haven't fully mastered the power system yet, but it already allows soldiers to carry 3 times more weight and move twice as fast. It's also equipped with simple fire control radar and aiming assist systems. Now, a squad can take out what used to be a whole company. Seeing the soldiers in exoskeletons moving smoothly through obstacles, Chen Sheng felt like witnessing a future army of steel. As long as the wormhole can let living beings pass through. Old Bai's eyes flashed with sharpness. Our army will march immediately. At that time, no matter what monsters or demons are in that world, in front of China's steel tide, they will all be crushed into dust. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Sheng went to the military hospital. He was visiting Zhang Tai and Blue Battle Sky. Although these old comrades in arms had recovered quite a bit, they still needed rest. Haha, Chen Sheng, you're amazing. Zhang Tai, even lying in bed, still had a loud voice. I heard you punched and shattered a 2-ton stone. Is that true? Just luck, just luck. Chen Sheng said modestly with a smile. By the way, old Zhang, I want to find a sparring partner. My strength is increasing too fast, and I need some real combat practice to control it better. Zhang Tai got excited when he heard that. That's easy. I have an old comrade named Lei Long. He's the martial arts king of the entire military district. Even I couldn't beat him before. You should try him, just don't break him. Chen Sheng nodded. In the afternoon, inside the training ground, Godzilla is a strong man with muscles like granite, looking even more fierce than Zhang Tai. Comrade Chen Sheng, I've heard a lot about you. Godzilla clenched his fists, joints cracking. Although you're a hero, I won't hold back in this fight. Please advise. Chen Sheng assumed a fighting stance. Begin. At the referee's signal, Godzilla charged forward like a fierce tiger. He threw a powerful punch straight at Chen Sheng's face. Chen Sheng instinctively tried to block, but at the moment of contact, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His speed seemed too fast. Godzilla's movements appeared slow to him, like a snail. He instinctively dodged to the side and gently pushed with his palm, trying to push Godzilla away. Bang! This palm seemed light as a feather. But Godzilla was hit as if by a truck going 80 miles per hour. He was knocked back, flying through the air in a graceful arc. He landed heavily on a soft mat about 10 meters away. Ugh! Godzilla spat out blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The whole arena was silent. Old Bai and Qin Hao almost dropped their jaws. Is that just a gentle push? 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and took Godzilla away. Cough, cough. An accident. Chen Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. Another round? Qin Hao clenched his teeth. Use exoskeleton armor. This time, a special soldier wore the latest, Great Wall, exoskeleton armor. Comrade Chen Sheng, I won't hold back this time. With mechanical assistance, the soldier was full of confidence. However, after 5 rounds, snap! A crisp sound. The exoskeleton's arm was directly bent by Chen Sheng with his bare hands. The soldier was also shaken, with internal organs displaced, and was quickly taken away on the ambulance. Chen Sheng looked at his hands, tears almost coming to his eyes. I really wanted to control my strength, but this power is like a wild horse running free. I just can't hold it back. Old Bai watched this scene and smiled helplessly. It seems humans are no longer suitable as your training partners. Get on the machine. Soon, a remote-controlled robot designed for testing heavy weapons was rolled out. This thing was tough and made entirely of steel. Finally, Chen Sheng could relax and go all out. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed in the training ground. At the military hospital, in the orthopedic ward, Zhang Tai looked at the bed next to him, where a dinosaur-like creature had just been brought in, along with a comrade injured by an exoskeleton. He fell into deep thought. This kid, what kind of creature has he become? Good thing I haven't been discharged yet. Otherwise, I might be the one lying here today. Zhang Tai touched his unstitched wound and suddenly felt that getting hurt wasn't so bad. At least he didn't have to be a punching bag. Deep inside the number 0 base, in front of a huge quantum teleportation portal, staff members were pouring boxes of black crystals into the wormhole. Swish! As the black crystals were added, the blue light from the portal grew deeper and more stable. The space vibrations were subtly changing. Chen Sheng stood by the observation window, watching this scene. He felt that familiar sensation from deep within his body again. And this time, it was stronger than ever before. On the 3rd day, the sun was shining, and a gentle breeze was blowing. After finishing a high-intensity training session that nearly wrecked the training robot, Chen Sheng changed into casual clothes and left the number 0 base. He wanted to see the world. See what the world he risked his life to protect had become. On a busy commercial street, people moved in all directions. But unlike before, the air was filled with a sense called the future. Look, that's the latest Heaven's Dawn series holographic phone. A group of young people gathered under a huge outdoor billboard, excitedly pointing and talking. The billboard didn't have a physical screen but projected a colorful 3D light display, showing a transparent, crystal-like communication device. Chen Sheng paused and watched quietly. He saw a delivery person passing by, riding a uniquely shaped electric bike. The location of the car's battery compartment emitted a faint, bluish glow. It was a tiny high-energy battery made from extracts of black crystal residue. with 10 times the range of previous batteries. "Excuse me, please move aside." An elderly man with white hair was slowly pushing his wife in a wheelchair. Surprisingly, although his face was full of wrinkles, his steps were very steady. He had 2 silver metal supports wrapped around the outside of his legs. A simple civilian exoskeleton. This device, once a deadly weapon on the battlefield, now helped support his knees, allowing him to walk farther with his loved one. "Mom, is that a red balloon?" A young, innocent voice caught Chunsheng's attention. On a bench at the street corner, a little girl sat. Her eyes were covered with a faint white film, indicating she had vision problems. But right now, she was wearing a high-tech black glasses. "Yes, dear, that's a red balloon." Next to her, a young mother was crying softly, covering her mouth to stop herself from sobbing. These were holographic neural assist glasses. They captured faint signals from the optic nerve and combined them with real-time images from external cameras, directly transmitting the visuals to the brain cortex. This technology allowed blind people to see again. Chunsheng looked at the innocent smile on the little girl's face and saw the mother's tears of excitement. His heart trembled strongly. A warm feeling, unlike anything he had experienced before, surged from his heart through his whole body, even hotter than when he injected gene medicine. Is it worth it? In the past, in a wasteland filled with zombies and death, he had asked himself this question many cold nights. Now, the answer was right in front of him. Chunsheng's lips curled into a gentle, genuine smile. Even if it was just for this moment of happiness, even if it meant helping that old man walk a few more steps, even if he had to fight through again and again, it was all worth it. Chunsheng entered a stylish little cafe on the street corner. He chose a seat by the window and ordered an iced American coffee. He took out a special phone given to him by an old friend and skillfully opened the largest online forum in China. At this moment, the forum was already buzzing with activity. The top trending posts are all discussing the recent rapid advances in technology. Shocking. Our country's tech level has jumped 50 years in one night. Is this due to steady effort or divine blessing? Blind people regaining sight. Disabled individuals walking again. Is this a medical miracle or technological magic? I'm not pretending anymore. Actually, our country has discovered an alien spaceship. In the comment section, netizens are expressing pride and emotion. Wow, I used to envy foreign technology, but now they envy us. I heard that in Eagle Country, they're still using outdated chips, while our quantum communication is already for everyday use. For some reason, seeing all the high-tech on the streets makes me want to cry. Thanks to the scientists working silently behind the scenes. Yes, there's no such thing as peaceful days. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Salute to the unsung heroes. Chunsheng scrolls gently through these comments. He doesn't need flowers or applause. Just knowing that the lights in thousands of homes shine because of him is the greatest reward. Unsung heroes. Chunsheng whispers softly, picks up his coffee, and takes a sip. The bitter taste followed by a sweet aftertaste brings him a sense of peace. But this peace doesn't last long. Dingling, the wind chime at the coffee shop door rings. Though soft, in Chunsheng's genetically enhanced hearing, it sounds as clear as a warning bell. A few tall figures walk in. They don't approach the counter to order like regular customers, but glance around with subtle, purposeful looks. Chunsheng is very familiar with that look. It's the look of hunters searching for prey. Purposeful, aggressive scrutiny. 4. No, 5. Chunsheng doesn't turn around, but his peripheral vision and heightened senses lock onto them instantly. 5 foreigners. They wear casual clothes, but their muscles are tense, and they walk with a low center of gravity, clearly trained in combat. They spread out and seem to sit casually in different spots. But from a higher perspective, these positions block all of Chunsheng's escape routes. A strategic encirclement. Are they finally here? Chunsheng put down his phone, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He looked like a sleeping tiger, watching a few reckless wolves quietly approach. A tall, handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, a foreigner, walked straight to Chunsheng's table. He wore a well-tailored handmade suit and had a confident, proud smile on his face. Is anyone here? The young man asked in slightly awkward Chinese. Before Chunsheng could answer, he sat down without waiting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alex. Alex gracefully crossed his legs and clasped his hands on the table, his blue eyes fixed on Chen Sheng. I'm from the Great Eagle Nation. Chen Sheng leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and steady. Anything you need? The two words were simple, with no emotion. Alex raised an eyebrow, surprised by Chen Sheng's calmness. Mr. Chun is a straightforward person. Then I won't beat around the bush. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice with a hint of charm. We have investigated you, an ordinary veteran with an average record, but you have the highest clearance to access that mysterious zero base. When he mentioned zero base, Alex's eyes flashed with greed. We're curious. How can an ordinary person move freely inside? You must be close to some important people, or perhaps you hold a key. Chen Sheng looked at him as if watching a clown show. So what? Alex smiled and took out a golden business card, gently pushing it toward Chen Sheng. Our Eagle Nation values talent. If you're willing to be our friend and tell us what is really going on at Zero Base, this card can give you permanent residence in Eagle Nation. Not only that, but also a $10 million settlement fee, and a status you couldn't earn in China in several lifetimes. Alex was full of confidence. In his view, no one could refuse the call of the lighthouse country. No one can refuse the tempting promise of wealth and fame. However, a light laugh broke his daydream. Chen Sheng reached out a finger and gently tapped the golden business card. Whoosh! The card flew like a dart and accurately landed in a trash can a few meters away. Country of Eagles? Chen Sheng raised his eyebrows, showing clear disdain. What kind of place is that? You're not even worth negotiating with. He was like an unguarded tourist, eating, watching movies, and even grabbing stuffed animals at the arcade, until the pedestrians on the street gradually disappeared. He stood by the roadside and flagged down a taxi. Take me to the outskirts, near Zero Base. Chen Sheng opened the back door and got in. The car started. However, the atmosphere inside was strangely quiet. The driver didn't chat like usual, and the radio wasn't even on. Chen Sheng looked at the driver's eyes through the rearview mirror. They were deep-set, with grayish-brown pupils. Although wearing a mask and hat, the typical features of a Caucasian person were obvious and couldn't be missed by Chen Sheng. Looks like they're in a real hurry, Chen Sheng thought, with a cold smile. The car didn't head toward Zero Base, but turned onto a small road leading to an abandoned industrial area. The road became more and more remote. Streetlights grew fewer until they disappeared into the darkness. At that moment, Chen Sheng's phone in his pocket vibrated. It was White Lao calling. Hello, Commander, Chen Sheng answered casually, as if chatting with a neighbor. Chen, the surveillance shows your location is suspicious. White Lao's voice was serious and anxious on the other end. You've deviated from the route, and the license plate of this taxi is fake. Are you in trouble? Do you need me to send the special forces right away? Chen Sheng glanced at the tense driver ahead. He smiled and spoke into the microphone. No need to bother, Commander. They're just some annoying bugs wanting to talk. Actually, I want to stretch my legs a bit too. If you send someone, it might cause a commotion and scare them away. There was silence on the line for a few seconds. White Lao knew Chen Sheng's strength well. He was a monster capable of tearing apart tanks with his bare hands. All right. White Lao's voice grew steady, with a hint of menace. Be careful. I'll have the nearby garrison block the area so no trash escapes and pollutes the environment. Finish up and remember to wash your hands. Understood. Chen Sheng hung up the phone. At that moment, the taxi suddenly braked hard. It stopped in front of the gate of an abandoned chemical plant. Get out. The driver turned around, holding a dark gun in his hand. He took off his mask, revealing a face covered with stubble, and sneered. Mr. Chun, your final stop has arrived. Chen Sheng did not resist. He obediently pushed open the door and got out. The surroundings were pitch dark, with only a few faint yellow lights coming from the distant factory buildings. It was eerie and frightening. But for Chen Sheng, who had just returned from a zombie world, it felt like a friendly amusement park. Let's go? Inside, suddenly, 7 or 8 shadowy figures appeared out of nowhere, all holding silenced weapons, surrounding Chen Sheng tightly. Chen Sheng raised his hands, looking terrified, and was pushed into the abandoned factory. In the empty hall of the factory, there was an old, worn-out sofa. Alex, whom Chen Sheng had seen in the cafe during the day, was sitting on the sofa, swinging a glass of red wine. Next to him stood an elderly man with white hair and a cold, sharp gaze. That old man radiated a dangerous aura, much more than the driver. Mr. Chun, We meet again. Alex put down his wine glass, smiling like a winner. You see, I told you, you would regret this. In this world, no one can refuse the will of the Eagle Nation. He stood up, walked to Qin Sheng, and tapped his cheek with the gun barrel. Now, you have two choices. First, tell me everything you saw at Zero Base, including those blueprints and data. Then come back with me. Second, Alex pointed to the cold, sinister old man beside him. This is Mr. Smith. He's an expert in interrogation. He can make you watch your intestines being pulled out, but you won't die. By then, you'll be begging me to let you talk. Smith chuckled sinisterly, playing with a sharp surgical knife in his hand. Young man, it's okay if your bones are tough. I'll break them one by one. Qin Sheng looked at these arrogant people. He lowered his raised hands and gently brushed the dust off his clothes. Are you done talking? Again, the same question. Alex frowned, a bad feeling suddenly rising in his chest. What do you mean? Qin Sheng looked up. His once black pupils faintly shimmered with a golden light in the darkness. A terrifying pressure instantly filled the entire factory. It was like an ancient beast awakening. That means, Qin Sheng's voice became deep and hoarse, as if coming from the depths of, you've chosen the wrong opponent. In my territory, threatening me. You're asking for death. Fire. Kill him. Smith was the first to react, his body covered in sweat from the murderous aura. He shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Several silenced pistols fired at once. Bullets rained down toward Qin Sheng. But, in the next second, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Qin Sheng didn't dodge. He simply raised one hand to block in front of him. Clang, clang. The special bullets, strong enough to pierce steel plates, hit his skin and made a ringing sound, like metal striking metal. Then, they fell to the ground weakly. Not even a scratch. Thanks to the enhanced body strength unlocked by his gene lock, combined with the iron skin and bones he had trained in the apocalypse, these light weapons were like tickling him. What? What kind of monster is this? Alex was so scared he dropped his wine glass, smashing it to pieces. It's my turn now. Qin Sheng's figure flickered. Only a shadow remained in place. Bang! The closest assassin to him didn't even have time to scream. He was hit as if by a speeding train, flying dozens of meters back and smashing into the wall, turning into a pile of flesh. This really is too weak. Qin Sheng shook his head. He didn't even need to use any special moves. Just pure speed and strength. One step, one kill. That was the sound of a neck breaking. Snap. That was the sound of a heart being crushed by hand. In just 10 seconds, all the dozen or so elite assassins surrounding him were on the ground. Not a single body was intact. Blood stained the floor, and the strong smell of blood made people feel sick. At this moment, only Alex and Smith were still standing in the factory. No, they could no longer stand. Smith's scalpel had long since fallen in fear, and he was now slumped on the ground, his pants soaked. Alex was trembling all over, his face pale as paper. Don't come closer. I'm a diplomat from Eagle Nation. I have diplomatic immunity. You can't kill me. Qin Sheng stepped forward, looking down at him from above. His gaze was like looking at an ant. Immunity? Qin Sheng sneered, grabbing Alex's neck and lifting him like a chicken. On Chinese land, harming Chinese people. Even God can't save you. A sharp sound. The world went quiet. Qin Sheng casually threw away the body, like discarding a bag of trash. 5 minutes later, a team of fully armed Chinese special forces stormed into the factory. When they saw the scene before them, even seasoned soldiers couldn't help but gasp. This was no longer a battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse, and the man standing among the mountain of corpses and blood was using a handkerchief to carefully wipe the blood from his hands. He was spotless. At Base Zero, after Qin Sheng finished reporting everything to Old Bai and Old Jiang, bang. Old Bai suddenly slammed the table, making the teacup jump. Too much arrogance. This old general was so angry that his beard trembled. How dare they openly kidnap our national hero right at our doorstep? Do they think China is still the China of 100 years ago? Old Jiang also looked serious, with a cold light flickering in his eyes. Since they want to play, then let's play to the end. Send the order to hold an urgent press conference. And activate the divine punishment plan the next morning. A shocking press conference was held in the capital city. Old Bai, dressed in military uniform, stood under the spotlight with a serious and stern expression. In front of the global media, he directly announced the identities and evidence of Alex and others' crimes. Regarding the despicable actions of the Eagle Nation, China expresses strong indignation and firm protest. Starting today, China will impose comprehensive technological sanctions on the Eagle Nation. Initially, the Eagle Nation seemed unbothered, acting as if they weren't afraid of hot water. They even accused China of framing them internationally, refusing to apologize and demanding sanctions against China. However, just 24 hours later, they could no longer smile. China announced, "Stop exporting all high-energy battery components to the Eagle Nation. Cease all patents related to biomedical products. Cut off all quantum communication service interfaces." This series of actions shattered the Eagle Nation's confidence. Their proud electric vehicle industry halted production overnight due to lack of batteries, with stock prices halving. Their healthcare system fell into panic without access to the latest anti-cancer drugs. Their financial network was instantly overwhelmed by China's financial AI due to the loss of low-latency quantum communication support. Stock markets crashed. Inflation soared. The once proud elite class of the Eagle Nation saw their assets shrink by more than half overnight. Angry citizens took to the streets, protesting the government's incompetence and foolishness. The former superpower, having touched the China nerve, not only broke its wings but also slid into a deep abyss of disintegration. Inside Zero Base, Chen Sheng watched the chaotic scenes on the news, then calmly turned off the TV. The first rays of morning sunlight had yet to fully pierce the clouds when Zero Base's massive dome was already waking up amid busy activity. Chen Sheng stood in the wide experimental field, gazing at the sleek, silver, futuristic-looking vehicle before him, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Old Bai stood beside him, a proud smile on his face. "Little Chen, this is the first prototype of our magnetic levitation vehicle, Yufeng, based on the anti-gravity core you brought back." Old Bai's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Sheng reached out and gently touched the cold, smooth surface of the car. "It feels like touching the future," he whispered softly. Old Bai made a gesture, inviting Chen Sheng to get in. "Go ahead and try it. Only you can feel its limits first." Chen Sheng nodded, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. There was no traditional steering wheel, only a holographic control interface. As the engine started, there was no loud noise or even much vibration. The large vehicle slowly floated up, about 2 meters off the ground. Chen Sheng gently pushed the control stick. Whoosh! A silver streak of light cut through the air, racing across the enclosed test field like a thunderbolt. In just a few seconds, the speedometer needle shot up to an astonishing speed. Chen Sheng's grip tightened on the control stick, feeling the powerful acceleration against his back, filling him with a deep sense of pride. This was more than just a vehicle. It symbolized China's technological progress and was a result of his life-and-death efforts in the last days. After one test lap, the vehicle smoothly stopped in front of Old Bai. The hatch opened, and Chen Sheng jumped out, taking a deep breath. "Old Bai, this isn't just a car. It's a low-altitude flying craft." With a few modifications, Chen Sheng's words trailed off, but the look in his eyes said everything. Old Bai nodded heavily, his eyes full of kindness and gratitude. "All of this is thanks to you, little Chen." Old Bai patted Chen Sheng's shoulder warmly. "If it weren't for the advanced technology you brought back, even 50 years of research wouldn't get us this far." Chen Sheng smiled quietly, saying nothing, but his gaze was firm as he looked into the distance. However, the peacefulness of the base didn't last long. Suddenly, the red warning light in the command center flickered. A communications officer hurried over, holding an urgent message. "Bale, the Eagle Nation President's office called again. Same request. We must immediately stop our sanctions on their rare earths and technology." Bale's gentle expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, stern look. "Tell them there's no room for negotiation." Bale's voice was calm but firm. "Before, we begged them to buy from us. Now, the situation has changed. Refuse all communication requests." The officer saluted and left. But this clearly angered the dominant power across the Pacific. Just 2 hours later, a live satellite feed appeared on the command center's big screen. It showed the near coast of China. On the sea, a giant steel ship was cutting through the waves. Several Arleigh Burke-class destroyers from the Eagle Nation protected two Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, approaching China's territorial waters aggressively. Even more infuriating, they started a global news broadcast. On the screen, the Eagle Fleet commander stood on the deck, facing away from the Steel Fleet behind him, speaking arrogantly to the camera. Our operation is to protect what we call freedom of navigation. The commander wore a contemptuous smile. We want some countries to understand who truly controls this blue planet. Chen Sheng watched the screen, his fists clenched unconsciously. They are openly provoking us. Chen Sheng's voice was cold, like it was squeezed from between his teeth. Bale stood with his hands behind his back, his old eyes flashing with deadly intent. Force us to end the sanctions? Want the whole world to laugh at us? Fine, very well. Bale turned around and gave the combat command. Send my orders. Activate the Thunder Plan. Deploy the Type 055 modified cruiser, Kunlun. Chen Sheng was shocked. Kunlun was a secret weapon equipped with the latest electromagnetic railgun, powered by a high-energy battery from the end of the world. The scene shifted. A sleek, sharply angular warship, looking futuristic, left the port alone. Facing the massive Eagle carrier group, this warship looked somewhat fragile. Countless eyes around the world watched this live broadcast. Many world leaders sneered, thinking that China was about to suffer a big loss this time. The commander of the Eagle Nation laughed even more arrogantly. Just send one ship? Are the Chinese crazy? He even picked up the radio to order a warning shot. But in the next second, his smile froze. The main gun of the Kunlun ship slowly lifted. There was no flash of fire or smoke. Only a few blue arcs of electricity flickered at the muzzle. Zing, boom. It was a loud bang, like the sound of air being torn apart instantly, much faster than the speed of sound. The proud Aegis defense system of the Eagle Nation couldn't react in time. The first shell pierced straight through the front destroyer. The huge force instantly broke the ship in half. Then came the second and third shells. They aimed directly at the two proud aircraft carriers. There was no doubt. The sturdy flight decks were pierced as if made of paper, and huge explosions erupted inside, flames soaring into the sky. The live broadcast shook violently, then turned into snowflakes. But in the last few seconds, the whole world saw it, the once mighty Eagle Nation aircraft carrier slowly sinking. A deathly silence covered all major news channels worldwide. Then, chaos and panic erupted everywhere. What kind of weapon is that? Oh my God, is that divine punishment? China. China actually has such power. Inside the Eagle Nation's presidential palace, the phone rang wildly, but no one dared to mention the word sanctions. They were terrified. This was a crushing force from another dimension. Just half an hour later, the Eagle Nation officially issued a statement, humbly claiming it was a misunderstanding, and quickly withdrew all remaining ships. They had to swallow the bitter pill. That night, at the celebration banquet at Zero Base, the atmosphere was lively. Old Bai held a cup of tea and approached Chen Sheng. Little Chun, I toast you. Old Bai's hand trembled slightly, and his eyes were a bit red. From today on, China will be the true swordholder of this blue star. All nations come to congratulate, and no petty enemies dare to look down again. Chen Sheng quickly raised his cup with both hands and gently clinked it with Old Bai. Bai Lao, you are being too modest. Chen Sheng looked at the elderly man who had dedicated his life to the country, filled with respect. I only did what I was supposed to do. I am Chinese, and this land raised me. I have a duty to protect it. Bai Lao nodded with satisfaction, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Good child, good child. Having you in the country is a blessing for our people. Outside the window, the night was deep, but the starry sky in the east was more brilliant than ever. The next day, Chen Sheng was about to take a nap in his apartment. Buzz, buzz. The phone beside his pillow vibrated unexpectedly at this moment. Chen Sheng frowned, reached out from under the blanket, and grabbed the phone. The screen showed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? His voice sounded a little sleepy and annoyed from being woken up. On the other end, a very exaggerated voice came through. Oh, Chen the talented scholar, can't recognize an old classmate's voice? It's Wang Jiqiang. Chen Sheng was momentarily stunned. Images of a sharp-faced, mischievous boy appeared in his mind. Back in high school, it was this Wang Jiqiang who, relying on a little family money, often led the teasing of Chen Sheng. calling him an orphan with no parents. Those memories of being isolated and bullied flashed through his mind like slides. What's the matter? Chun Sheng's tone instantly turned cold. He turned over and looked at the ceiling. This is our class monitor, Zhao Tianyu's reunion. Everyone misses you, and I was asked to tell you. It's tonight at Houting Banquet. You must come. Although Wang Jiqiang spoke politely, the tone was full of schadenfreude that couldn't be hidden. Chun Sheng curled his lips into a cold smile. They miss me? They probably just want to see how badly I'm doing now, so they can laugh at me. No time. I won't go. Chun Sheng answered straightforwardly, about to hang up. Come on. Chun Sheng, we're all classmates. Why are you so unfriendly? Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Don't worry, everyone will support you. Ding, ding. Chun Sheng directly pressed the end call button. This kind of boring gathering was a waste of life to attend. He is now a highly confidential national cooperation partner. People who are still worried about mortgage or car loans, or who just have a little money and feel proud, are no longer in the same world as him. After a while, Chun Sheng got up to wash up and planned to return to Base Zero for training. He casually flagged down a taxi on the street. Driver, to the suburbs. Chun Sheng just gave the destination, but he noticed the driver's back looked a bit familiar. When the driver turned around, he looked surprised too. Chun Sheng, Li Dawei? Chun Sheng was a bit surprised. This was the boy who sat behind him in high school, honest and straightforward. He often lent Chun Sheng his notes to copy, and he was one of the few who never bullied him. Oh, what a coincidence. I can actually pick you up. Li Dawei looked very excited, glancing back several times while driving. Long time no see. You've become quite handsome. Chun Sheng smiled and leaned back in his seat. Just trying to make a living. How about you? Why are you driving a taxi? Li Dawei sighed, showing a bitter smile. Ah, don't mention it. It's hard to find a job after graduation, so I just drive to support my family. They chatted for a while. Then Li Dawei suddenly changed the subject. By the way, are you coming to the class reunion tonight? Chun Sheng shook his head. No, I don't want to go. It's boring. Come on. Li Dawei was anxious and even slowed down the car. I know you've had a tough time before, but this time is different. I heard the school beauty, Lin Wanner, will be there, and everyone's saying you're not doing well. If you don't go, who knows what they'll say about you. Li Dawei looked at Chun Sheng sincerely through the rearview mirror. I want to go and see, but I feel nervous alone. If you come with me, I'll feel more confident. We're old classmates, just consider it as keeping me company. Chun Sheng looked into Li Dawei's eyes, full of hope and a bit of self-doubt, and his heart softened. After all, he was someone who had shown him kindness before. All right, I'll go and sit with you. Chun Sheng sighed helplessly. In the grand hall of the luxury mansion, the biggest private room was brightly lit. More than 20 classmates sat around a large round table, raising glasses and chatting. The atmosphere seemed lively, but there were undercurrents beneath the surface. Everyone's conversations usually revolve around houses, cars, and annual salaries. Chun Sheng and Li Dawei sat in the corner, looking out of place. Hey, isn't that Chun Sheng? He's really here. Wang Jiqiang walked over with a glass of wine, a teasing smile on his face, sizing up Chun Sheng's plain casual clothes. I heard you still don't have a proper job? If you can't find one, come work at my construction site. I'll pay you 200 a day for moving bricks, just for old time's sake. A few classmates around burst into laughter. Chun Sheng took a sip of tea without even lifting his eyes. No need. I'm doing quite well now. Wang Jiqiang was about to say more when the door to the private room suddenly opened. Everyone fell silent instantly. The class monitor, Zhao Tianyu, entered dressed in a shiny brand-name suit, with his hair neatly combed and shining, walking alongside the beautifully dressed school beauty, Lin Wanner. They walked in with their heads held high, like inspecting officials. Sorry we're late. Zhao Tianyu apologized, but his face showed pride. Too many things at work, I just couldn't leave earlier. He sat down with Lin Wanner at the main table, and several classmates immediately gathered around, flattering him. Class monitor, I heard you're quite busy now. Where do you work? Someone asked loudly on purpose. Zhao Tianyu adjusted his tie, cleared his throat, and raised his voice a little. It's nothing special, just a project manager at Shengshi Limited. As soon as he said this, the room was filled with surprised whispers. Shengshi Limited? The company that developed the holographic game Pod? Wow, that's one of the top tech companies in China right now. You're amazing, class monitor. Lin Wanner leaned close to Zhao Tianyu, proudly adding, you guys don't know? Tianyu is highly valued at the company. Without his leadership on the Game Pod project, it wouldn't have been able to launch so quickly. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand modestly, but his smile showed off his pride. Just being modest. That's all thanks to the trust of the chairman. I just did a small part. Chen Sheng, sitting in the corner, frowned slightly. Shengshe Company? Isn't that the company by Lao registered under his own name to make post-apocalyptic technology civilian-friendly? I am the real chairman in name only. The game cabin was something I brought back from the apocalypse, ready-made. When did Zhao Tianyu start handling it all himself? I've never seen that name on the company's list. Does this guy not even bother to prepare his boasts? Chen Sheng wanted to laugh, but held back. He just watched Zhao Tianyu perform, like watching a clown. After enjoying everyone's praise, Zhao Tianyu suddenly looked over to Chen Sheng in the corner. He smirked playfully and walked over holding a wine glass. Oh, Chen Sheng is here too. Zhao Tianyu looked down at Chen Sheng from above. I heard things haven't been going well for you lately? Well, since we're all here, I'll give you a clear path. He patted Chen Sheng's shoulder in a condescending way. Our Shengshe company still needs a few cleaning staff. If you're interested, I can talk to HR and get you a position. It's just cleaning, but it's a big company with social insurance and benefits. Better than wandering outside. Everyone around stifled their laughter, waiting to see Chen Sheng embarrass himself. Lin Wanner also covered her mouth with a light smile, her eyes full of disdain. Chen Sheng looked up, half smiling, at Zhao Tianyu. Cleaning? Class monitor, you're so considerate. He didn't argue, just found the scene absurd. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open forcefully. A tall woman in professional attire, with a cold and elegant aura, strode in quickly, followed by two black-clad bodyguards. It was Jiang Shui, the Secretary-General of Shengshe Company. She looked anxious, scanning the room with her eyes. When Zhao Tianyu saw Jiang Shui, his eyes widened. She was a key figure in the headquarters, a true power player. He hurriedly put down his glass, smiling flatteringly, bowing like a shrimp. Secretary Jiang. What a surprise. It's an honor. I'm Zhao from the logistics team. We met at the last annual meeting. Zhao Tianyu was so excited he stammered, reaching out to shake her hand. But Jiang Shui didn't even look at him, simply sidestepping him. Zhao Tianyu's hand froze midair, his smile instantly stiffening. Jiang Shui walked straight to the corner and stopped in front of Chen Sheng, whom everyone looked down on. The whole room fell silent, everyone staring with wide eyes. Then, in the next moment, something shocking happened that made everyone's jaws drop. Jiang Shui bowed deeply to Chen Sheng, showing the utmost respect. Chairman, I finally found you. Jiang Shui's voice was a bit hurried but clear, reaching every corner. There is an urgent order from Bai Lao regarding the magnetic levitation civilian flying car project. You must sign and authorize it personally. I couldn't reach you by phone, so I came based on your location. A deathly silence followed. Everyone felt like they had been struck by lightning, their minds blank. Chairman? Chen Sheng? The orphan with no parents? Zhao Tianyu's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground, his face pale as paper. Just now, he was planning to arrange cleaning work for the chairman, and bragging about handling a core project in front of him? What a disaster, like the sky falling. Chen Sheng calmly took the document handed by Jiang Shui, picked up a pen, and signed his name swiftly. After signing, he closed the folder and handed it back to Jiang Shui. Then, he slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over Jiang Shui and landing on the trembling Zhao Tianyu. By the way, Jiang Shui. Chen Sheng pointed at Zhao Tianyu, his tone as flat as discussing the weather. This is my old classmate, the project manager of our company, or the key person who handled the game cabin project. Jiang Shui turned around and coldly glanced at Zhao Tianyu. Chairman, our company doesn't have a project manager named Zhao Tianyu. According to the personnel files, he's probably just a team member responsible for purchasing office supplies in the logistics department. Someone chuckled. It turned out he was just someone buying pens and A4 paper, but was exaggerated into a top executive. Zhao Tianyu wished he could find a hole to hide in, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Chairman, I was just drunk, Zhao Tianyu stammered to explain. Chen Sheng waved his hand to stop him. Since you're an old classmate, I should still look after you a bit. Chen Sheng looked at Zhao Tianyu with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Since he is so experienced in cleaning work, Let's transfer him to the cleaning department as a supervisor, which is like a promotion. Jiang Shui understood immediately and quickly took out her phone to call the HR department. Yes, process the transfer right away. When Zhao Tianyu heard this, he was not angry. Instead, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. After all, not being fired was already a blessing. He tremblingly picked up a bottle of Mao Tai from the table and faced Chen Sheng. Thank you, Director Chen, for your support. I did it. After saying that, he actually tilted his head back and drank greedily, tears mixing with the wine as they flowed down. Chen Sheng didn't look at him again. He stood up, patted Li Daoi's shoulder, who was still stunned. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, students looking respectful, regretful, or eager, he and Jiang Shui left the private room quickly. Only a mess and a group of people questioning their lives remained behind. Back at Zero Base, Chen Sheng remained calm despite the small incident last night. It was just a little seasoning in life. The real challenge was still in the apocalyptic world full of despair and death. On the 6th day, everything was as usual. The huge wormhole portal still stood silently deep in the base, like a sleeping giant beast. Chen Sheng continued intense physical training. Sweat slid down his strong muscles, and every punch he threw sounded like breaking wind. At noon, good news came from the research department. A few senior experts in white coats excitedly rushed to report. Mr. Chen, we've made a breakthrough. A major breakthrough. The leading biologist held a report in his hand, gesturing excitedly. Using the blood sample you provided, we successfully extracted a special active enzyme. In experiments with mice, this enzyme showed the ability to destroy various cancer cells without harming normal cells. This is a miracle drug against cancer. Although it's still in the early stages, it's a milestone that could change the world. Old Bai was also nearby, listening to the report, nodding excitedly. Good. This is a great achievement for all humanity. Chen Sheng took the report and looked at it, feeling a sense of relief. He fought in the end-of-world battles, striving to survive and become stronger. The items he brought back could save many lives in the real world. This sense of achievement was much greater than just killing. Keep studying. Don't be afraid to use up samples. If we run out, we'll get more, Chen Sheng said calmly. For him, those samples were his blood. As long as he was alive, he would always have more. Night fell. Chen Sheng lay in the base's lounge, but couldn't sleep at all. He looked out the window at the dark night sky, and his heart started beating faster for no clear reason. That feeling was back again. It seemed like a wormhole was about to open. In the early morning, alarms sounded throughout Zero Base. This wasn't an attack alert, but the highest level of battle readiness alert. Inside the huge underground lab, the air felt frozen. The dormant wormhole portal was now emitting a deep humming sound. Tons of high-purity black crystals nearby were vaporizing quickly, turning into black streaks of light that were greedily drawn into the wormhole. The space twisted, and blue-purple light spun wildly inside the portal frame. Chen Sheng stood in front of the portal, looking serious. The feeling of his heart pounding reached its peak. Old Bai, the portal is opening, Chen Sheng said quietly, turning around. Old Bai looked serious and waved his hand. Everyone, get ready. Follow the plan. The entire base instantly became a precise war machine. 100 elite players, already prepared, quickly entered special gaming pods. Meanwhile, behind Chen Sheng, 100 fully armed combat robots lit up their red electronic eyes in perfect unison. These were Steel Guardians controlled in real time via quantum communication technology, making them Chen Sheng's most loyal allies in the end times. But that wasn't enough. Click, click, heavy mechanical noises sounded. Besides the 100 robotic players, 300 active Special Forces soldiers had already entered nearby gaming pods. Following commands, another 300 heavy exoskeleton robots stepped out, forming a tight formation. They no longer carried light weapons. Gatling laser machine gun, individual electromagnetic subtube. The dark gun barrel emitted a cold, killing intent. At the back of the team, 3 specially modified military heavy trucks had started their engines. Inside the trucks, there were compressed dry food, meat, vegetables, medical kits, ammunition boxes, and special supplies needed by Chen Sheng. This was a small modern army. Chen Sheng took a deep breath, tidied up his combat uniform, and carried a special alloy combat knife on his back. Deep inside Base Zero, the air seemed to freeze. In the huge underground hall, only the deep rumble of heavy truck engines echoed. Chen Sheng sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force. In the front passenger seat, there was a special alloy cage. Inside was an adult chimpanzee. It was a carefully selected experimental subject by the research department, now anxiously scratching the bars of the cage and making low whimpering sounds. Chen Sheng turned his head and looked deeply at the chimpanzee. "Old buddy, it's your turn again," he silently thought to himself. This mission was very important. In previous crossings, the chimpanzee he carried had died. If this live experiment succeeded, China's support for the end-of-world situation would no longer have any restrictions. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. His gaze became firm again, as steady as a rock. "Attention, all units, I am Chen Sheng." He pressed the communicator, his voice calm and strong. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The heavy military truck roared loudly, its huge tires crushing the ground as it sped toward the swirling blue-purple light vortex ahead. That was the gateway to another world. Following closely behind were two more loaded trucks. Further back were 400 fully armed combat robots. They moved in perfect unison, the sound of their metal feet striking the ground forming a torrent of steel, shaking the entire base. Light swallowed everything. When the last robot disappeared into the light vortex, the wormhole shrank instantly, becoming a barely visible point of light before vanishing completely. Inside the observation room, Old Bai's hands rested on the bulletproof glass, and he leaned slightly forward. His eyes were fixed on where the wormhole disappeared, and he didn't look away for a long time. Qin Hao stood behind him, also looking serious. "Old Bai, we must succeed," Qin Hao whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Old Bai slowly straightened his back, took off his reading glasses, and rubbed his slightly moist eyes. "Yes, we must succeed," he replied. His voice was a little hoarse, but full of hope. "This is a gamble between two worlds, and it's also a chance for China to rise." In the post-apocalyptic world, on the wasteland, the sky was still gray, like an endless cloud of gloom. The air smelled of decay and dust. Suddenly, the empty wilderness twisted. A bright light flashed. A loud explosion followed. A military truck driven by Chen Sheng appeared out of nowhere and heavily landed on the cracked asphalt, kicking up dust. Chen Sheng felt a strong dizziness hit him. It was a side effect of crossing through the wormhole, as if his internal organs had shifted. But he ignored his discomfort. As soon as the vehicle stopped, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and almost lunged into the passenger seat. His eyes were fixed on the metal cage. His heart pounded fiercely in his chest, as if it wanted to break free from his ribs. Inside the cage, a black chimpanzee was trembling in the corner. When it saw Chen Sheng approaching, it bared its teeth and let out a lively roar. Roar! The sound was loud and full of energy. Chen Sheng was stunned. Then, a wave of great joy flooded his heart. His eyes instantly turned red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Alive! Still alive! Chen Sheng trembled as he reached out and gently stroked the chimpanzee's head through the cage. The chimpanzee was unharmed and in excellent spirits. What did this mean? It meant the barrier of the living transfer had been broken. It meant that next time, a million-strong army from China could descend directly onto this wasteland. Yes, it's finally done, Chen Sheng howled to the sky, releasing the long-held pressure in his heart. At this moment, the space behind him began to ripple continuously. 2 heavy trucks and 300 battle robots gradually arrived. This army of steel looked especially fierce and imposing on this desolate land. Chen Sheng wiped away tears from his eyes and stepped out of the vehicle. He adjusted his collar and regained his usual calm and professionalism. All in formation, Chen Sheng's voice spread throughout the scene through a loudspeaker. The 300 robots quickly assembled, their guns all aimed outward, forming a tight defensive line. Target, underground air raid shelter. Chen Sheng waved his hand. We're here to pick up people. Underground shelter. The heavy explosion-proof door was slowly pushed open. Under the dim light, Mu Nin tightly held a worn dagger, alertly watching the entrance. Mu Tianming hid behind his sister, holding a rusty iron pipe, trembling slightly. When the familiar figure appeared at the door, the siblings froze. Brother Chun, Chindagu, Mu Tianming threw away the iron pipe and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is it really you? Chun Sheng walked into the shelter with a smile, took off his gas mask, revealing a clean face. It's me. I'm back. His voice was gentle, with a reassuring strength. The dagger in Mu Nan's hand dropped to the ground with a clink. She rushed over but stopped a few steps away from Qin Sheng. Her eyes reddened, words caught in her throat, finally turning into just one sentence. You're back. That's enough. Qin Sheng nodded and stepped aside to make room at the entrance. Let me show you something. The siblings hesitantly stepped out of the shelter. In the next second, they froze completely. Outside the once desolate shelter, hundreds of steel warriors stood neatly in formation. They wore black alloy armor, wielded futuristic heavy guns, and their red electronic eyes flickered with cold light in the gloom. The oppressive feeling was almost suffocating. This is... Mu Tianming opened his mouth wide, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The most powerful force he had ever seen in his life was the Wild Army Organization. Compared to the regular army in front of them, that group of ragged fighters was like beggars next to royalty. This is my team, Chun Sheng said calmly, with a confident tone that showed he was in control. Starting today, the sky over Yuansheng will change. Mu Nan looked at Chun Sheng's side profile, feeling a wave of shock in her heart. Who exactly is this man? Every time he disappears and reappears, he brings new surprises that challenge her understanding. Let's go. Qin Sheng turned to look at the ruined city in the distance, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It's time for Yuansheng to see who its true master is. The battle to retake the base was quick and decisive. Initially, only a group of mutated zombies and a few low-level monsters occupied the base. But facing over 300 robots with precise shooting skills and heavy firepower, they were as fragile as paper. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire sounded like popcorn popping. Flames spat out, tearing zombies into pieces. A large, second-level mutant dog growled and charged toward the position. Before it could get close, several rockets whistled through the air. Boom! A burst of fire lit up the sky. The nightmare-like monster in the eyes of ordinary survivors instantly turned into a charred lump. Chun Sheng stood on high ground, expressionless, commanding the battle. Advance, he calmly issued the order. The robot troops pushed forward like bulldozers, clearing threats from every corner. In less than 2 hours, the fight was over. The once dilapidated base, occupied by monsters, was now back in Chun Sheng's hands. They counted the casualties. Only 30 robots were damaged in close combat. For such a large mechanical army, this loss was minimal. Chun Sheng looked at the flag once again flying over the main building and exhaled slowly. This place would be the first stronghold for China in this world. 3 days after the battle to retake the base, the square, once covered in blood and remains, had been thoroughly cleaned. Thanks to dozens of engineering robots working day and night, the collapsed walls were rebuilt. Not only that, but the rusty defense facilities have been completely renewed. Several electromagnetic cannons brought during this transport are now mounted on the high points of the city wall. The dark barrel of the cannon gleams with a blue metallic shine, enough to intimidate anyone within 10 miles. Inside the base, there have been huge changes. The solar power generators are now running, and the long-lost electricity has lit up the base again. At this moment, inside the base's cafeteria, a tempting aroma, never felt before, is filling the air. It smells of crispy fried fats, mixed with the strong scents of pepper, garlic, and soy sauce. For people in this post-apocalyptic world, this smell is more addictive than any drug. Smells so good. Mu Tianming stands at the cafeteria entrance, desperately sniffing the air. His mouth is watering wildly, and he keeps swallowing. Although Mu Nan is more reserved, her eyes are fixed on the kitchen, and her stomach is growling loudly. Among the 400 robots brought this time, Old Bai specially arranged a cooking team. The robots are controlled by veteran soldiers from the Chinese forces, who are top chefs. A large iron pot is placed on the stove, flames burning fiercely. The robot's flexible mechanical arms skillfully stir the pot. Sizzling, that's the sound of pork belly slices going into the pot. Chun Sheng sits at the dining table, watching this scene with a big smile. Sit down, try the taste of my hometown. He points to the chair opposite. Soon, The dishes are served. Braised pork, mapo tofu, stir-fried vegetables, and a big steaming bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. The dishes are bright red, fragrant, and tempting. Mu Tianming trembles as he picks up chopsticks, grabbing a piece of braised pork and putting it in his mouth. It's fatty but not greasy, spicy, and delicious. In that moment, his taste buds seem to explode. Wow! Mu Tianming suddenly starts crying. He shovels rice into his mouth and mumbles with a full mouth. This is so delicious. It's just too good. I have never tasted anything this delicious in my life. In this world where the only food is spoiled canned goods and synthetic protein blocks, this homemade meal is like a divine feast. Moonin also had tears in her eyes, eating small bites as if she were savoring a rare treasure. Chen Sheng, thank you. She looked up, her eyes full of gratitude. Not just for the meal, but for the dignity of living like a real person. Chen Sheng waved his hand and served himself a bowl of soup. From now on, this will be normal. After the meal, in the conference room, besides Chen Sheng and the Mu siblings, for special people, sat at the table. They were 4 advanced command-type robots, controlled by the carefully selected top experts. Let me introduce them. Chen Sheng pointed to the first robot on his left. Lin Shi, good at tactical command and coordination. The robot nodded slightly, its synthetic voice calm and steady. Hello, Mr. Chen, everyone. This is Chu Chang'e, skilled in intelligence analysis and psychological tactics. Chen Sheng pointed to the second robot. That robot's movements seemed elegant and deep. Nice to meet you. The other 2, Chun Jiolong and He Ligua, are top experts in solo combat and are the commanders of this security team. The remaining 2 robots straightened up and saluted properly. The fierce fighting spirit could be felt even through the screen. The first topic of this meeting was to name this new organization. Everyone shared their ideas, arguing endlessly. Some suggested dawn, others new hope. Finally, Chen Sheng knocked on the table. Let's call it Longxing. His gaze swept over everyone and finally landed on the map on the wall. Dragon represents the emblem of China. Star symbolizes the spark that can ignite a prairie fire. Longxing Organization. As soon as the name was announced, the robots controlled by several soldiers nodded in agreement. Mu Nan and Mu Tianming looked confused. Big Brother Chen, what? Is a dragon? Mu Tianming asked cautiously. In this world, there are only mythical beasts and no legends of dragons. Chen Sheng smiled. Lin Shi, show them. Lin Shi immediately operated the projector on his wrist. A golden light shot out and gathered in midair in the center of the meeting room. A full hologram of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared clearly. Its scales shimmered with gold, and its horns were sharp and prominent. It hovered in the air, with a serious gaze, as if looking down on all living beings. The powerful aura of an emperor and the ancient, mysterious pressure made the Mu siblings hold their breath instantly. Oh my! Moonin covered her mouth, her pupils shrinking sharply. She had seen many terrifying strange beasts, but none matched the divine and commanding presence of this creature. Is this a dragon? Mu Tianming stared at it in fascination, even reaching out as if to touch the illusionary dragon scales. So strong. It feels even more terrifying than those zombie kings. Chen Sheng looked at the golden dragon, feeling a surge of pride. This is our totem. He stood up, his gaze sharp. In this world, the Dragon Star organization will soar like this mighty dragon, reaching the skies, unstoppable. With the name decided, the next step was to set a goal. Mu Tianming spread an old city map on the table. Brother Chun, commanders. He pointed to several red circles on the map, his expression serious. This is Yuan City. Besides the remnants of the wasteland army we defeated, there are 2 major forces. His finger pointed to an area in the east of the city. This is the Red Ghost Group. They occupy the old industrial zone, with a few hundred people, well-equipped, and very ruthless. Then he pointed to a high-rise area in the west. This is Nine Heaven Star. It's said to be established by a few mutants. Though smaller in number than the Red Ghost Group, their individual combat skills are very strong, Moonin added from the side. Trying to bring these 2 forces under control will be very difficult. She sighed, looking a bit worried. They are deeply rooted, and they also have mutual defenses. They won't easily submit to us. If we attack directly, even if we win, the losses will be heavy. The meeting room fell into brief silence. At this moment, Chu Chang'e, who had been silent, suddenly let out a light laugh. Attack directly? That's a poor strategy. Chu Chang'e's robot body leaned forward, and his fingers lightly tapped the table. The best strategy is to attack the plan. The next is to attack alliances, then to attack soldiers, and the worst is to attack cities. He looked at Mu Tianming with a curious tone. Kid, tell me about the old stories of these two groups. The more details, the better, especially about their hatred. Mu Tianming paused for a moment, thinking. When it comes to hatred, there really is some. His eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. About 2 years ago, members of the Red Demon Group accidentally killed the only daughter of the Nine Heaven Star leader during a resource dispute. At that time, both sides almost fought a full battle, but due to a zombie outbreak, they had to stop. Still, the grudge was formed. Over the past 2 years, they haven't fought openly, but small conflicts keep happening. After hearing this, Chu Chang'e's red electronic eyes flickered a few times, as if calculating something. This is easy to handle. His voice turned cold, with a calculating tone that sent a chill. Revenge for killing a daughter is a grudge that can't be forgiven. If we disguise ourselves as members of the Nine Heaven Star and, at this critical moment, kill the son of the leader of the Red Demon Group. Chu Chang'e paused and looked at Chen Sheng. Mr. Chun, do you think that old guy from the Red Demon Group can still hold back? Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly. Fighting over a shared target, the fisherman benefits. This plan is quite ruthless. Lin Chi also nodded in agreement. It can be done. As long as they fight each other, we will have a reason and opportunity to intervene. While they are weakened by internal conflict, we can calmly absorb other small forces and finally step in to settle the chaos. Chen Sheng made the final decision. All right, let's follow Chu Chang'e's plan. The first battle of Longxing will be won without a single soldier. We want them to destroy each other. After the meeting, night had fallen deep. The Mu siblings went to rest, leaving only Chen Sheng and 4 commanders in the meeting room. The atmosphere became more private and serious. Mr. Chun, about the zombie tide in Yuanqing and those large mutant beasts, it's indeed a hidden danger, He Ligua said solemnly. Although our current firepower can handle small groups of zombies, it will be very difficult if we face tens of thousands of zombies or more powerful mutated creatures. Chen Sheng nodded, gently rubbing the teacup on the table. This is exactly what I want to tell you. He lowered his voice, his eyes shining with determination. I have already discussed with Old Bai. When the next wormhole opens, I will bring back heavier equipment. Tactical missiles, large-caliber grenade launchers, and even cloud bombs. Hearing the phrase, cloud bombs, the commander's bodies visibly trembled. These are known as subnuclear weapons, powerful weapons. For low-level zombies and ordinary mutant beasts, we don't need to fight them hand-to-hand. Chen Sheng said coldly. Just use full firepower to clear the area. As for those elite monsters at levels 2 and 3 that survive the bombardment, Chen Sheng clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Leave that to me and your elite troops to eliminate them one by one. Lin Ji took a deep breath. If that's the case, recapturing Yuan City will be just around the corner. This is true large-scale warfare. The next morning, at dawn, under a gloomy sky, an exaggeratedly modified flying off-road vehicle sped across the wilderness. The vehicle was painted with a fierce red demon head symbol, looking intimidating. This is the vehicle of Qi Yan, the son of the leader of the Red Demon Group. This kid is a typical second-generation survivor of the apocalypse, relying on his father's influence, often going out on hunts. The targets of these hunts are not only zombies, but sometimes lone survivors. Not far from him, on a ruined tall building, Chen Sheng crouched behind cover, holding a high-powered telescope, quietly watching that vehicle. Behind him, 5 agile special operations robots followed. Target confirmed, Qi Yan. Chen Sheng's voice came through the radio. There are 4 guards around him and 2 vehicles. Chu Chang'e's voice responded on the channel. Follow the plan. Remember, use the 9 Heaven Star combat techniques or leave some obvious signs. Understood. Chen Sheng lowered the telescope, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. Move now. A high-explosive rocket was fired from the ruins, accurately hitting the accompanying guard vehicle. A fireball shot into the sky, and the vehicle was instantly blown up. Red Flame's car suddenly braked, leaving long black marks on the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The car doors opened, and 4 strong men in exoskeleton armor rushed out, protecting a young man with red hair. Who dares to attack me? Red Flame shouted angrily, wearing armor and holding a modified laser rifle, firing wildly at the enemies around him. Chen Sheng frowned slightly. Surprisingly, they have exoskeleton armor. It seems this red demon group has some strength, but he remained calm. Go! 5 special forces robots jumped down from above like ghosts. They moved quickly, their alloy blades flashing coldly in the air. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out loudly. Although the 4 guards wore exoskeletons, they looked clumsy against the attack of the professional robots. In just a few moments, 2 guards were decapitated, blood spurting out. The other 2 fought desperately, activating energy shields on their bodies. The light blue shield blocked the blade strikes. Interesting. Chen Sheng snorted coldly and took action himself. He charged out like a cheetah, twisting strangely in the air to avoid the enemy's fire. His energy-infused blade slashed fiercely at one guard's shield. The shield shattered instantly. The blade's momentum did not weaken, splitting the guard and his armor in half. In a blink, everyone around Red Flame had fallen. Only he was left standing alone. Are you? From the 9 Heaven Star group, Red Flame looked at the star symbol deliberately displayed on the robots, his eyes full of hatred. How bold! My father won't let you go. Chen Sheng said nothing, just holding his sword and slowly approaching. The villain tends to talk too much, so he didn't need to waste words. Just as Chen Sheng was about to strike and end this spoiled young master, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Red Flame suddenly showed a wild and fierce smile on his face. Want to kill me? Everyone, just die. He quickly pulled out a syringe from his chest, filled with strange dark green liquid. Without hesitation, he injected it into his neck artery. Red Flame let out a sharp, painful scream. His body began to swell violently, and his clothes instantly tore apart. The once thin body transformed into a small giant over 2 meters tall within seconds. Muscles bulged like coiled dragons, his skin turned dark red, blood vessels protruded, and his eyes became completely red. A terrifying aura burst out from him. It was a gene enhancement serum, and it was an extremely unstable, violent type. A special forces robot tried to rush forward to subdue him. However, after transforming, Red Flame's speed was astonishing. He suddenly reached out a large hand and grabbed the robot's head. Break! Red Flame roared, squeezing with all his strength. Zzz, the hard alloy skull groaned under his grip, unable to bear the pressure. Next second, bang! The expensive Special Forces robot's head was crushed by him. Sparks flew, oil spilled. The headless robot collapsed to the ground. Chen Sheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stopped in his tracks. This power, he clenched his sword tightly, his expression becoming more serious than ever. This seemingly spoiled second-generation heir actually had such a hidden strength. Red Flame's body had grown to a terrifying 3 meters tall, his dark red skin as hard as rock, exuding a suffocating aura of brutality. The expensive robot lay at his feet, sparks flying, circuit boards exposed, still twitching now and then. Chen Sheng stood 10 meters away, watching this monster, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this the side effect of the gene enhancement serum? He whispered to himself. Although he had unlocked his own gene lock during the last purge of the Wasteland Army with the Broken Lock serum provided by Mu Tianming and became a superhuman, he didn't plan to confront this madman head-on right now. Caution was always his first rule for survival in the end times. Everyone, pay attention. Use free fighting mode and wear him down. Chen Sheng calmly gave the order through the communication channel. The remaining 4 special combat robots did not charge forward stiffly like traditional soldiers. Instead, they suddenly adopted several very strange opening moves. These robots were not controlled by soldiers. They were 4 top esports players carefully chosen by Chen Sheng from Blue Star. 3 of them were World Fighting Tournament champions, and 1 was a national combo king. In their hands, these 4 steel machines seemed to have a soul. Whoosh! The first robot slid forward gracefully, moving like it was dancing. At the moment when Shi Yin threw a punch, it made an extremely daring dodge by crouching low, then followed with a rising dragon punch that precisely hit Qi Yan's chin. Bang! The sound of metal fists colliding with reinforced bones was dull but powerful. Next, the second and third robots cut in from the sides. They no longer used military killing techniques, but instead employed endless combos from the game. Floating, stiffening, canceling recovery time. The four robots coordinated perfectly, swirling around Qi Yan like butterflies, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Qi Yan roared repeatedly. He had terrifying strength, but felt like he was hitting cotton. Every heavy punch he threw was narrowly avoided, leaving behind deep wounds on his body. Metal clumps. If you've got the guts, don't run, Qi Yan roared, his eyes red as if they might bleed. But he was a monster injected with berserk drugs. In the face of overwhelming strength, skill had its limits. After just 2 minutes, Qi Yan stopped trying to predict the robot's movements. He took a deep breath, his chest rising high, then suddenly let out a deafening roar. Roar! A tangible shockwave of sound spread out. The sensors of the four robots were instantly disrupted, causing their movements to stiffen for a second. That 1 second was the difference between life and death. Qi Yan sneered fiercely, his huge palms sweeping out. The first robot was cut in half at the waist. Next, he charged like a tiger into a flock of sheep, completely abandoning his defenses. The robot's alloy blade slashed at him, but he countered with a heavy bang, 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 3 loud crashes. The remaining 3 robots were knocked away like broken toys, smashing into the ruins and turning into a pile of scrap metal. The dust settled. Red Flame was covered in blood, with wounds deep enough to see bone, but this only made him more fierce. He turned his head and stared hard at the only person still standing. Is this your trump card? The trash of the 9 heavens star, Red Flame grinned, showing sharp white teeth, his voice rough like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Just a few broken pieces of metal to try to kill me? You're too naive. He took heavy steps forward, each step digging a deep hole in the ground. I will crush your bones, one by one. Chen Sheng did not retreat. He slowly raised his hand, reaching for the handle of his sword behind him. Zing! A faint blue plasma blade shot out instantly, humming softly in the air. You talk too much, Chen Sheng said calmly. He slowly looked up, and his normally deep, dark eyes suddenly changed in a strange way. A pure gold color spread from deep inside his pupils, instantly filling his entire eyeball. Golden eyes. This was a sign that his gene lock had been activated. In his vision, the whole world slowed down. The flow of the wind, the trajectory of the sand, even the tiny muscles in Red Flame's body contracting, all were clearly visible. Ancient combat instincts hidden deep in his genes erupted like a volcano. Die. Red Flame could no longer hold back his killing intent. His huge body charged forward like a cannonball. His massive fist, with a sonic boom, aimed straight at Chen Sheng's face. Chen Sheng moved. No fancy moves, only extreme speed. He left the afterimage in place. Clang, a clear metallic ringing. The two narrowly avoided each other. Red Flame's chest had a deep burn mark, visible to the bone. That was the mark left by the plasma sword. How is this possible? Your speed. Red Flame looked at his wound in disbelief. He injected a high-level family serum that greatly increased his strength and speed, yet he still couldn't keep up with this person's movements. Chen Sheng turned around, holding his glowing blade at an angle toward the ground, his golden eyes cold and emotionless. Do you think you're the only one who can get stronger? The fight broke out instantly. The two transformed into streaks of light, wildly clashing among the ruins. Debris flew everywhere, dust billowed up. Chen Sheng became more and more alarmed. Although this young master was arrogant, he had to admit that his reactions in life-and-death battles were very fast. It was a beast-like instinct honed through surviving in the end times. Several times, Chen Sheng's deadly strike was narrowly avoided by Qi Yan in a way that almost hurt himself. As expected of a survivor who has made it this far, Chen Sheng thought to himself. But this didn't make him afraid. Instead, it made his blood boil even more. Strength comes from challenge. Again, Chen Sheng shouted softly, his pupils shining with golden light. He entered a mysterious, berserk state. His heartbeat sped up to 200 beats per minute. Adrenaline surged wildly, and every muscle in his body worked beyond normal limits. The battle sword in his hand, seemed to become an extension of his body. The sword light formed a net, tight and impenetrable. Finally, Qian felt fear. He realized he was completely suppressed. His wounds were increasing, and his recovery couldn't keep up with the damage. Get away from me, Qian roared, trying to fight back. At the moment he raised his hand, a weak spot under his armpit was exposed. It was a place previously cut by a robot, with torn muscles. Chun Sheng seized this opening. It's over, he crouched slightly, sliding along the ground. His battle sword lifted with unstoppable force. Whoosh, a blue flash streaked through the air. A thick arm, bleeding profusely, was suddenly torn off and flew high. Qian let out a piercing scream. Losing his balance, he fell heavily to the ground, clutching his severed arm and rolling in pain. The intense pain, deep to the bone, instantly crushed all his ferocity and pride. The effects of the medicine began to wear off, and a strong feeling of weakness took over. He nervously looked up and saw Chun Sheng holding a knife, walking closer step by step. The golden eyes lacked any human emotion, only showing indifference toward life. Don't kill me. Qian was completely overwhelmed. He knelt on the ground, tears and snot mixing with blood on his face. I'm the young master of the Red Demon Group. I have many supplies. I can give you everything. Please, don't kill me. Chun Sheng approached him, looking down at the monster who had just been so arrogant. Next life, be born into a good family. Chun Sheng's voice was soft, but it sounded like a death sentence. He raised his hand, and the knife fell. A fierce-looking head rolled to the side, still showing a face full of extreme fear. The headless body twitched a few times and then went still. Chun Sheng took a deep breath. The golden glow in his eyes slowly faded, returning to black. A strong wave of exhaustion hit him, but he did not rest. He put away his sword and picked up Qian's head. The exaggerated hover car was still parked by the roadside, its engine still running. Chun Sheng placed the head prominently on the passenger seat. Then he took out a prepared note from his pocket, dipped it in Qian's blood, and pressed it next to the head. The note had only 8 characters, written in wild calligraphy, revealing a sense of revenge and satisfaction. Blood debt, paid in blood. 9 heavens, stay behind. After finishing everything, Chun Sheng sat in the driver's seat and activated the navigation system. Destination: the main base of the Red Demon Group. Settings: autopilot, full speed return. Go now, bring this gift back. Chun Sheng patted the car door and jumped out. The hover car roared, transforming into a streak of red light rushing into the distance. Chun Sheng watched the taillights disappear from view, a cold smile curling on his lips. The real show has just begun. He turned around and vanished into the vast ruins, sneaking towards Zero Base. The Red Demon Group, Industrial Park Base. It was surrounded by tall barbed wire fences and concrete walls, with machine guns mounted on the walls and searchlights sweeping back and forth. A patrol team was lazily patrolling, bored and unmotivated. Buzzing, a distant engine roared. Is that the young master's car? A guard squinted, watching the speeding red dot approach. Why did he come back so early today? I didn't hear about catching any big prey. Another guard looked confused. But the car didn't slow down. It rushed straight toward the gate like a wild beast gone out of control. Stop! Quickly stop! The guards waved their glow sticks in panic. But the car didn't slow, it sped up. Move aside. This crazy driver is going to crash the gate. The guards panicked and scattered, tumbling to the sides. Boom, a loud crash. The heavy iron gate was forcefully broken open. The hover car skidded several meters, knocking over a pile of oil drums before stopping with black smoke. The loud noise woke up the entire base. Countless armed thugs rushed out of the barracks, surrounding the vehicle. What's going on? Who's driving? A small, burly leader stepped forward and kicked open the car door. Young master, how much did you drink? Before he finished, he froze like struck by lightning. His pupils shrank sharply, and he made a choking sound, as if someone was grabbing his throat. The driver's seat was empty, but in the front passenger seat, there was a head with eyes wide open, staring blankly. It was their usually arrogant young master, Qian. The sky is falling. The small leader's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. After a moment, a desperate and furious roar echoed through the industrial park. Ah, my son. Inside the main hall of the base. Leader Chi Hongfei of the Crimson Ghost team was like a wounded lion, wildly smashing everything in sight. Valuable tech products and expensive furniture were shattered into pieces. Chi Yan's head was placed on the central table. Chi Hongfei trembled as he touched his son's cold face, tears streaming down. He only has this one son. In this devastated world, this is his only bloodline, and the only motivation for building his great empire. Who did this? Who exactly is responsible? Chi Hongfei's eyes are bloodshot, and blood drips from the corner of his mouth. Leader, there's this in the car. A close confidant nervously hands over a bloodstained note. Chi Hongfei snatches it quickly. Blood for blood, 9 heaven star remains. These 8 words are like sharp knives stabbing into his heart, and also like gasoline poured on his anger. 9 heavens star. Chi Hongfei grits his teeth, each word coming out with difficulty. All right. Yi Qing, you old fool. I tolerated you for 2 years, and now you dare to attack my son. His reason completely collapses at this moment. All thoughts of the big picture and balance are thrown aside. Right now, he only wants to kill, to make the entire 9 heaven star pay for his son's life. Give the order. Everyone gather. Chi Hongfei pulls out his pistol and empties the magazine into the ceiling. Bring all laser weapons, electromagnetic cannons, all armored vehicles. Even if we exhaust our resources, I will flatten 9 heaven star. I want Yi Qing's head as a sacrifice for my son's spirit in heaven. In the west of the city, in the tall building district. At the headquarters of 9 heaven star, in the top floor conference room. The environment here is spacious, bright, and filled with a high-tech feel. Yi Qing, the leader of 9 heaven star, is a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking more like a scholar. But at this moment, his brows are tightly furrowed. What did you say? Chi Hongfei has gone mad. Yi Qing looks at the information on the holographic projection, his face dark. Just 10 minutes ago, the Red Ghost Group launched a full-scale attack, advancing toward our territory. They didn't even leave forces to defend their own home, an intelligence officer reports. And the reason? Yi Qing asks. Chi Yan is dead, his head was sent back. They left a note saying, blood for blood. Yi Qing suddenly stands up and slams the table hard. That scoundrel. This is framing us. He is a clever man and immediately senses the smell of a conspiracy. Send someone to check. Did any of our people go out today? Commander, I checked. Our core members are all at the base training today. No one is in the wilderness. Yi Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Someone wants us to fight each other and take advantage of the situation. He quickly walked to the communication console. Connect me to Chi Hongfei's line. Now, a few seconds later, the screen flickered, and Chi Hongfei's distorted face appeared. Yi Qing, you little brat. I will tear you to pieces. Before Yi Qing could speak, Chi Hongfei's roar rang out. Yi Qing frowned and said calmly, Chi Hongfei, stay calm. This is a misunderstanding. You didn't kill my son. Someone is framing us. Think about it. Why would I kill your son now? It doesn't make sense for me. Shut up. Chi Hongfei interrupted him, his crazed eyes almost spilling out of the screen. The note was left by your people. The method of killing was also from your 9 heaven star. Do you still want to deny it? A misunderstanding? With your misunderstanding, years ago, I killed your daughter by mistake. Now you kill my son. Do you think that's just coincidence? That of a daughter, she should have been cut into pieces back then. I only wish I had fed her corpse to the dogs. Those words hit like a thunderclap in Yi Qing's mind. His normally rational face turned ghostly pale. His daughter was his forever pain and his only weakness. He kept telling himself to stay calm, to think of the organization. But now, hearing his daughter's murderer insult her so cruelly, his tightly wound rationality snapped. Yi Qing slowly took off his glasses and gently placed them on the table. He looked up, and his once refined eyes were now filled with a terrifying mix of hatred and madness. Chi Hongfei. Yi Qing's voice turned icy. I wanted to explain to you, but since you say that, fine, very well, your son is the one I killed. Not only that, I will destroy your entire family. Think you can fight? Then let's fight. No mercy, no surrender. Yi Qing suddenly cut off the communication. He turned around and shouted angrily at all his subordinates. Initiate level 1 combat readiness. Open the armory. Everyone, fall in. Today, either the Red Demon Group dies, or we do. That day, the sky over Yuan City was stained with blood from the fires of war. Two massive streams of steel clashed fiercely in the city center. Laser beams crisscrossed in the air. Explosions echoed one after another. Soldiers in exoskeleton armor fought hand-to-hand amid the ruins, their energy shields shattering in spectacular bursts like fireworks. Dozens of gene-enhanced fighters became relentless killing machines on the battlefield. Flames, ice, telekinesis. All kinds of powers and advanced weapons ravaged the area. Blood dyed the streets red, and severed limbs were everywhere. Even more frightening, the strong smell of blood and the loud explosions attracted hordes of zombies and mutated beasts hiding in the shadows of the city. Countless zombies roared as they charged into the fight, biting anyone they saw. What was once a two-sided war suddenly turned into a chaotic three-way battle. Yuan City was completely turned into on Earth. The fires of war had been burning in Yuan City for 4 days. The once bustling downtown area was now a scorched wasteland. Smoke filled the sky, blocking out the sun. At the edge of this chaos, a black ghost unit was quietly moving. Chen Sheng, dressed in a special black combat suit and carrying a combat knife, stood on the roof of a tall building, looking down at the distant battlefield where fires raged. Behind him were commanders Lin Qi, Chu Chang, and the entire Dragonstar unit. They did not join the main slaughter, but moved like patient hunters along the outskirts of the battlefield. Report, southeast direction, remnants of the stray dog group, about 50 people, are preparing to retreat. Chu Chang's voice came through the communicator. Chen Sheng's lips curled slightly. Let's go and gather them. The stray dog group was a small force of only a few dozen people, usually allied with the Red Demon Group for survival. Now that the Red Demon Group was in trouble, they could only flee in panic. Just as they tried to cross an alley, their path was suddenly blocked. A row of cold, heavy robots stood in their way, with dark gun barrels aimed at them. Who are you? The leader of the remaining dogs nervously raised his gun. Long Xing, Chun Xing stepped out of the darkness, followed by several elite fighters radiating strong energy. There are only 2 choices for you, Chen Sheng raised, speaking calmly but with a chilling tone. First, join Long Xing. You'll have food to eat, clothes to wear, and protection. Second, refuse and be thrown into the zombie tide over there to feed the zombies. The leader looked at this well-equipped team, which was frighteningly organized, then at the battlefield in the distance that resembled. His throat went dry as he swallowed saliva. We will join. Good, Chen Sheng nodded. Hand over your weapons and report to the rear. Scenes like this had been happening repeatedly over the past few days. Wild Wolf Gang, Iron Blood Society, Freedom Alliance. Several small and medium groups, originally allied with the 2 major forces, had all defected under Long Xing's powerful military threat and survival lure. When these small leaders gathered at Long Xing's temporary base and saw the mountain of supplies and the well-trained robot army, and thought about the cause of this war, smart people quickly understood. Oh my, this was all planned by Long Xing. This is terrifying. They are the true rulers. Shock and fear eventually turned into deep respect. Everyone understood that the sky over Yuancheng had changed. At the center of the battlefield, Qi Hongfei was covered in blood, and his heavy machine gun's barrel was glowing red. There were fewer than 100 people left with him, all wounded. Across the street, Yi Qing was not much better. His gold-threaded glasses were already shattered, and his proud gene-enhanced powers were unusable due to overuse. Both sides fought fiercely, refusing to give in. But suddenly, they discovered a terrifying truth. Where's the support? Where's the backup I asked for? Qi Hongfei roared into his communicator. What about those allied groups? Why hasn't anyone come? Similarly, the same question echoed in Yi Qing's mind. In these 4 days, they had used up 2/3 of their strength and desperately needed cannon fodder to fill the defenses. But the distress signals they sent out seemed to have vanished into thin air. The small forces that once filled Source City seemed to vanish overnight. Report. Team leader, a smoky, battered scout hurried over. We just detected. All those small groups are flying the Dragonstar flag. What? Qi Hongfei froze. Dragonstar? Where did that bunch come from? Suddenly, the ground trembled. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, orderly footsteps drowned out the gunfire on the battlefield. Qi Hongfei and Yi Qing both turned to look. From all four directions, countless black metal figures surged forward. 300 fully armed robots marched in perfect formation, like a deathly parade, slowly advancing. In the sky, many insect-shaped drones hovered, projecting huge holograms. It was a golden five-clawed dragon emblem. That is, Yi Qing's pupils shrank sharply. He remembered the faint rumors from these past days. Dragon Star Organization. Chun Sheng stood on a modified heavy tank, holding a loudspeaker, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Red Demon Group, 9 Heaven Star, listen, your war is over. As he finished speaking, the surrounding robot troops opened fire simultaneously. But their targets were not humans, but zombies and strange beasts lurking at the edge of the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. A precise and terrifying net of fire instantly covered the battlefield's perimeter. Thousands of zombies were torn apart within minutes. The hopeless firepower suppression made Qi Hongfei and Yi Qing at the center of the battlefield feel suffocated. This was not a fight of the same level. Chun Sheng coldly watched the two struggling leaders below. I am the Lord of Dragon Star, Chun Sheng. Now, I give you one last chance. Put down your weapons and kneel and surrender. Or, I will send you to meet your deceased loved ones right now. Qi Hongfei and Yi Qing exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw bitterness, regret, and deep helplessness. It was at this moment that they finally understood. You are like two hungry dogs fighting over a treat, biting each other until you are covered in wounds. But the real hunter has been watching from above, coldly observing them. The situation is hopeless. Clang. Yi Qing was the first to drop his weapon and kneel on both knees. Next was Qi Hongfei. This proud hero now seemed drained of strength and bowed his head in defeat. We surrender. The setting sun looked like blood. The strong smell of gunpowder mixed with blood lingered on the battered streets. The remnants of the Red Demon Group and the 9 Heavens Star had abandoned their weapons and knelt silently in the square. In front of them stood 300 heavy robots, like a wall of steel, with cold, silent guns aimed at them. Chun Sheng stood on a high platform, holding his plasma sword, which was still unsheathed, with bloodstains on the blade that hadn't evaporated. Once mighty rulers, now they knelt at his feet. Qi Hongfei was covered in dust, his hair messy, and he looked defeated. Yi Qing's face was pale, with only half of his gold-rimmed glasses remaining, looking very disheveled. Qi Hongfei. Chun Sheng's voice was soft but clear in the silent square. Qi Hongfei trembled and struggled to lift his head, his eyes flickering with fear. I'm here. Commander Chun. His voice was hoarse, filled with undeniable fear. Chun Sheng slowly crouched down, looking directly into Qi Hongfei's bloodshot eyes. That head, you received it, right? His tone was calm, as if talking about something unimportant. And that note saying blood debt must be paid. I had someone leave it. Qi Hongfei's pupils shrank sharply, and his breathing quickened. Although he had guessed, hearing Chun Sheng admit it with his own ears made his pain and hatred surge instantly. Did you? Did you really kill Qi Yin with your own hands? Chun Sheng nodded, a cold smile on his lips. Yes, I cut him down myself. The cut was clean, and I didn't make him suffer too much. He watched Qi Hongfei's changing expression with interest. Now you know the truth. I have killed your only son and destroyed your family business. Will you hate me, Captain Qi? Qi Hongfei's hands clenched the broken stones on the ground tightly, his nails cracking and bleeding. Do I hate him? That is a deep, bone-chilling hatred, a desire to tear him apart. But he dares not show it, because the dark gun barrels around him are pointed right at his head. Qi Hongfei takes a deep breath, forcing down his anger and hatred, and forces out a smile that is worse than crying. No, I dare not. He lowers his head, his forehead hitting the ground heavily, his voice trembling. My son was blind and offended Commander Chun. He deserved to die. I, Qi Hongfei, am not as skilled as others. I lost honestly and accept it. As long as Commander Chun spares my life, I am willing to serve loyally, with no second thoughts, and I dare not hold any resentment. Chun Sheng looks at Qi Hongfei kneeling at his feet. His smile gradually fades, turning cold as ice. Good acting. Too bad, I don't believe it. Before he finishes speaking, Chun Sheng suddenly swings his sword down. Clang, a blue arc of light cuts through the air. Qi Hongfei's voice suddenly stops. A large head rolls to the side, still wearing a flattering and twisted smile. The headless body sprays out a stream of blood and slowly falls. Ah! The soldiers kneeling in the square cry out in fear, many trembling and collapsing to the ground. This scene is too sudden. They had already surrendered, already bowed and admitted defeat. So why are they still being killed? Yi Qing, kneeling nearby, is splashed with warm blood on his face. He freezes completely, his mind blank. Commander, Yi Qing looks in disbelief at the corpse beside him, then raises his eyes to the expressionless Chen Sheng. He already surrendered. Executing surrender is unlucky. Besides, he is a formidable leader. Keeping him could be useful for controlling the old members of the Red Ghost group. Yi Qing's voice carries a hint of despair and sadness, like a trapped animal. Is this really necessary? Isn't it too? Too cruel. Next, is it my turn? Chen Sheng shook off the blood beads on his blade, took a white handkerchief from his pocket, and slowly wiped it clean. Cruel? Chen Sheng sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Yi Qing. Leader Yi, you've survived so long in the end times. Haven't you learned the lesson of cutting weeds to get rid of the roots? He killed your daughter. That's a deep grudge. Now he's weak and begging for mercy. If he gets a chance to turn things around or find an opportunity to stab me in the back, he won't hesitate. Chen Sheng threw the blood-stained handkerchief onto Qi Hongfei's body. Our Longxing doesn't need this kind of hidden danger that could explode at any moment. He paused, his eyes turning playful. Moreover, killing him is also for you. Yi Qing was stunned, looking confused. For me? Chen Sheng pointed at the body on the ground. Back then, he killed your daughter. Don't you want to settle that score? Now I've killed him for you, helping you avenge your daughter. With this strike, the feud between the Red Ghost Group and Jiutian Star will vanish. All that remains is Longxing. Yi Qing stared blankly at Qi Hongfei's corpse, tears suddenly welling up. 2 years. Since his daughter died, every night he spent in hatred, dreaming of the scene where he personally killed Qi Hongfei. Today, this revenge has finally been avenged. And Chen Sheng's move not only eliminated a hidden threat, but also gave Yi Qing a huge step in kindness. He showed fierce strength and kindness at the same time. What a skill. What a big picture view. Leader Chen. Yi Qing took a deep breath, removed his broken glasses, and bowed heavily. This time, there was no coercion, only genuine respect and submission. Thank you, Leader Chen, for your great kindness. From now on, there will be no Jiutian Star in this world. Yi Qing's life belongs to Longxing. Chen Sheng looked at the sincerely loyal Yi Qing and nodded with satisfaction. Get up. He sheathed his sword, turned around, and looked at the over 1,000 survivors in the square. The sunset's glow shone on him, as if he was wearing a golden armor. Give my orders. All personnel, reorganize and check supplies. From today onward, there is only one name in Yuan City. That is Longxing. Longxing Base was formerly the headquarters building of Jiutian Star. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was lively but tinged with worry. A large holographic map spread out on the table, densely marked with various colored light points. Chen Sheng sat at the main seat, holding a recently compiled list of personnel. 1,236 people. Chen Sheng put down the list and gently tapped the table. This is more than we expected. Munan stood nearby, her brows furrowed, showing concern. Brother Chen, while recruiting so many people is good, the logistics are under too much pressure. Before, we only needed to take care of a few mouths. Now, it's over 1,000. The supplies for the Red Ghost team and Jiutian Star are not much. At the current rate of consumption, they can only last half a month, and that doesn't include the consumption of the prisoners, Munan sighed. In this apocalyptic world, food is life. 1,000 mouths, waking up every day just to eat. Sitting opposite, Lin Qi chuckled softly. His laughter carried a confidence and calmness from the peak of industrial civilization. Miss Mu, you don't need to worry about the food issue. Lin Qi operated a device on his wrist, projecting a list. This is the first batch of supplies we will transport when the wormhole opens again. 10 tons of compressed biscuits, 50,000 self-heating military rations, 30 tons of rice, plus various canned foods and dehydrated vegetables. Munan's eyes widened as she looked at the numbers, her mouth slightly open, speechless for a moment. Is so much, she found it hard to believe. In the apocalypse, Any one of these items could spark a violent conflict. Yet here, they were just a few numbers floating in the air. For us, this is just a drop in the bucket. Chen Sheng spoke calmly, with certainty. Mu Nan's heart surged with excitement, and the hanging worry finally eased. However, we don't keep idlers. Chen Sheng's tone shifted, his gaze turning sharp. Since joining Longxing, I must show my value. He stood up, walked to the map, and drew circles around several abandoned industrial zones and research centers. Send orders to establish the Wasteland Search Team. Yi Qing, you are familiar with Yuanqing. Lead the team. Yi Qing immediately stood straight. Understood. Your task is not just to gather food and water or ordinary guns and ammunition. Chen Sheng's eyes were intense. I want high-tech raw materials, chemical formulas, material recipes, and experimental data left in the ruins. Even a notebook about alloy smelting is worth more than a ton of gold. In previous crossings, Chen Sheng brought back many advanced technologies, like laser weapons and exoskeletons. But Chinese scientists soon hit a limit. Reverse engineering can analyze structures, but many core materials cannot be made on Earth. Without formulas for basic materials, it's like knowing how an atomic bomb works, but not being able to produce pure uranium. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. This time, Chen Sheng wants to bring back the roots of the entire tech tree. Understood. Although Yi Qing didn't know the exact value of these items, he understood the orders. I will turn over every brick in Yuanqing, even if it's just instructions and trash. After assigning the search team, Chen Sheng looked at the red area on the map's edge. That is the zone overrun with zombies and strange beasts. Next, we clear the threats. Chen Sheng looked at Chu Chang and Chen Jiulong. Since Yuanqing is our base, no uncontrollable threats are allowed. Lead the robot army and the new survivor team outward. If you encounter mutants above level 3, don't fight them directly. Use drones and bait to lure them to the desert hundreds of kilometers away. As for those below level 3, Chen Sheng made a gesture across his neck. Use electromagnetic cannons and laser guns to clear the area. Over the next 4 days, Yuanqing became a busy construction site and slaughterhouse. Boom! A huge electromagnetic cannon is mounted on the top of a tall building. Blue projectiles streak across the sky like shooting stars, turning hordes of zombies into flesh. Robot soldiers tirelessly advance, their laser beams forming a deadly web. On the city's outskirts, construction crews work day and night to clear the area. Position 1 is secured. Start the plasma generator. At the command of the engineer, several 10-meter-high metal pillars light up with bright glow. Zzz. Blue plasma arcs jump between the pillars, connecting them into a long, glowing wall that stretches for kilometers. Any zombie touching this wall will be instantly vaporized by extremely high heat. In 4 days, a giant plasma grid surrounds the entire core of Source City, creating a huge safety shield that keeps despair and death outside. However, many zombies and strange beasts still remain inside the city walls. They can only be dealt with after Chen Sheng delivers the cloud explosion bombs. Standing on the top of Longxing Tower, he looks down at the city protected by the glowing wall. Chen Sheng takes a deep breath. The smell of decay in the air seems to have lessened. It's the 8th day. Blue Star, number 0 base in China. In a top-secret conference room, a large screen shows a real-time, encrypted communication from the end of the world. Old Bai and Qin Hao sit upright, but their faces show excitement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Old Bai repeats the word, good, 3 times, pounding the table with enthusiasm. The plasma grid. This is a defense only seen in sci-fi movies. Yang Chen's plan was perfect. With this wall, we finally have a real foothold in the apocalypse. Qin Hao also looks very happy, holding a report. Old Bai, what's even more exciting is that gorilla. The creature's vital signs are stable, and it has even learned to walnuts with stones. This shows that live transfer technology is fully developed. Next time, we won't need to send robots. We can directly deploy the most elite special forces or even entire armored divisions. Old Bai's eyes shine with hope. This was a clash of 2 worlds, with China leading confidently on this new path. By then, zombies and strange beasts will be nothing compared to our unstoppable steel force. In the video feed, Lin Chi's figure remained straight and firm. Old Bai, about the next cleaning plan. Mr. Chun suggested that using regular weapons is too slow, especially against large groups of zombies. He requested cloud explosive bombs. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Cloud explosive bombs are a type of advanced weapon called battlefield cleaners. One blast can deplete oxygen in hundreds of meters, creating extreme heat and pressure that turn all living things into char. Old Bai pondered for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand. Approved. Since it's the end of the world, there's no need to follow humanitarian rules. To deal with those monsters, we must use the harshest methods. Approve the transfer of 10 single-person cloud bombs and 3 heavy-duty aerial cloud bombs. Lin Shi nodded and recorded the orders. There's one more thing. His tone became serious. Mr. Chun has gathered over 1,000 survivors. Although everything seems calm now, Old Bai, they are not our kind. Their hearts may be different. These people are used to the law of the jungle in the end times, with morals fallen. Given the ample food and good environment we provide, it's hard to guarantee no one will turn against us. If a riot breaks out, it could threaten our core facilities. Old Bai and Qin Hao exchanged serious looks. Human nature can be more frightening than zombies. This is a big problem. Qin Hao frowned deeply. Favor leads to resentment. If not handled well, this knife could cut us. Old Bai thought for a long time, then slowly spoke. Tell Xiao Chun to act wisely. For those hopeless cases, be as decisive as removing rotten flesh. At the same time, establish strict hierarchy and reward punishment systems. No lazy people and no ingrates. In the end times, at Longxing Base. Deep into the night, Lin Shi and Chu Chang'e had just exited the connection and immediately found Chun Sheng to pass on Old Bai's instructions. Chun Sheng massaged his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Internal trouble. He looked out at the dark night outside the window. This is also what I worry about. Among these 1,000 people, surely some are troublemakers. But right now, there's no proof. We can't just kill everyone, right? While Chun Sheng was worried about this, a secret plot was quietly brewing in a corner of the base. At the residence area of the original Nine Heavens Star, Yi Qing was lying on his bed, tossing and turning. Although he had joined Longxing, he was once a leader of a faction. From giving orders to listening to others, this gap made him a little unable to sleep. Knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound came from the door. Yi Qing sat up alertly, reaching for a dagger under his pillow. Who is it? Boss, it's us. A deliberately low voice came from outside the door. Yi Qing recognized that it was a former subordinate of the Red Ghost Group, nicknamed Stray Dog. This guy is ruthless and cunning, a typical opportunist. Yi Qing frowned, got out of bed, and opened the door. Outside stood 5 or 6 people, each with flickering eyes, seemingly hiding weapons. Late at night. What's the matter? Yi Qing asked coldly at the door. Stray Dog chuckled and pushed into the room, then closed the door behind him. Boss, the brothers can't sleep. Stray Dog leaned close to Yi Qing, lowering his voice, with a greedy look in his eyes. You've seen it too these days. The Longxing base is full of good stuff. That white rice, those canned meats, piled up like mountains. And that guy Chen Sheng, he only has a few hundred loyal followers. Now we have over 1,000 brothers. If we join forces, he made a gesture across his neck with a fierce expression. We can totally take out Chen Sheng and take over this place. Then you'll still be the boss, and we can enjoy the good life, become the local rulers. Wouldn't that be great? Yi Qing's heart pounded with fear, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. These crazy people, they don't even understand what Chen Sheng's backing means. That is a terrifying force that can easily crush the Red Ghost Group. These fools actually want to rebel? Are you guys crazy? Yi Qing shouted loudly. Captain Chun has treated us well. You are asking for trouble. The smile on the remaining dog's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. A few people behind him also revealed hidden daggers from their sleeves, surrounding Yi Qing tightly. Boss, we are doing this for your good, the remaining dog said sinisterly, pressing a dagger against Yi Qing's waist. Brothers, we don't want to be anyone's pets. Today, you have to agree to this. If you refuse, we might have to find a new leader. Don't forget, you no longer have special powers. You're just an ordinary person now. Yi Qing looked at the greedy and murderous eyes around him, his heart pounding hard. He knew that if he refused now, these reckless people would definitely stab him to death immediately. Fine. Yi Qing took a deep breath, showing a fake look of struggle on his face, then finally agreed. Since my brothers trust me, I will go along with this. The remaining dog happily patted Yi Qing's shoulder. That's right. The boss is always the boss. Tomorrow night, we strike together from inside and outside. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight just entered the top-floor office of Longxing Building. Chen Sheng was having breakfast, holding a glass of soy milk. Knock knock. The door was pushed open, and Yi Qing entered with a pale face. He looked like he hadn't slept all night, with deep eye sockets. Captain Yi, is there something urgent so early? Chen Sheng put down his soy milk, looking at him with some surprise. Yi Qing approached Chen Sheng without hesitation and knelt on one knee. Leader, I am guilty. Last night, someone forced me to rebel, trying to overthrow Longxing. Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow, a glint flashing in his eyes. Oh, he didn't show much surprise, but watched Yi Qing with interest. Since they support you as the boss, and there are so many supplies here. Yi Qing, don't you feel a bit tempted, not wanting to eliminate me and take back control of Yuan City? Chen Sheng's voice was soft, but carried an invisible pressure, as if he could see through people's hearts. Yi Qing shivered all over, cold sweat running down his forehead and dripping onto the carpet. The morning sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on Chen Sheng's office carpet. Yi Qing knelt on the ground, cold sweat like broken beads falling one by one. Faced with Chen Sheng's soul-searching questions, he felt as if he had been stripped bare and stood in freezing cold. Commander Chen, Yi Qing's voice was dry, and he dared not lift his head. Those things you mentioned, I have thought about them before. Jiotian Star is my hard work, and I am used to giving orders. From being a ruler to a small team leader, the difference is big. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Chen Sheng said nothing, just looked at him quietly, gently rubbing the ceramic cup. This silence was more suffocating than any harsh scolding. But Yi Qing suddenly looked up, his eyes full of determination and honesty. That was all in the past. You helped me kill Qi Hongfei and avenge my sister. That kindness is greater than the sky, and Yi Qing forced a smile, his face showing some relief. You might not believe it, but after being a boss for so many years, I am very tired. Every day I wake up, dozens of mouths are waiting to eat. I have to watch out for zombies, other forces, and worry about my people betraying me. Those days were really not for humans. Yi Qing took a deep breath, glanced outside at the busy, orderly base. Now, I am just a small team leader. I have food to eat, clothes to wear. I don't need to worry about starving tomorrow, nor do I have to do things against my conscience for a little supplies. Honestly, now I am more free than ever before. So, I have no second thoughts about Longxing or you. His words were sincere and heartfelt. Chen Sheng's sharp gaze gradually softened, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He stood up, walked over to Yi Qing, and helped him to his feet. I believe in you. These 4 simple words made Yi Qing feel relieved, almost collapsing from exhaustion. If you truly had a change of heart, you wouldn't come to confess to me now. Instead, you would be standing by my bedside with a knife. Chen Sheng patted Yi Qing's shoulder. Since you have passed the test, let's plan this carefully. Half an hour later, in the top-secret meeting room, core members like Mu Nan, Mu Tianming, Lin Qi, and Chu Chang'e all arrived. After hearing Yi Qing's report, everyone's face looked very grim. These ungrateful people, Mu Tianming angrily slammed his fist on the table. We feed them and give them everything, and they want to steal our home. Mu Nan also looked cold. Indeed, Old Bai's worries were right. Among these 1,000 people, there are quite a few bad eggs. Chu Chang'e sat in the corner, his red electronic eye flashing with a cold light. If they want to play, then let's play big. He looked at Chen Sheng, his voice deep and magnetic, like a devil's whisper. Instead of checking each one, better to squeeze this pus bag until it bursts. Yi Qing, go back and tell them the plan remains the same. Chu Chang'e pointed to the base layout on the big screen. You're responsible for luring those who want to rebel into Mr. Chen's bedroom. As for you, after bringing them in, immediately retreat to the safe zone outside the door. We will turn that place into a slaughterhouse. Chen Sheng nodded, his eyes full of murderous intent. That's a good plan. Since they want to kill me, let them see who kills whom. Lin Qi, go hide near the resource warehouse and clean up the other group of rats. Understood. Lin Chi and Chu Chang'e received their orders simultaneously. Yi Qing watched these commanders, who casually decided the lives and deaths of hundreds, and felt a cold shiver again. He also secretly felt fortunate about his choice. Dealing with this group truly shortens one's life. That night, the sky was as dark as ink. Yi Qing returned to the base of the original Jyotian star and found the remnants of the dog and others. "Boss, how did it go?" The remnants of the dog asked eagerly, eyes full of greed. Yi Qing took a deep breath, a fierce smile appearing on his face. "Everything is settled. Tonight at 2 a.m., let's move. I will lead you straight to the top floor to catch Chen Sheng, that young man. Another team of brothers will take over the warehouse. As long as we control the supplies, everyone else will have to listen to us." The stray dog excitedly rubbed his hands, imagining himself sitting in Chen Sheng's place, enjoying fine food and drinks. Great. The brothers have been waiting eagerly. After tonight, this Longxing base will belong to us. At 2 a.m., the entire base was asleep, with only the sound of the wind occasionally heard. 200 rebels, with bad intentions, quietly gathered in the corner of the square. Because Longxing strictly controls weapons, most of them held sharpened iron sticks, hidden knives, or stolen tools like wrenches from construction sites. But this didn't stop their growing ambition. "Strange. Why haven't we seen any patrol robots?" Someone whispered quietly. "Usually, the tireless robot patrols were all gone tonight. It must be that the boss has taken them away," the stray dog proudly said. "Old Yi is an insider, so he has some authority. Thank goodness. Let's go?" Two groups quickly split up. Yi Qing led over 100 people, rushing into the Longxing building as if no one could stop them. They moved smoothly, without encountering a single guard. This smooth progress made everyone less cautious, replaced by excitement about their upcoming success. Soon, they reached the top floor. At the end of the corridor was the door symbolizing power, the bedroom door. Yi Qing stopped and looked back at his fierce-looking old team members, a hint of pity in his eyes. "It's inside." Yi Qing pointed to the door. "Charge in. Attack with swords. Kill." The stray dog led the way, kicking open the door. Over 100 people stormed into the room like hungry wolves, wildly attacking the large bed. "Die. This is what happens when you oppose me." But after a few strikes, something fell off. Cotton fluff was flying everywhere. The bed was only filled with a few pillows, and there was no one there. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." The remaining dog-faced man's face changed dramatically, and he quickly turned around. At that moment, Yi Qing, who had been standing outside the door, was already gone. In her place were several heavy robots emitting a cold aura. They blocked the only exit, with red electronic eyes that looked especially frightening in the dark. "Good evening, everyone." Chu Chang'e's voice came through a loudspeaker, with a hint of teasing. "Next time you're reborn, remember to open your eyes a little wider." Before the dog-faced man could beg for mercy, several cylindrical metal objects were thrown into the room. Buzz! The stun grenades exploded instantly. A bright flash and high-frequency sound waves made everyone in the room lose their sight and hearing immediately. They covered their eyes and ears, screaming painfully, bumping around like headless flies. Then, zzz, several deadly laser beams shot in from the doorway. This was an unfair, one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, gunfire also rang out from the resource warehouse. The security team, led by Lin Chi, had already set up machine gun positions. The rebels rushing toward the warehouse looked like moths flying into a fire. They hadn't even reached the door before they were all killed. That night, the smell of blood at Longxing Base was heavier than usual. The next morning, a sharp assembly siren shattered the quiet of the base. More than 1,000 survivors, confused, were driven to the main square. When they saw what was in front of them, everyone gasped in shock. On the lamp posts around the square, 200 bodies hung densely. Some were covered in blackened bullet holes. Others still had terrified, twisted expressions from their last moments. The wind made the bodies sway gently, producing a grating sound that was hard to bear. A nauseating smell of blood filled the air. A suppressed gasp and dry heaves spread through the crowd. Many recognized the dead. They were the most unruly troublemakers they knew. Chen Sheng stood on a high platform, still dressed in his black combat uniform, looking cold and emotionless. His gaze swept over more than 1,000 frightened faces below. Last night, these people tried to kill me. Chen Sheng pointed to the forest of corpses behind him, speaking calmly as if talking about the weather. They think the rules of Longxing are too many, that the food I give isn't good enough, and that they'd be happier if they were the boss themselves. So I let them go. I sent them to a place where they no longer need to follow rules or eat. The crowd fell silent. Even their breathing became cautious. Fear spread like a disease. Chen Sheng took a few steps forward, his voice suddenly sharper, filled with undeniable authority. I, Chen Sheng, am not a kind-hearted person. I give you food, a safe place to stay, and even help you seek revenge. All I want is absolute loyalty and obedience. If anyone doesn't want to stay, the door is over there. You can leave now. But if you want to stay, put those bad thoughts away. Otherwise, Chen Sheng looked over everyone coldly. This is what will happen to you. The familiar feeling of calling came again. Time's up. Chen Sheng glanced at the countdown on his wrist. Notify everyone to prepare for loading. All the core supplies collected during this period, load onto the truck. It's noon. The sun is blazing. Chen Sheng drives a heavy truck loaded with supplies, slowly leaving the base gate. Ahead of him, that familiar blue-purple light vortex appears out of nowhere, slowly spinning, like a deep abyss leading to another dimension. He looks back at the base behind him. There, tall walls stand, electric fences stretch across, and the flag of Longxing flutters in the wind. Wait for me to return, Chen Sheng quietly says, then steps on the accelerator hard. Boom! The truck roars loudly and rushes into the light vortex. Blue Star, Huaxia Zero Base. Inside a huge underground square, alarms and machinery sounds blend together. All scientists and medical staff are on high alert. Dimensional wave stable. Energy levels normal. Here it comes. With a shout, the blue-purple glow suddenly bursts out. A heavily dust-covered truck, with a sense of otherworldly age, crashes to the ground. The door opens. Chen Sheng jumps out, taking a deep breath of air that smells of disinfectant. Phew, the smell of home is the best. Before he can steady himself, a group of medical staff in white protective suits rushes over. Mr. Chen, please cooperate with the check. Heart rate, blood pressure, pupil response. Quickly, even though Chen Sheng is now a superhuman with his gene lock activated, the country still sees him as a national treasure needing special protection. Any unknown virus or radiation from the other world could cause devastating damage to Blue Star. After a series of strict and detailed checks, it is confirmed that Chen Sheng is unharmed. The quarantine door opens. Old Bai and Qin Hao have been waiting outside for a while. Both of their faces show excitement they can't hide. Little Chen, well done. Old Bai quickly steps forward, tightly holding Chen Sheng's hand. Is that gorilla really alive? This is their main concern. Chen Sheng smiled and nodded. Yes, it's alive and doing very well. It has even become a mascot over there. This shows that live transmission is working perfectly. That's great. Qin Hao excitedly clenched his fist. Also, the internal conflict has been resolved. Chen Sheng briefly reported the situation there. Now, Yuan City is fully under our control, and more than 1,000 survivors have been completely subdued. Hearing this, Old Bai happily patted Chen Sheng's shoulder. Good job. Decisive action and leadership. While you are expanding our territory for the country, we have prepared a big gift for you. Chen Sheng was a bit curious. A big gift? Old Bai smiled mysteriously and pointed at the world map on the wall. Look over there. Chen Sheng followed his finger, and his pupils suddenly shrank. On the map, the area that used to belong to the neighboring country, East Wodao Island, was now painted bright red, marked with the Chinese national flag. What is this? Chen Sheng was so shocked he couldn't speak. Within these 10 days since you left, Old Bai's tone was calm, but carried a commanding aura. East Wodao Island saw our rapid technological progress, got jealous, and wanted to team up with some countries to block our technology, even considering military action. Humph, a tiny insect trying to shake a tree. How foolish. We activated the few black technologies you brought back, and it only took 1 day. Old Bai raised one finger. 1 day, we completely destroyed their naval and air forces. Now, East Wodao Island is basically a province of ours. Moreover, Qin Hao added happily, with a proud smile. The problem of Tachi Island, which troubled us for decades, has also been solved. Now, in the entire East Asian waters, There is only one voice. China. Chen Sheng felt his blood boil, eager to shout to the sky. Such a pity. So unfortunate. He patted his thigh, full of regret. How did I miss this great show? If I were there, I would definitely wipe out that group of troublemakers. I want to defeat them all to make the event more exciting. Old Bai waved his hand, his tone cold. No need for you to do anything. This time, we didn't hold back. The cities with the fiercest resistance were simply overrun. It's not 30,000. Old Bai held up 3 fingers, his eyes icy. It's 30 million. If you dare to have bad intentions, be prepared to face total destruction. Chen Sheng took a deep breath. This is the anger of a great nation. When they don't act, they are calm. When they do, it's like thunder and lightning. All right, let's not talk about these depressing things. Old Bai turned around and looked at Chen Sheng. How long can you stay this time? Chen Sheng checked the state of the wormhole inside him. I brought back a lot of black crystals this time. After the wormhole absorbs them, I need time to digest. I estimate. At least 10 days, maybe longer. 10 days? Old Bai's eyes lit up. That's enough. Since the live transmission has been successfully tested, we don't need to hide anymore. These 10 days are enough for us to select the best volunteer team. Next time, Old Bai's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, looking toward an unknown apocalyptic future. We will officially send in the troops. Blue Star, 0 base. Heavy steel doors slowly opened. Chen Sheng stepped out, holding a black phone that had just been returned to him. The familiar modern signal was fully available. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as it powered on, a series of alert sounds rang out like machine gun fire. The phone screen flickered wildly, with message pop-ups stacking up. WeChat, texts, missed calls. There were hundreds of messages. Chen Sheng casually scrolled through them. Most were from old classmates he had almost lost contact with, some from elementary or middle school. Chairman Chen, do you remember me? I'm Second Fat, your old desk mate. Old friend, I heard Shengshe Technology is now under your control. Don't forget us when you get rich. Brother Sheng, when are you free to hang out? Everyone misses you. Between the words, there is full of flattery and fawning. Since Shengshe Technology suddenly appeared and became the only private company closely linked to the government, Chen Sheng's identity has long been no secret. In this age of information, anyone with a little connection can find out that the young leader at the center of attention is their former classmate. Chen Sheng looked at these messages, a faint smile of mockery on his face. When he was fighting zombies and warlords in the apocalypse, these people were sitting in air-conditioned rooms thinking about how to latch onto powerful allies. People from 2 different worlds no longer share common language. He quickly swiped left to delete all the irrelevant chat boxes. The world became quiet again. However, he still selected a few close friends he used to trust and sent a voice message to his secretary, Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui, if any of these people are looking for jobs, arrange interviews for them. Whether they get hired depends on their abilities. After handling these small matters, Chen Sheng put away his phone and strode toward the medical area. There, his earliest comrade was lying. Outside the intensive care unit, through the large glass window, the medical equipment inside was running smoothly. Zhang Tai and Lan Zhandian had been transferred to regular special care wards. Brother Sheng, seeing Chen Sheng enter, Zhang Tai struggled to sit up, but hurt his wound and grimaced in pain. Lie down, don't move around. Chen Sheng quickly stepped forward and pressed down on Zhang Tai's shoulder. How are you? Still alive, right? Though his words were teasing, the concern in Chen Sheng's eyes was obvious. Not dead. Zhang Tai chuckled and patted the thick bandage wrapped around his chest. The doctors here said if I rest for half a month, I'll be as good as new. On another bed, Lan Zhandian leaned against the headboard. His face was still pale, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle. He looked at Chen Sheng from top to bottom, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Chen Sheng, you've changed, Lan Zhandian said slowly. When we first went into the apocalypse, you held a gun but your eyes were distant. Now, even if you have nothing in your hands, just standing there is like a sword. Chen Sheng pulled over a chair and sat down, taking an apple from the fruit basket and peeling it. It's a tough environment, he sighed, handing the peeled apple to Lan Zhantian. Over there, if I wasn't strict, I would have been swallowed alive long ago. Then, Chen Sheng carefully shared his experiences over the past 10 days in the end-of-the-world scenario. He talked about clearing out the red demons, capturing Jiutian Star, establishing Longxing Base, and unifying Yuanqing. Both listened with wide eyes, feeling excited and nervous. Especially when Chun Sheng described how he set a trap to catch the rebels, hanging over 200 bodies on streetlights. Lan Zhantian couldn't help but clap his thigh in surprise. Good. Kindness doesn't lead armies, and justice doesn't lead wealth. In a place where order has collapsed, only swift and strong actions can show true kindness. Lan Zhantian took a bite of the apple, his expression becoming serious as he switched to a tactical commander mode. Chun Sheng, since Yuanqing has been taken, what do you plan to do next? Chun Sheng paused to think. I want to use Yuanqing as a base to expand outward and gather more technological fragments. Lan Zhantian nodded, but then offered a different opinion. Gathering technology is important, but survival space is the most essential. Yuanqing is big, but it's just a lonely city. If we face a horde of 1,000,000 zombies or more powerful mutants, the city will be hard to defend. He pointed to a simple map drawn on the bed sheet. You need to go out and try to connect with other survivor groups in different cities. Even if it's distant alliances or strategic attacks, you must open up the situation. Looking at his healing wound, Lan Zhantian's eyes flashed with a desire. And that gene serum. I can feel that my physical strength has reached a limit. If I want to face stronger enemies, just training isn't enough. Let Mu Tianming speed up the process. We need a real, extraordinary team. Chun Sheng listened carefully to Lan Zhantian's analysis and nodded repeatedly. Experience shows that older people are wiser. Although Lan Zhantian didn't go himself, his big-picture view was clearly far beyond his own. Don't worry. Chun Sheng stood up, his eyes shining with determination. This time, when I go back, I will put all these plans into action. Not just the extraordinary team. Next time, I will bring the mighty flow of China's steel to completely crush the darkness of that world. Blue Star, the next day. A worldwide news conference was held at Shengshi Technology headquarters. Under a huge hologram, a sleek, futuristic silver vehicle floated slowly in the air. It had no wheels and no exhaust pipes. It looked like a drop of flowing mercury, quietly hovering half a meter above the ground. Everyone, Chun Sheng, dressed in a sharp suit, stood in the center of the stage, facing thousands of reporters and live global cameras. This is Shengshi Technology's latest product, the Flowlight civilian hover car. The audience held their breath. Although there had been rumors before, seeing the real thing was still shocking. Anti-gravity engine, nuclear battery for long-lasting power, no need to recharge for life. Top speed of 600 kilometers per hour, fully automatic driving system, zero accident rate. With each feature Chun Sheng mentioned, the crowd gasped in amazement. This isn't just a car. It's like a spaceship from a science fiction movie. A foreign reporter nervously raised his hand and asked the question everyone was thinking. Mr. Chun, with such advanced technology, the price must be astronomical, right? All cameras focused on Chun Sheng. Normally, such a groundbreaking product would sell for hundreds of millions. Chun Sheng smiled slightly, holding up one finger, then 8 fingers. 18,000. Boom. The entire conference room exploded in shock. All the reporters went crazy, some even doubting if they heard right. 18,000. Did I hear that correctly? Is this for buying vegetables? Such a miracle car only costs 18,000? That's way too cheap. How can other car companies survive? Chun Sheng looked at the wild crowd below, smiling silently. This is the power of the nation. Raw materials are supplied by the government. Production lines are fully intelligent and high-tech, and costs are minimized. Moreover, the goal is widespread adoption and overall industry upgrade, not making money. That day is later called the end of the old automobile industry. When the news broke, the global stock markets shook violently. Once proud luxury car brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Porsche saw their stock prices cut in half instantly, then continued to fall sharply. The Maybach, which used to sell for millions, now displayed a sign in the dealership saying, price drop of 1 million. But hardly anyone came to look. Even with a €1,000,000 discount, no one paid attention. It's a joke. Who would buy a fuel car that only drives on the ground when there are floating cars that can fly at 180,000 miles per hour? Anyone who does is considered foolish. The CEOs of major car companies were crying in their offices, feeling powerless. This is from a higher dimension. It's a crushing difference in industrial civilization. In just one day, both traditional fuel cars and the emerging new energy electric cars were swept into the trash heap of history. China has taken the lead into the era of floating vehicles. On the third day, at Zero Base, the research center, the atmosphere here was 100 times more excited than outside in the car market. We've cracked it. We've cracked it. An elderly professor with white hair waved a chip in his hand, running down the corridor like a child. Old by General Qin. We've deciphered the logic of the apocalypse's writing. The laboratory door swung open. Old Bai and Qin Hao hurried inside, followed by Chen Sheng. Tell us quickly. Any discoveries? Old Bai's voice trembled. The old professor, trembling, inserted the chip into the reader. On the huge screen, a waterfall of data began to scroll, eventually transforming into clear Chinese diagrams. This is. All the researchers widened their eyes, holding their breath. Principles for building a miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor. Commercial improvements of the anti-gravity matrix. Each line of text represented a Nobel Prize-level discovery capable of changing human civilization. And this, the old professor pulled up a chemical analysis report. We analyzed the invisible clothing Chen Sheng brought back based on the diagrams. It turns out its raw materials are not rare minerals. It's water, plus specially arranged nanographene with specific molecular patterns. As long as a special high-pressure chemical reaction is used, this fabric can automatically adjust temperature, change color, and even become bulletproof. What does that mean? It means we can produce Iron Man's suit at a very low cost. Great, great, great. Old Bai was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He hugged Chen Sheng tightly and patted his back. Little Chen, you are a hero for the country. You are a national hero. With these, China's revival is just around the corner. At this moment, China's technological progress sped up dramatically. They skipped over 100 years of development. Meanwhile, the global situation also changed greatly. Across the ocean, Western powers like the United Eagle and Great Britain watched China's rapid technological growth and became very anxious. They wanted to impose sanctions, but found their options were useless. Chip restrictions? China is already using photon chips. Energy sanctions? China's cold nuclear fusion is almost ready for civilian use. Finally, they thought about military threats. Several aircraft carrier groups showed off at sea. But China only sent a new type of aircraft, an advanced space fighter called Xianyao. This fighter, at the edge of the atmosphere, casually dropped an electromagnetic pulse bomb. No one was hurt, but all the electronic systems of the joint fleet instantly shut down. The aircraft carriers became floating metal coffins at sea. This battle shocked the world. The Western powers were completely defeated. To get even a little of China's technology or to buy outdated hovercar lines, world leaders lined up, tearful, to visit China. At the negotiation table, Old Bai was no longer gentle. His attitude was firm as steel. Want to cooperate? Fine. First, give back everything you've swallowed before. A series of pre-prepared treaties were thrown onto the table. There was no room for bargaining. Sign or leave. That day, every inch of lost territory and every island was returned. China's borders became whole again and reached an unprecedented height. International visitors arrive, and a prosperous era is reborn. Fourth day, in Mintian City, Chen Sheng's hometown, the place has now become a global focus. It was chosen as one of the first pilot sites for future city renovation. Boom! Huge construction machines roar loudly. Old apartment buildings and crowded shopping streets are quickly demolished. But this is not destruction, it is new life. Thousands of building robots work day and night. They use not cement and bricks, but high-strength memory alloys and quick-setting composite materials from advanced technology. In just 4 days, skyscrapers over 1,000 meters tall rise rapidly. These buildings have strange shapes. Some look like twisting DNA double helixes, others like blooming crystal flowers. Between the buildings, transparent vacuum tubes crisscross, and suspended trains speed through them. On the streets, there are no traffic jams. All transportation has moved to the air. A three-dimensional traffic network, holographic billboards, and smart ecological systems are in place. Chen Sheng stands in his top-floor office in Shengshe Tower, overlooking this new city. The sunset's glow reflects off the glass walls, creating a dreamy light. It feels like a dream, he sighs. Just a week ago, this was an old, somewhat worn city full of life. Now, it has become a futuristic metropolis straight out of a cyberpunk movie. This is the power of the nation. Chen Sheng feels a strong sense of pride. Deciding to hand over everything to the country was the best decision he ever made. If it were just him, even with a system or the ability to travel through time, he would only be a middleman trading supplies or a lone ranger hiding in the shadows. Even if he could bring back advanced technology, he couldn't quickly turn it into such powerful productivity, let alone change the world's structure and make his nation stand at the top. Individual strength is always limited. Only by relying on the country can we leverage the power of two worlds. Fifth day, Zero Base, Physical Training Center. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impacts echoed through the empty arena. Chen Sheng, shirtless, sweat streaming down his strong muscles. In front of him was a specially made sandbag, now badly deformed, with deep fist marks several inches deep. Ha! Chen Sheng relaxed his fists and took a deep breath. He could clearly feel that his strength was still growing. That kind of evolution from deep within his genes had not stopped. Since injecting the broken lock serum provided by Mu Tianming, his body was like a reactor freed from chains. His hearing, vision, reaction speed, and muscle power were all improving daily. This was pushing human limits. This serum is too powerful. Chen Sheng looked at his fists, clenched them, and a loud bang sounded in the air. But he also felt a little worried. This rapid evolution might have side effects. And right now, only he had this kind of power. I must get Mu Tianming to develop a safe version quickly. Chen Sheng silently made up his mind. If every soldier in China could have this body, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Then, sweeping through the apocalypse would just be a matter of time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Chen Sheng had been back on Blue Star for half a month. 15th day. Chen Sheng was having breakfast when suddenly, a familiar warm sensation spread across his chest. Immediately after, the long-dormant wormhole mark began to tremble violently. That was the call of space and time. Here it comes. Chen Sheng put down his chopsticks, his eyes sharp. He picked up the communicator and directly connected to Bai Lao's line. Bai Lao, the passage is opening. Noon. Zero Base, Underground Plaza. The atmosphere was extremely tense. A sense of anticipation and excitement filled the air before a great battle. A huge wormhole vortex was slowly forming in the center of the square, glowing with a faint blue light. In front of the vortex, 10 specially modified heavy trucks were parked. These trucks looked like mobile fortresses, with armor as thick as tanks. Inside the trucks, supplies were packed tightly. Fresh pork, beef, live chickens, and ducks. Fresh green vegetables and fruits. Tons of rice and flour. Besides these basic supplies, there are also 2 full trucks of weapons. The latest laser rifles, mini missiles, and individual cloud bombs. But what is most shocking is not these supplies. It is the neat formation standing behind the trucks. 3,000 people. 3,000 elite soldiers chosen from millions of warriors in the army. They wear full-body black exoskeleton armor, made with post-apocalyptic materials combined with Blue Star technology. The newest model called Xingtian 1. This armor greatly increases strength and provides all-around bulletproof protection. Each person has a foldable energy shield on their left arm. They wear tactical goggles with red data streams flickering on the lenses. Even when facing this unknown space-time tunnel, even when facing the legendary man-eating zombie world, these 3,000 soldiers stand perfectly still, silent, and unmoving. Only a fierce killing intent gathers above the square. Old Bai and Qin Hao stand on the review platform, watching this elite force representing humanity's peak combat power. Comrades, Old Bai's voice, though old, is strong and clear, spreading through a loudspeaker. This is an unprecedented expedition. You are going to a place called a post-apocalyptic world. There are zombies, monsters, and many unknown dangers there. But Old Bai suddenly waves his hand, pointing at the swirling wormhole. That is also a new land we must conquer. A new territory for the future generations of China. Tell me, are you afraid? No, no, no. The 3,000 soldiers shout together, their voices like thunder, shaking the lights above. Chen Sheng stands at the front of the team, also wearing a special commander's armor. He looks at this steel army, filled with pride. Last time, he went alone, cautious and careful. This time, the whole country stands behind him. Let's go? With Chun Sheng's command, engines roar. 10 heavy trucks start first, slowly entering the wormhole. Next, 3,000 steel warriors marched in perfect formation, like a black tide, rushing forward without hesitation into the unknown world. A glowing vortex spun. The blue light pulsed like breathing, forcefully tearing apart and connecting two different spaces. Above the ruins of Source City, the air suddenly became hot and twisted. Rumble, a deep engine roar, like the growl of an ancient beast, broke the silence. The first heavy armored transport vehicle emerged from the wormhole. On its thick metal armor, a bright red national flag stood out sharply against the dull sky. Then came the second, third, and more. A total of 10 massive vehicles, like moving fortresses, landed with a thunderous sound, crushing everything in their path. Next came the orderly footsteps. Click, click, click. 3,000 soldiers in black exoskeleton armor surged out like a black tide from the light curtain. Red lights flickered on their tactical goggles, and their laser rifles emitted a cold, deadly glow. Chun Sheng led the team at the front. He took a deep breath of the polluted air here, his eyes sharp as blades. All units, report. Chun Sheng's voice transmitted clearly through the communication channel to every soldier. This is the end of the world, not a training ground. Stay alert, ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, Chun Sheng's gaze swept the side of the team, and his brow furrowed slightly. Between two tall, heavy infantrymen, there were two figures who, despite wearing exoskeletons, had walking postures and small movements that felt strangely familiar. Even with full helmets on, the aura of roughness and veteran experience couldn't be hidden. Chun Sheng strode over and directly tapped one of their helmets. "Stop pretending," he said coldly. "Come out, Zhang Tai." The figure stiffened for a moment, then awkwardly took off his helmet, revealing Zhang Tai's honest but slightly cunning face, with a scar on his forehead that hadn't fully healed. "Hee, Brother Sheng, you found us?" Zhang Tai scratched his head, wearing a sheepish smile. "You really have sharp eyes." Chun Sheng glared at him angrily, then looked at the person beside him. "And you, Instructor Lan." The person next to him also helplessly took off his helmet. It was Lan Zhantian. Although his face was still a bit pale, his eyes were very bright, shining with a longing called desire. "Stop fooling around," Chun Sheng said sternly, with a serious tone. "Your two injuries are not fully healed. How did you manage to sneak in? This is against military rules." Du Lao Bai and Qin Hao No. Zhang Tai shrank his neck nervously and looked at the sky with some guilt. Those two volunteer brothers were knocked out by us and left in the bathroom. Probably Lao Bai and the others are cursing right now." Lan Zhantian straightened his back and looked directly into Chun Sheng's eyes. "Chun Sheng, don't blame us. The last time, we came with a robot. It was fun, but it felt like there was a barrier. I want to see this world with my own eyes, and my injuries are already healed. What's this little challenge? I want to make a difference in this end of the world." Seeing these two close friends, Chun Sheng's anger couldn't fully come out. He sighed helplessly and pointed at them. "No more exceptions. Since you're here, get back in line and follow orders. If you slack off, I'll personally send you back." Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian immediately stood at attention and saluted perfectly. "Yes, sir." At that moment, suddenly, roar, from a distant street corner, a terrifying roar echoed. Soon after, hundreds of ragged, rotten zombies, smelling the living, crazily rushed out. They twisted their bodies, opened their blood-red mouths, like demons from hiss. A neat gasp ran through the team. Although they had seen countless scenes like this in the game's expansion, when these disgusting monsters actually appeared before their eyes, the visual shock and physiological disgust still stunned these soldiers who had just crossed over. Their eyes showed curiosity, nervousness, but mostly solemnity. "Don't panic." Chun Sheng's voice was steady and strong, like a stabilizing force. "These are zombies. The skulls are tough, but the weakness is the brain." He raised his hand and pointed at the horde of corpses flooding toward them like a tide. "You can only truly kill them by smashing their heads. Everyone, open fire. Let me see the sharpshooting skills of our elite soldiers." Before he finished speaking, The first 100 soldiers in the front row raised their laser rifles simultaneously. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. There were no loud gunshots, only the faint whine of high-energy laser beams slicing through the air. Red beams precisely pierced the zombies' foreheads. No blood splattered. The intense heat instantly vaporized the brains, leaving only blackened, charred marks around the wounds. The zombies that had been snarling and clawing moments before fell like cut wheat, collapsing in groups. In less than 10 seconds, the street was covered with scorched corpses, and no monsters remained standing. This is the power of technology. Chen Sheng looked at the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Keep moving forward. Target, Longxing Base. Half an hour later, Longxing Base, at the watchtower. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared through the sky. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Large-scale unknown armed forces detected due south. Number. Oh my, over 3,000. Yi Qing, who was training new soldiers on the training ground, turned pale at the sound of the alarm. 3,000? Besides Longxing, where else in Yuan City could there be such a large force? Could it be a zombie tide? He rushed up the tower like crazy, grabbing the binoculars from the observer. Through the lens, a black torrent of steel was slowly advancing. Their steps were orderly, and their killing intent was fierce. That oppressive feeling, even from several kilometers away, was suffocating. But when Yi Qing saw the figure leading the group at the front, he froze. The binoculars almost slipped from his hands. Is that Commander Chen? Yi Qing rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. Yes, that distinctive command armor and that stern face. It was Chen Sheng. Oh my goodness. Yi Qing felt like his jaw was about to drop and his throat was dry. He left alone, just a few days ago, and now he's brought back an army. And this equipment. Full set of exoskeletons? Laser weapons? Are they divine soldiers? A few squad leaders behind him also looked shocked, their legs trembling. Everyone's only thought was relief. Relief that they didn't follow the reckless fools in rebelling. With this level of power, not to mention rebelling, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to have any bad thoughts. The gate slowly opened. Chen Sheng led his army into the base amid everyone's awe. Yi Qing. Chen Sheng called out to the still-shocked Yi Qing. Yes, Commander. Yi Qing shivered, immediately straightening his back, showing even more respect than before, with a hint of humility. Chen Sheng pointed to the soldiers lining up behind him. These people are my personal guards. Although they are well-equipped, they are not familiar with the survival rules of this world. You will be the instructor. Tell them how to identify mutated beasts, find water in the ruins, and defend against sneak attacks. Yi Qing was surprised and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will complete the task, although he had 1,000 questions in his mind. Where did these 3,000 people come from? What about the hundreds of heavy robots? But as a smart person, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. As long as he followed the strong and obeyed, he could survive. After arranging the troops, Chen Sheng took Zhang Tai and Lan Zhantian straight to the core meeting room. He pushed open the door. Mu Nan and Mu Tianming were organizing data. Seeing the two familiar yet strange faces behind Chen Sheng, they were both stunned. Brother Zhang? Instructor Lan. Mu Nan covered his mouth, eyes wide with surprise. You really came? They had seen them before through robots, but this was a real person. Zhang Tai laughed loudly and went over to pat Mu Tianming on the shoulder. Of course, how can we miss such a big event? Dr. Mu, I heard your gene serum is doing well. Could you prepare 2 doses for me later? In the corner, Lin Shi and Chu Chang'e, who had just disconnected, looked at these two intruders with expressions of schadenfreude. Hey, isn't that a deserter? Chu Chang'e teased sarcastically. He might get locked up when he returns. Lan Zhantian snorted coldly and sat down somewhere. Getting locked up is just part of going back. Right now, our main task is to clear out this city. Everyone sat down, and the atmosphere quickly turned serious. A large holographic map spread out on the table. Chen Sheng pointed at the central area of Yuanqing, marked with a dark red skull symbol. This battle, we must eliminate the hidden dangers in Yuanqing completely. In the past, we were few in number and could only defend. Now, we will attack. He took out a red chip from his pocket and inserted it into the holographic projector. A fierce-looking heavy bomb appeared on the screen. This is the big device I brought, Yun Bomb. Chen Sheng looked at everyone with a cold tone. It's also called an air bomb. One blast creates high heat and pressure over several hundred meters, consuming all the oxygen. Whether it's rats hiding in the sewer or zombies in the buildings, they will all be wiped out. The plan is simple. Everyone evacuates to the outskirts, using the existing power grid to block the borders. And then, Chun Sheng made a downward hand gesture. Close the gates, and train the dog. Give this city a bath. Though this plan is crazy, no one here is naive. In this world where survival is tough, kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. I agree. Me too. The proposal was unanimously approved. The next morning, the sky was gloomy, as if warning of an impending disaster. The Dragon Star base began an unprecedented large-scale evacuation. The once bustling base became empty within just a few hours. All supplies, personnel, and equipment were moved to an open highland outside the source city with the help of 3,000 elite soldiers and hundreds of robots. A huge plasma electric grid was turned on at full power. A blue light curtain shot straight into the sky, sealing off the entire core area of the source city. Chun Sheng stood on the command vehicle on the high ground, looking at the city outline in the distance. That place was once the home of millions. Now, it was the nest of millions of zombies. Attention, everyone. Target locked. Coordinates confirmed. Fire. At Chun Sheng's command, several large missiles launched from a heavy launcher set up in the distance. They trailed long flames, like the scythe of death, tearing through the sky toward the densest zombie horde in the city center. Boom! The first cloud explosion detonated 50 meters above the ground. It didn't produce the loud explosion typical of regular bombs. First, a white cloud of mist spread instantly, caused by high-energy fuel being released into the air. In the next second, a secondary explosion occurred. A bright fireball, more dazzling than the sun, appeared out of nowhere. The white mist was ignited instantly, turning into a terrifying firestorm covering several kilometers. Then, a huge shockwave, mixed with thousands of degrees of heat, spread wildly in all directions. The glass in tall buildings melted instantly. Cars on the streets were blown away like toys. And at the center of the explosion, tens of thousands of zombies were vaporized in an instant before they could even scream, turning into ashes. Soon after, the second and third missiles followed. The entire center of the source city rose with giant mushroom clouds. The ground trembled. Even from several kilometers away on the high ground, everyone could feel the heat wave hitting them. Roar, countless piercing screams echoed through the city. Zombies and strange beasts near the explosion, though not directly killed, exhausted their oxygen through intense burning. They struggled in suffocation, rolling in flames. The whole source city became a true. The fires soared into the sky, lighting up half the sky with a red glow. Yi Qing stood behind Chun Sheng, watching the scene unfold, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He used to think his special ability was very powerful and that he was a dominant figure. But in front of such destructive industrial weapons, his personal strength seemed tiny, like a speck of dust. This is too terrifying, Yi Qing muttered, his face pale. Is this what modern warfare looks like? Chun Sheng looked at the raging fire with a blank expression. It's for survival. Only by cutting away the rotten parts can the wound heal. The fire burned for 3 days and nights. It wasn't until the third night that the temperature in Yuanqing began to slowly drop. The air was thick with a strong smell of burnt flesh and building materials. The once crowded streets were now empty and silent. The ground was covered with black ash, the last traces left by millions of zombies. Almost done, Chun Sheng said as he looked at the thermal images sent back by the drone. The dense red dots had become much fewer. Most of the low-level zombies were dead. Only the tough, resilient ones remained. Notify everyone. Chun Sheng turned with sharp eyes. Rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we go into the city. The hunt begins, early the fourth morning. Under a gray sky, a fully armed mechanized unit entered the charred city of Yuanqing. Hovering armored vehicles flew close to the ground, stirring up black ash. The thick barrels of electromagnetic tanks looked like beast fangs, alertly pointed at the ruins around them. 300 robots led the way, followed by 2,000 soldiers. They split into 4 teams, moving toward the 4 directions of the city. First team, take your position. Second team, take your position. The voices of team leaders came through the communication channels. Chen Sheng sat in the command vehicle, studying the tactical map. Begin, he ordered. Create noise to lure out the hidden enemies. Buzz, the high-power sound wave generator on the armored vehicle activated. Piercing high-frequency noise instantly penetrated every corner of the ruins. This sound is just a little noisy for humans, but for zombies and strange beasts, it feels like a steel needle stabbing into their brains, making them extremely agitated. Roar. Deep inside the ruins, there was indeed a response. Two huge dark shadows rushed out of a half-collapsed building. They were two level 3 zombies, each over 3 meters tall. Their muscles were thick and knotted, with skin that looked like dark blue metal, and their nails were sharp as knives. Although they had been slightly injured in the previous fire, with some blackened skin, their fierce aura remained unchanged. Here they come. Chen Sheng's eyes sparkled. Everyone cover me. I'll handle these two. He suddenly pushed open the car door and shot out like lightning. In his hand, a special plasma sword was instantly drawn. Zing! A bright blue arc of electricity lit up on the blade, humming with a chilling sound. The two level 3 zombies saw a human rushing at them and roared as they lunged forward. They moved so fast they left afterimages in the air. This speed was close to that of extraordinary beings who had unlocked their genetic potential. Good timing. Chen Sheng didn't retreat but advanced. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. He transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the two zombies. Clang! A loud clash of metal. Chen Sheng's sword blocked one zombie's claws, and the force made the ground beneath him sink 3 inches. But his face remained calm. He flicked his wrist. The blade slid across and cut into the zombie's wrist joint. Splat! The hard bones of the zombie, as tough as iron, broke like tofu in front of the plasma sword. One arm flew off. Meanwhile, the other zombie attacked from the side, its claws aiming straight at Chen Sheng's back of the head. Be careful, Mu Nan, watching from afar, shouted. His rifle fired instantly. Bang! The special armor-piercing bullet didn't break through the zombie's skull, but the powerful impact made it hesitate slightly. That brief pause was all Chen Sheng needed. He quickly spun and delivered a roundhouse kick, knocking the disarmed zombie away, then used the momentum to leap into the air. Midair, he raised his sword high. Cut! The blue sword light fell like a swift ribbon. The head of the zombie that was ambushing was split in half, like a watermelon. Green blood gushed out. Chen Sheng didn't stop after landing. He quickly stabbed his sword into the heart of the zombie with the broken arm. The blade spun, destroying the core inside. Within less than a minute, 2 powerful level 3 zombies were dead. Chen Sheng sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. He stepped forward and used his dagger to pry open the zombie's back. 2 dark green crystals rolled out. This is a level 3 black crystal. Chen Sheng picked up the crystal, feeling the strong energy inside. His eyes showed a hint of happiness. This energy density was much higher than that of level 2. Meanwhile, battles in other areas were also intense. In the East Zone, Yi Qing led a small team to hunt a huge mutated spider. This spider was also a level 3 beast, and its silk was stronger than steel cables. Lead it to an open space, Yi Qing shouted loudly. He raised both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, with a strange silver glow in his eyes. This was his special ability awakened after injecting a gene serum, telekinesis. Now, with a loud shout, 6 special plasma darts at his waist floated up instantly, forming 6 streaks of light that traced strange arcs in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The darts moved as if alive, accurately cutting off the spider's 8 legs. The mutated spider fell with a loud crash, letting out a painful scream. Immediately after, surrounding soldiers rushed forward, and their dense firepower quickly overwhelmed it. This hunt lasted for 3 full days. Gunfire never stopped in Yuan City. Chen Sheng led his team, methodically clearing the entire city like combing hair. The results were impressive. 100 level 3 zombies, 50 level 3 beasts. Countless black crystals were packed into special alloy boxes. And the luckiest part was, they never encountered the legendary 4th level creatures. This eased everyone's minds. It seems this big cleanup was very successful, Mu Nan said with a smile, wiping sweat from his forehead. Level 4 creatures probably haven't been born yet, or they've already been destroyed by cloud explosions. Chen Sheng nodded, and looked at the darkening sky. Let's pack up. Tonight, we'll have a feast to celebrate. Everyone cheered and started organizing their gear to leave. At that moment, Chun Sheng's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something moving in the shadow of an abandoned mall in the distance. It was a snake-shaped alien creature. Based on its size, it should also be a level 3 creature. It was curled up in a corner, emitting a strange red glow around its body. Wait a moment. Chun Sheng waved his hand, signaling everyone to stay still. There's still one more escapee. Go start the vehicles. I'll handle this and come back. Moonin glanced in that direction but didn't pay much attention. All right, be careful. We'll wait for you. In the past few days, Chun Sheng had killed over 30 level 3 creatures, and everyone thought this was just another easy kill. Chun Sheng carried his combat knife and strode forward. As he got closer, he sensed something was wrong. The air around him seemed unusually thick and sticky, with a suffocating pressure hitting him. The snake-shaped alien didn't attack or run away like other beasts. It remained curled up there, its scales falling off at a visible speed, revealing tougher, more fierce new scales underneath. The red glow grew brighter, as if a fire was burning inside it. Chun Sheng stopped, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He saw the creature's eyes, no longer the dull, beastly eyes of a level 3 creature. Instead, they were cold, full of intelligence, as if looking at an ant. On its head, a golden horn was slowly growing. Chun Sheng's palms broke out in cold sweat as he gripped his knife. This wasn't just a stray level 3 alien beast. It was clearly a powerful alien creature in the final stage of transformation, about to enter the level 4 realm. In the shadow of the ruins, the red light burned brighter and brighter, like a hellfire. Suddenly, Chun Sheng's tactical goggles flickered wildly, and a red warning box flooded his screen like a waterfall. Beep beep, warning. Warning. High-energy biological field detected. Energy level skyrocketing. Exceeding critical limit. Data flashing on the screen made my heart race. Target name. Red phosphorus golden horn python. Evolved form. Level. 4 disaster level. Special abilities. Wide area electromagnetic pulse. Metal hardening. Super speed regeneration. Highly toxic acid fog. Overall assessment. Extremely dangerous. Immediate evacuation recommended. Evacuate now. My heart sank suddenly. It's really a level 4. This isn't just a small change, it's a big leap. If level 3 is an elite monster, then level 4 is a true boss. Hiss. A sharp hissing sound pierced the air, almost deafening. The snake-like creature finally completed its evolution. Its dull gray body expanded to 20 meters long, as thick as a water barrel. It was covered in bright red scales, each like a ruby carved from stone, but shining with a cold metallic glow. Its golden horn on top sparkled with crackling golden arcs. Its cold, vertical pupils locked onto Chun Sheng. This is trouble. Chun Sheng clenched his plasma sword tightly, sweat pouring down his palms. Run? There's no time. Being targeted by such a monster means death if you turn your back. Boom! The ground cracked open. The red phosphorus golden horn python moved. Its speed was so fast that Chun Sheng's visual perception couldn't keep up. Only a red afterimage was visible. A foul wind hit his face. Instinctively, Chun Sheng raised his sword to block. Clang! A deafening explosion. Chun Sheng felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train. The immense force traveled through the sword to his body, causing his palm to burst open with blood streaming out. He was thrown backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the load-bearing wall of an abandoned building. Cough, cough. Chun Sheng crawled out of the rubble, spitting out blood-stained saliva. The glow on his plasma sword's blade dimmed slightly, and the giant snake only had a white scar on its scales. Its defense was unbelievably strong. Roar! The giant snake didn't give Chun Sheng a chance to breathe and opened its bloody mouth to attack again. At this critical moment, support! Hurry, support! From afar, Moonin finally reacted and shouted loudly. Open fire! Full attack coverage. Although they had kept their distance from Chun Sheng, seeing their commander in danger, no one could stay still. ZZ. Dozens of high-energy laser beams, along with a few small tracking missiles, instantly covered hundreds of meters and struck the giant snake fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Flames shot into the sky. Dust and smoke filled the air. But when the smoke cleared, everyone's hearts sank. The giant snake was unharmed. The lasers, capable of easily piercing the heads of third-level zombies, were reflected off its bright red scales. The missile explosions only pushed it back a few meters, without even breaking its skin. "Is this the defense of a level 4 creature?" Moonin muttered in despair. This was clearly not a fight of the same level. Angered, the giant snake turned its head and cast a cold gaze toward the support team in the distance. It was annoyed by these flies. It lifted its head high, and the golden horn on top shone brightly. Buzz, a visible blue ripple spread wildly outward from it. An electromagnetic pulse, EMP, erupted. Crackle, all the tactical goggles instantly went dark. The laser rifles in everyone's hands emitted black smoke, and their delicate circuits were instantly destroyed. Even the floating battle vehicles in the distance lost power and fell heavily to the ground. "My gun is broken. Communications are down. What kind of ability is this?" Panic spread among the team. Losing their high-tech weapons, these elite soldiers from Blue Star felt like tigers with their teeth pulled. "Retreat. Quickly retreat." Moonin made a quick decision and shouted loudly. "This is EMP. All electronic devices are disabled. We can only die if we stay here." But he was still unwilling. He drew a metal dagger and was about to rush forward to help Chen Sheng. In the ruins, Chen Sheng stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice was hoarse but full of determination. "Your weapons are useless now. Staying here will only slow me down. It's in a berserk state now. Anyone who gets close will die." Chen Sheng stared tightly at the giant snake, his fighting spirit growing stronger. But Moonin wanted to say something. "This is an order," Chen Sheng shouted angrily. Blood covered his body, with deep wounds that could see his bones, and his battle clothes were stained red. The red phosphorus golden-horned python was still fierce, despite being a little breathless and having more wounds on its body. It looked at the brave human in front of it with a teasing gaze, as if playing with a mouse. "Is it still not enough?" Chen Sheng leaned against the wall, his vision beginning to blur. Losing too much blood made him feel dizzy. "Am I really going to die here? No. I refuse to give up. I carry the hopes of 2 worlds on my shoulders. I can't fall here." A strong desire to survive, mixed with anger and unwillingness, burst from deep within his soul. Thump, thump, thump. His heart started pounding violently, loud as drums. The long-dormant genetic chain inside him, under the extreme pressure of life and death, finally broke and reconnected. Click. It was as if he heard the sound of a lock breaking inside his body. An unprecedented hot power surged from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Chen Sheng suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils, originally black, turned into a strange blood-red color. The world around him changed in his eyes. It slowed down. He could clearly see dust floating in the air, the muscles contracting under the snake's scales. He could even feel his blood flowing, as if it had a life of its own. "Is this what it feels like to evolve?" Chen Sheng looked down at his hand. The blood flowing from his wound did not drip but floated upward, as if affected by anti-gravity, wrapping around his arm. The blood quickly solidified and hardened into a dark red crystal, stronger than steel. Bloodblade, a name naturally appeared in his mind. The giant python seemed to sense danger and let out a worried hiss. It stopped teasing and opened its mouth, spraying a green toxic mist, while its huge tail swept over with a breaking sound. Too slow. Chen Sheng's voice became cold and emotionless. He did not dodge. At the moment the snake's tail was about to hit him, he moved. His figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared right at the 7 inches of the giant python. He had already discarded his plasma combat knife. Instead, it was a 2-meter-long blood-red blade formed from his own blood in his right hand. "Die!" Chen Sheng shouted loudly, gripping the blood blade tightly and stabbing downward. Stab! The crimson scales, which previously couldn't be pierced even by lasers, suddenly seemed as fragile as paper in front of the blood blade. The blood blade sank completely into the handle. Roar! The giant python let out a piercing, desperate scream. It twisted wildly, trying to shake Chen Sheng off. But Chen Sheng's feet also formed blood-colored claws, gripping tightly into the cracks between its scales. "Open up for me." Chen Sheng held the hilt with both hands, summoning all his strength, and pulled downward. Rip! A sharp tearing sound made everyone's teeth ache. He forcibly used the blood blade to carve a terrifying 5-meter-long wound along the giant python's body. Dark green snake blood erupted like a fountain, soaking Chun Sheng completely. The python's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Finally, its massive body collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up clouds of dust. In its cold, vertical pupils, the last light faded. Chun Sheng stood on the snake's corpse, covered in blood, looking like a demon god. The blood blade in his hand slowly dissipated, returning to blood that flowed back into his body. A tingling sensation spread from the broken bone in his left arm, healing visibly at an incredible speed. Chun Sheng exhaled deeply, the blood in his eyes fading, replaced by a wave of intense exhaustion. But he did not fall. He had won. On a distant high ground, Moon Nan and others, who had been observing through binoculars, were now completely stunned. We won? Moon Nan's lips trembled, and he didn't even notice his binoculars falling to the ground. What they just saw was beyond their understanding. Is this something humans can do? That strike seemed to cut through time and space. Commander Chun. Long live, someone shouted first. Long live. Long live. The cheers instantly erupted across the entire team. All the soldiers rushed out of their cover, wildly waving their hats, some even crying tears of excitement. They had witnessed a miracle, and they had witnessed the birth of a true leader. With the fall of this level 4 Beast King, the last source of instability in Yuan City was completely eliminated. Chun Sheng dug out a fist-sized, golden glowing black crystal from the snake's head. A level 4 crystal core. The value of this item is priceless. Clear the battlefield. Chun Sheng waved tiredly. Then, we will build this place into a real home. 2 days later. Yuan City, downtown. It is no longer a ruin. Thanks to the efficient work of the Dragon Star organization and relying on a few intact landmark buildings, a new base has risen. It is called Dragon City. Countless engineering robots work day and night, using special steel recovered from the ruins and quick-setting cement brought from Blue Star. A towering city wall, 30 meters high, surrounds the entire downtown core like a steel barrel. The wall gleams with a cold shine. Position 1, electromagnetic cannon array self-check complete. Position 2, laser defense tower fully charged. Mu Tianming stands on the wall, with big dark circles under his eyes, but his spirit is very excited. He points to the large barrels aimed at the sky. This is specially prepared for flying monsters. As long as something dares to fly overhead, even a fly, it will be shot into pieces instantly. Besides the anti-air firepower, a 10-meter deep moat has been dug around the base, filled with highly corrosive acid recovered from chemical factories. Infrared sensors and vibration detection radars cover a 5-kilometer radius around the base. Now, Dragon City is a heavily armed steel hedgehog. No matter how many zombies come, they will be battered and bloodied at the wall. Inside the base, it is also a scene of prosperity. The streets are cleaned up, and the streetlights are turned on again. Survivors walk out of dark underground shelters, exchange supplies in the square, and show smiles they haven't seen in a long time. Dragon City Core Laboratory. Chun Sheng pushes open the door, followed by Zhang Tai, Lan Zhantian, and Mu Nan. I heard you caused a big commotion? Chun Sheng looks at Mu Tianming, who is busy at the microscope, and asks straightforwardly. Mo Tianming turned around, holding a light blue potion in his hand, with a crazy, passionate look in his eyes. Not just a big deal. This is a groundbreaking creation, the key to opening the realm of gods. He raised the potion, his voice trembling with excitement. I finally solved the side effects of the broken lock potion, this new gene-enhancing drug. I call it Awakening 1. Everyone gathered around, staring at the small vial of liquid. Speak in plain words. Zhang Tai scratched his head, looking confused. Stop with those fancy names. Mo Tianming took a deep breath, calming himself. In simple terms, old potions were either one-time use, with no lasting effect afterward, or like the injection Chun Sheng used, which was too risky, almost deadly. But this Awakening 1 is different. It is permanent. Mo Tianming raised one finger. Just one injection can open the door to genetic evolution. And the most important part is, he paused, glancing at everyone. It can grow. The person injected can absorb energy from black crystals to keep strengthening themselves and level up, just like playing a game and gaining experience. After he finished, the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Leveling up by fighting monsters? If this isn't just science fiction, it's like fantasy. Wait, Lan Zhantian quickly caught the key point, frowning. Black crystals? Aren't those stuff in zombie brains? That's full of viruses and violent energy. Absorbing that, could we also turn into zombies? This was a very real and frightening question. If becoming stronger means turning into monsters, what's the point? Everyone looked at Mo Tianming. He scratched his messy hair and awkwardly smiled. Well, technically, awakening one foot will form a filter inside the body, purifying energy and removing viruses. But since we haven't done live experiments yet, I can't give a 100% guarantee right now. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Everyone wanted power, but no one wanted to risk their life just for a theory. Mu Tianming's eyes flicked, and his gaze landed on the strong and healthy Zhang Tai. Hey, old Zhang, he said with a smile. You're in great shape and full of energy. Why not dedicate yourself to science this time? Get lost. Zhang Tai didn't hesitate. He kicked Mu Tianming hard in the backside, causing him to stumble. Why don't you try it yourself? I haven't married yet. If I turn into a zombie, I won't let you go even in death. The scene fell into a deadlock. No one wanted to be the test subject. Just then, a woo-woo sound came from a cage in the corner of the lab. Everyone turned to look. They saw the chimpanzee that had followed the army through the portal, holding onto the bars and looking at them curiously. This chimpanzee was called Great Sage. It had played a key role in the last live transmission test and was now treated as a mascot. Their eyes met in the air, and they all smiled knowingly. Cough, cough. Chun Sheng cleared his throat. I think, as our teammate, Great Sage deserves to enjoy the benefits of the first evolution. Agreed. Seconded. I have no objection. Poor Great Sage didn't know that it was about to become a milestone in human evolution. 5 minutes later, Mu Tianming held a syringe, and with the help of several soldiers pressing down, injected the pale blue liquid into the monkey's arm. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the cage. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. The monkey didn't turn into a zombie or explode. Instead, its eyes became clearer, and its previously hunched back straightened considerably. Suddenly, the monkey roared, grabbing the steel bars as thick as a baby's arm. Squeak! To everyone's shock, the tough steel bars were bent by the monkey's strength. This power was at least 3 times greater. It worked. Mu Tianming jumped up excitedly. Phase 1 of perfect integration is complete. Next, we just need to observe for 24 hours. If everything is fine, tomorrow we will try feeding it black crystal. As long as this step succeeds, Chun Sheng looked at the proud gorilla in the cage, his eyes shining with ambition. Our mighty army of China will all be extraordinary. The next morning, the sunrise in Yuancheng pierced through thin clouds and shone on the rebuilding launching base. This place was no longer a silent ruin. The loud noises of machinery became the heartbeat of the city's revival. Zhi, the welding gun of the engineering robot, spat out blue flames. Sparks flew like festive fireworks. Chun Sheng, dressed in a black coat, stood on the newly built inspection platform. His gaze swept over the busy industrial area below, shining with ambitious light. Just moving things around isn't enough. Chun Sheng turned to look at the holographic projection of Qin Hao and several logistics officers behind him. We need to fight on 2 fronts. The officers immediately took out electronic notebooks, looking serious. Commander Chun, please give instructions. Chun Sheng pointed to the row of newly leveled factory foundations in the distance. I want to build a military industry system here for Longcheng. Priority 1. Assembly lines for individual exoskeleton armor. Next, energy shield generators for soldiers. He paused, his eyes sharp. Also, repair workshops for electromagnetic tanks and production lines for electromagnetic shells. We have plenty of raw materials. High-strength alloys are everywhere in the ruins. I want to see the first batch of Longqing manufacturing products come off the line within half a month. The officers quickly recorded with their pens, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This was a huge project, but it was also a great beginning. Once completed, Longqing would no longer be just a colony outpost, but a war fortress capable of self-sustaining growth. Yes, we will complete the task. The officer saluted properly and strode away. Watching the officer walk away, Chun Sheng gently tapped the railing. Inner strength is good, but outer skills can't be neglected. He turned to look at Zhang Tai beside him. Zhang Tai was wearing a brand new combat uniform and looked energetic. Old Zhang, Chun Sheng softly called. Here. Zhang Tai straightened up and grinned. Are you itching for a fight? My hands have been itching for a while. Chun Sheng shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. No fighting. I want you to take 300 brothers and go do business. Zhang Tai was surprised, scratched his head, and looked confused. Doing business? I only know how to fight zombies, not how to count money. Chun Sheng took out a pre-drawn map from his pocket, showing several survivor gathering spots around Yuan City. You don't need to know how to count money. You just need to carry guns and food, and tell those hiding in holes like mice. Long City is coming. He drew a big circle on the map. Center it on Yuan City and spread out in all directions. Tell them we want high-tech blueprints, rare minerals, and all kinds of mysterious black tech products. As long as they can get them. Chun Sheng pointed towards the warehouse. We'll give them food, white rice, fragrant steamed buns, even canned meat. Zhang Tai's eyes lit up instantly. In this end of the world, gold is scrap metal, diamonds are just stones. Only food is real currency, worth more than life itself. Trading food for technology is like a powerful strike from a different dimension. Got it. Zhang Tai chuckled, a sly look in his eyes. Is this like a candy-coated shell? I'm going now? What if they refuse to trade? Chun Sheng adjusted his collar, speaking calmly but with a cold, commanding tone. We are here to reason. If they don't want to trade, then let them see how tough we are. Go. At noon, the gates of Long City slowly opened. A convoy of 10 fully armed vehicles roared out of the base like 10 steel dragons. Each vehicle displayed a bright red flag. A loudspeaker repeatedly played a recruitment ad recorded by Chun Sheng. Longqing Base invites talented people from all over the world. Technology for food, honest and fair. You have blueprints, I have rice. That day, the wilderness around Yuancheng was no longer peaceful. Countless survivors hiding in dark corners heard the call from the civilized world for the first time. It was a voice of hope, and also the beginning of a new order. Inside Longqing, another experiment related to humanity's future quietly began. Underground third floor, biological laboratory. The air here was filtered many times, filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Behind thick bulletproof glass was a special observation room. Great Sage sat bored on a tire swing, holding and biting an apple. He was that lucky chimpanzee, and a pioneer of human evolution. Mu Tianming, wearing a white coat, held a special lead box, looking nervous as if holding a nuclear bomb. Chun Sheng, Zhang Tai, Lan Zhantian, and others stood outside the observation window, holding their breath and focusing. Are you ready? Chun Sheng asked softly. Mu Tianming swallowed and nodded. All physiological indicators are normal. The gene enhancement serum has fully integrated. It's time to take the second step. He pressed a red button. One wall of the observation room slowly opened, and a mechanical arm reached in, placing the lead box on the ground. The lead box automatically opened. Inside, a black crystal lay quietly. It was a second-level zombie's black crystal, emitting a strange and captivating glow. Great Sage stopped biting his apple. He twitched his nose, seeming to smell something he desperately desired. He threw away the apple, jumped off the swing, and carefully approached the lead box. Will it eat? Zhang Tai whispered, his palms sweaty. If it were a human, he might hesitate. But animals often have sharper instincts. The Great Sage circled the black crystal twice, emitting a few deep growls. Then, it suddenly stretched out its furry big hand and grabbed the black crystal. It did not swallow. Instead, it seemed to be eating candy beans, placing the black crystal into its mouth and biting it fiercely with sharp fangs. The crisp sound of breaking echoed through the loudspeaker. Black dust spilled from its mouth and was inhaled into its nose with each breath. Here we go. Mu Tianming's eyes were fixed on the data stream on the screen. Heart rate soaring, adrenaline secretion exceeding normal levels, energy reaction. Oh my, it's multiplying exponentially in the observation room. Roar, the Great Sage suddenly let out a painful roar. It held its head and rolled wildly on the ground. Its once black fur stood up straight, like steel needles. Muscles began to swell visibly, making the loose experiment suit stretch tight. The most astonishing change was in its eyes. The cloudy beast pupils now shimmered with a strange blue-golden glow. It was not the pale gray of a zombie, nor the crimson of a wild animal. It was a divine radiance. Oh, is it losing control? Blue Zhandian's hand was already on the emergency button. If the great sage showed signs of turning into a zombie, the high-voltage electric grid would instantly turn it into ashes. Wait, Chen Sheng reached out to stop Blue Zhandian. Look at its eyes. It's not crazy. Everyone stared intently. Although the great sage was still howling in pain and smashing deep holes into the wall, its eyes showed only pain, not bloodthirsty madness. It was enduring. It was evolving. After 10 minutes, the noise gradually subsided. The great sage gasped heavily and slowly stood up from the ground. Its size was about a whole meter larger, nearly 2.5 meters tall. Muscles were bulging all over, full of explosive strength. It lifted its head and looked at the people outside the observation window. In its blue-golden eyes, there was a hint of human-like thought. Chen Sheng calmly gave the order. Mu Tianming trembled as he started the test program. Force test, hydraulic press ready. A large force measurement device rose inside the observation room. Great Sage seemed to understand the command, or perhaps was venting its recent pain. It walked over, took a deep breath, and suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A loud crash. The display on the force meter showed numbers jumping wildly. Finally, it settled. 3,500 kilograms. Oh my! Mu Tianming exclaimed, nearly dropping his glasses. After yesterday's injection, it was 1 ton. After eating a black crystal, it increased more than 3 times. This is already dozens of times the human limit. More importantly, after the test, Great Sage did not attack any equipment. It even picked up the half apple it had thrown away earlier and started to chew again. It still had its sanity. In fact, its intelligence seemed to have improved. It worked. Chen Sheng looked at this scene and let out a long breath. His worries finally eased. This path was now open. Keep feeding it. Chen Sheng turned around, his tone firm. No matter if it's level 2 or 3, as long as it can eat, give it to him. I want to see where its limit is. While the laboratory was celebrating, a group of special visitors arrived at the gates of Longsheng. Is this the legendary Longsheng? The speaker was a thin, dirty-faced man. His name was Li San, a small leader from the nearby Tian'an City Vulture Gang. Behind him, for similarly ragged, yellow-faced, thin companions followed. They drove an almost falling-apart pickup truck filled with a pile of scrap metal. At this moment, these 5 people looked like curious children entering a grand garden, their mouths wide open, staring blankly at the scene before them. A steel city wall, 30 meters high, shone with a cold metallic gleam in the sunlight. On the wall, rows of black electromagnetic gun barrels made people feel weak in the knees just by looking at them. And at the city gate, 2 rows of soldiers wearing black exoskeleton armor stand straight, like future warriors. They hold laser rifles, which haven't been fired, but the sense of pressure they give is almost suffocating. Thud, Li San swallows hard. Wow, this is so impressive. The most powerful city lord in Tian'an City only has a few heavy machine guns. Compared to that, we're just beggars. What surprises them even more is behind them. In the air, there is a scent that makes their hearts race. It's the fresh smell of rice and the rich aroma of braised pork fat. Slurp. One of their companions can't hold back and drools onto his chin. Boss, it's meat. Definitely meat. I've never smelled such delicious meat in my life. Li San wipes the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming greedy and respectful. It seems the rumors are true. This place really has food. Let's go? Enter. The broken map we brought this time. I hope we can exchange it for 2 gene of flour. The 5 of them nervously walked to the checkpoint. They thought they might be stopped or even robbed. But unexpectedly, the guards just glance at them coldly, check for any illegal weapons, and let them pass. Is this the attitude of a big power? Li San secretly admires. But what he doesn't know is that in Chen Sheng's eyes, the broken map they brought is extremely valuable. Dragon City, top-floor conference room of the administrative building. Leather sofa, solid wood desk, and even a steaming cup of Longjing tea. Li San sits on the sofa, shifting uncomfortably. It's too clean, too luxurious. He feels like even the fleas on him are trembling in this environment. I heard you have good stuff. Chen Sheng enters the room, followed by Chu Chang'e. Chen Sheng's presence is overwhelming. It's the aura of someone who has long been in power, decisive and commanding. Li San quickly stands up, trembling slightly as he pulls out a cylindrical object wrapped in oilcloth from his chest. "Hello, sir. This is something we found in the ruins of an old space museum from a bygone era. It looks quite authentic. I wonder if I could trade it for some food." As he spoke, he carefully handed over the tube. Inside, his heart was pounding. This item can't be eaten or worn. It's just a detailed drawing. Would a high-ranking person even be interested? Chen Sheng took the tube without saying a word and handed it to Chu Chang'e behind him. Chu Chang'e wore white gloves and carefully unfolded the blueprints inside. The blueprint was shiny and blue. Despite being hundreds of years old, it was still clear thanks to the sealed tube. It was labeled Tiangong, 9 single-person space operations armor. Chu Chang'e's pupils suddenly shrank. His hands started trembling uncontrollably. As one of China's top former astronauts, he knew exactly what this was. This wasn't an ordinary spacesuit. It was the ultimate personal armor designed during humanity's peak technological period before the disaster for interstellar colonization. Anti-gravity thrusters, microcirculatory systems, high-strength radiation shields. If they could build this, forget space travel. Even on Earth, this would be an invincible personal suit. Chu Chang'e took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. He looked up at Chen Sheng and subtly nodded. He even made a top-tier gesture with his hand. Chen Sheng understood immediately, but his face remained calm, with a hint of disdain. "Well, this thing," Chen Sheng casually tapped the table. "It looks like an old antique from the past. In today's world, what's the use of going to space? Can it feed you?" Hearing this, Li San felt his heart sink. It's over. This trip was a waste. They even lost the fuel money. But then Chen Sheng changed the subject. He stretched out 5 fingers. 50 gene. Premium rice. Plop. One of Li San's companions suddenly sat down on the ground, his legs giving way. Li San also widened his eyes, doubting whether his ears were playing tricks on him. "How much?" "Exactly. 50 gene, or premium rice. In Tian'an City, a gene of moldy old rice can exchange for a life. 50 gene of premium rice. That could buy half a street. Or 10 beautiful wives. Is that too little?" Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow and made a move to withdraw his hand. No. Not enough. Too much. Very generous." Li San was so excited he was speechless, tears almost coming out. "Commander, you're like a living Buddha. Let's trade." "We want to trade." 10 minutes later, Li San and his team carried 2 heavy bags of rice, walking out of the building as if in a dream. Not only did they get rice, but Chen Sheng also generously gave them 2 cans of luncheon meat. We're rich. We're rich." Li San hugged the rice bags tightly, as if holding his own father. "Go back and tell the boss. From now on, stop collecting trash. Search the entire city for blueprints. Even a piece of toilet paper with a machine drawn on it. Keep it for me." This deal caused a huge ripple, like a stone thrown into water. The day after Li San returned, all of Tian'an City went crazy. "Did you hear? Longsheng is full of fools with lots of money. 1 broken blueprint exchange for 50 gene of rice. Hurry, go to the ruins, the library, the factory." For the next half-month, the gates of Longsheng were almost broken down. Not only Tian'an City, but even distant survivor groups heard the news. Every day, hundreds of vehicles lined up to enter the city. They brought all kinds of trash, damaged lithography machine parts, unopened graphene batteries, hard drives with gene editing data. Some even dragged in a half-destroyed prototype quantum computer. Chen Sheng looked like a greedy dragon, gathering treasures that contained the wisdom of humanity before the apocalypse. And all he paid was the cheapest grain on Blue Star. The warehouses were full. The research center's database crashed. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chen Sheng has been in the end of world for half a month. That day at noon, Chen Sheng stood in Long City Square, looking at the 3 heavy trucks parked in front. The cargo was no longer food. Instead, it was packed with high-tech products and raw materials. The prototype of the quantum computer was carefully secured in the middle. Also, the priceless spacesuit blueprint was kept close to him. The mark of the wormhole on his chest started to feel hot. That familiar feeling of excitement returned. "Time's up?" Chen Sheng turned around and looked at the people coming to see him off. "Zhang Tai, Lan Zhantian, Mu Nan, Yiqing. Old Zhang, Instructor Lan. Chen Sheng patted their shoulders. I'm leaving the city to you. Protect Long City well. Bring back this batch of supplies, and the next support will be even stronger. Next time, I will bring a real team of scientists. Zhang Tai's eyes reddened slightly, and he nodded heavily. Don't worry, Brother Sheng. People are here. The city is here. Lan Zhantian also looked serious. When you return, we will give you an even stronger Long City. There was no excessive sentimentality. Chen Sheng turned to get into the vehicle and started the engine. Rumble. The convoy slowly moved forward. The space ahead began to twist, and the blue wormhole opened again. Chen Sheng clenched the steering wheel and glanced at the towering steel city in the rearview mirror. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This trip was a huge gain. Blue Star, I'm back. The truck sped into the glowing vortex. Blue Star, Northwest China, top secret military base. The midday sun was scorching the desert. Thousands of fully armed soldiers, guns ready, surrounded the central area tightly. Not even a fly could get in. 3 minutes left. Qin Hao looked at his military watch with a serious expression. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, not from the heat, but from nervousness. Standing beside him, Old Bai looked even more uneasy. This respected scientist, who usually remains calm in the face of great danger, is now gripping his cane tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Qin Hao, you say? Old Bai's voice trembles slightly, his cloudy eyes full of hope. Can this young man really bring back that thing? Qin Hao takes a deep breath, his gaze sharp as he looks at the distorted air ahead. We must trust Chen Sheng. He has never let us down. As soon as he finishes speaking, buzz. A sudden, nerve-wracking vibration sounds through the air. A huge energy wave causes all nearby electronic devices to alarm instantly. A swirling blue light vortex appears out of nowhere. It looks like a giant eye from the abyss, slowly opening. It's coming, someone whispers. Then, a dusty, scratched heavy truck roars out of the vortex. The tires screech as they grip the ground. The truck stops steadily in front of everyone. The door opens. A familiar figure jumps out. Chen Sheng brushes off the dust from his black coat, which is torn in places but still radiates a fierce, commanding presence. He looks like someone who has seen blood and fought monsters. Didn't let you down. Chen Sheng walks up to Qin Hao and Old Bai, grinning and showing his white teeth. I'm back. Qin Hao steps forward quickly and pats Chen Sheng heavily on the shoulder. Good job. You're alive. That's what matters. That's what matters. Even as a tough soldier, his eyes are a little moist. After all, that world is another place, full of unknown dangers. Old Bai, however, is too eager to chat. He rushes like a child seeing candy, trembling as he heads toward the truck. Hurry. Open it quickly. Let me see. Chen Sheng nods and waves to the soldiers behind him. Unload. As the canvas cover is pulled back, and the soldiers carefully move the large, specially secured metal box, the true appearance is revealed. It's a half-destroyed prototype quantum computer. Although the shell was slightly charred and showed several obvious impact marks, the core components still emitted a strange, faint glow. This is, Old Bai rushed forward, trembling as he gently touched the cold metal shell. It was like caressing a loved one's skin. A prototype quantum computer, one that surpasses current theories by 50 years in processing power. Even if it's broken, as long as we understand the quantum entanglement logic through reverse engineering. Old Bai suddenly turned around, his eyes shining with excitement. Give me 3 months. No, 1 month. I can make China's computing power lead the world by 100 years, but this was only the beginning. Chen Sheng calmly took out a sealed cylindrical container from his pocket. Old Bai, don't get too excited. There's this too. He handed the cylinder over. Compared to that broken computer, I think this is more interesting. Old Bai suspiciously took the cylinder, opened it, and pulled out some blueprints. Just one look was enough. Snap! His cane fell to the ground. He froze as if struck by lightning, standing stiffly, lips trembling, speechless. The Tiangong 9, single soldier space operation armored suit, a few other veteran scientists nearby gathered around, and after seeing the parameters on the blueprint, they all gasped in shock. Anti-gravity propulsion, powered by a micronuclear fusion battery. This isn't a spacesuit. It's clearly a giant robot. If these blueprints were real, then China's individual combat ability would leap from the age of traditional weapons directly into the interstellar era. Qin Hao, though unable to understand the complex technical details, could read the expressions of these scientists. He knew that what Chen Sheng had brought back could change the fate of the nation. It's not over yet. Chen Sheng smiled and pointed to the back of the truck. The black crystal is the key to human evolution.